Hello? Burn, thank you for the 3. The stream will start. I was just eating. Goddamn, the eye starts before I wake up. We want blood today? I'm praying for a full wipe. Especially for mandatory. It was a spite start. No, it was a spite start. Because when he said that, I checked and the starting screen has been on for 10 minutes. It was spite. How's everyone doing? That is fine. Saturday evening. Hope everyone's doing well. Where your team at? Stop slacking. Go MDI. I don't want to do the MDI. And also, I can't. But I feel like those are important distinctions to say. You guys don't know. Back in my day. You want to watch the last MDI? While we wait for the stream to start? I should have it in my VODs. Here we go. You guys get POV from the last grand final winner POV. It's me, if you're wondering. Oh, you want me to move camera so we can see old hopeful? This guy down here, one of the goats. By the way, this is our POV too. Like, I know I complain about, like, starting between matches. It took this match 20 minutes to start. So this is grand finals. We're versing Perplexed. I played in Holy DK this match, by the way. Do you guys, okay, little like insight. Do you guys know how crazy every pull is in MDI? It's to this day where, like, this MDI was like a year and a half ago, and I still know exactly what I do. It's crazy. Look, you ready? I haven't watched this ever. I'm going to go in. I grip something on the left. I grip something on the right for aggro. It might be this harvester. I forget what exactly I grip. I grip left. I grip right. I focus something. I drop D&D, and then I target the boss and wait for him to come in. And then I need to wait for him to actually be in melee to pop my CDs. Otherwise, I get aggro and die. You ready? That's what's going to happen. Focus that. What do I grip? Yep, grip for aggro. I guess I don't need to grip that one for aggro anymore. Wait for the boss to come in, then pop CDs. I guess I gripped something to the right, and then we changed it. But I grip to the left for aggro. And then you just pop everything here and just go ham. Literally nothing happened. You just take damage. Dude, oh my god, this was so annoying. Because I was on grip duty to get the throw cleavers into the boss. And the boss has a horrible hitbox. I do look way younger than a year and a half ago, by the way. It's like, look, we get this pack, which I'm responsible for all the grips and kicks on this guy. And whenever the crafter throws a cleaver, I need to make sure the cleaver hits the boss. Because that's insane damage increase. So that's all I'm watching about right now. Like, look, I grip him all the way over here. Oh, I grip him all the way over here because he can be stuck in a pool. And it's really hard to control him if he's in a pool. So I have to drag him all the way here. Throw cleaver happens. I guess this one we don't worry about. There's too much trash. But this cleaver on this guy is very important I hit. And I don't think I hit the first one if I remember correctly. This cleaver... Yeah, I try. I think it dies before it goes off. But yeah. So my job is just to get cleavers and this guy control them. You think I changed for the better or for the worse? I mean, I can tell you for sure This guy has not been sleeping. This guy in the bottom has not been sleeping. Not one bit. Uh, oh my god, this pull was so annoying with these orbs. I remember we spent like a whole day trying to get these orbs to line up and they just never lined up. Just some pulls you would just die. And I can't see a damn thing on the ground by defile. So like I can't stand over a tank heal absorber, I die. Man. Oh, and then I do this skip. They made me do this skip. Which like low key did not have a high chance of working out because some mobs just didn't like resetting. Like I had to play it really safe. I had to take everything, wait for the group, and then blinding sleet. Otherwise I'd miss a blinding sleet. And I had the dismiss pet too. And it's just huge pulls after this. Yeah, I have a resting bitch face, I've realized. I think this is just live key stuff. Boss was really annoying. So I was still in charge of this crafter, you see, with the boss. And I always had to get the crafter. It was super important to get the crafter on Stitch Flesh. Because if you didn't, you couldn't one phase it. So I would taunt this creation out and tank it because I'm a DK when this guy was crafted. Look, throw cleaver, I taunt him out. The first one I don't pop anything. Because the second one, there's two creations out, and I need to taunt the boss. So it goes back up, comes down, and now I pop everything, and I'm just spamming Death Strike probably, because you can actually die from doing this. So he pulls it away, I taunt, pop everything, make sure this hits. Man. Reliving your glory days? Yeah, I'm just trying to waste time before this starts. And also, I haven't watched this ever, so it's kind of fun to watch back. Then 90% of the MDI played Rogue. This dungeon is cringe. We can skip this dungeon. We also lose this dungeon. Look, we literally just sit here waiting for the dungeon to start for so long. Rogue full? Oh my god. I can't tell you guys how horrible playing Ass was. Like, every single pull was on me to, like, most of the setup was me. Because there's so many casters, I had to garrote every single mob possible to get them in so they stacked. And then I had to memorize every single time at every single point in a pull I would use tricks. Because like half the time you would just use it on the setup because it just works. And then the other half, you had to use tricks at a certain time so you don't die to aggro. So like, oh my god. It was so annoying playing Rogue. And especially because this version of Rogue was really hard. Like every setup was different. Like look. I have to grow this guy in. Or no, I don't grow him in. We kick him in eventually. Mark this guy. I just grow every caster possible because I'm getting them in. Look. Okay, this pull's a bad example because we have different setup because I complain a lot on this pull. I do not evasion here. And when the boss just has a chance to melee the closest person when he's on the hook. Oh, I don't know if anyone realized. We had a bug happen to us. This happens in like 10% of the runs. If you don't know how this boss works, you run him over a bomb and he gets a damage amp. He's over 2 bombs right now. We got a double stack on a bomb. That's why if you ever watch this back, we kill this boss like 15 seconds quicker than the other team. It's because we get a double bomb stack here. So it's actually broken. Oh, there's a call going. Let's join.
Fires.
Good.
Plus
I
20.
heard that one's
easy in
tough on
time.
Mist. I heard that one's tough on Mist
Like,
Fever.
it's brutal.
Yeah, I've seen it. But I learned a lot from the runs that went not so great.
This pull I do it.
But I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Groden.
Bro, I was in the
That's
lab
actually pretty
last night
Groden.
with going through logs and shit.
Yeah, I
But
saw.
I feel like I got it now. We got the sauce now.
This was so
It's pretty
annoying because
simple.
I would get out of combat so much.
It's
In this
Uh,
version of
easy
Rogue,
to
if you
use.
got out of combat, it was horrible.
I
like,
honestly,
randomly,
I got
I would just have to melt this.
I got
But I don't have meld
slightly
sometimes.
baited. I think by
So
I
I'm
think it's
so
one of those
happy
things
that
where
doesn't go on me.
the last time I played Mistweaver was so long ago that I think I had like last time I played it in keys.
And I have to mark the boss.
Seriously, it was so long ago that I think I had these preconceptions about how certain spells worked that just aren't like that's not how they work anymore. And
Okay, we can go back to this
I
later.
think when
There's
I
downtime. I think it's
actually went through and like looked at what some of the spells do
Map
now, I was
specs
just
one
like,
time, you get to pick which 3 of those specs you
Oh.
want to ban out. After
like
map 2,
that's not what that
if
shit
you have
did
played a spec
6
in
years
both
ago when I
map
played
1
this
and map
spec.
2, that'll be those
See,
2 will be your
that-
most
that's
played
where I
specs,
have
so
an
you have to
advantage.
ban those
I don't
2
even
out.
know
And
what
that's what
anything
went wrong
does,
for Cook
so-
is Gone yesterday. They didn't realize
All I
that's how
know
it worked.
is
They
I got
played
hit
Ellie
turn
Shaman
buttons
and
that
an
they do
Og
heal.
Evoker in both map 1 and map 2. They
Yeah,
didn't know that
so
they had to
fast.
ban that out for map 3.
I think
They
I
didn't
Hello?
have any other
you
characters
know.
prepped, so
What
they had
up?
to forfeit
Whoa.
map 3, which is a real shame because they
morning.
looked really, really strong in their matchup against I Do
Yeah.
It. They should have 2-0'd that matchup, and it wouldn't have been an issue for them
Bro,
whatsoever.
Hopeful last
But
night,
unfortunately,
he said
they
he
find
spends
themselves in
like
the lower bracket.
1.1
But in
mil
general, I
on
think
Dude,
the
please
hero
don't
game
remind
worked out
me.
really well. Just yesterday,
Spends
we
1.1
saw
mil on what?
tank specs, 4 different healer
A heroic
specs, and
gaze.
14 different DPS specs.
Oh.
Out of the 39
I bought a
squads in the
heroic
game,
funnel because my guild
we've seen
hates
more than
me
half
and I
of
don't
them
get gear.
on day 1.
Because I
Imagine
need-
being a liquid raider.
Yeah,
and you're
I'm a
buying
liquid raider.
Heroic
This
gaze,
is
yeah.
months into the
Third
pack.
week of Mythic on this character. I made this guy 3
Highlight
weeks
from
ago.
yesterday was seeing
I need
just a whole
a
bunch of
heroic
specs
gaze
under
because I use a
fire.
champion
Our
track
warrior
one.
on screen
I don't
right
have
now,
any
that's
version of
the
Veilgore, so I want a
but
heroic
also, like,
Veilgore.
seeing the
And then a
head-to-head
heroic
matchup
ring
for
from
this version
Laura.
as well.
I paid 1.35 mil for a funnel, and only the heroic gaze dropped.
Honestly, it's so many.
So I paid
different
1.3
ones,
mil for a
that we
heroic
got. I mean,
gaze.
Migs, you were really hyped about this, right? Just like
Oh.
it's
Wait,
great
wait,
for us
a
to see such a huge
1.35 mil
representation
gets
of different
you
specs in
a
the game.
funnel for all bosses?
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
I
just
mean,
those
I think
3
for
items
some of
reserved.
these, we
Oh, okay.
didn't really have that.
Bro, just buy an
on
account.
mind
To be honest, like,
Dude,
I feel
honestly,
you
I
have
was
much
thinking
easier
about it.
time
And yet
doing
here
that.
they are. The question is, of course,
Like,
can
you
we
could probably
fill out
just
all
buy
of the
some
specs? That's always the one
285
thing
item
I would
level
love to
Demon
see.
Hunter from.
Yeah, does anyone
170
listening
to
have
you.
like a
All the
max
way,
gear
there's a
DH that I
couple
can
of
buy
these
from
that-
you?
Yeah,
I'll
you
use
can
real
DM
cash,
also.
but
USD.
certainly
I know he was real
Ju-
good.
just jumping in a
I
little
don't know if
bit,
you're
I
allowed to
think
say
the
that.
spec
Here's my Venmo.
out as like the premier spec, so that Guardian Druid, the Augmentation Evoker, and that Devoured Demon Hunter. Those seems like the specializations that pretty much all of the teams were playing in some capacity.
Oh, this
is
and
nice
I
that
they
feel
showed-
like
Warcraft.
those specs were incredibly.
This is nice. They
Oh,
show
yeah.
everything that's been played. It's funny. Last night, somebody in chat was somebody asked like what all healers got, or something about how like you can't play certain healers. Somebody else was like, "No, it's bullshit. They played like every healer in the MDI this weekend except for Holy Priest." And like even the people that were trying to defend healer balance forgot that Preservation Evoker exists.
Great to see run that they're still doing a
I
lot
haven't
with
seen that
and
spec in
playing
so
that whole
long.
series with them, so that
They
can
should
hopefully
only
keep
show
moving ahead and
which
get victory.
specs win.
But of course, while they're juggling this,
Yeah, I was gonna say, showing that a spec got played. But actually,
Is
like the
sound,
2 healer specs.
volume good, by the way?
Well,
So
Holy
where do they
Paladin
end
lost
up?
its
Let's
game, I
have
think,
Migs
but
go
then
ahead and
Discord
I didn't have
won
time to
it,
check.
brackets so that we
so-
can find out.
Well, no,
That
no.
sounds
The Holy
fine.
Paladin
Yeah, let's take a look together because normally
map
on
was
day
won,
one we
but yeah,
expect a
the team
lot
lost.
of 2-0s, and we had a couple. There's
Oh, wait, did they
one
win?
outlier that I quickly want to mention.
Yeah, it
We're
was
looking
the
for Cook's Gone,
Windows
right?
Fire.
Do it. That last
One
But they had to
criminal,
have
always
lost.
criminal.
Cook is gone.
One
Volunteer
criminal,
Wait, did they lose
always
in the?
criminal.
Oh, because
Dumbass
they threw
chatter.
at the end of the
Spelling error.
scene.
No, I get the pin it.
Well, they threw at the end of Zenith and then they forfeited right after.
Instead
Yeah.
said, okay, we'll need to,
I was thinking,
we'll
all I
need
remember
to
from the
do
Zenith
that
was
little
them
bracket
one
run.
phasing
That is
second
where they're
boss
gonna
and
find
being like,
themselves
"Holy
against the
shit!" And I
24
forgot they
seed in Carla goes
scuffed it at the
okay.
end.
However, they
Brr.
looked
Dude, speaking of
pretty good.
Windrunner,
It was mandatory
that
yesterday
last
for
boss
how
is
big the discrepancy
deceptively hard when
between
you're
the-
playing Mistweaver.
the
I didn't realize that
seeding
boss was a hard
was
boss.
in that
That
matchup.
boss is
It's so
pissed.
fucking ace to play.
I'm curious on who's going to take
It-
but if
I
you
mean, it is
were to
pissed, but it's
ask
so
me
annoying.
I mean,
which
was everybody
matchup
clearing
you
their
can
stacks
absolutely
ASAP?
not miss, you'll need to be
I mean,
here, you
sort
need
of,
to,
but like we were
let
also
your
playing with
friends
like
tell
3
them that
melees
it's
or some
happening.
shit.
It's the
Like we had Dabno
Polish
and Windwalker,
Mountain
so we're
and
playing with a Scuffed Ass
Send
comp, and
spellbook matchup.
everyone was just
Both
like
these
huddled in
teams
melee,
looked
and if you
really
can't
good
get
yesterday.
in melee, it's so
Polish
annoying.
Mountain might be in the best
Oh, I
form
guess
we've
that's
seen them
sort of
in
true.
yet.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
pretty
I
anti-melee.
realized
So
I need to
I'm
be hating
really
way
What I
more.
did learn
again,
is
and I
Like,
hope
I need to be
you
cheering when
just-
people die.
instant clear every single time and just
Alana was
transcend.
on to something. I think you hate
Yeah,
watching
no,
harder.
instead of
Especially if
having to, like,
Mandatory, so when Mandatory
like,
dies,
just
oh,
knock
I'm
yourself
fist
out.
bumping.
Yeah.
Competition. But honestly, there
Only
were
800
really
channel
amazing plays
points?
across the board, like you were saying.
I lost
like,
all my
so,
points
you know,
betting.
Tuddles, yesterday I asked you what you thought our
Bro,
best
you
match
bet.
would be
Kush,
this
kush, kush.
So do you agree with Mate? Do you think that's gonna
Throw a bet somewhere,
Yeah,
and
I
I'll
think
just
that
start
is a
cheering.
big one.
I'm gonna bet. Yeah,
I
I'm
think
gonna bet.
realistically, so Mandatory is the #1 seed from time trials coming in the weekend, and until they give me a reason to doubt them, I'm going to
Yeah,
keep the
dude,
top
Tuddles
grade
definitely has a
under
light
the,
over his head
you
because
know,
it's that same orange glow.
expectation that they're going to be the #1 seed coming out of this weekend.
I feel
He's
like I
looking
give it the
a lot.
sun
Is
still.
that who is
No,
going
no,
to be
no, no.
vying for that second
Unless
seed?
he's got a
looking a lot
fucking
more vibrant
sunlight.
today.
Seem to be
For legal
positioned
reasons, he
really
was
well
joking.
to
Yes,
make it to that upper
legal
bracket
reasons,
final.
Kush is
And I think
joking.
that the
But
team that
DM
ends
me
up
and let me
doing
know
that
what match
puts
you're
themselves
throwing.
in a much better position to be able to make it to our finals.
Definitely. I mean,
Did you ever watch the
Zyra,
clip of
in your opinion as well, we've heard from Mix, we've heard from Tettles. Is that the
Love
big one? Do you think there's a lot on the
Bon
line
Tettles
for
the
them?
fat guy?
I think that's probably the most.
No, but I
Well,
wanna
watch
see it
this
now.
30
But I also
seconds.
want to
It's
keep
funny
an
as
eye on
fuck.
some of the
It's so
in my
nonchalant
mind, I
too.
think both Cook is gone and Firma
What
One are
did
teams
he
that
just
can
link?
Funny
move
shit
on
ever. I was just
more
randomly
regularly.
watching this and he's like,
More
oh, I know.
matches. Firma One looked really good yesterday. We talked about
It's
that a
not
few minutes
punishment.
ago.
Oh, I know this guy. This guy was in Liquid Stream, right? The fat dude. Yeah, that's him. It's not a punishment for not playing.
What?
The fat dude from the Liquid Stream.
Yeah.
Tettles isn't even fat.
Excellent. I mean, I agree. I think honestly,
That's the
yesterday
funny
just showed
part.
me that some of these
He's
teams.
like, oh,
this
I know this
season, it
guy.
feels like
Yeah,
they've
the fat
really just
dude.
learned
Fire
to
Mage
get
in map
past once
3.
again, new
Oh,
configurations.
let's. I'm.
And we're
I
seeing
hope
these
so, Kush.
moments of just
Please.
incredible runs, even
funny.
from our lowest seeds, even from like 24th seed, right, where we're going. Their times aren't actually that bad.
I actually don't. If
I
you would have
definitely think
said,
they could even be higher
if you would
based
have
on previous
described
seasons.
Tettles to
So,
me as the
teams,
fat
I
guy
think,
from the
have a
Liquid
lot on the
Stream,
line. They have a lot
I
to
don't know
prove
how many
because
guesses I would have
BlizzCon
needed to
is
get
the
to
thing that
Tettles
they all want to
before
try and make it
I.
to. But we've been predicting across the
For it-
board what we
it
think
was
is
like,
going to
oh,
happen.
that's
and
Yeah, no,
you
yeah,
all
you-
can
you're right,
also
yeah.
do so along with us. So as we go through each day,
Tettles
of the
isn't
MDI,
even
we'll be
heavy
asking
as
all
far as I
human
know. I'm pretty
predictions
sure he's like
on
140
matches
pounds or some
in the
shit.
chat. So
Yeah,
keep an
like
eye
that's
out for
that. Like
polls as they
on
come
the
up
on the
to
list of
start the
adjectives
series.
that I would use for
Let's see
Tettles,
how
fat
it
has got to be
feels,
like
though, at the end of
below number
yesterday.
1,000.
Okay.
Bro, he's got that
okay,
skinny fat build
okay.
going on.
Very nice.
Wait, who is the coin? What's going on here?
Liquid doesn't compete
Coin.
until 2
A
weeks
coin
from now.
flip
Bro, look at
situation.
chat cooking the
It's
casters.
literally a coin. All right, we have a coin flip. That's anybody's RNG flip guess.
Well, what is this
But I'm
correct?
happy to say, Chat
Accuracy.
Tunnel Zyro makes
Perfect.
and I 100%
Drat
accurate.
knows
Only
who.
Drat knows, who's not here on desk to defend
That's a
himself.
classic
is
Dratnos.
fallen behind. But I mean, today I think we'll see some things shift up, Tunnels.
Dude, so we recorded a Potty C episode where
I
we
think
talked
that
about
I'm going to be surpassing chat.
tank
of course.
tuning
That's what's going to
a
be
few
shifting
days
here.
ago.
That's impossible.
And I was saying
New
how,
tank
like,
tuning?
man,
Certainly possible.
it is
It happened
ridiculous how
last time
Blizzard
that we
hasn't
had
done
the
anything
guys go
about
over to
rubber
Received
tanks yet,
I
because
dominated
everyone and
chat
their
that
moms are
season as
complaining
well.
about
I'm back
tanks
for it
right
again.
now.
Okay, great. So
Like, I
Tunnels
would
is
see
fine
a
for the
Reddit post
BlizzCon
pop
crown
up
against
my phone
chat
every
in
single day, like,
predictions. So-
Tanks are unplayable right
Okay,
now.
Chad,
How are
you're gonna
tanks
have
so
to
Reddit
bad? Why is
notifications
Blizzard
on
Yeah,
so
your
what
phone?
you get Reddit
I'm giving
notification
it
to your
to you
phone?
now.
Well, not
Take it
notifications, but you know,
down.
like when I'm just like
And the
doom
rest of us will do
scrolling.
our
Yeah,
Yeah,
best.
sure, walk it
But
back,
I
walk
mean,
it back.
Walk it back. Come on. No,
we
yeah.
have
You got
our first
pinged.
series we know is
Oh,
on the
tank
horizon.
tuning.
Notifications?
Chat down below.
Yeah,
got
whenever we
alerts
talk
on your
about
phone
tanks,
for Reddit
people-
posts about tank tuning.
They are our
What's your
top
Reddit account?
seed, and it
Yeah,
seems
let's
like
see
a
your
bit of
Reddit
a long
account.
shot for I do it to
Nope.
get in here, but
Right.
our first two teams today.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
probably
they
made
were
them
What I was gonna
yourself.
say is-
right? Because yesterday, they
What I-
were
no,
solid.
well,
They
maybe,
played
but
perfect
what I was
against
gonna say
us here and
is-
there. They ended up winning, but it was kind of on a
Dranos was all
technicality,
like,
right?
oh
Because
yeah, I don't
Mark
know if we should be like
played the third
switching
match,
up the
they
meta all the
didn't
time
have
and
the
stuff like
specs ready
that.
for it, and that team also looked pretty strong.
And then this
I
happens,
do
and then
expect them to
Blizzard
have to
comes
play a
out with
lot
their
better today if they even wanna
big
take a
tank
buff off
tuning.
Mandatory. We had questions about mandatory coming in.
Does Dranos enjoy
It's a new
Broom? I
team,
feel like Dranos
lots
is a
of different
Brewmaster
players from a
enjoyer.
whole bunch of different areas, right? Obviously, a couple players from
I
the
mean,
Red
I think he was
powerhouse
just
team, but
100% is
trying to be a
dudes
man
on
of
that
the
Reddit
people and
account
saying
too.
how like,
cleanest
oh,
team.
it
They
would be
were
rough
super
for
strong.
the
They brought
meta if.
strategies that nobody else was doing in the
Because like you know how
WCW.
there's always people who will complain
They
about
made
having to
mistakes.
meta
So
swap. I mean, this is why
it's gonna
Blizzard
take a
has said in the
perfect run
past
when I do
that
it to even compete with
they
them.
don't want to do
So
too
for
many
those
changes
predictions,
mid-season, right? right? Because like people are always like, why is Blizzard not
Okay.
nerfing
So
this
I
class,
think
buffing
I
this
think
class
what
instead?
Blizzard,
How
what
are
I'd
you
like to see
feeling
from
about
because
Good for you.
I
Hi,
agree there
KSV.
comes a point
Listen,
the
KSP,
season.
did you hear
Or
I
you
paid
don't want Blizzard to
1.3
fuck
mil
with
for
you too
heroic
much.
gaze on my
So you're like,
GH?
look, I've geared my characters.
Like
I don't want to have to re-roll right now. But
Yeah.
I do think at the beginning of the season,
Going all in,
and I guess
do
it
it.
depends
Return on
on
investment goes
what
crazy.
you
No,
define
I
as
do
like the
think they have like
beginning
a
of the
1%
season.
chance to win.
It was very spiritual.
Blizzard should be allowed to tune however the fuck
I
they
pay
want,
nothing.
and if you
It's
have to
on the
re-roll
character,
tough shit,
Melman. I can give
that's
it to you
what
whenever.
fucks. Like if you want to,
You got
if you want to
exploited,
play
just nothing
the best
dropped.
spec.
Well, but they've said before.
I tried to get the
that they
gaze,
actually
Veil
have
Glores,
that
and
as
Lore
being-
Ring, and nothing
Get those
dropped
critics
except the
going.
gaze.
What?
But I mean,
Don't
Tunnels,
want what
you
to
said
be
you were
thinking.
hate watching, so are
I'm
you
hate watching.
looking
I
for
wasn't
listening,
but I heard hate
mandatory, or
watching.
Are you going for mandatory?
Oh, well,
Yeah,
like.
so Shindig,
I think people should have
he
to
said
FODM
that
reroll. Like
basically the goal is to end up
that's
getting
your
top two
responsibility.
to
If you want to play
qualify
FODM,
for the finals and
then
Yeah, no, I
up
agree,
and-
yeah.
and
then
practice
you
in
should
a
be
way
prepared
that
to
they
play.
practice for
Like
this
that's like when
bracket,
people come into chat, like
setup.
with the recent healer
Realistically, I think the best
sort of
thing that they can
upheaval,
do
and
is
they're
try
like,
to
which
be
one of these
as
things is best?
consistent
And
as
it's like, look,
possible.
man,
And
I
if
don't
Mandatory
fucking
makes
know.
any mistakes,
I'm not gonna
you
know
know, I do it
for a
is-
few weeks
is
till
able to
people
capitalize upon those
start sorting it
mistakes.
Yeah,
out
bad luck on my
across
bonus
the different
rolls.
teams.
And I kind
If
of
you want to
wasted
feel
one.
safe in your picks, the
Well,
only
let's
way
go
to do that
mandatory,
is
okay.
to have
I'm
all the
gonna
healers
have to
ready to
agree
go.
with you, but, you know, we're
Like
taking
that's
a
if
look
you want to play
here
the best thing,
yesterday when we were talking
there is
about
no
mandatory,
quick
right? They're so strong. There's a
answer
reason
to
a lot
that.
of us
You
are
just
winning
have
2-0.
to be
But
ready to
Nearest,
play
who's actually
everything.
on mandatory this time, we have a lot
And
of roster
if you don't want
swap,
to do that, then
is
you're not
tanking for the
really
first time in the MDI.
a
So
FODM
Migs,
player.
Yesterday we had some questions
Which isn't a
about
bad
how he
thing,
would tank,
but
do you think he delivered?
if you want
Oh.
that, if you want the privilege of playing the best thing, then you have to be prepared to play everything. And it's a lot of work. Like that's why it's
not once in my life have I
fucking-
ever doubted
that's why
him,
it's
and I
annoying,
think he has once more
but
shown that
that's
he
what's
can do
and that's on you.
anything
If you
in
want to
his
play the best shit,
Warcraft.
then you
I
have to be
was
prepared to
actually
do
a
that.
little
You
bit
can't
worried
hold
about how this
Blizzard's
conglomerate
balancing
of players
hostage
was going to work out
by being
for
like, well, you
Mandatory,
can't
because, of
tune
course,
now. I
Didn't
don't want
solve
to
too
re-roll
much.
shit, and it's like
Mandatory,
tough. Like
around
that's what's
Skyward,
expected of you.
Road,
And I would rather Blizzard
Old
aggressively
Holy
balance at
method.
the beginning of the
Now,
season.
both of these teams
What I
have
would
kind of
also like
come
to see from
together.
Blizzard is a point,
Both of their shot
because
callers
I
have
think
come
they,
together. So
I think
not
there
many
is a
people
point where they stop
aware
tuning
that
and
Steve
they
Gingy were doing the shot
and they
calling
know they're
for
not going
both
to tune
teams
anymore, but they
each,
never
and so
tell
when they
anybody.
came together
They'll
in
never
this
announce
constellation,
when
they
that
had to
point
do a
is
little
in
bit
the
of
season.
figuring out who
But
would
I'm
end
pretty
up
sure there's a point
doing
internally
the
where they're
shot
like, all right, we're
calling.
done doing
This
any tuning for the
team
rest of the
now
season
Dude,
unless
just
we
talk.
find
I
like
don't
a
even know what
bug
he's
that's
got,
clearly broken or something.
Things like FODM rerolls.
But I think there comes a point in the season where Blizzard's not going to do any more tuning, and I think they should announce it and say, all right, whatever shit is as of today, you can confidently move forward the rest of the season knowing that we're not going to do anything until the next
I'm in this call with a
season
healer and a
patch,
tank player.
whatever.
Like, this is brutal.
So you can rely on the status quo for the next however many months and know that whatever's
I'm not
the
a
best
yapper.
thing right
I
now will
use
stay
my
the best
fingers.
thing until the end of the season.
12 seasons. There are certain players
I'm like
in
a
that
fake
team,
streamer.
Gingy,
Yeah, you had your
obviously,
mic
who
open.
have won like
Yeah.
What?
12 of the MDIs.
The annoying
No,
thing
I-
about
I
FODM,
agree.
that was messed up,
You're-
by the
you're
way.
right.
That was
You're
so
right.
messed up.
So I'm pretty
Dorky,
sure
you're an
You're
asshole.
right, you're right.
that they want for
I was
Delta
listening
I
the whole
apologize,
time.
Grandpa.
This team is
Yeah,
just, like,
I will
so
always listen to
it's
your
really
stories.
hard
Well, no,
No,
you
but
caught me
I-
off guard because my phone's been I've been getting texted by I'm in the
No, I
family
wasn't,
group
but
chat,
since
and
you
there's
did it
something
first, I
going
got to
on,
play
and
the
they've
moral
just
high
been
ground.
nonstop texting, and it's been like bling 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 bling, and you're like
Popular?
your mic's open. I was like, shit, did you hear all those blings?
No, he was just being an asshole.
like, see that much of it yesterday afterwards. We saw it in maybe a couple dungeons. I
No,
thought it
but
was
see,
gonna
the
be
thing
something- I mean,
is,
you
I didn't
talked
choose
about
the
so far.
bottom life.
We thought
The
this was gonna
bottom
be
life chose me.
accepting that the
All right,
teams
man.
wanna
It doesn't
play
make any fucking
because
sense.
it just does so much damage.
What do you
So
mean?
much
Like,
more damage.
I
Didn't
didn't
sound
choose
hard,
to
by the
play
way.
meta.
Teams have kinda opted
I'm just
for
trying to like play the
ability
video
rolls for
game.
the tank rather than just doing raw
But you know,
damage.
in order to play the video game,
It's interesting.
you have to fight them. So the
I
bottom
hated
life
after
chose
this
me.
season.
Really
Well,
buffed.
MDI
is so
annoying.
Like Tuesday, it got giga buffed. Like if you
Didn't you
didn't have a
should.
ton of time,
I mean, the annoying thing, it
you
takes
could
3
route the
weeks
dungeon
to
around
FODM
it.
reroll.
Maybe that's why.
Like, they
I mean,
like,
this is
fully
why-
gear.
I mean, when those changes come
The-
in and they're trying to adapt,
the
you've seen a lot
easiest
of
way
teams over the
to
recent
play
seasons
FODM is
with
just
spec variety
to
rule, like,
put
really
in a minimal
purposefully
amount of
expand out the
investment
specs they can
into all the
play,
classes
but you
early
never
on in the
know when
season.
one
And if
feature
you
that
just
they
do,
did or didn't prep is gonna
but
kind of
well,
pop
it's different
up,
for
and
like
suddenly you're going,
DPS. If you're a
"Wait, hold
healer
on,
or a a tank,
Do
there's
we
like just
risk it on this? Do
fewer
we try this?
Oh
Is it
yeah,
worth
yeah.
it?
things.
Do we
All
maybe
5
follow
healers or
some
6
sort of
healers.
And
does.
yeah, and
so we see a
realistically,
lot of the teams,
I mean, there's probably at
alternating
least one or
between
two
picks
specs
that are
in the
kinda
season
comfort
that you
picks like
can
that Rogue
pretty
with Shindig,
confidently.
who
Like,
obviously
I haven't
is
touched
phenomenal
Prez
at
in a month, and at no
versus
point
with
was
the
I
things that
worried
now they're
that
bringing in that we're just seeing tear
that was going to
through
like bite me
a
in the
lot of
ass.
the
Like that
dungeons.
spec
But,
is just
you know, we are
it
gonna
needs
be going into
God
this first
to
series of the
become
day. This is gonna
like
be mandatory
Mythic
versus
Plus
I do it, and makes
viable. So I haven't touched Prez, haven't
All 30
worried about it
guys.
at all.
Say they were vying for
And
top
you
two.
Well,
get
the crazy part is like
So
you would
do you
expect that
think
class
they
to be
can
good
go
at
the
least
distance?
once. Like that class has
So
legit
listen,
never been
if there's
good.
any
It's a raid
map
healer only.
that
Really.
is crazy,
it was
Yeah,
good
like,
when
that
it
is
first came
insane.
out because it was brokenly
Or like a bit, yeah.
strong. And that's what it would need to be good again. It would need to be so incredibly better than every other healer that you're just forced to bring it. But otherwise, the spec is so limited in so many frustrating ways that go beyond tuning, just things like positional requirements and cooldown, like the way that you have to set up echo ramps and
I mean,
shit.
what even is their niche? Like, what is Prez supposed to be good
First
at?
healing?
that
I'm
other
not
healers?
hoping for it.
Yeah, it's like
Well, I mean, doesn't like Holy Paladin also do that? And, like,
where Prez has excelled traditionally is if you have a stack fight where Prez can dump all of its fucking healing into a group of people, it's really strong.
Talking about healing
Like,
too
it's-
much.
It's throughput.
But
is
even right now,
really
they do that.
I'm not sure. I honestly haven't played it very much in keys. I suspect it's still probably good at that. It's just that you have to like Prez healing, at least in the past, required a relatively strict like setup. Like you had to like spread echoes around and then press your heal that consumed the echoes. And if at any point in that echo ramp, you had to press a different heal, it would like eat all the echoes, and you're like, "Fuck, there goes all the healing I was gonna do on everybody." And I think Blizzard has tried to start changing how some of that works, recognizing how limited it is in dungeons. Because this is not as big of a deal in raid where you have other healers that could do like spot healing for you if something happens and kind of cover that emergency. But in keys, it's just you, and so if you have to be the emergency heal, you fuck your ramp up, and it's just very punishing to have like unexpected damage happen.
But today, we're gonna have even more on the line. I mean,
But yeah, so anyway,
basically,
the lower bracket here.
Yep.
I haven't touched Prez, haven't worried about it. Otherwise, there were like
What
5
have you
healers.
touched? You said you haven't played JB or not JB. You haven't played Mistweaver in years.
I have
I'm assuming you haven't really played a whole lot.
Druid, Shaman, Paladin, Priest. We're all
Druid, Shaman, Paladin, Priest. Okay.
and that's what's been meta. I mean, like that's like Mistweaver has never been meta, and it's been one of those things where I would never predict that Mistweaver is going to be meta until Mistweaver has been meta, because it's just been so long.
They are going to have to go
And there's
the long
been
distance, whether they're
so
in
many
the upper or lower
opportunities,
brackets,
but it's
and
never
today will
happened.
kick
So
everything
now
off. This is going to be
it's
our
basically going to have
first
to
series
prove to
of
me
the
one
day,
season
and
that it can
3
be meta
versus
before I'll
5 to
ever
it on seat of
predict
the
that it will be meta.
triumvirate. Tattles, let's see what they have to show us.
Monk is always
Alright,
good
so
though.
the
It's
first
like
pull of this
never.
It's-
meta,
it's-
but
really starts
I mean,
out
it's
always
like
been
it's always
solid.
there's always some kind of niche that it has. But for one reason or another, it's just never had a season where it's been.
God bless the
forgotten.
match is starting.
And maybe this will finally be that season.
Match starting.
We have to be able to see the teams.
God damn, what time is it? Wasn't this shit supposed to start 20 minutes ago?
Yeah,
It's
this
always
shit's
it's
starting
always
really
late.
late.
Dude, I'm praying for a mandatory wipe. I realize I'm not
Holy
hate watching
shit.
as much as I should be.
You know, this occurred to me last night when we were talking about how many people are hate watching mandatory, and when you said you're hate watching mandatory, I was like, isn't there only even one guy from mandatory that
it's
was on
only
the
one,
team with you?
but-
So now I'm like, I think that says something about that one guy.
A million DPS.
I
here.
love
This is
Misty. Misty's
absolutely
a great
guy.
insane just how
Yo,
much
look at that
Misty
tank
Guardian
damage
Druid
difference, Fo.
is,
God damn.
is able to output.
Theirs is
For
doing
mandatory
Barry
Misty
is
is on
plus
the
third
2
of
minutes on
Quasi's
that guy.
damage.
It's crazy.
Oh my God,
I
the
cannot
entire
believe
mandatory Dark
Quasi
Solo.
literally quit World of Warcraft. Concentration.
This is so disrespectful to Kazi.
Is that his name?
Kazi. No, it's Quasi. Everyone's been saying that's Quasi. I believe it. There's a
Man, he
Q,
is
there's
good.
an A, there's a Z, and there's an I in the name.
No, I like
That's
Gingy,
Quasi
guys.
right there.
Do you guys think I hate Gingy?
But yeah, the problem where you're coming out really strong.
I don't hate
Euroflex
Gingy.
on this boss. Look at that boss damage. Holy moly.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah.
And you know
Guys,
that shit fucks the boss.
I don't
'cause
hate Gingy.
I'm sure you guys have seen the tank get absolutely
everyone.
trailed by Void Slash.
Am I a
I know
hateful
you know that
guy?
fucks the boss because that shit fucks me up, and now he's doing it to the boss.
These are relatively
Yeah,
high compared to
exactly.
some of the gear that the guys
And you can
have.
reflect every
Everybody's like
single
289
Void
item
Slash.
level,
It's fucking OP.
Like
The
Shock
Void
Flash
Bash
is
is
the
later
name
on.
Rob Warrior
Think of
here.
the rhyme?
just one minor
Well,
mistake, and then you end
You
up
see, the
having
thing
to
is,
get
I am not
especially
that
these
fought on rerolled.
critical points
Like,
time.
I would
So
play it here,
now
but
we're seeing both mandatory and
I'm
ideal
not,
it
But I
like,
don't want to.
bottom.
The main strategy that we are going to be seeing.
I mean,
is
my
coalesce voids either being
warrior
sexy
actually has okay
or the
gear. Like,
bosses
I could
being
actually.
tighter
Guys,
in
we
the
can't
room,
talk about the
where
PI
it's tighter
situation
This
every
was-
time
in
GG's
season
This
trying
was
to
five.
put that out.
exactly
on these coalesce
we
voids, the
in
banish
BFA
and
season
taking
1.
root on the first
It is
set of
We did the world
Well, you have to
record,
change-
it
like
allows
the
you
world
to actually
first
move
tyrannical.
Oh no! Wait, hold on. Look at that
significantly better.
skilly
We have a
fucking
death for the
550
No,
paces.
skilly.
That is insane.
by that ground effect
From a
on
16.
Zarul. That
Yeah, it was
ground
a
effect
Dude,
resistance.
yeah, I
hits
tried to
you,
take a
and
tick
it
at
will
that
do
on my
100%
DH and just
of your
one-shot
health,
me.
even on a
Oh yeah, that shit like
messed
that's
up.
that is one of those hot stove mechanics this season where you don't respect it until it fucking deletes you once,
You
and then
know,
you
that's
respect
where
the
the
fuck
eye
out of
roll
it for the
actually
rest of
came
the
I mean,
season.
is that
from
shit
is
not
the
just
cop
overtuned as
comment.
fuck, or
Yeah,
As
what?
the
I mean, but that's I
clip
guess the
ends,
point.
I'm
I think
on
they
my
want it to
second
be
monitor
like if he
checking
touches
cop
you're dead.
procs.
But yeah,
Nah,
Which, first of
because
all,
it's
this
this is the
completely
thing, I mean,
useless
like,
stat. Who cares
that
who you
farms
call cop
noobs
more?
though is the thing.
But
Like, you
also,
know
he
how
just
Blizzard
front
always
cop
does
more
those
than
changes
me.
where they
I'm
try
over
to
it.
I
make
don't know. I kind of want to redact what I said earlier
things
because I
not
felt
fucking
like Mandatory
obliterate
should
you
be
in a
behind
plus
at
10
this
key.
point, but
well,
But
what makes me mad about this shit is there
does it?
exists a concept in this game where Blizzard has established that certain types of mechanics have a
GG's,
certain like
I'm not-
look to them,
Yeah, it has
and
been.
that you can
Oh,
expect
Wait, it's
those
Skilly
types of
again.
mechanics
Okay, yeah,
to
that's
to behave a certain way. And when you see sludge like that on the ground,
I say I tend towards
most of the
liking
time,
women, but
the
Gingy's
sludge
not
on the
about
ground
the
is
dude.
not like I'm gonna get one shot. Like sludge like that is the kind of shit that usually when you see an effect like that on the ground, it means like this will like tick me and hurt me a bit. I'm not supposed to like bathe in it, but like if I if I walk through it, it's just it's supposed to be area denial.
And some don't.
And yeah, and then you walk through it and it like literally one shots you, and it's just it's bullshit because Blizzard has over time just developed an expectation through repeated use of mechanics that look like that this mechanic will behave a certain way, and then it behaves entirely differently, and it's like, well, then don't
Yup,
make
that's
it look
that
like
Blizzard
that.
shit.
Guys, I like
Yeah.
when JB
Make it
opts.
There's no
different.
consistency.
Can I be honest? I like when he opts.
Well, but you know, they gotta have their thematic visuals and all that.
Time spiral and space.
By the way, look at what Mandatory is doing here. They went right first.
Yeah, over to
Then
the
they're
far
coming back
left and
around.
work back.
I'm wondering if it's because of backtracking reasons.
Praying for a full wipe.
I mean,
not actually quite sure what it was.
I-
Either way, we're on to the second
I'm trying to
rift.
think
So what
why
they're
you
pulling
might
here is
do.
absolutely
The name of the game in these
not
space
okay
runs
in
is
a
to
Well,
try
the
as
other
many
pull,
as possible
the far
to
pull
get
doesn't
as
have a
much damage
rift
as
stalker in it,
possible
does it?
with bosses whenever you can get it on there, on top of
'Cause
it.
I know-
So full of hate.
Oh, you're talking about like far right, yeah.
It's love.
Because I know
Sure.
we have
That you have to
reworked some of the order we've done
So yeah, we're just gonna
rift
try to
wardens
AoE as
depending
much as
on
possible, and you can see
whether
that
something had rift
the
stalkers in it.
mandatory is almost
Because
an
on
entire
the
mini-boss
far
fight right
rift
now.
warden
Rift Warden is
pull,
about to die as I
it's
do
like
it
just
before.
AoE damage. You don't have to
Yeah, I
worry
mean, look
about
at
somebody
Mandatory as
getting.
well.
Oh, I
bleed
love
on
the
it.
cut
They actually
chair.
ended up having that
I'm right
balance
behind him,
of
pat him
damage.
on the
That's one of
back.
the advantages of Warlock just in this dungeon in general.
Yeah. I
Especially
mean,
if
this
you're doing
seems more
dungeon
like
live. Anytime you see a bound void color,
reasons,
something's
I
very
would
notable about
imagine.
those mobs.
This
But I
can't
just
be
don't- I
the
mean-
route, by the way.
And they pulse on your
But you're gonna
entire
have to move. I don't think they've
for a
saved any
significant amount of damage. So you
walking
should just,
really.
like,
I
slam
think
down
you've
the banish
traversed the
first
same
level,
amount of ground
rebanish that thing on CD,
by doing
and
this. You just
even
chose
in
to go
these
one way
16s,
first instead of the other.
mandatory
But
is
I think if
banned.
you
There's
traced it
actually
all out,
6% of
it's
his
the same
team.
amount of movement as if you went left and then right and then back to the middle.
Yep, very, very
Mhm,
clear.
yeah,
He
maybe
did
you're
ask
right.
So far.
something
Now,
like
I don't know
that.
why we're
the
going
thing about
a while
right
ago,
first.
they're
yeah.
kind of capped, right? You have to
Maybe you just want to be
keep
unique.
wardens. They're in static places. You're kind of just trying to get any trash nearby that you need for count.
How do we feel
Like
about
2 years
Shindig not
ago,
playing
not
rogue?
this team,
So you
but
don't have to do just extra trash pulls later on. Once we kill this third
It's like
rift warden,
JP Contrick.
or you wanted the
you know
coach
about
mandatory,
JP
something
Contrick?
like that.
we get into that
No.
second boss room. There's
Might have
a
been
whole
both.
bunch of trash in that room. You can go for a
Besides the
massive
fact that
Know
it
about
sounds
the
like a
cone?
fucking sex
We'll have to
move.
see what Mandatory's gearing up to do, but you
Well,
can
it's
see
actually
the path in here is
JPC
actually
one
so
trick.
much faster
Yeah, I
than
know,
most
but
of them.
JP cone trick sounds like some shit I'd look up on Urban
Price
Dictionary.
is cranking, right?
Yeah.
Can you pull
85,000
multiple rift wardens
FPS on a
together,
Resto
or do
Druid.
they like
Dude,
just
Resto
one
Druid
shot?
can
No.
rank when it needs to. I actually watched Dorky do a
They
lot.
start
He's really
pulsing
trying to
an
do as
absurd
much
amount of
damage as
damage
possible.
when
That's
they're
very
pulled
They
out
have
of the.
they have to be near their portal.
range.
How
you're
much is an
playing
absurd
the
amount?
JD build, the Call of the Elder Druid. I mean, it's a,
Yeah, in fairness,
don't-
we
That's
thought
a
that the
unique
drum
build
guy
that popped up
on
recently, but,
Caverns
Yeah.
was gonna
with the
Yeah.
Elder Druid,
delete
it
the
just
group
seems like
and
it does
then-
Well,
so
all I
much
know
damage
is
from
in
Star Parts
M0,
scaling,
I remember
and
doing
you
that
feel
in
it's kinda
M0
similar
and I
to
got
the
absolutely
Mixed
fucking
Group among.
destroyed. So I would imagine
Yeah,
that
just spinning
translates
same
heavily.
But it could also just be
Yeah.
M0 zero scaling.
could,
Like
yeah.
some balls on this
It
from
is-
a now
True,
TikTok I watched
true.
this morning.
It is funny the amount of things in this game that like you do one time early on in the season, and then you
Never
just make
again.
assumptions about it
Yep.
for the rest of the season, and then you see somebody
I mean,
do
yeah,
something
you're
different.
not
like,
allowed to break these rules, right?
"Oh."
Also looks like,
You have to
just
play it
facial
how
hair
Ion
bugs.
intends.
So,
Like, if Ion
I'm
intends you
interested in
to
seeing, like, what
fucking
that
blow
ends
up
being
when you
used
pull it
for.
out of the
It's obviously
portal.
pretty good on
I mean, let's be
the
real.
third boss for the
If
pushback.
a
Is there
team
gonna be
pulled a
anything
Rift
that we
Warden
get,
away
like,
from the portal, I wouldn't be
100-yard
surprised if
range,
Blizzard put out
rest
a
of
new
your tagging?
rule the next
The
week.
fact
That was
that
like,
Mandatory
you
isn't
must
doing
fight
is
the
pretty good
Rift
evidence
Warden
you
on
can't
top of the
now.
portal.
It's Cup 1. You usually don't show everything in Cup 1.
That would be a very cool
They
rule.
especially don't need to do anything special to beat.
I mean, this dungeon is full of illegal mobs.
Like
There are
lowering
so many
food.
mobs that shouldn't exist the way they
You
are.
should audition for Doctor
Like the
Strange.
champions, man. Like those charges are just ridiculous. The bleed boys, the guys that knock you up, the little void callers that pulse damage and give 0 count. Like, why the fuck is that okay? Also, wait, hold on. Apparently, Ryson is playing my build. The Call JB build.
Elder Druid.
Holy shit, he knows about the build. He saw my video.
Yeah, I guarantee you Rice
Those
is watching
fires.
dorky Resto Druid videos.
There's no way he's not.
Let's have a look here.
Dude, Rice is a great guy, by the way.
Yo, he's got
Shout
a
out
litany
Rice.
too.
Is that we
I
Bro,
liked
he's
him when I was in
he's
Echo.
fully
how far
copying the
ahead
build.
an MBI
He's
team is
even
by
got a
how many
litany.
times they can wipe and still win, right? For mandatory, while they are pretty considerably ahead, they're pretty
He's actually
considerably
playing
ahead
Haste
by
verse with this
45
build.
seconds or
Okay.
something, right?
Maybe this is what we need to do.
On the spectrum.
No, it's a
I'm
low
about
key.
Masters,
That's
there
low
is
key
still
shit.
a lot of
Low
possibilities.
Low
key
key, I'm
shit.
on the spectrum, I think.
While
That's
they have
crazy.
that, the 30
I mean,
second
I do.
penalty,
I am messed up.
none of their deaths are
I got
insanely
ADHD.
consequential.
I got
That's the
OCD.
problem
I'm about
with
to block
the-
Ryson from all my platforms, though, low key.
Both
Yeah,
diagnosed.
love his
like,
content, but
and probably
I don't need any of my viewers
nepotism.
seeing his videos.
Like-
have 2 deaths on a pull.
What the fuck is this guy doing copying my shit?
Say something nice about Gingy. I mean, he's the GOAT for a reason.
That puts I do it right back into it. So they still have to be clean from here on out.
So, something that we need to look at after this map, remind me, we need to look at this Resto Druid DPS. I'm really interested in seeing what his overall damage is. Obviously, he's bringing Mark of the Wild, which is 3% versatility.
Yeah, I am actually
Fantastic.
curious
Is
what his
the
overall
best
damage will end up being.
buff, Ray buff in Mythic Plus. But what is his individual damage contribution looking like? Because
See what I
Resto
just
Druid
I
was
don't like
known
it in
for a
this
while,
dungeon
like,
just
fairly low
because
damage,
it's
but
like I
feel
feel
like every
but
single
maybe
time
an
I've seen
maybe an
Ryzen
MDI
You also
pull
play
enough
RuneScape
shit
Iron Man?
for it to be
Yeah.
good,
Like this
but
character is
I just
like-
found this dungeon
I'm
even
like
if I was
2050
pressing
total level, by the way. In RuneScape.
Starfire?
It's my Iron Man.
It's actually so good. It's actually
to try to
so
do
good.
healing with it, it just wasn't doing good damage. Like I
Oh,
was
Mara's
only
there with the
ending up the
horns.
I
key at,
actually
like
like playing it in this dungeon.
Rooting for my old guild.
Until
I'm rooting
we
for
got
my
to the
old
last
team.
boss. I felt like last boss was where
And because Liquid is
it
in
was rough. But even then, like I healed a plus 20 with this build. Fine.
it was just one of those things where
2 weeks ago.
I believe they're going to need to pull
if I
everything.
played
They might actually even have to back
with-
destroyers, but that's
I'm
fine.
wondering.
Because that means you can pull them with the boss, right? That's just free cleave.
with Dream and
So,
tried to
this
use
entire
Starfire
room
for DPS, I would end the key at like
Never heard you say anyone's not a good guy. Say something
25k
mean about
DPS,
someone.
maybe 30k,
I mean-
and
We're
if
pressing
I
enough.
That's because.
well, but if I play Cat
I
form,
just
I
don't
end the
bring
key
up
at like
someone's
15
name if I don't
or
think they're a good
20k. I
guy.
was like, I'm not doing this shit for like 10k more DPS.
Yeah, I mean, you
My
just have to
mom
start
always
firing
told
more.
me you don't.
Well, they can,
I don't know, I was
You have
getting like
nothing
40
good to
ish
say,
K.
don't say
know.
anything at all.
pretty easily.
Because I felt like it was worth pressing even on
I think it's the 5
the
pack that
fucking
they,
Also, I feel like
trio
a lot
boss.
of people are good guys.
Like on the trio boss, you could literally just like spam it the entire time when there's
We've been
no,
talking about healing for 30
when
minutes.
there's no AoE mechanics happening. Like when it's
Let's
just
calm
the
it down,
cafe.
guys.
You can actually squeeze out some good healing damage like that.
That's going to be something that cleave down in something
And same with like all the
different
rift wardens too. Like when it's doing the
Dorky's a bad
pulsing
guy.
thing,
I'm gonna
you
say
just,
Dorky's
like,
a bad
press
guy.
it for the entire pulse.
So much free damage, and it's really going to
Yeah,
accelerate
maybe.
them even.
I
Let's talk
just,
about
like
DPS
than I
specs.
do it here.
I think that the thought process for mandatory
Yeah,
is
the
actually
DPS
makes a
specs,
lot of sense.
Can we talk about
The
Fire and
boss,
Arcane
after you
Mage,
end up killing
please?
the Tsar before Lure
Dude, look at how
there's
much
about a minute
spell reflect damage
of
Mirrors is
time.
doing. He is
So-
absolutely crushing.
Oh my
it.
god,
Holy,
he just
you saw his DPS
spiked up
just
like
spike
50k,
there?
yeah.
What can we do to actually
Yeah, that is
be able to
ridiculous.
make the most of this forced 1 minute of
I'm telling you, in a
I
higher
think that
key, I bet
pulling
Proud
that
Warrior
5
would
pack
do
with
an
those
absurd
two
amount of
Destroyers,
damage.
Oh,
in this
that-
hold on. That
that
reminds
is
me. I
something
was
that just
gonna. I
makes
was
sense.
going to tell a story earlier.
Is like where
that-
we're getting our count.
We did the world first. It was like 21 tyrannical underrot back in season 1 BFA, and the way that happened, up to that point, nobody had done that key yet because that was the pre-rework first boss in there, Liaxa, and she would do the she would spawn her clones, and each of the clones would do like a one-shot bolt, and you had to kill her before her their second ad came out, because at that point you just didn't have enough kicks. Like you had to let bullets go through, and it would start one-shotting your group. So you were on like a soft and rage timer in the key, where if she wasn't dead by the time her third ad came out, or second ad came out, and there were 3 of them, you basically had like maybe 5 to 10 more seconds to kill her after that next ad came out, or else you were going to start dying. So nobody had ever been able to meet that DPS check. We went in there because Ben had a prot warrior from Raid that he had geared up for Raid, but it never touched in keys because everyone thought prot warrior was like a dog shit spec that season. But prot warrior could spell reflect the access. And Ben was like, bro, the only thing I'm worried about in this dungeon is the first boss. Like, Prot Warrior is actually really strong against every other mob in here because it's all like melee damage, and Prot Warrior actually kind of owns it that. There's like no bleeds or anything I'm really worried about.
Guys,
So we went in there, and he just spell reflected the mob, or the first boss, and her bolts hit her so fucking hard that I think we killed her in like a minute and a half.
I like Max's
And then we
yacht.
did the rest of the key. It was like free basically, and got the World First 21.
It does.
And
I
think that was the only key any Prot Warrior did in the top
yell at
like
me, like, twice
1,000
during the race,
keys
which I felt like
of
was
that
unjust at the
season
time.
1, but it was so fucking good for spell reflect on that boss that I think several
I
other people started
lusted
using
on a
it just
heroic
for
seller
that.
and split, and I swear if I was in
think
the same
Prot
room
Warrior was
next to him,
actually
he would
low-key
hit me.
broken.
He's
It's
already
just
gone.
nobody was ready for Fodder rolling at the time.
I just lusted on
I don't
Paul
know, like
Beller and
it,
CBA, got
where
just
it
out of
was
habit.
weak, it was really fucking weak that season.
Well, yeah, but the
Said,
thing is, like, people
"Unbind
didn't
lust
know how
now."
to make up for weaknesses at the time. Because
Yeah,
probably
unbind
did
lust,
an
but-
absurd amount of
Blood
damage.
Cauterize the first bleed. Ryson will be here for the
But
remaining.
it fired up, lust
Like-
on
I don't know
Paul,
that it
it's
was doing an
fine.
absurd amount of damage at that point, because that was they had to
Oh,
rework
no, it
Thunder
definitely
Class.
was. Because I remember Sense was playing Prot Warrior with Hootie, and
To the reset dream
I remember
boss
he was
run?
doing.
I thought they did
Did you not
a
reset it, right?
thunderclap like giga buff going into season 2.
No, they did a ignore pain off the GCD, and
No, I love Fire. Fire is so funny.
they gave him Bastion of Might or whatever. You know that talent where when they pressed Avatar, they gained Mastery.
Corona, I'll
Those
be
were,
honest,
like,
I
the
have
two
not been listening to
massive
them
buffs
one
to the
bit.
class.
We talked about healer for 30 minutes, now
But
we're
even
talking
before
about
that,
something
their
that happened
damage
15 years
was
ago.
absurd.
Can
I
mandatory
think it was
full
just like
wipe-
people coming off of Legion, and we were playing Blood Decay still.
Can mandatory
Dude,
full
you know-
wipe?
like run into the beams. Kush, like I'm gonna mind control him, he's gonna run into the beams in the next set.
They're even gonna attempt it.
Dude, do you think people will start doing this, by the way? Backtracking for...
Yeah, I think that this comp also
Count,
is
'cause
actually
this
really
RP
chill
is
for the strategy
insanely
that they're
long.
going for. There's basically 2 different strategies that you
yeah,
go
probably.
for.
The problem
You
is
go for
you
the-
have to
one of
leave
the
this
strats
shit
where you
up in the
intentionally
room,
will
right?
Miss one of the relics that's off to the side of the room.
I mean,
and
you
that
can maybe
allows
find something
things like a
else, I
Death
don't know.
Knight to
And
move
they're
through.
There's
pulling
something
the
to do with it.
like
However,
this
Holy
shit
fuck, they're
is.
getting owned.
Devoured Demon
Yeah,
Hunter,
exactly. Like, this is the
Death
thing, is, like,
Knight,
these are-
Death
yeah,
Knight
absolutely.
These are not
competition
good
voters
mobs
have
to
his
pull.
Okay, I mean, you want to do
Drexel
these
did
guys,
too.
right? Like,
But-
they're
yeah, but-
doing
For
two
mandatory,
but-
knockup
they would
guys and
never
2...
want to
Where are
actually
you gonna go get
miss
count?
any
You're gonna have to go
relics.
way
So
back to
they're
get
gonna
count that
be
doesn't suck.
getting
I mean, I
all
think you
3
could just do,
relics
like, you know,
here.
maybe
They're
like
going
a
to press the
2
bloodlust,
knock.
and I would not be
The
2
shocked,
knockup guys
Zyro,
suck.
if within the next 30 seconds
They suck,
You're gonna
but
be
they're
run
pretty
is
good count.
over for mandatory.
You're gonna first off
Obviously,
you skip those guys because you don't want to do them, and just because you're doing them while waiting for RP doesn't make them that much better, because they are definitely gonna take way fucking longer to do than you're sitting there waiting for RP.
Well, no, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's gonna take more time than the RP,
They
but
better one phase.
at the end of the day, you're looking at doing like a 30-second pack instead of, like, you know, a minute-something pack.
Now, what if
Or
you
a
drag
good
them
amount
into
of
the
count.
boss?
They might have to do a couple percent after the fact, but either way, the
Okay,
one
well,
phase will
now
be-
that part is also
Oh my
something
God,
that I
they
think
are
has
just
merit.
absolutely
The whole,
crushing it. They're back to their winning ways.
Keeping a caster
There's
so
no
that your Demon
difference
Hunter
from
can
yesterday.
kick
This team is
for
gonna be a
the
force to
DR
be
that they
reckoned with
get,
in this competition.
and you get a little bit of funnel too.
Well, it also gives your
Especially if
AUG
you're
something to
playing
hit.
against
If your AUG has something to hit going into boss,
Yeah,
you can
that
keep
too.
doing
Yeah,
both.
I mean, like, it's just all really good, right? Like, if you can just bring that caster into boss, if you can have a little bit of funnel
Someone
into the
in someone
boss,
else's
if you can
chat
do
said
combat,
mandatory
if you
without
can generate
hopeful
stuff
is
before
just like the
pulling the
king's
boss.
court without a jester.
That sounds
What does
kind of
that
insane to
mean?
me.
Was either
and
jester?
Going out there with that resto
I feel like people will definitely utilize
with the
that.
DPS meters, as we get a chance to look over them, how do you think the numbers panned out for both of the teams this time around?
Yeah, I'm
It's
really
a
Oh shit, there it
compliment?
is.
Okay.
DPS he's doing. Okay, look at this.
Ryzen
He's doing
58K.
58,000 DPS. When you compare that to Norcom,
Zero vulnerable damage.
Norcom was doing
Wow.
38,000 DPS.
Wow.
Misweaver
That-
damage.
That feels
Push
like a
700k. I
tangible,
mean, Kush is
you know,
washed. I'm gonna
damage
say
to
it.
your
Shindig with the
character
ethical
is doing,
0 avoidable damage taken on
50% more
Demon
damage.
Hunter. Like, I feel
That
like
is crazy, low key.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. It's pretty
There's so much
significant,
piss, you just
especially
stand
in
and
this
Shindig's trying to make
format.
his way
You
into the
both
big
highlighted that
leagues.
really well.
Hopefully, why
I've
would you
been
vouch
watching
for
video.
Shindig?
Really, a lot of the ways you
I mean, I've
approach
never
this,
seen him
you know,
play,
so I
trying
can't
to
vouch
for
butter
him.
up those mobs, trying to burn as fast, trying to just condense it as much as possible.
You watch all his
Damage
videos
makes
and you've
a
never seen him
huge
play?
difference
Okay.
in that, and we even saw
Because
that
he
on the
doesn't
final
use his
boss
gameplay.
there.
I mean, I'm
But
invested in the story.
It's amazing
But, like,
to see
his
how
videos
these
are, like, a
have
year
just
behind. Like,
already
So you think
hit
his
the
gameplay
ground
sucks?
running.
I've
Mace,
never
as
watched his
you were
gameplay, man.
watching, what were you seeing from
Let's
this
start
one?
some drama. Do you think he's good?
Man, listen, I got into this
I
run,
think
and
Shindig
do
is a
it
fine
where
individual.
Bonds are raw
Okay.
first
Fine
with
individual.
the
Damn, you didn't even
Nice
say anything
PR
about his
answer.
skill.
Cash and
Damn.
Victoria
Nothing about
as
his
well,
skill,
and I'm like,
just his person.
Hold on, what is happening here?
Look.
Is it really
About the
happening?
personality.
And then Skilly ends up
What?
being a little bit not so skilly as the void puddle takes him down not once.
Like, okay, his rate
but
series is a year
twice,
behind. That's my only
unfortunately.
complaint.
It's a little bit. Listen, I
That's
play
your only
Rally.
complaint?
I know
Yeah.
these
Like,
puddles are
I
so
still wanna know what
mean.
happened in his
Grow
Dimensius
up.
tier.
You need
This
to
is
fight where
fucked
those
up, by the way.
bullets
How are
are
they just
lying,
showing
but
Skilly
this
dying
just
to the puddle twice?
cannot happen from here on out.
Well, it was notable.
I do it having a really rough time in this series.
Now people are
We
making
saw this
fun of
little
him.
bit of a routing difference.
Who's
I know
we?
you
That'll
guys
be his
talked
legacy.
about
That's what you
that
sign up
as
for
well.
when you do the MDI.
Mandatory electing
That's
to
kind of
go
true,
right
you know.
side.
Like
That's what
everyone
you
just
get.
fucking types exclamation mark DQ in my chat, and we're just
That's
like,
why you get paid the big bucks.
Let's go,
Fucking
Kush.
bullshit,
Okay,
bullshit.
I'm betting on the next map.
Oh, that was a shocking incident.
Kush, DM me when you're gonna
Damn,
do
you
it, so I
wrote
look
all
like a
that shit down,
prophet.
didn't you?
Dungeon path.
Yeah, because this shit gets fucking repeated to me every other time I'm doing or watching MDI.
So you're a parrot?
That's Resto Druid.
So what you're
damage.
admitting
Yeah,
to is that
he's
that bothers you, and
chasing
your
Ginger.
chat should
Yeah,
keep
maybe
typing
he's
it.
not confrontation about
Yeah.
it, but he is chasing
You
Ginger.
never
I'm
admit
not
anything.
fucking
Anything's getting to you.
DPS
Nah, I'm a
on
stonewall.
Resto
That
Druid
shit
is
doesn't
You're not a
certainly
stonewall.
something
You're a
that
brittle
you have to
paper.
be aware
I'm
of.
rock
And then
fucking
we
hard.
saw a lot of
You're-
questions in
Yeah,
chat
me
as
too.
well.
Amen.
I'm fucking
Here's a
bricked up.
nice
I'm not a
little
fucking.
clip of
I'm not
that.
paper.
That spell reflect just took the
bricked
boss's
up wall.
HP down by like
BDG on
2%,
Smolder on kill.
So useful here on this and the last boss.
I don't know what that
Here's
means.
Ryzen.
I don't get that
That's when the
reference.
guy was bricked up.
That's some Raider shit.
Oh.
Finishes out on the
Like
last
the brick, the
11%
original
Yeah.
brick.
that they needed. You can see he's taking this job
The
very
first internet
seriously.
boner.
He's,
The
he's-
first
he's
one.
not wasting any milliseconds. He's ready. And then something really cool as he walks
First
back,
I've
he also
seen.
uses that word.
And you're on Reddit. You see a lot of them every
just
day.
a little bit faster into this.
You get
really,
Reddit
really
notifications.
nice
I
How
know
many
what kind
Reddit
of shit you look
notifications
at.
today?
Chef's kiss, perfect run.
I don't have Reddit
That was
notifications.
amazing to see.
Oh,
I mean, mandatory
you're
again,
the one that
every
brought
time
that
they
up.
jump into a dungeon, I feel like our eyes are just glued to the screen, and this was no exception. But you
That's all
know,
I'm gonna
I do
say.
it, while they had some of those deaths, I think they still
It's
managed
just
to
so
get through. There were
boring.
moments
Play
where you see them doing
StarCraft.
well, and especially up against me.
All right,
Starcraft
now,
That's a
I
I'm
did
needing
difficult
to check to
thing.
see.
So, I mean, Zyro,
Did
as we're
Ryson
looking ahead to our
play-
next map, which is going to be
No, he didn't.
Magister's Terrace. What do you think
What'd you
I
play?
do?
I just don't think there's any excuse for
And
not playing
how do you
coach's
think the teams
whistle
are gonna
in the
approach our
MDI.
second dungeon?
Well, I mean, again, like I
What
was
the hell?
talking about right before.
You
the
gotta put
Doesn't
that
matter.
mastery on your buddies.
You just
What
need
if
to
he hates his buddies?
Yeah, but
wanna have a
he
chance
what if
doesn't
he
want
hates his
mastery.
and
What
then
if
really
he's
have
also
a
hate
run
watching
there.
mandatory?
I don't think it would have helped if they had 0 deaths in that run because mandatory was just like.
I'm playing
they were
Racen's Druid right now.
there. But I think
What
that's
are
a good
Hogs
place to
playing? I'm
start
actually
from. Now,
curious.
the question for me is what the bans are going to be.
Probably
Litany
Litany
Ogre.
and.
Here, yeah. I
bet they're playing
No,
Litany.
no, yeah. I
There's a
heard
lot of
Lindy
really
is like
strong teams in
terrible
that
to run.
key.
He's actually using Shadow of the
Get rid of
Empyrean
Devo Hog, get rid of
Requiem.
Resto Druid,
Yeah, I know what that
What
is.
the
Whatever the fuck
fuck
that
even
does.
is that?
swap to anyone
Is this
else.
another one of
Yeah.
those made-up things just for mandatory's team?
No, it's the fucking Lyra
You might
trinket.
see like the Mistweaver come out for them in this key. It's a lot of AoE
I
that
still
can
don't
just
know what the
spin
fuck that
entire
is.
time.
You know how Lyra has
Decide
two
if I do it,
crystals
yeah,
it
Red Beam
drops?
Gun makes sense.
Oh,
Red
sorry.
Beam
When you said
Gun
Lure
Yeah, they're all
Trinket,
using
I was
it.
thinking Seed of the Triumvirate Lure, and I was like, there's no way anything drops from
This
this.
is how you
fucking
know
lure.
you're
strategy
old.
for this key from Polish Mountain
Well, we
Guard
just got done
is
watching
massive
Seed of the
holes.
Triumvirate.
I feel like Guardian would.
You're a hateful guy, Dorky.
It's one of the few uncapped.
I think
hands
JB is
that
young
I'm
for his
not
age.
hateful.
Especially since a lot of their
Do you know how
games are
lucky
trash now.
the NA
Or his
Mythic
age,
Plus
yeah.
community that I
Mob.
exist? There are so
40,
many other
50
people
mob
in this
polls
community
is-
that would be
Why did that
considered
go?
old
The sweet
if
spot
it wasn't for
Guardian
Yeah.
me
Mob
being
Guardian
out here.
is gonna be a little bit struggling.
If JP
But
wasn't
that's kinda
here, I'd
true.
be
You
old.
Especially
do-
when I think that this
Yeah,
next
you
map
do
is
bring
so
the
huge
average
for
up,
them,
which
Makes.
makes me look young.
Yeah, it is, and it's the
Yeah, well,
first
your
time we're
age starts
seeing
with a 3,
That's a
so
good
you're
point.
pretty far
in
gone.
Magis's
Anyways,
tiers at all. We were seeing
JB,
those
your
crazy
age start with a
polls
4
from
yet?
Polish Mountain
Yeah,
yesterday.
it's been
Oh,
for
damn.
a
been a
year
four.
now.
Oh my God, sorry.
Oh my god.
Wow, I thought you were gonna say like late 30s.
Do it here with our brewmaster.
No.
Absolutely. We're
When
gonna see
Mythic
how
Plus
they do
came
it
out, I
mandatory
was
versus
32.
I do it map 2. coming into Magisters.
Sorry.
We got Ryson's Sun Kick coming back. Zyro calling out the name. And yeah, I mean, for mandatory and I do it, I think the first Bloodlust of the dungeon is going to be pretty interesting. We saw the teams yesterday, they were Bloodlusting on Custos.
Holy shit, this is a riveting first poll of MDI. Looks just like my plus 17 keys.
12, 13 minutes maybe. You need to press that
You're
Bloodlust
only doing
earlier.
17s?
I think that's going to be something that we're going to have to be watching out for both of these two teams right now.
Yeah, you gotta work your way
It's
up.
kind of a rough start to the dungeon, right? Because I feel like the first couple of pulls are really on rails here, right? You have to do this first pull the same as always because it unlocks the door to get to the rest of the dungeon. This next pull, I guess you could pull down to the Pyromancer if you're
It's a 17. It's 15 to 17 for all the maps. This one's a 17.
Kind of just been line of sighting around the door here.
I hope someone
Mandatory
here
are gonna
gets
do-
sent
they're
back
just
from
going straight to the
mandatory,
Pyromancer.
please.
Okay, so they are going for that.
Yeah.
and the casters are gonna
That
go
would be
lagging behind.
amazing.
Gotta get someone to tag that Pyromancer.
No.
Oh, they're having
Again,
Knob
at
the
this point,
tank
you're kinda
pull.
blocked by the Pyromancer. You have
That's
to wait
gonna
for the
say, oh, they're
Pyromancer
pulling
to
mad
die
Tank was pulling
before you
books,
move on to
yeah.
the first boss. But
These-
this is definitely
these
the most
books are
efficient way of
actually
doing it, and I do it are going for
really
the same
solid
pull on their
count.
side as well. So both teams going big in the first section of the dungeon.
Holy, that's a lot of
This
damage.
is what you need to
But
be
it's okay if
capable,
you have
right?
the
You need
most
to be able to
broken
grip
healer in the
matches,
game where you just
grip
press
healers
one
in
button
to make
hack
sure
and
that
No one
both
leaked,
of them are
instantly
getting
heal
stacked
everyone.
on top
but
of the
Kush did
Pyromancer.
DM me saying
And
he's
then
gonna
for
do
the
something
teams,
this
the-
dungeon.
while
So just
the
wait for it.
trash,
Oh,
you know, the
shit.
additional
I
trash
bet
on
on
top
him
of
to
the
die
boss
this
is the
dungeon
most dangerous
and
part.
poly market.
These MDI teams, they need
So
to
we
be
have some
focusing
insider
down
trading
this
going right now.
Pyromancer because that's what
We're
unlocks
fucking
the
locked
door
in
to
onto
continue
this.
to allow them to progress further through the dungeon.
Holy, Mirrors is getting absolutely
Yeah,
crushed
and
by
I mean,
these
they kind
mobs.
of want to AoE the rest of it down as well, like because you want to be able to just kind of get the buff and move
I
on
know.
without having to deal with these casters behind. So even if
I feel like
the
surely
Pyromancer goes
this
down early,
CD
they
tracker is
lose
not
the
accurate.
AoE
There's no way he's just sitting on a
bonus.
bark
That
skin and
being
two
said,
survival instincts.
Clean run for mandatory. I do it just a little bit behind. I think
Well, he
the
was
Crocs
getting
have a little bit
crushed.
less damage.
Probably in
Like
bear
Guardian
form and not
Bird
And
stacked
somehow
form, so
Kush
he can
has
have it.
two charges of
clutch in these first couple of
meta?
pulls, whereas it's just doing
What does
a
that mean?
ridiculous amount of
Two
damage.
orbs.
Well,
Oh,
we did
no,
just
that's
hear he
only
had some
for
tech.
Legacy.
Druid's really OP part.
Or
is
I
going
don't
to
even know
be
what that
in
means.
the hallway.
His
going
souls.
into that
You need
second
50
boss
souls to
area,
cast meta.
And,
Yeah, but I mean, there's no way. Okay,
the
no,
first
no,
pull
okay, that's making
after
sense now.
the
Yeah, sure.
second boss.
Alright,
Oh my
okay.
gosh, mandatory
Dude,
here.
see, I told you guys
Going
yesterday
ham.
somebody should
And
go
then
grab the
Custos
crystal, and it was
pull.
like,
This
I don't
is
know if it's
so
worth losing the
minimal. They ended up
fucking
grabbing the double familiar pack that's in the corner
the
as well.
cast to go
This
get
is
it.
a
And
but
there we
the
saw
the other
Mace
team
go
did
grab the
not
crystal.
kite it
And
towards
that,
this,
in
like
conjunction
mandatory.
with
This is exactly where they set up
Oh,
the
they
pull
did the
last
exact
time.
same. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly
they
where
did
they
the
set the
exact
pull
same
up
There's
last
a
time.
lot of players that can
Okay,
go
maybe
down
I'm
and die.
cooked.
It looks like mandatory are front loading all of their defenses.
Holy,
They end up
Mace team
slamming
for
down that
2 mil
Zephyr. They end up pressing-
DPS.
Everybody pressed a personal. You can see, you can even see that the
It's all
Blur
bad.
Devourer not
and the
looking. Maybe
Steel
this
are
is
still
the
running
tech.
the
Devourer is just
mandatory
not that hot.
DPS. That is an incredibly scary pull, but
It's all pad.
it
He's
looked
doing
clean and
sub-bear
effortless for
damage.
them.
Maybe you bring
Mace
2
was doing
DKs.
2 million DPS on that pull. Miraz is second on the meters, just thrashing away happily. Kush
You know,
wasn't
low-key
even employed
Frosty
at the start of
Ks.
that pull. That's why he's lagging behind high
Yeah,
the
damage.
good sauce.
So
Emphasis
Miraz
on
is like,
low-key.
all right, yoink, I'll take all that damage, buddy.
All right, Auguvoker needs to start buffing the tank.
No, I get it,
That
because
way we
they're
can
doing
see
low-key.
these real
Yeah.
the bear numbers.
Can you not manually prescience them? Are
You can
not
press
allowed
into
to?
them, but you can't
I
get
think
them
in the
out
casters,
of
it's
the
just
mud.
like CC.
Yeah. Instead,
That might-
we're buffing this Devourer Demon Hunter outside
Probably
of
just
his
didn't
void
cap
metal
them
right
before
here,
they went
who's
to the
doing a
boss
million
room.
DPS.
Listen, it might be the right play to manually
I
presence
don't
your
know.
bears on some of these pulls, man.
It certainly was there. There was a question as to whether he did, because like you don't really think about it.
Do you think
but,
he
like,
pre-science a bear ever?
Definitely was worth right there.
This is just an absolutely insane pull here from
Yeah, I
Kush.
mean-
just crushing Arcanatron Custos down. I do it
Whenever
a
they're in
little
CDs.
bit behind. They're also missing out on the Mark of the Wild buff. They've got the double monk,
Dumbass
which
tank
can
players.
be useful if you need to do a big pull where you want to double.
Yeah, first boss
paralyze
split
something.
is already
I can't
quite
think
a
of anything
gap.
in particular that you'd want to do that in this dungeon for it. Maybe it's just like a comfort thing. They didn't.
They
wanna
still
do
have a
anything
Kush
else
full
out.
wipe coming in, so
Either
lock
way,
in.
mandatory are going to be moving on here, pulling a bunch of
Yeah, I mean, they are still one full wipe from losing this.
Get that buff stacked on themselves, and then they're going to go into the AoE pull.
Right.
Just going to pull them
Everything on the
them.
boss?
This is actually
Or
huge
last pack, I
min-max
mean.
potential for them here.
Yeah, so
Oh,
Just
crystal
clicking the
on
crystal.
these
There we
You also saw
go.
on the screen right there,
Okay, these crystals
We
are
got a
good.
CC on the
100%.
caster
All the
back.
crystals are good. I take it back everything I said.
So it's 1% damage per stack.
Dude, I swear,
It
keeping a
doesn't-
caster around is
you
really
know,
Another
good. Oh,
crystal?
Mace
My
was
God,
second.
look at this
Those
shit.
stats are individual, but Macy now having a
Wait, I
20%
thought
damage
AMS
right before
prevented you
pressing his
from
army
getting
dead,
the
right
crystal.
before being able to
That's
blow up all of
interesting.
his trash, and those worms are going to be coming in a little bit later.
Maybe it does. Maybe
allowing
he's just
them to
taking it so nobody else
refresh-
can have it.
or not
What's the
refresh,
crystal
but
do?
stack that
10%
damage.
damage.
Now, something about these worms.
You see there's
they
20
do
sack he has?
explode on
Each sack is
death.
Oh
1%.
my
So
god, they
while
are
these
getting
Spellbreakers,
absolutely
they
shit
have
on right now,
Runic
but
Glaive on our
it's
entire
okay.
board.
Ryzen is
You know,
pressing
you see
one button
Ryzen with multiple
extremely
stacks
hard
of
right
Runic
now.
Glaive. With those
He is
words
hitting that
exploding,
button for
there's
his life.
potential for a death here. That's why you're seeing the anti-magic done. That's why you're seeing
His
everybody
HPS isn't
pressing
even really
defenses.
going up.
You can see on our defensive tracker, everybody's
I don't
pressing
even think
Yeah,
they're
they
defenses.
just
shit
don't
on
take
that.
enough
Coming
damage.
out. Every single button is
Well, I
being
mean, it's
pressed.
like
You're
extremely
"All right,
bursty
this is the only
damage.
time that we can even
It's like
die."
their HP dips extremely low and then it goes back up, but
did have 2 stacks of the
they're
debuff
kind of just
on
like
there, so it was
sitting at
probably
high
good
health.
He's got
defense
leech.
as well. Maystine now actually gets to press the AMS. He didn't want to use that and accidentally null the application of the worm buffs. We saw that happen.
Dude, is
before
Demonitor
Sparky
getting
Games
the
yesterday.
kick
You were
talent
very
not the
sad
most
when it
broken
happened.
shit ever?
But, I mean,
Like, do they really
massive
need that
pull.
talent?
Just
They don't
Yes.
need half of
perfect
it. I
execution
mean, okay,
once
low
again
key, that
from
talent's not
Mandatory.
even
Nobody
too good.
really ever even dropped low. And we're
Are you
Like, it doesn't
stupid?
matter too much. It's okay.
A
That's my
reasonable
line.
response.
It's 50% DR. It's not like
Druid is going +1
unkillable.
Oh, it's
So while
only
Mandatory
50%
did
DR.
all of the trash
Yes,
with
man.
When I
the
already
worm
have fucking
into the hallway,
tattoos
I
and
do it
50%
electing
leech
to
and
just grab the stuff
2
in the
charges
corners.
of
They're
blur
playing
and
a
all this
little
other
bit of a safer
bullshit.
strategy, and it kind of makes sense. The runic glaive.
Yeah,
is
you can
incredibly
dash through
dangerous.
that.
What's the most
Honestly,
balanced
both
spec
of
in the
those
game right
packs
now?
of mana worms,
Frost Mage.
just that random damage from those mobs, it really can end up causing a lot of problems, especially with if you have
Windwalker.
2, 3, 4 stacks.
I feel
of
like
runic glaive, and I think
Windwalker
that's
is
what makes mandatory special.
Dumbass answer.
Perfectly
Perfectly
That was
balanced.
interesting.
Yeah.
So they did actually
Yeah.
find a good use of the double para. Plus,
Doesn't suck at
So-
anything,
I-
isn't
I
great at
think someone in
anything.
the chat said that. You can just dash
Yeah.
through and it clears and you don't lose anything.
Here, Runic Glaive debuff taking him down. They have the battle res available, but now
Balance of all things.
Dude, getting Fury for
No,
kicking is
definitely.
more important than the
Actually-
DR.
Okay, so they saved the battle res. That's probably smart.
No,
They still
it might
have
be
CC up on those mobs in the
Boomkin.
back. But
Always
they are
trust chat?
losing
Yeah,
a
I
bunch
should
of
always
damage
trust
in the
chat.
meantime, and that means this pack is going
Yes, me,
to
they
Is there
did tell me
balance
I
to
could
do?
shift while casting Collapsing Star, by the way.
Going out on the players. That means
So lock that in.
Did you read that in your chat?
Like
He himself
Shimmer.
is under a lot of
No.
danger right now with the 2-stack of
Well,
them.
they all said Fire Mage.
I think that's something that's
No,
important to note
no,
is
they all
the
said
medical
Fire
resistance
Mage.
over the
Oh,
season.
man.
Devour Demon Hunter and
Please
Archer
don't say
both
Fire
are
Mage.
very heavy momentum-based specs where they
They need to
constant
buff Fire in
combat,
Arcane.
they need
It's
constant
crazy.
damage. And any death, it's kind of like we talked about a little bit last
Did you
season.
see death statistics, by the way?
If you ever have a death on your augmentation evoker,
Dude, I
I'm
don't wanna hear that
justified.
shit.
you lose
Okay, sorry.
That Arcane
the
Mage
entire
guy
world, like,
tweets
the
every
house,
single
the kids,
day.
Oh,
everything's
come
gone.
on.
If
Form's
you lose
just
that,
Form's a
lost
great.
all of your
He's
buffs.
so
It is
The
passionate.
guy is schizo as hell.
That arcane mage guy is blowing up my Reddit notifications.
Oh, I hate when my Reddit notifies go hard because of that guy.
Combat with them as well. This might have been something that they were trying to do to get the trash on top of Serenal's
No,
Splash
Form's a
later on,
good
but
guy.
because
He's just
he didn't have the
passionate.
Evoker for the first 20 seconds of the
I'm
pull,
sure he
the
is,
trash
but
pack
he's a
took
mage.
longer than it was supposed to,
Okay.
which means the trash wasn't available for the boss, which means it came earlier than they expected it to, and it just holy fired the Evoker, who was already low due to that.
All right, we got a little bit of a boss gap here.
Unfortunate for them here. They now actually don't have the battle res for
Yeah, I
each
mean,
minutes,
it's
so
quite
if there's
hard
any mistakes on
for
this boss, they're
I
just
do
not
it
Any
gonna
cool
recover
tech to
from
get up
here.
to the top of this?
A full boss.
I
event.
just dash.
That
Yeah,
You just wait to wild charge onto the DH.
That's a lot. But we do
So what is
know
it?
coming
DH
up
jumps
is,
up,
a potential
DK
for
gets
Okay.
rescued.
How big?
some insanity. Do they go for the Polish mountain pull?
Oh
Do
wait,
they
so
go
they're just
all the
running
way
up, but
to
they're
the
skipping the
third boss
guys in the
room
beginning.
and pull literally everything? Are they gonna lag our observers out again?
I
Yeah,
wonder if
mean,
that's worth doing in a hierarchy
getting this
too.
full
I've
size
always
is
felt
a
like
little
such a
bit
waste of time just like
tricky as
sitting
well, because
back
there's
here
the
waiting
caster
for
that's
some
in that
shredders.
hallway. There are
and
the
you could
skirmishers that
potentially
will spawn to random players. So
pull some
there's a
more
little bit of, like,
stuff.
random group damage that can happen. And then, of course, there are these void terrors as well.
Okay, so we've seen this pull
Spam an
from
AoE fear
one of the
cast.
other
Remember, we saw
teams.
this yesterday from Polish Mountain. What they did is
Polish
that's where the
Mountain.
Polish
augmentation
Mountain.
evoker kind of comes into play.
Yeah.
The upheaval, the stops. They don't even actually go for the kicks on the void terror. They just know that enough stops are going to happen. That
All right,
terror
Miss Fever,
wave is
let's
never
see
gonna
it.
Be going off. What's going to happen for
Spinning
mandatory?
crane
Look at
kick.
this, all the offensive
Spinning
I mean, the
cooldowns
damage
go
is
down.
actually just
The
so
defenses are
low.
going to need to be pressed here in just a couple of seconds as the void caller AoE, that consuming shadows.
These guys
cast,
are
not
rocking
only healing
20%
the void caller,
avoidance.
but
I was gonna
doing
say,
an
the fact
insane
that we're
amount of
both
damage to the
doing
entire party for mandatory.
low keys
I mean, the
and
Guardians just
they're
helping so
they're
much
sitting
with
on
crashing these mobs down
infinite
as well.
avoidance is
Observers
like,
fortunately aren't lagging
I
this
don't
time.
know.
That's nice.
Back
But
in my day,
this
we had
Polish
no
game just
avoidance.
clean, not a
so,
single
like legit, like that's
Yeah.
it's funny
going
how
off on the
that
group.
shit
I don't believe that
has
was a
swung
strong
in completely the
Polish
opposite direction, because
yesterday.
that
I
used to
believe they
be
got a little bit of a
one of the
good
The
complaints
opposite,
that
yeah.
the tournament players would have is like, we don't have any tertiaries at
We're gonna
all in the
slaughter
tournament
their
realm.
boss
Like
here in just a
this
moment.
shit, like my gear is
Uh,
better than this on
moving
live
on
right
quickly,
now,
right here, just
and
now.
you know, it's
Still
like
dealing with the last
it sucks to
30%
do this
of
because
Terror's
I
Yeah,
just
all
feel like I get way
gear on the
squishier when I
Banner
go do the
Associated
tournament
stats on
realm,
it.
and now
Mandatory.
you go do
This is
17 keys with
I think
like
this is
2
the
key
fewest
levels
pulls that
worth
you can
of
imagine Sir Terrorson. I don't-
extra mitigation.
This feels insane.
So this
route.
is all the
There's
AoE
one
shit's hitting you like it's
I
like
mean,
a
let's
15
think
or
about it.
something, and
Two pulls at the start of the dungeon.
Yeah,
that you
it's
have.
just-
Yeah.
Third pull is on top of the first
I don't
pull, so
know.
it's not an issue issue whatsoever. They
Yeah.
did
I think they
everything
need to
between
cook on
first
that
and
one a
second
bit
boss in
longer.
one pull. They did everything between second and third boss in one pull. Can they do everything?
It's definitely fine for
Is
TGP,
there,
but
is
it's
there
a little
possibility
bit.
of getting somehow more
I mean,
craft into
I don't
the
mind
second
giving
boss,
them
fighting that with mob?
some
Probably not.
tertiaries
Like,
because
I don't see how you
it does
would.
seem like
Maybe there's
you should
something
try to
there,
have
but,
some
like,
level
you
of
don't need to
parity
count
on
that
live,
with how they're
like
playing right there.
to be like, well, you should get
I
some
feel like there's
amount
no
of
breaks in
avoidance
combat that
for each or
aren't
something.
forced by
To me, I think they
force
should
being
just
locked,
have
right?
like an extra aura on Tournament Realm that gives you like 4% avoidance, 4% leech, and like 4%
Or how about the
speed or
opposite,
something.
where they try to make tertiaries more obtainable on
And I
retail?
think one of the things that we've kind of talked about.
I mean,
No.
I actually hate tertiaries as a concept. I just think it's
No, I
bad.
agree, but I mean, it's just part of the game.
Jam Turtle?
I wish they'd get rid of it. I think there should just be a certain amount of tertiary you can like. To me, tertiaries should start and end with enchants. You should be able to pick, like, for each season there should be some enchants. Like this season it's the helm, the shoulders, and the boots, and you get to pick, do I want speed, avoidance, or leech?
Mandatory is
And
less
then you
without
could
me.
put the enchants on that match the tertiary you want, and to me that should be the end of it. Is like you get to make a few choices about, do I want to be tankier against AoE damage, do I want to do some self-healing, or do I want to move faster? And that's all the tertiaries you get, and the meaningful part is that you get to choose how you want to apportion
I'm
those
adjusting.
stats. But when you start getting into being able to like buy your way into it, you know, if you want to drop several million gold, you can just acquire more tertiaries on your BOEs, and then if you get insane loot luck from raid or vault or whatever, where you get some giga item with, and last expansion was even worse because for whatever reason they made the tertiary budget on jewelry fucking insane. So if you got a ring or a neck with like avoidance on it, it added like fucking 2.5% avoidance or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's annoying that they aren't consistent and don't announce when they're changing it. But
Oh, wait, there was
this-
a tech, by the way. We just gripped that one mob with a ring of peace. You can continue.
This expansion, jewelry's back to just being more like what you'd expect for its budget. Like, it's just in line with what jewelry provides normally. So you want this expansion, you want tertiaries on like your chest, your helm, your legs, shit like that. But last expansion, getting it on a ring or neck was insane.
I'm surprised that because they end up pulling this. I think it's a
Dude,
tyrant that's on this.
that was a tech. That's got to be the tech. They romped one of the mobs down there to get a grip. So those mobs down there are actually not combined.
Oh, it's not count that.
They didn't Bloodlust first pull, no?
Yeah,
They
so
Bloodlust
I
the
think
pull
that-
And now I'm assuming
Or
they're
the
doing a
boss
skip
pull,
here.
This is
sorry.
what I expect to be happening next.
Okay.
Rop's coming
How exactly
out.
are we doing this?
Sigil of
Sigil,
Mystery.
sigil skip.
Push shifts up. Ah,
Yeah, you can all just
yes,
teleport up,
that'll
double
do it.
grip.
It was verdant embrace, human
Grip,
form,
grip.
wild
Bro, that shit
card.
is sketchy. Those
we
shredders get
rescued
really
the DK.
close.
Or we
And then those,
rescued the Misweaver Monk and then the DK.
So what? They just walk really close to the mobs and then
Now
port?
shadow step up.
Yeah.
To you. That's not a snap. That's a shadow step. That's
Yeah,
one
that's-
Where's Echo's
I
name?
mean, I guess if you
Mandatory? 'Cause they
accidentally
joined
pull 'em-
Mandatory's
So
Yeah,
we're
it's
good to
cold,
go.
but-
Amazing.
We're on to Degeneratrix. We have the remainder of our account. We're going to be cleaving this down. This is where that second Bloodlust is being popped as well. Mira is only briefly topping the meters for a moment before their DPS.
I mean, that is
are
kind of nice,
online.
though. They didn't have to
We are
go all the
once
way up.
again off
They
to an
just fought
insanely
like
fast run from
halfway in.
Mandatory.
I feel bad for Ryson here because he's all these mobs, but you can't just sit in the middle of them and spin because
Polish Mountains run was very, very impressive in here yesterday.
you can't
Wanna see
be
if this can compete with that or even
standing on
surpass
top of all your
I feel
teammates.
like the
So he's
Polish
just
Mountain
over here
route
doing his
was,
normal
like, the
rotation.
composition of the packs were very similar,
Holy
and
fuck, I
the
thought
number
we
of
failed
pulls,
the ball
I
for a
would not be
second.
shocked
Dude,
if it's
Kush
the
said
same
he was
number
gonna
of
die
pulls.
this dungeon.
I
I'm
think
gonna
it
lose my
comes down to
poly
the
market
essential
bet.
question of, like, who was just doing
But is he a
raw
dash to the
DPS,
beam or
right? Who's doing
something?
the most damage between mandatory and
Maybe
max
he
map
poly
Polish
market
Mountain,
bet against you and then
maybe
told
there
you
was
that.
No.
some edge
No.
that
Market maniping.
Polish
Oh, he
Oh,
took
he
an
got hit
orb?
by a ball, but he doesn't give a fuck.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh, not good for the old avoidable damage column.
That
You're
is
in a
horrible
fade
for the
raid.
avoidable damage
You have a
column.
ball going right towards you. This isn't going to kill me. I'm just going to take it to
That's
the face.
my 6th star. I got to get to my 7th. Please heal me.
Yep, that's how it works. Listen, when you can't kill your entire group with a crystal exploding, like on, the real Lura boss, you can get away with that stuff.
Dude, speaking of tertiary,
6-7.
wouldn't it just be cooler if
honestly,
they just
unkillable,
made
but for all intents and purposes, unkillable this season. Just the
gearing
passive
and
tankiness on
character
both of those
building
specializations,
more
or
fun?
both those classes rather. Is
What do you mean?
such
I always
that
thought it was cool.
it's
Yeah, it would be
really
cool if they
hard
made
you
stuff
had-
more fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I
When
like
you
fun.
had choices.
Even if they don't
Well,
it's
I mean,
still- normally it's just
fun
like
comes at a
leech and
cost,
the
though,
passive
right?
that are
It
What do you
usually
mean
comes
by
at a
fun?
cost, though.
Fun's a
that's able to carry them over the
pretty
line.
large term.
Dude, I mean, Devoured Demon Hunter, if you ever...
Well, fun
if you can't
gearing
one
means
shot,
you have like more
one
options
collapsing
instead of
star
just
and Void
having
Bull's gonna heal you back to full.
one
So,
More
like,
options
you're
fun?
also
possible build.
never endangered at any point.
I think
Regardless,
so. Yeah, why not?
mandatory, a sub 15-minute
Otherwise, it's just
We're
bland.
going to be sending them into
Or,
the
maybe
upper bracket
exciting is the
finals
better
with yet
word.
Another 2-0.
See, the thing
It's
is,
just been
oftentimes
nonstop
more options means
Disappointing
more
you,
farming.
Kush. And is that fun?
More farming, and it also means things are less likely.
Kush,
to
man,
die
I bet the
because
whole house on you. We were supposed to
Just
market in the
usually
nip,
come up
and now
with
I'm
some
homeless.
crazy build.
And the other thing is that a lot of times
Speechless
when you have
sometimes.
options in this game,
And
you
while
don't
there's a
really have
long road
options.
ahead of
There's
them,
just
it
like
is
one thing that's
phenomenal
mathematically
seeing what
better,
they're
and
able to
everyone plays that.
accomplish
Well,
so
no,
early
I mean
in the
usually when it comes to like
competition, let
utility
alone where
or
they'll end up by the time
where
everything is
like
said and done.
BFA
And while
essences, for
Mandatory takes that
example,
series
right? Like
2-0,
healers
they
always
are
had
challenging their
different
competition to
choices.
try and reach
Sometimes
new
they would play
heights, and
well,
it was
the
a
one that
long
you know
shot
stores healing.
against a
Sometimes they
team
would
like
play
Mandatory,
Crucible
but
Flame.
I do
Sometimes
will be
they
heading
would
down
play
to
The
the
GOAT
line
at
for
zero
a
avoidable
people
damage
are
taken
being-
yet again.
comeback run.
There were like many
Ryder,
different
as we look over everything here,
options,
I mean,
right,
this was a
that
phenomenal
weren't
run of
necessarily
Manchester
just
Terrace.
this does more
What
damage
did
or
you
this does
see
more
with the
healing.
stats, with their numbers, with the routing, everything that they
Well,
brought to
both of
the
the
table was
Augavokers
I
is
mean,
0 avoidable
You look
damage.
at the DPS here, and you're
The
like,
goats.
wow, the players
Is
on
all just
Mandatory
bad
have so much
easy?
more DPS than the players on I do it. It's just a route difference, right? Mandatory did bigger pulls.
Dude, it's funny. You can probably tell who the shot caller is by the interrupt. Like the shot caller always has the most interrupts by far.
To have those higher numbers. This was just a full routing difference. Like the
So
routing
it's,
gap was
you're
just
saying it's the healer?
I do it.
No,
not
Maystine
out
had
of
the most by far, and then the
competition
tank
yet.
had the most by
I
far
think
for
that
their
they
team.
have potential to be
So I'm
one of
guessing
our
those
top
two people are the
teams
shot
still.
Do you think
callers. Well, I know
Maystine shot
Maystine.
calling?
If they can play clean.
I mean, he did when I was
When
there.
you have
Maybe
to
Genki's
play
doing it because he's a
as
Evoker,
well as
but
they did in this second map.
Yeah, but
away from
Evoker's
them,
actually
they
like
get out of this group.
it's not the evoker
Absolutely. I mean, I
of
know
your
I do it was
MDI.
saying that they
yeah,
didn't feel like they
it's harder
had
now,
as much
right?
time to prepare
Yeah.
as they hoped.
I think from the times I've seen
But when you see
Gingy
how
play
long that
outside of
preparation
Thank you
or
for the
a lot of
prime.
these
Hope you have a
thoughts,
wonderful day.
strategies
Echo,
that go into these routes can make such a huge
he
difference. I'm sure
was
they're
usually
already
not
going, okay,
shot
how can we
calling. Like
tighten
it
up?
would be
How
like
can we
Maystine or
continue to push through so that we can end up in the
somebody
top two
else.
like we hoped? But Makes had even more perspective on this as
Yeah,
we went
Maystine was a
through,
shot
and
caller
I
when I
have
was
no doubt
there.
you have a lot you
He
want
did
to
pretty
highlight
good on
from
it.
the run.
I do. So the first thing that's very different to the Manchester
Yeah, so
Terraces
it
that
might
we've
very
seen
well
so
be
far
someone
is the
else, like
fact that they don't
Maystine.
go 1-2 into Pyromaster. Instead, they play the first pack to unlock the door, then they take everything down here into the Pyromaster. And just a quick note to no one in chat in particular, the book that moves here, it can clip through the shelf on the left-hand side. So just make sure you're not too close to that shelf. It can end up badly for you. But then we went on, and I
Because she
wanted
got
you
in
to
this poll.
gaze
Bad
towards the
gameplay.
player names as well as her damage meter.
49
because
stacks.
on the player grid, you can
All
see
the
that
ads are
they're
dead.
really stacked up on those energy infusions, up to like 20 stack. That's 20% more damage. And Maystine reaching a full 2 million damage there. It's just absolute insanity on that unholy DK. Unfortunately, for I Do It, the run wasn't as clean. Not only was their pacing not as fast, but also they had a couple of issues here and there. And then we saw what we kind of were dubbing the Polish mountain pull, but I think Mandatory has claimed the right to this dungeon by nearly underpacing them with a minute timer difference. It's just an insane timer diff. It was 15:37 for Polish Mountain, and Mandatory just locked in 14:46, I think. So just really fast. A little bit of routing difference here as well. Usually teams like to just walk on by this Void Walker Terror Pack.
Now what?
Mandatory electing to play that, and then I know you guys were talking about it as well, but I want to highlight it one more time. The way they got up there is just so cool. Normally you only see this with Warlocks, and the fact that people use that gate, and instead the team here using that Stone, using their racial, using that double jump. It's just really
well
cool
on the grips.
to see them get up here, and then the mobs of course port up with their Shadow Stab. Very nicely done by Mandatory, and probably the cleanest done run we have seen in the MDI in quite some time, I have to say.
I'm so upset. There was no
Fuck is
mandatory
super
deaths,
OP.
man.
I do wonder, like, at that
I was ready
many
to- my phone
mobs,
fingers were out
and
if
everything
someone
else
for the
maybe did
cheer.
more damage.
A little too
Like
clean.
a Demo Warlock or something. Like, obviously it was banned, but like.
You're losing a lot of stops though, right? When you
Okay, you know what? That's a good point. That is a lot of stops.
Yeah, it's a trade-off, right? I mean, it's amazing to see what they're able to do, even just with what they have, right? And some of that tech, let alone Makes, when you highlighted how much.
I mean, that was one
shorter
of the things
run was than
that
Polish
I
Mountain,
think we
which
lose from the
yesterday we were
tournament
like, can this
by
dungeon go any
not
faster?
having
Probably not, and here we are, and it did.
quote unquote like
But this
exploit
is
kind of
gonna
shit going
set
on, like
our
snapping.
bracket. here with
is
mandatory moving on.
those are the
upper
polls that
bracket,
are
and of
most
course,
likely to
Activate
go
going down
wrong
to
and then
face
create
whoever in the lower
chaos
bracket
and
will emerge a victor from our lower bracket series.
the
But
kind
looking
of
over everything, I mean, Tuttles,
wildly
what do you think about what we've seen and where we're
car
headed next
crash
with Polish Mountain versus
Jersey
Sunspell
bit
Bug?
mandatory.
style wipes that
For
I
me,
think the
where
MDI
it
is
came
known
from,
for.
mandatory, they're continuing
I
to
don't
play
know.
like the #1 seed. I said at the top of the show. Until proven otherwise, I'm going to continue to believe that they're going to be the #1 seed.
I mean, I
They
think
just-
in
Oh, damn, that
terms
was
of
a
team
quick
strength,
why
it's
they're
like
First round.
the #1
liquid
seed.
mandatory miscount.
So everybody else in my
Yeah.
mind is playing for that #2 seed.
This was
And
kind of
that's what I
expected,
think the stakes are on the
but
line for the rest of the day.
there was also
Like,
nothing crazy
who
coming
is
out of
going to be
mandatory.
coming out of this Polish Mountain versus Sinspellbook matchup, which puts them in a really good position.
That's
making it into
XDD.
that upper bracket finals. And what is the rest of the team?
See,
look
I
like in
think
that
what-
lower bracket, is anybody gonna be able to make a miracle run? Those are kind
What
of
I
the things that
dislike the most about getting rid of like snaps
I
and
mean,
shit
it's
is
really anybody's game.
I feel like if
although
you
we
get
have
rid
these
of
big
those
powerhouses like mandatory, like
strategies,
Polish Mountain, we have a lot of teams
then
that are still putting up very good
this
times,
format
and
of
I think
MDI
they'll just continue
really
to
leans
learn and continue
into
to try to
the
get that
complaint
bit
Snuck a team in
faster
there?
that like
so that they can
these
make
are
it
just
up.
low
Liquid?
keys.
But Polish Mountain
Because
versus
to me, the
Sunspellbook
thing about
is
the
going to
MDI that
be
always
one of
distinguishes
our
it, you know, there's
biggest
always been
matches
The
complaints
team
today.
that
so long
almost
as the
won the
MDI's
last
existed that
GP
like
by like 3
this is
seconds.
boring because it's just low
Broadcast, and we
keys
cannot
and
wait to
like
see
I
what
don't
these two teams are
care
gonna have
and
in
this
store.
doesn't resemble what I'm
Future,
doing
it
on
could be
live.
either of
These
them
guys
that
are doing
continues
crazy
on.
polls
So be sure to stick around. You won't
that you
wanna
never
miss
see
it. In
on
just a few
live,
minutes,
so
we'll
I
have
can't
that
even
Polish
relate
Mountain
to it.
versus Sunspellbook
And like
matchup.
that was a criticism, but it was also I think what made
Yeah, they were like 3
MDI
seconds
interesting
behind
to watch
miscount.
was you were witnessing shit that you'd
TGB
never
is
see
an
on
MDI.
live because
Also, 3 of the members were
it
in
was-
Perplexed who competed in
people were
every
coming up
single
with these
MDI.
crazy strats with snapping and skips and stuff that nobody on
Miscount
live would ever
has
take
never
the time
performed
to
in MDI.
invent because it
I
wouldn't
want to
work
say
in
never,
high
but
keys
their
and it
MDI
wasn't
results
worth
have been bad.
doing it in low keys.
Their
'cause why would
GGP
you
results
care?
have been really good.
But now, if you're not allowed to do snaps or
And by bad, I
any
mean
kind
like
of
third,
like
by the way.
bug out type mechanics,
Quote unquote.
it really
bad,
does
that's
just
pretty
feel like
good.
we're watching optimized M0 routes. Like this is just what this feels like. If you were incentivized to run M0s as fast as you could during like heroic week, and you spent some time practicing for it, it feels like that's what we're watching now. It's just how fast can we blast M0s to farm loot.
I forgot I did 180 M0s.
Yeah.
Was it
Repressed
that bad?
memory. Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah. I remember
How'd your funnel do? Horrible.
Shaq and fired up laughing as you guys had your like evolution of what was going to be required. Because they were like, bro, right now they're telling us
Yeah.
we don't have to do M0s next week, but that's not going to
Yep.
last for more than like 2 days.
Yep, that's why we started
Yeah.
early.
It's funny because like I was there for it when it thing. It was like I was playing Fellowship with Max and Fired Up at the time, and they were like talking about how like, oh yeah, like we don't have to do that many things on like the first 2 weeks because we have 20 characters or whatever the hell it was. And I was like, oh, so M0's not worth doing. I feel like there's no fucking way. I like it because he was saying that like, oh yeah, we're not doing M0 because it's not worth it, and I was saying like, there's no fucking way it's not worth doing M0s.
Yeah.
Also, what the fuck are you guys gonna do if you're not gonna do M0s?
I mean, leveling. I watched the entirety of all Game of Thrones seasons while leveling, and like half the time I was streaming too, so I wasn't even
Holy.
watching.
First time or like rewatching?
First time, yeah.
Was it good?
I didn't watch the last season. I got like 3 episodes into last season, and then just stopped watching.
Did you enjoy it though?
Game of Thrones as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was good. And that's why I binged
I
it.
feel like I can't enjoy watching anything actively while I'm doing something.
Well, I was like mindless. If you're doing mindless content, you can watch stuff, but if you're like trying to key while watching something, it's horrible.
Bro, if anybody's
That's
in a
true.
queue with me and they're watching Game of Thrones, I'm going to have problems.
Why?
I need somebody
You don't like
to
Game of Thrones?
I need somebody to be paying attention enough to my key.
Okay,
that
but
they're
what if
not-
they're locked into the key and they're not locked into Game of Thrones at all?
Then I'm gonna be mad at them because I'm like, why the fuck are you watching Game of Thrones right now?
yeah, I mean, true,
Sorry, I
yeah.
died in this 23. Jon Snow just died. My bad. I got locked in on that for a second.
yeah. Yo,
Sorry,
what the hell? Spoilers?
Yeah, my bad.
Bro, what the fuck?
He comes back to life though, so he doesn't die.
Also, apparently Zorthus is watching MDI too. Should we invite him? You want to invite him?
Sure, the more the merrier.
I don't know if he wants to join us, but you can ask him.
You brought it up and it said we can ask him.
And yeah,
Yeah,
Do you
I'll
think
be
we should
DM.
invite him?
Yes.
Maybe
Well,
we shouldn't.
I gave the suggestion, and one of you guys can choose to
Not it.
ask.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have Zorthus on Discord.
Neither.
Holy shit! You fucking hate him or what?
Well, in as much as I guess I hate everybody that I don't have as a friend on Discord.
Go ask him in his Twitch.
Go ask him in his Twitch. The problem is I have screen display turned on, so anything I
Same.
do on my screen gets. I have to sit here watching just the VOD, or else it gets weird. I feel like as the person that suggested we invite him, the onus falls on you to
100%,
invite
yeah.
him.
Nope.
This is actually standard dorky behavior. It'd be like, you want to do
it's
keys, and you're
crazy.
like, okay, and then he invites you to a
Find
group
a
and then gives
team.
you leader.
Yep.
Well, I invited you, so
So,
you know,
yeah.
you have to carry the torch.
Yeah. It's like the way you got to do it is like a pyramid scheme where you invite the person, then give them lead, and then they invite a person, and then they give them lead, and you do that all the way down the list.
That's how it should be.
We're back, and up next is Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. So chat, get your predictions in now in the poll that you can see put up. Now, we're going to talk about this match up here that we have for Series 2, and we
Zorthus said he
already were
can.
kind of foreshadowing that this is going to be a
So
big
invite
one.
Zorthus.
These teams are both heavy hitters with a lot of experienced players, and really, it's going to
God
come
damn
down
it,
to
reach
whoever
out.
can
Or
just
start a
execute at the highest
conversation,
level.
Zorthus.
But Zyro, with this being kind of the
didn't bring
premier
up
matchup
anything,
today,
Zord.
most likely our number 2 team is gonna come from
Azortharian?
this
It
group.
didn't ever occur to
How
me
close
that
do
those
you
Who
two
we
have
cheering
sort of
for
a
here?
similar name.
No
So,
damn
based on
Fukush.
what we saw yesterday,
Sortharian.
Polish Mountain clearly was
Send
the better
Spellbook.
team.
What's
They
Just
the
had
most
the-
Telvin
recent,
here.
lights out
Send
run.
Spellbook
most
for
recent
sure.
Discord I've been in
Extremely
Zorthus with?
Since Spellbook looked a little bit iffy, right? They actually could have lost that series against Firmawand if they made
What just
a
happened?
little bit more clean. So, in order for
You guys wanna do
Spellbook
the
to
Wordle?
compete in this matchup, they need to play a lot better than they did yesterday. We know they're capable of it, though. They have a lot of really, really strong, talented players that have been in the MDI for a long time on their team. They just have to play a little bit better than what we saw from them yesterday.
You know, I feel like this is something that can kind of be said for both. Polish Mountain, we see them so strong in a lot of seasons. These moments where like, oh my
Oh!
gosh, they're going to be a top contender. And then consistency has gotten them in the past. Send Spellbook, same thing, where we just like
Why is this
see
so
in a
fucking
moment when
difficult
all
to
of the,
invite
whatever
somebody
configuration
on
the
Discord?
players are in
Oh my
that
god, why
season,
does his name
they
have to
come
start with a
together,
fucking
and it
Z?
seems like they're gonna make
I
this big
read
breakthrough,
chat,
and
man.
then
What
they
is
just can't
Satan?
quite get there.
Because he's
So, I mean,
Australian,
Mace,
so
knowing,
Dumbass
though, that we've seen
chatters.
Polish Mountain
Gotta
ramping
flip
up,
it.
we've had
I was
Send
gonna do that on
Spellbook
my
with these
own.
experienced players like Zyro was
I
saying.
wasn't, but
What do you think are these teams' strengths that they're going to bring to the table?
How do I invite
Oh,
somebody
I mean,
to a
I think
call?
both of the teams have a lot of
Scroll up to the top of
competitive
this Discord and
pedigree
click
just
the invite
like
button.
Zyro.
Because I was gonna say I'm gonna write Stinkus Cushes here, but I don't know why I didn't say that out loud.
Arguably players
I
that
did think
they
it, though.
have worked with before in their very first MDI.
have to add them to the group DM?
Kush, I was watching the last
Yeah.
MDI, and I look like a ghoul.
But I have to be friends with them.
The Royven Shella team. I think that's
Look.
pretty
Yeah.
fair, 'cause
Yeah,
usually
okay,
these
that's
two
too
are in
much
combination
effort. We're not
friends.
going through all this shit.
Whatever's around them rotates.
What
I'm
the
looking
hell?
like a
You don't want to be
ghoul.
friends with
This
him?
is how
I don't even know how to
consistent
find him
that's
again to add him to
No
the
sleep.
to
This
add
is
him
the
as a
grand
friend.
final.
How
Finals.
consistent can they be? Will they be the same
Fucked
that
up.
we saw yesterday from Polish Mountain, for example, or is Send Spellbook
Can I
going
cover
to be able
Grady?
to be even better than
Can
what
I
we
hit
saw
him?
because they look a teeny tiny bit weak around the corners? Or are we going to see big surprises in routing and class choices? I think class choices, in particular this MDI, so much
Why
more
can't you just
relevant
add somebody to a
where
call?
We just saw
Sorry.
it there with that Prot Warrior once again just showing off. So I think there's a good chance that this could go a little bit wider.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see. I mean, amazing to me that chat is so all in on Polish Mountain, but seeing how they played yesterday, I'm
No one
not
has to heard this on
surprised.
Discord
I
is
also
the
am just
issue,
like,
and
this
no one
is
wants to
time for them
invite.
to climb. They're gonna make it to the
Wait, this
peak,
is a pretty
finally.
crazy
Oh, hello,
prediction. I just realized. 82% Polish Mountain, 17% Send Spellbook.
Send Spellbook, you know, like
No,
we
I
said,
hate Pokemon.
chat's not backing them
Spellbook's
too
a pretty
much, but
powerful
maybe
team.
some of us here on
Yep,
the
I
desk,
feel
well,
like
let's
that's
go
just
ahead and
voting
get our
based on seeding.
predictions in. Dratnos, if you have to predict, how do you think this
Yeah,
next
maybe.
series is
Or it
gonna
could just
go?
be nobody knows who Send Spellbook is.
Polish
Because
Mountain. I do think that Send Spellbook
Polish
is
Mountain
being
is
I
done
love
like,
well.
Pokemon.
They looked really good
Pokemon.
yesterday as well.
you can call it, one of those teams that have been
This is probably a
in the
series
MDI
They have
for
name
like,
recognition.
some
when you
seasons
like
now.
look at your bracket,
Yeah.
you can sort of identify
Whereas,
which
like, who
series
the
are
hell
gonna be
is
the most
Send
important.
Spellbook?
And I think both of these teams are going to have this one very high on that list.
I agree.
Dude, I feel
These
like
are
my team
great odds,
names
by the way.
were
What are you thinking? What's your
the
prediction?
best.
And
I
Put
had
the house
like
on
my
Send
team names
Spellbook.
had aura.
They did it.
I'm going to say 2-1 Polish Mountain.
Incarnation.
And Ari over here is
like
going
Golden
to say
Guardians
2-1
Incarnation.
Spellbook,
There you go.
But I just want this
Okay,
to go
dude.
to the third
There's
map.
also NA's Last Hope.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a third map as well.
Like that
Zyra,
fucking
how
hits
about
That
hard.
one went hard if you guys
You know what?
play
Well, I
stop.
just wanna
You
say,
you
if
could have
see
made a
above
good
there,
pun about
66,000
About a North
votes on
American
my-
team by
my
playing.
all
It just
wow.
occurred to me. It's
On
actually an
Polish
insanely
Mountain,
good name.
Polska Garou,
So
2-0
Incarnation.
Spellbook,
Is that a cat?
they're about
you
to just
split
continue
that up,
perfect play from yesterday.
It's like
send themselves into the upper bracket.
Car Nation.
You know,
You wish you could reveal
Which is
I
what
would love to say
No.
that I'm
America
sorry that
is.
I'm like leaning towards
It's
Send
a
Spellbook.
What is this?
nation.
I honestly love seeing them come back. I
It's like an
always feel they learn a
automobile
lot as individual
culture.
players
Like
each
everything
season.
about the United States is
Polish
built
Mountain,
around
they looked
driving.
So good yesterday.
So
I'm
if
with
you
my
would
chat.
have
I'm gonna
made
say 2-0.
a
I'm
North
leaning towards
American
Polish
team
Mountain. I think they're gonna
that was
take it. I
like
think it's gonna be a
in
very intense
car
sweep.
Oh my god, I
Nation.
just fell.
It would be the ultimate pun
Oh, Jimmy looks so
about North
happy.
America
Nexus
and being a
point.
North American team.
Now, with what we've seen and what we know of the map, I mean, it makes
It
you
looks
have
so
any doubt
happy.
about what the teams might bring to the table for this one.
Okay, listen. Here's one thing I would
Okay.
like to see a team do. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing it in this particular mashup, but I just want to see a team go right and make that work. It's one of those things where if there is a dungeon that has the openness, I would like to see a variation of it. I think the left side has established itself as the main thing to go to, but it would just be fun to see
There we
a
go.
team do something.
Dorky went through the work finally.
Well, we'll see
Hello.
if anybody
Wait, how
does.
you know?
I mean, we
Hello.
like shaking it up. We like when
Because
someone
you added him,
engages
so that must have
well,
meant you
so I
friended
feel
him.
you. But this is going to be our second series of
we
the day,
friends?
Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook.
Well, how did
This
you
is
add
a
somebody if you're not
close
friends with
one,
them?
As both of these teams have a
You sent them the
history of
links.
excellence, of incredible
Oh,
plays.
wait,
and
how
the
come you didn't
players
tell
to
me you
back
could
it
do
up,
that?
But Polish Mountain has been blazing.
Well,
How do you create a link?
Through day one and into day two, no doubt they're aiming to do.
Isn't it
the
easy to
same.
add someone as
Here
a
they will
friend?
face off, and
Yeah, don't
Nexus
you
will
hate him
Type
so
the
you
name
didn't
in.
add him? You just sent him the link.
Yeah,
Which
JB, you
one
just
of their
refused
teams
to
up?
to add you.
No, it took
I
me
don't know
5
why.
minutes to find you on the friends list the first time. I had to scroll down to your name starts with a Z. I had to scroll all the way down on a server that I knew you
Oh,
were
so it's
in.
because his
Then-
name starts with Z, huh?
I went to go add to the group call and went off that screen, and then it was like, you need to be a friend, and I was like, I'm not going through all that again to find the Z
Actually,
name
we're
guy.
gonna see it. That's so
Yeah, you
cool.
could search
I'm so
the
excited.
server list, right?
I tried. No, I tried. I searched
Really?
it, but it would only let me. It would only show something like a message from Zortis, and he hadn't typed in the server. So I couldn't find a message from him. I had to scroll all the way down.
We're
on
rooting
the
for Send
friends
Spellbook.
list. They're on the members list, of which apparently there were like hundreds of people in that
Listen,
fucking Discord.
This is
By the way,
exactly
to
why I
interrupt your
wanted
rapping
to
real quick,
see
look
that
at Polish
right-hand
Mountain. You're
side.
going
Polish
hard
Mountain
right.
is
Holy
still
shit.
Those are my
going
goats,
full
except I want them to
gas.
lose.
No breaks.
They
You're
will not
on
stop
to the area
going
where that
W.
How many
first
people do you
spot
want to
stands,
lose in this
and that is a
tournament?
pool that is
Just every team that I
100%
want to root
able by that
against.
last. There's
Run
so
it, Dad!
many
No!
teams
Uh-oh,
to hit here.
uh-oh.
This is just
Wait, who's that?
gigantic.
Oh.
You see Somax dropping
That's okay, that's a
really,
healer,
really low
so-
here, presses IBF and
It's okay.
AMS
I
at
was
once to
doing
make sure
a
he
similar
is
strategy on my
safe
Mistweaver
as
yesterday.
they are chewing
Dude, look at that
through
pull from Polish
pack.
Mountain, though. Holy, that is sick.
insanity what
Look
you're
at
seeing
Shelly
right
liking what he saw from Founny yesterday with the one phase on second boss, which I guess will be first boss now. No, wait, this is okay. They went left, so this is first boss. But
And the
let's
team
see.
yesterday, when they did right side, they did it in like 4 pulls. It's just a right side.
Yeah, yeah, they did like legit a live route, and that was like one of the good teams too, wasn't it?
The danger looks like it's mostly passed for them.
Maybe it wasn't.
They're
I don't
now
remember.
on this
It was
wide
Shindig's team, I think, wasn't it?
It was Shindig's team and Zero Go's team. They like both
They are
did it in like
pressing the
4
lust,
pulls.
though, so they
Yeah, which
aren't
is kinda
going to be
crazy.
using it to try and one phase this boss.
Polish Mountain,
Will
though.
they be
Holy,
able to,
coming in
with their
strong.
composition, have enough damage to do that? Or is that going to be a strategy reserved for the Ellie Shaman comps?
Dude,
Is
why
a
is
question that I
Shelemento
have.
playing Shelemento and not
Yeah, I'm
Warlock?
curious
Is that
about
not the
that
most
as
fucked
well,
up thing?
but I'm not gonna lie, I'm
Shelly
Can we play Ellie to
spent
one phase
all-
the boss?
on the left-hand side
Well, Shelly
of
spent all
the
last
screen.
season playing
This is
Elemental.
so cool. The fact that
This
they
is
got
a
through
16.
this
He's probably cozy on it.
is an insane.
But he's like the
insane
Warlock, you know?
pack to
Yeah.
That's like-
do, and now I'm, of course,
That's like
also
me playing
curious on
Resto
how
Druid
they're
and
gonna be
JB
dealing with
playing.
other side
I
because
don't
that's
know.
usually where you elect to use
Go ahead.
I don't know, literally anything else.
That is certainly something we'll need to look out for, but My guess is the time crunch that they just got out of doing essentially 1/3 of the dungeon in one swoop, one pull, just has to be insane.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, it's going to be hard to compare until both teams have both of these bosses dead. You do see Send Spellbook already in boss combat.
Question
but
is, does this
it's not
slow
really a
down
fair
Spellbooks?
comparison because the
Or not, I mean,
left-hand
Polish
side of the
Mountain's
dungeon where
going
Send
left.
Spellbook are, you only have to kill that one pack before the boss to spawn it.
do you mean
whereas on the
slow it down?
right-hand side, you
That'd
have
be
to
the
go
big
through a
difference.
gauntlet of
Well, are we
several
gonna have
waves
to
of
like
trash
take
before you can actually fight that boss.
3-4
You can
pulls
see they've just spawned it now.
going
Here's gonna run over and grab some of
left
these
after
Sentinels
finishing
to
Everything in
take
the boss
onto
again,
boss
lock in.
here.
Yeah, that's certainly the one thing where you're like,
That would go
you
kind of
could
hard.
do that entire dungeon side into
You
one
can't
pull
do
track
everything on the boss, can
the
you?
left side of the dungeon where Send Spellbook are.
Everything
On
in the
the
last
Even
pack.
crazier because that's like more
'Cause you have
counts
to do the last
go
pack to
into
spawn the boss.
directly.
Yeah, I mean,
Still,
What?
I think
What
it's a
prevent you
pretty
from going
tremendous
full
pull
left?
That we saw them do just now here, and then
Does
on the
anything need to
side,
be
they're
kicked
in?
also
Dying.
going to get that boss
Everything
bonus.
does
So
damage.
we'll have to see how that.
There are
Robin
many
died
kick-
with
looks
Lust and
like
like not
cooldowns
even all
will
of
be
it.
available for that as
Yeah.
well. We
What
did
did she even
see
die
one
to?
team that,
I
like,
think she might have
was
died to us
able
early
just
though.
Oh, really?
PI Ali Shaman just
Yeah.
nuke that boss within
Especially if
one
you're pulling like
phase.
2 seers
I'm not
and
sure if
a lot
Polish
of
Mountain is going to be
swirlies going
having
on.
that access here. So let's see as that phase does come in, can they actually one phase her?
It doesn't really look like they're going for it here. Yeah.
Okay,
you
bye,
can see
Sorthus.
That flare already half
Awkward,
done,
oh.
and the boss is still at
Okay.
40% HP.
Well, that was a
So I
fun
think
group
they are
call.
they're committed to doing this in 2,
Yeah, fine.
which is okay. It's something that it might be a time save to adopt the strategy, but it probably does require, like you said,
Ow.
that Ellie Shaman, maybe even the power infusion.
I
as
can't
well,
believe
are
Dorky
both
tried it
required
so
for
hard
that
to invite
work.
him, and
But
then
it's
like
okay. It's only another,
he just
45
flamed
seconds
him when he
until they
joined,
get
so he
that
had to
next
leave.
burn anyways.
Yeah.
it's so messed
I
up.
flamed him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually so fucked up.
Boss 357. They're now back in the center area. Now some teams have been just going wing and then straight down the middle. Send Spellbook are electing to take both of these shades and then running all the way into the right wing. Let's see how much they're actually deciding to add onto that.
Zayla
Having
cannot
the
compete
center
in
of the
MDI.
dungeon by itself is already pretty tough, and there's not so much I would imagine teams can add onto that. But let's see how it goes as everything does come together for them here.
Did you hear about the ban
on
wave that
middle
happened
side.
yesterday?
Yeah, we've got some of those lingering
No,
images
what happened?
Were you in it?
chasing after
No,
Send
no, a bunch of
Spellbook. Now,
boosters
Incarnation
in the
is up
community got
for
banned.
Sky.
Oh,
But
actually, I
even
did
with
see
that,
that. I
you
did
see
see
the
a
health
bunch
bar
of like
dropping
crash
pretty
outposts
quickly.
from one of the
rest
guys.
the group is in some danger as well.
So
The
many
Send
people
Wait,
got
Spellbook
banned,
don't
really?
have a battle
apparently.
res either.
Where's this?
They've already used
Just
that on the first
one
pull.
boosting
Where did it get
community, like a
linked?
popular
If
one.
somebody were to go down here,
Yeah,
they
I
would
think
be
maybe
out
it was
of
in the
commission
GitHub
for at
Discord.
least 20 or 30 seconds while they run
was
back.
it?
That could be the end for them if that were to happen. You can
Or-
see Shelly
no,
getting
is
that
it in the
large
Right,
Healer
that's a good
Discord,
question.
maybe?
but easily dealt with by Roybin. The rest of the team able to start dodging these last couple of abilities, and the trash is starting to die here. So I think Send Spellbook have made it through the worst of this. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain,
Zalia's
they
ban
are
is
gathering a
permanent
huge
from
pull over here
Blizzard
on
events,
the
yeah.
left side of the
His
dungeon.
ban is completely
This
different
is
from
one of
anyone
those
else's
pulls
ban.
that is typically done with
Yeah,
Lust.
okay, here's the
So I'm gonna be
screenshot of
really
it.
interested to see how Polish Mountain
Copy
are able to
image.
make
You can
this
just
one
Google
work without
Zalia
it.
player ban if you want to know more about it.
Every time I look at this team gather a poll, I'm like, okay, now we're done. Okay, now we're done. Okay, we're still going. It's like it's the gift that keeps on
Okay,
giving
Polish
for
Mountain, though,
Polish
going pretty
Mountain, as
massive
they
here,
have gathered
despite
all
no
of
Lust.
these engineers. That also means we're going to be having a lot of mana batteries to deal with, but look at that short process of the pull all together as everything is melting in front of our eyes. Since Spellbook, however, have also made it through that pull,
All
and I
right,
think
so
did
Polish Mountain
factor for them on that pull.
one phase
is
the boss
fact
or
that
no?
Even with that unholy DK, that kind of cosplays as a
I didn't even pay
melee
attention.
No.
I wasn't paying
I'm pretty
attention.
sure they two-phased
with
it.
Midnight in particular.
Okay.
So that area of denial that was
I feel
going on
like
with all of those
Spellbook has to be
shades,
one
with all
phasing
of
this
those
to bring
AoE
elemental.
spots, with all of those orbs that pulls
Yeah,
out,
I could see
they can
that.
just stand a little bit further away. It makes
Like
their
that's
life a
got to
lot
be why you do
easier.
that.
So I really like the fact how they were dealing with that.
Yeah, so one of the nice things about the Unholy, like you said, is they can play from range.
It is a pretty
and they're
significant
not
time
too
save in
unhappy
the
about
MDI
it,
format.
especially if they're not out
Yeah,
there
for
too
as
long,
close
they
as
won't lose much
these
at all.
teams seem to
Yeah, we can
be,
see
like
both
in these
teams are
dungeons,
now
without
about to be
without the
getting into
ability to
combat
do any
with
like
the
crazy
second
shit,
boss
something like
for
skipping a boss
themselves.
phase
Of course,
is
different bosses, but on both
gotta be
cases, it
insanely
will be boss
valuable.
number 2. Polish Mountain using that Ring of Peace to just keep the mobs tightly controlled here. and then actually knocking them forward too. So they should be able to just go straight into boss with the remains of this, and that's exactly what they are going to do, getting straight into boss combat and then having a new focus target and just letting everything else die to that cleave so they can just keep the single target on the boss as high as possible, because that
Wait,
is
so
gonna be
these
the thing that
bans
slows
were
them
an
down the
error.
most here.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to keep in mind while those teams are finishing
Bans
out
were an
that
error?
second
That's what
boss,
that guy said.
normally
I mean,
you'd
from what
be
you're
like,
saying.
oh, now we can compare.
Oh,
their
sorry. I
two
thought you were talking
bans
about
once
the
that
MDI,
second
like
boss
bans
has
in the
died, but
MDI or
since
something. I was
Spellbook
like, who's
has
banned
the
anything
fate,
yet?
that middle of the dungeon pack that Polish Mountain has left up still, so that is something that I think
So
we're going
many
to
of
be
us
seeing
have
from
accounts
the
older
tier
than
two
our
count as
kids,
soon as Sen Spellbook
dating
have
back
finished out the
years
trash
to
that
when
you're
we were
currently
kids playing this
gathering
game.
to add
Holy
on
fuck.
to
No,
the
okay.
bans.
I'm starting not to
Zara,
believe them. When you start bringing in
will
sap
be the
stories, I
difference
don't
maker.
believe you
So
Yeah.
once
anymore.
they're actually on the bridge.
No,
That's
100%
when
it
we
wasn't
can
an
tell,
error.
and I'm curious how big
I was
Polish Mountain is
raising
deciding
money to
go
support
there
my
as well.
parents.
Yeah, that's what it
That they
sounds
would get
like.
Through Kazreth here as of right now.
I mean, I
Looking
heard
pretty
boosting
solid.
was
It is a
big money
boss that
back in the
can
days.
have,
I never got
you
into
know,
it. I kind of
some-
wish I
some
did, but
trickery, some foolery, depending on how things spawn. So I like how they're.
You know what I wish I'd
definitely
gotten
missed out.
into?
Working together, making sure that
Selling
all of these
shit on the
spawns are in
D3
favorable
auction house.
positions for themselves.
yeah.
this is gonna be
I mean,
one
a
of
lot
those
of games in
important things to
general.
check
I don't know.
here. So
I
there's
never
two big
liked
questions,
selling
basically.
stuff online
One,
because I felt like there
will
was always
Sen
some
Spellbook be
sentimental
able to
value.
one-phase this boss? If they
It's like, you know, I
Diablo
would play
3
these
loot?
MMOs.
Well,
no, not necessarily
make
like
that
Diablo
death
3
that they
loot, but like, you know,
have not
MMOs,
important.
right?
They'll
Like, I would
probably
have
be
like all
able
these
to
MMOs
leave.
where I
Two,
have
will Polish Mountain with 5%
insane amount of
less enemy
hours
forces
spent on them,
need to
and
do
whenever I
a
quit,
I would
pull
I could have
sell-
always
make up for
sold
that,
them for like
or
thousands
wow.
of dollars.
If-
But
extra and,
If
They're a
if I
horrible
could
spot.
legally sell every
time.
mount
Those are the
and
things that I'm gonna be
achievement
looking out
and
for
whatever
in
the
next
fuck on my
minute or two
account
here.
right now
First up,
for like a few $1,000,
$1,000,
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Really?
Having a little bit of
Yeah,
a
I don't
laser
give
I mean, I
a
can
fuck
would
about
too,
it.
for just a
actually,
few
low-key.
thousand.
with
Well, but I mean, the thing
Yeah,
is like,
it like doesn't matter.
I don't
like,
care
and
about-
I,
Yeah.
I can say this confidently because I swapped to EU, where I lost
Yep.
like basically every thing on my account that was anything like that, and there was like when I first made the swap, I remember thinking like, am I gonna care about any of this? Like,
That's exactly what I
and-
thought too.
and the only thing in that entire time that I was a little bit sad that I didn't have were some of my artifact appearances from Legion, specifically for Druid.
I don't think we'll
Because
see
when they
another
made the
burn,
change to
but
where you
they're
could
not
actually be
killing
like
within
your
that burn is
shapeshifted
also a
artifact
little
forms
bit
in
slower
Feral
than
or
what you
Guardian,
thought, so
I remember being like,
Power
oh man, I wish I
Rangers
still
were
had
able to do
the like
that.
neon
Yeah,
cat
I
form
think the
on
Power
EU.
Rangers really
Other
was
than
doing a
that,
lot of lifting for
I
that
didn't
phase.
miss
You're
any of
still
it
not
ever.
gonna see
Once you start
another
making
burn.
20 characters, you
can
have
see
no
the
attachment to
Gamora
any
up
character
Yeah, it's
at all.
just-
being
it's
Yeah, it's
chased
kinda
by
fucked.
Looney.
People ask me when
I
I was
mean,
banned if
that's
I
not
lost
how
any
it should
attachment
be,
to any
though.
character.
This boss fight, but
And like
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
nothing. I
back in
could
the
not care
center
less.
of the dungeon, the lingering images
by the way, Sen
have been
Spellbook did
gathered.
not
One,
one phase,
two,
and this is
three. How many
costing
more are
them
we
the
going to be
game.
adding onto that?
I should have played
entire
Disc
It's gonna be
Priest.
a lot slower.
Keep in mind, everybody, once you pull the boss, the bridge
Let's go Polish Mountain.
So whether or not you're standing in the correct spot, you
All right,
will
do they know Goop's
if you're
click
on
tech?
the bridge and the boss has been pulled because it will fall. Let's not have any
What's the
repeats of that
click
from
tech?
yesterday. but
Apparently, if you
this
just
is
spam
looking
click this
good,
thing,
having everything
you
together
fill it up
here.
a lot
Now they need
faster.
to make sure
That's good.
that they're
So I didn't
not
see Polish
misstepping
Mountain doing
into
that.
all of
I
that
wondered
area of
if
denial that is coming from
it was gonna work or not.
Yeah, once the
No, they're
two
spam
lingering
clicking it.
images that started
Okay, well,
down
yeah,
here,
Spam,
Sen
spam.
Spellbook is doing it.
Spam, 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 spam.
Ban
Ban them!
Well, only
ban
two
them!
of them were doing them.
Ban them!
No, they all were, but some stopped at the end.
Into the boss here. Now they do still
For
need to
whatever
collect
reason.
a bunch of count from this area, but they are going to just get into
But
boss
they just got
combat,
tired.
and the plan is just going to be this rolling.
Yeah, Shelly's
cleave
getting up there in
attack,
years now.
where
You
they'll be
can't
able to keep
be
getting all
doing
the
that
count
carpal tunnel
as soon
shit.
as they've killed
Yup.
off
Oh my
the
god, that
previous
image
trash.
just
But I don't
snapped
think they wanna
down. You
go
saw
into
that?
Yeah, that's
the
why a lot of
other
players
side trash
AHK
until they've
for,
done
carpal
most of
tunnel
this,
reasons.
including that light rot caster that's
I've
there. That
actually
one can
never
be
had
really
any-
lethal. Couple of those holy bolts start going off on people, and that is a lot of extra.
What would you
healing
call
that
it,
will be
like
required.
wrist
Wrist
issues?
issues? Yeah.
Repetitive
So,
motion
just to give you a
injuries.
little bit of an idea
Dude,
on
I swear
how
AHK is
fast
so
Polish
broken.
Mountain
I'm
really
surprised
is.
Blizzard hasn't banned
the
it yet.
fastest Nexus point seen as we've seen from teams teams.
Is it not banned? I'm pretty sure it
It's
is
not
banned.
banned.
Banned
No,
as
it's-
fuck.
no. AHKing as in like holding down a key and a program repeatedly hits that key.
Not even past that 12 minute
That
mark
age,
Well,
yeah.
have they
I
not?
knew it did have two
they not said
deaths in
anything
their
about-
run,
That
but
is not
here
bannable. A
is-
lot of
you're
people
so
in the
fast.
race use
This
it.
team is so impressive, and the fact that Mandatory was
Well,
able
you-
to
I don't think
basically
you-
I'm
you're
gonna
allowed
double
to do
check
that.
that.
seconds in the
Awful.
Magister's tier.
It's
Send
public
me a-
knowledge. People
Send
use
me a
it.
list of people that use
Okay.
that.
It's public knowledge. People use it. I'm not leaking
Yeah, this is
anything.
gonna be really
I'm
Dude, how
let me get
crazy
a
would it
name.
be
Who's
if
somebody that
the
uses
next
that?
day a bunch of Liquid players just got banned?
It is allowed,
But
apparently.
we can't lose sight of Lothracian.
Not apparently, it is allowed.
Apparently.
I don't know why I said apparently. It's
Allegedly.
allowed.
Who goes up
Hockey
1-0?
Auto hockey as in
allowed.
Right
if
now,
someone holds down a
Mountain
key,
Wow.
it spams that key like 10 times a
Who
second.
who does this, for example? Who's the person that utilizes this tech?
They'll be able to press theirs whenever it's convenient.
Yeah,
but
tell me,
after
let me know
Yeah,
if
if we're
all
so
the players
this is
are
not bannable.
using
Who's
AHK.
No,
doing
okay,
this?
now I'm not confident, but people do use it, and Blizzard said it's okay. No, I'm confident.
From that death they had.
Because, like, what if I say a name and the guy gets banned? Like,
That's right. What if you do say a name, somebody gets banned?
No, it's allowed. It's allowed.
If it's allowed, then let me hear some names.
Polish Mountain only have to burn the boss, and they'll be able to stop.
If
the
you're not
I
naming
don't use
names,
it. I just want to say I do not use it.
Oh, but
I
who
hit
else
my
does?
keys like Ian intended.
in the final 20% of this boss.
Ratnels, you wouldn't be cursing our teams,
Okay,
would
well,
you?
let me see.
But it was an issue this tier. There's a couple of classes that is spell queuing issues. Frostmage was one of them. And if you used AHK, you didn't have any spell queue issues.
Interesting. So, Liquid has two mages. One of them
Uh-oh.
says they didn't
No, no,
use
no.
it.
No.
I wonder who that leaves. That could have been using AHK.
Into the single digits, 7% still remain as Polish Mountain
Take a lot of
lock
deduction
their way
to figure that out.
1-0 in this best of 3. But it's not won yet.
Well,
since Spellbook has
it's
something to
allowed.
say
AI
about that.
overview,
For now,
which
they're
is
taking
not
this
the most
back.
accurate thing ever. Using auto
Yes.
hotkey in World of Warcraft is generally not allowed and can
Putting
lead to
them one
bans.
ahead
Blizzard
here
policy
in
prohibits any
the
form of automation,
competition
including
here in our
third-party
second
softwares
series of the day.
that trigger
But
multiple actions from
incredible
one
seeing
key
that
press
run,
or
and
Yeah.
act
Riggs,
on
you
its
got to
own.
see the right-hand routing
It's
that you were
So
publicly
it's
known
probably
it's
one of those,
allowed.
like-
That's
at it.
crazy.
How do you
Okay.
think it panned out? Do you
Okay.
think it's a good
So
strat?
you will name names then.
I love it. I'm so happy
Because
we
it's
got
so
to see it.
allowed.
I was kind of just thinking about.
Maybe
the
it's just
fact
one of
that,
those, like, you know,
could make sense to
it's
go there,
like,
'cause obviously it's a little bit.
If it's just one act- like,
simpler to pull
It's like
They
selling.
only
It's like
use it-
selling
It's a
add-ons,
while,
right? Like selling
regardless,
add-ons
but I
is not
wasn't sure
allowed,
if it's
but you know
possible.
nobody really
Polish
gives a
Mountain
fuck.
just
Like,
said,
if they
"How
hold
much do you
down
want to
W,
pull?" Yes.
The program
So,
will
I
hit
love
W
it.
10
I'm
times
so
a
here
second,
for
for
it.
example.
I love seeing it too, honestly. So
That's what
impressive.
AHK is.
Polish
I
Mountain,
know.
They are just playing
I
at
am
the
a-
top of their skill. It's amazing
I
to see,
am
or maybe there's even more yet to
skilled
come.
in AHK.
Okay, someone in my chat said Tettles
But
used
Zyro,
AHK
with
one button on
everything we
stream
saw
when that
from
was
both of
new.
the teams there, how
Okay, yeah,
were
but I mean,
you
Tettles
kind
is
of
not
taking
the
in
greatest
this incredible
person
map
to be using
Oh,
as an
come on.
example.
Polish Mountain
Oh, you want to get Tettles banned?
Yeah, obviously, I want to highlight the right side pull, right? That was absolutely insane.
Yep.
There were question marks about
Okay.
how that pull would
Anybody else you want to get banned today?
without accidentally spawning if that
I can just name any name right now and we get them banned.
no issue for
You
them
could,
whatsoever, and they're able to get this RP started so
But it
much
can
faster
only be a Liquid player.
than
We won't
any
trust
other
if it's
one.
anybody else. If you
Well,
start
Echo
naming
players.
mandatory players,
No, Echo players. I was an
I'm sure
Echo
they've all
for a year.
I'm sure they've all reformed since then.
Whenever they fixate on the mobs,
You can actually do some really OP shit with AHK.
Yeah, you can.
That's why they ban
Also,
you for
there
it.
are people who abuse the fuck out of. Like, we actually had this conversation on Potty C before, because like apparently cheating is an extremely rampant thing in the PvP scene, and I've
Yeah,
always
they
wondered,
use AHK.
why are people not?
People are really
Well,
mad
not
about
just AHK.
PvPers
But
using
I'm talking
that.
about yeah.
Oh, kickbots and stuff?
Yeah. And I'm just like, I mean, you could do kickbots with AHK too. But
Yeah.
going to the right side and going for that big pull, of course,
I
the
don't
big question
see
mark is,
what's
okay, what's the
stopping
side look without the bloodlust for them?
PvE players from
just as big
abusing
as they
it.
would
Like,
have
I'm
gone in
sure
if they
there
had
are
the bloodlust.
PvE
As
players
people
that are
use it.
abusing the fuck out of this
Insane.
that
And
nobody
the thing to
knows
keep an eye
about,
on for that pull is
or
not
very
only
little
the
people know
cast on the
about.
mobs, but
It's
just
because
something
Blizzard
on the
cares
ground
about
when you're
PvE.
Dealing with all of that AoE on the screen is difficult to deal with. This boss is a lot
Well, no, I
Games
mean, like,
left, there's like 3 more matches, 4 more matches.
I am saying that
It's a long
people
day.
are
Even if
probably
it's a safe spot
abusing it in
there
PvE.
for
It's
that
just nobody knows.
detonation, that could
Yeah,
have
yeah.
looked a
Well, no,
lot
I think people are
different
abusing it in
if
PvE.
they, didn't have that safe spot there. And then it was a scary moment
Yeah,
here
the
where
people are
you're
they probably are
actually
abusing it in PvE,
not
but they're
able
not
to
doing
get
it
that
openly.
light
Whereas in
control, and
PvP,
the
you
team
can
is
be flagrant
slowly
about it,
trying
and
to
I
get
just don't
away
think
here.
Blizzard cares.
Highlighting also this tech
Oh,
here
I see what you're saying.
from Sin Spellbooks.
Yes.
I mean, it's definitely more
The
obvious
sigil
in PvP
is
because
actually
like you're
faster than
directly
just
interacting
channeling, so they
with
make up a
the
little bit
players
faster,
that
only a couple
are
seconds, but hey, in the MDI,
using
every
it.
second
So
counts.
if someone does like
Unfortunately,
some
it just wasn't enough, and they
inhuman
were
shit,
far behind due to
Oh, it'd
the
be broken on
superior
Bear, right?
weapon
With
and
Iron Fur?
probably just overall better damage. The
well,
August
I
just
mean,
so
it
strong
could,
this
so like you could probably make,
I'm a little
for
surprised
example,
we
on
didn't see
AHK,
the
you could probably
auto
make something
combo
where like if you hold
from
down the
Sin
kick
Spellbook
button,
because that seems like
it'll automatically kick when.
Oh, I'm talking
It
about like
detects
legal
a kick on your
age.
screen, something
Like
like that.
that's illegal.
Legal
for sure.
age
Yeah.
K.
That's a legal age K.
You could probably make
but getting the boss to like 10% isn't enough. You still have to
damage
do so much
rotation
extra
bots
damage to
too,
the
where
boss to
like it'll.
Yeah, but this is
So
like
Yeah,
scripting. This isn't AHK how I'm talking about it.
Since Spellbook, they did look a lot better today.
Yeah, I know. You can do many things with it.
Okay.
You know, it's good to see from them. I think, again, we know that Sense Spellbook, they have
I
the
do
players
think it
with
should not
talent.
be
They
allowed.
can do this, but how they can bring it
To begin,
together
like,
and really
pressing
execute.
out
Okay, so
the
now
key
you're
and
just trying
autopresses.
We'll be
to.
heading into
No,
Game of
it's so
next.
broken.
Of course,
But
we'll
like,
have some of
I never
the
thought it
fans
would be
and
allowed
Spellbook
eventually, so I
Rival
never
coming
got
into
used to it
play.
because like
So Dren
you have
has
to
the
fundamentally
veteran
change
Oh,
how
okay.
you
So
hit
you
your
don't
button.
use it, but everyone else uses it. I see.
Yeah,
No,
so
not
looking
everyone,
ahead,
but
we used the Guardian Druid and the
But like, for
Mystery
instance,
Druid
some
both
mages in
teams
Liquid use
next
it.
point
I mean,
zeros,
not
which
hopeful,
means if they
and
both
there's only
select
one
to
other
use
mage,
it,
but
There's
they would
5
start
other
off,
mage players
they
in
would
Liquid.
A, need to be banning out all
Who
of
are
their
all the mage
DPS
players?
specs, and B, they would then be
KSP,
losing those tanks and
Janako,
healers
fired up.
for Windrunner Spire,
And then
who we
other
get
people
just
over
next
naming
if
names.
we were to go to a game 3.
Okay.
So it's a very interesting spot
I'm
here
over
where
it.
you're thinking about,
Wait, who
do
else?
you want to save those tank and healer
know what?
options for a potential game 3 in Windrunner Spire, or do you just want to send them
City.
right now?
I mean, like, there's
you
like
have to
the
keep
main
Otterbook
people,
for
and then
Windrunner
there's
strong,
a
right?
couple people who
Right.
play it
Second,
as like an off.
the Warnstone is
Or like
so
they have a
valuable
couple of
here,
them.
so that's something the Polish Mountain is going to
Hopefully, do you
have
think
to
you'll
use,
ever
especially- they don't have the option
be
of
in
going
as a
for
mage
DPS
slot
specs,
over fired up?
going to see either the tank or the healer gone.
No way,
holy
right?
fuck, just asking it.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, it'll be interesting. And I mean, with Polish Mountain, we talked
I
about
do
in past
think
seasons the fact that they really
It kind of
can
doesn't
play
matter
really
how well I
very
play. I don't think
competitively,
I
but
will.
that sometimes their
No, yeah,
consistency
I think
or
you're
little
probably right
errors or
about
things
that.
like that can compound for them. This speedrunning format, though, it just seems to shine for them. And
He's the GOAT
obviously
for a
they've been
reason.
getting a lot of good experience. So, Mix, what do you think is like maybe clicking for them?
But
This
you'll always be the
season
second mage at least.
versus when
But
we've
Well,
seen in the
I think
If something
there's-
were happened to him IRL, I would be.
Holy shit, you're hoping something happens? What the fuck?
Let's just say I might trip him on his way to this PC one time.
God damn, I might report him for auto hotkey.
Wait.
He's now joining
I
the
could get
roster
him
as a player,
banned.
and I think
Not that
it's
he
quite
was the
just
one
gonna
using
be a
AHK.
situation
That's
where he is
legal.
in the moment, he knows
Hopeful,
the
do you know
team
about
very
the story
well,
of
and he might be able to
the
do
So on
fifth healer
DDoS?
in?
Yeah.
I think that's
Yeah.
what
I know
it
that
was, like,
story.
Yeah, that was
yeah, spec bans have come in
I might
here
pull out
very
something
well.
like that.
They're already gone because we're ready to go into
Maybe
pit
give him the
so
hentai
long.
virus?
You guys probably looked at them more than I did.
Yeah,
That's just
so
deadly.
we did see
Maybe
that there
log
on
him into
both
Dorky's
teams.
Twitter
One
on his
mystery
PC,
forgot
have him
and
open it one
remained
time.
unbanned. The LA Shaman instead for
Get rid of his
Sentinel
AHK
going
if he
away,
uses it.
and then both teams losing access to that Warlock as well. So as we zone in, we can see
here we
right
go.
away what the plan.
Alright, we got a
is
mirror
going to be.
match
It
this
is
time? No
Brewmaster,
excuses?
Resto
Just spell
Druid.
steal on my
So we're
Twitch chat?
swapping
Yeah, that's the
around
best thing about
Brewmaster's
streaming.
back. Wait,
I
Resto
get to
Druid,
take all
checking
of your
builds?
messages and
Checking
pretend it's
builds,
my
checking
own.
builds, checking trinkets.
And then, of course, that
Yep.
Og Evoker being something that both teams would
Actually,
want
check
to
for him. I'm
play
just gonna
in
look.
here, that
You
Wernstone
brainwash everyone.
Okay,
already.
so
Yeah.
Robin
is
You know
playing
how crazy that
Whitney Gaze
situation is,
on
by
all
the
day
way?
for sure.
Everyone for 2 to
And
3
then
weeks
we
we
got,
told me just
Ilma's
insane
not
crazy.
calling you.
Saying
to
Arcane's
round
horrible.
things
I
out.
don't know why
It
he's
was
playing
just a
Arcane.
standard
Fire is
wild
so
stock
much
build,
better.
I think.
People on TGP were
Oh
still
my
playing
god, look at
Fire.
the damage difference. Bro, I'm
And then all of a
thinking
sudden,
Spellbook's
wow,
gonna be this one
Hopeful
from
was
just
right,
healer
and
damage,
Arcane
yeah.
was
this
broken.
massive bloodlust pull to get things underway.
And one of the reasons why I think you're seeing that Resto Druid is if you would look at the damage meter on the right-hand side for Send Spellbook, Raven is sitting at a cozy 220k DPS right now.
The Polish
She was
Mountain
a
went
lot higher
down,
just a second
progressing
ago
them
as well. So
deeper into the
this
dungeon.
class is just
Spellbook
able to
kinda just
AoE
stayed back.
DPS
Broken or
like
strong? I'm gonna be
no
honest, I
other,
did not
it
know what I
seems
just
like,
said 10
and
seconds
so
ago.
really,
What are we talking about?
nice to see them utilize that
Oh,
next
Arcane? Yeah, it was
here as
broken.
well. Pit of Sauron, notably a dungeon that is very wide. You have to cover a lot of path. You want classes that are
What
fast.
ego? That's
You're
exactly
seeing
what
Polish
happened.
Mountain on the side.
There's no ego in
left
saying
here from
true
Kilma
statements.
to just make sure you have
Dude,
a
Polish
class
Mountain's going so
run
much bigger
all
with the
over
poles.
as quickly as possible, as well as that DPS that healer is access to. It's really, really
They actually
cool.
seem to
But
be the most
we
aggressive
also
of
need to
all the
be
teams
careful
we've
with those gargoyles.
seen
We're
so far.
seeing
Like,
2
even
in play for both
Mandatory was
teams
playing kinda
right
safe.
now, one on each side.
Polish Mountain?
Let's make sure we have those under control.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
Brewmasters
definitely
for
done the
both
big
teams
because they were
as
the
well,
they were the
able to
ones
keep
that
these
did the
packs
big
under control.
terrace pull, weren't they?
They are in a little bit of
Yeah.
danger sometimes, but
Wait,
you can see
Minotaur's
that
never
both
gonna
teams
show,
are able
like,
to
actual
kite
routes.
as needed. We actually saw Sky there putting down the Ring of Peace and then standing inside of it.
Or maybe those are their routes and they just fell off.
Those are not their routes.
Is going to provide a similar effect.
I do not have insider info, but those are not their routes.
Don't have insider info. I talked to Kush daily. He gives me poly market bets.
That he would be taking if he just stood still and let these.
No, I mean I believe it.
Shelly
There's no way those were
as well. That's just part of the Ogavoker
what they would
rotation.
want to do
That's
against a
keep
good
the mobs
team.
off of Sky for a little bit longer, and even so, even with all of that, you can
Trouble
see
fly.
that the tank is in quite a
Shit
bit
on,
of
buddy.
danger here for Send Spellbook, but they are able to get that pull taken care of, and now free another pack here. And it actually looks like in the early stages here, it is Send Spellbook that are moving slightly quicker through the dungeon. So we can see both teams now gathering up what'll be their third big pull. Pretty similar set of enemies, although it is Send Spellbook that have found 2% more trash, but nothing major separating the two teams.
I need to start beef with people, I think. I need to start drama myself.
Like trying to get the other mage in Liquid banned?
I mean, like, I was on Echo and Liquid. Like, surely I can make drama.
Yeah.
Copies.
I think
Like,
feel
what
like
if I
wherever
never
you go
left
hopeful,
Echo? What would happen?
something always happens.
No.
If you had never left Echo, we would have hung out at the last race to World First.
True, and we could have talked about the caster you hate casting with the least.
That's right.
Up, but we are
Now nobody will ever know.
word that this might be a remake. Rook, do you have anything?
You think the last two races
While
change
that's
if I was
gonna
still
be
in
reset
Echo?
up, we'll have some more details for you all shortly. But I mean, we got a little peek here at the start of it. This is
I don't
our
know if one
teaser
person
to
can make
Pinnace
that big of a
Around.
change.
So with what we got to see,
I mean, they for sure
here at the
can.
start, while they
They for
get
sure
The way that
can,
those,
yeah.
I believe.
the way those
Travis,
races came
what
down,
are
it'd be
kind of
one
your
thing
initial
if one of the
thoughts
The
guilds
races were so
was-
close, yeah, that's
yeah,
why.
if a guild ran
Yeah,
like a
so we saw
2-day
both
lead over the other one,
teams
Yeah,
one
yeah,
thing.
but even
Guys,
But
I
the-
was the main
the
mage
last
when I was
couple
in Echo.
races came down to pulls where it was literally like
this one. So
0.2% on some wipes
Yeah.
and
Both on the
shit.
same
That's
comp.
absolutely the
They
kind
both had
of
pretty much the same
race
I mean,
where
the
like
way
one
I
player.
see it
The
is
start of the dungeon looked like it was maybe
like
20 seconds better
Echo.
for Sense
Echo has
Spellbook
lost a lot
than
of
it was
their
for Polish
mainstay
Mountain.
players, right?
But
Like they've
Guys,
we'll
lost
see whether
I
that's
was
something
Stripe
that can
POV
change
when I was in
their
Echo.
games,
Push
whether
now.
I was the main
another
mage.
way.
Over Gingy.
Real, we have to figure out
I don't know
Mechanics.
why people forget that, but I was the main mage.
That'll be
I
details that
well,
we
but
will
like the list
learn
goes on, right? Like
in the
clicks.
very near future, and we'll be
The
able to
And
if something
Sure,
will
buddy,
change
look
or
at
you
the
would
Gaspio
expect that
here.
if they lost
Look
that
at
many of their
Stripe,
main
who he's
players, that they
watching.
would
Yeah.
just be
I would say a strong start to
completely
dungeon for both
terrible,
teams,
and they would
from
like
what we
know
saw that time.
It has me hopeful. Sense
possibly get
Spellbook,
gaffed
you know,
by
maybe
Method,
they-
right? But
in this
that
one,
has
just have
hasn't
a
been
little
true
bit more
for
of a route that they feel like
all
they've
these
got
seasons
locked
now.
down, and that they can just kind of
I mean,
blast through.
I
But of course,
think
we
there
don't
That's what the fuck
know
happened.
until the
They're
very
remaking
end
for some
of the
reason.
whole
I wasn't
run
actually
which
watching.
way those swing
Remaking?
either team's favors.
Something crazy
wonder
must
if-
have happened.
wonder if something snapped and they
an
self-reported.
issue with what was allowed to be equipped or not. So they're going to go ahead and sort that out. Behind
Wait,
the
there was an
scenes as
issue
we
with what was
all
allowed
get
to be
ready and
equipped or
wait in
not?
suspense here. I am hoping
Oh, man.
that this one
Bro,
goes
DQ?
to map
Oh,
3,
shit.
because I think both
Wait,
of these
so what
teams
got
have
equipped
a lot
then?
to show. And we were
I don't
talking
Probably
know,
that Night
but
Elf
I'm
toy.
hoping for
strengths,
DQ.
But mixed with Sense Spell.
Please
I
DQ.
got
We
fucking
have
DQ'd
players
for
that
this shit.
obviously have done
If they
incredibly
don't
well
fucking
and
DQ,
performed
I'm
well
gonna
in
put
the
that in
DMs
DMs.
before. What do you think about
I'm
this new
blowing their fucking
configuration
DMs.
of them in this season? Of
I joined
MDI?
Echo after Fyrak.
Oh, I like it. You know, I'm.
Why was Yorkie
it's one
DQ'd?
of
Bug
those
abusing.
groupings where I'm always curious on how we're going to see them show up in the MDI. It's like a given that Shella and Royben are there, but you never know with who they're going to rock up. So it's really cool that they found themselves this team
I'm trying to figure out who the
around
fucking
Looney,
cheater is.
around Dan, around Sky. All of these players are.
No, I want a name. My pitchfork is ready.
All of these players have a lot of experience in playing together as well as with different groups. And I think there's a lot that you can say about the experience you
People
gathered
don't remember you
from
shitting
a lot
on
of
Fyrak
different
with Rogue?
groups,
Yeah.
which a lot of the
That was a
live
fun
streamers
tier.
have, because
Very
first of
stressful
all, you
because
get
I
a lot of
rerolled.
input on what you can do. And second of all,
As we got the
I think
Tindra,
it's
I was
really
progging Mage
helpful
that
in
Monday,
dealing with
and then by
different
Tuesday I was
tasks and
progging Tindra on a Rogue.
responsibilities within
I've
it.
never played before, and I had to play sub too.
Yeah,
You know,
I
so
mean,
that MDI
it's
doesn't have any
not
bald
just any
casters?
one player, right? It's one of the things that I think makes Mythic Plus
True.
so great. It's the whole team, how they come together. And I agree.
I
I think
didn't
that there
notice that,
is
but now
a
that
good
You're a
brought it up.
caster
for this
who
group in the
happens
current
to be
configuration that
baldish.
we have
You
with
should
them.
apply.
But Zyro, we are hearing
That's true.
that
That's true.
you have a little bit of insight.
Such a
Obviously,
drama
you
queen,
were
I
on our
love
analyst
drama.
desk. We got to see just a
I don't see
little
anything that's
peek,
out of the
but
ordinary.
What are you thinking for both of our teams in Pit of
Yeah.
Surround?
I tried to
Was
see
it
if I
a-
could
was
just
it
get
like a
little
toy or
bit
something
ahead
they
of
were
that
using?
dungeon. I have a clip as to show you as to why they were a little
I don't
bit
know.
ahead at that
It's
point
clips
in the
coming.
dungeon. Yeah, so Eurus is a little bit out of the group for the gargoyle grip here. So normally you'll want to use like a tiger's lust or something on them.
Oh,
They
it's the
just
tank neck.
didn't do that.
Amulet
I
of the
guess the plan
Ascendant
was
Void
probably just
of
to AoE down the
Harmonious.
shield and get the interrupt, but that
Wait.
took a little longer than usual. So you can see there's just a Dwacken on the ground there, stunned from the fall.
Oh, the dragon's just perma
Oh
stuff?
my, it's okay. It's a
They're
dragon.
losing a little bit of
Duh.
damage there. It's all good. This is actually probably really good.
But
for
they
Polish
also
Mountain that the restart
had
is
this on
happening, because
yesterday.
No, the
by all
dragon
means, they
is
should have
bugged.
been
He's
ahead
stunned
with the
forever.
pull that they went
This
for. They
is
went
what
for a
they're saying,
significantly slightly larger
right?
pull at the start of the dungeon than what we saw from Sinspell.
Well, no, I think they're just
It just
commentating
kinda
on.
took a little bit longer for them to get through it because they were playing
What?
without an AUG for a little while.
I don't even have the audio.
Oh,
for this
okay.
one.
So they're talking about.
Happens, it happen. Sometimes dwagon things, like we were talking
They need to
about
stop saying dwagon.
yesterday.
Wait, what?
But this may be a good reset indeed for them to be able to
Control and
reapproach it
captioning.
and come back in.
I've never
You know,
seen
we
that
were
bug
talking,
before. What the
Right
fuck?
before the map started up with makes about
Which dragon
Polish
got bugged?
Mountain this particular
I
season
don't
and how
know.
strong
The
they've looked in
dwagon.
every
The dwagon.
map so far. Maybe this little dwagon moment aside.
Please stop saying
Dragon,
dwagon.
how do you
got
think they've
stunned
come to
by
this
the gargoyle.
season? And
Yeah, that's what they
is there
said.
something that
And
just
it
seems to be
bugged.
going right for them that maybe in
And
past seasons they just didn't quite
He was
have
permanently
locked down?
stunned.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
they
the
looked
That's what I
good
heard, but he was
in
casting right
the last
after,
few
right?
times that we had speedrunners
Or is that
as a
the
format.
other people?
And then I would say they didn't look as well suited to the key pushing format that we had for the last 2 seasons of MDI before this one. And I think now, they've been continuing to ramp behind the scenes, and now we're back into a more
That's a nice polos
favorable
Ironics
environment for
got on.
them,
I want that.
especially relative to some of the other teams. I think some of the other teams
I don't think it
really
looks good. I
shined
like that
in
material.
key push,
I don't like that material.
situation, but Polish Mountain looked like they are.
Not a big polo guy. I was
extremely
forced to wear it for
well-suited,
school uniform.
to these
Hated
speed
polos.
Yeah,
season.
I don't like
I
most
think this
polos,
is
but
gonna
I
be a
like
great season for them. I think
that.
It does look comfy, though.
For them to not just the season finals here, but also potentially to BlizzCon.
Check your cord in general.
Are very live, but it is going to rely on them remaining very clean
Oh
across
my
these
god, I'm gonna
dungeons. We've
throw up.
seen
Zyra
3.2
ADC is the
dungeon
highest
runs
win
out of
rate.
them so far.
Had to
so
wear a polo
we don't
for a
wanna
school
extrapolate
uniform,
too
huh?
far into the
Yeah.
future just yet. We've got to see how
Should go to
well
private
they're able
school?
to handle the rest of this
No,
weekend,
public
the
school.
Rest of this
It just-
series even.
you had to wear a
Damn,
polo.
public schools with uniforms.
It was
Very,
brutal.
very
It wasn't
closely
like a.
behind them
It was
in
like
that
a dress code. It
Portuguese,
wasn't a
very
uniform.
slightly ahead of
It had to be
Yeah.
a polo
the
shirt.
first
Yeah,
half
kids
of
have
that,
a dress
Pit
code.
Zeron that we have had
that's
to
brutal.
remake. So we'll see whether
How old
that's
are
gonna
your
be able to
kids,
hold
if you
true
don't mind
this
me
time.
asking?
Well,
as
it's
We'll
the
see
middle
whether
school that
that
has a
first
dress
poll
code.
goes a
The
little
high
bit
school
more
doesn't.
cleanly for Polish
Wait, how
Mountain.
strict of a dress code are we talking
We're
about?
about
Like,
to find out
like
if they're able
polos
to
and
adjust
khakis.
that as we
Yeah,
come in here
that's
this
what I
time
had to
for
do.
realsies, everybody.
Trying to find a picture.
In Pit of Saran, this is
Is it a
game
private school or
2
what?
of our
No,
second
public.
series, Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. Will Polish Mountain be able to get
Yeah, it's-
I didn't know they
another
had
point
dress
on the
code.
board?
The elementary
School.
school can wear whatever they
Or will
want,
Send
but then the
Spellbook
middle
be
school
able
has the
to
dress
come back
code,
here
but
and
then the
take
high
us
school can
to
wear whatever
our
they want.
third map. Either way,
I was in
both
high
of these
school.
teams
How
have the
normal
skills
is
to
that?
make it
Stuff.
happen. They just
I have
need
no
to
idea.
execute it, and they'll have
pretty
to
normal.
deal
Not-
with all of their
where
fears
I
as they
grew up,
face other
nobody had dress
challenges
codes except
here
private
in the
schools,
pit
but-
of Saran.
Yeah, same.
Makes, let's see what they're able to accomplish.
Absolutely. I'm ready. I hope chat is ready. I know that everybody wants to see this matchup, and I think these teams are super even. We already saw a couple of surprises.
Dude, why do the remakes
in
take longer
that
than the games?
Nexus. Now, this Pit of Saran, I
Yeah.
am
True.
ready to see some more craziness. We did get a glimpse of how their first
Georg, I
polls
have a
look
question.
like. We know that both of these teams are electing
Before
to
you
play
said
around
wherever
with
I go,
competition, but
chaos
still, I'm
continues
expecting
or follows me.
Brimstone
What did you mean by that?
come on in
Yeah.
as well.
well, I
What
mean,
you
if you
mean
think
by
about
that?
it,
I'm curious on how.
ever since
when,
I've
where
known
we're gonna
you,
be seeing the boost. Hopefully, no dragon
every
accidents,
team
so-
or
Yeah, the main thing about the Wernstone that seems
race war first you
irreplaceably
join,
good
there's always
is
like
using
some
it at the very
dramatic
end of the
moment that
dungeon
happens.
to pull some
He's
trash
saying
out
you're
of
the-
the boss,
he's saying
team
you're the-
blows up.
You're the
jump
Kevin
down the
Durant
side,
of
and then
World of
grab some
Warcraft.
trash and then
have
So
a
many
comment
people have said that. I have
and
no
trash
clue
will
what that
follow you
means.
up the mountain and
Other
jump you
people have
out
said that you're the
Neither.
Kevin Durant of
That
World
At
of Warcraft.
least since I've joined Liquid, I've heard that comment at least 30 times. I'm not kidding. So many
Jesus
times.
Christ.
I don't know what that means.
It's a common sentiment, I guess.
For instance, out of
I don't watch
mandatory,
I thought I was
basketball.
being clever with that, but
No,
like,
no,
God
I've
damn.
heard that so much. Who is Kevin? Like, why? What does that reference make sense? What does it mean?
Kevin
Is it
Durant
flame?
Kevin Durant is a very good basketball player who
is
is,
Wernstone is a very powerful ability that
has a
scales
history
with
of
how,
being very
how
snarky
much
on
time
social
you spend
media
thinking about what it can do,
and
because the possibilities
is
of it are
allegedly
almost endless.
very often
That's right.
using
Very
burner
curious
accounts on
to see
social
that
media
as
to
well.
Holy shit, this is just like hopeful.
say some borderline snaky shit about his teammates.
That's literally hopeful.
What?
He just got caught. Like he ended up on a new team this season, and it was like the team he came into had a pretty good locker room culture last season, and he showed up and they thought he was going to be like the missing piece that was going to put him over the top. And the team kind of struggled this year, and there was this group chat that got discovered where some dude was like just roasting the team that Kevin Durant was on, and then the allegation is that was actually Kevin Durant on a burner because the amount of like inside info he knew and the way he was talking made it seem like it was just Kevin Durant that was talking about his team to like a random, like just not like his friends, just random people on the internet that were in this group chat. And the news broke, and it came out. And Kevin Durant just kind of like laughed about it. He wouldn't like confirm or deny it. And then the rest of the locker room vibe got like super weird after that because the rest of the players didn't know if he was like had just talked shit about all of them because he wouldn't deny it. And so that made the rest of the season very uncomfortable.
Like Among Us.
Right, but we're already having.
Do I flame my fast
what an
too? Also, Dandy K down.
I believe you're sitting here saying you want mandatory to wipe every fucking poll they do.
Okay, but that's like, I'm joking, but I don't actually want them.
Yeah,
to
he's joking.
I just want to hate watch.
This is a wide dungeon. Accidents can happen.
Oh,
Sky,
no,
oh my god, they remade it to a full life.
Sky goes down, Luffy follows.
This is not okay.
Asterisk, do you think for the pride?
They got a
wonderful day. Enjoy the UI.
Alive, but the more deaths they have, the
Oh,
more
great. Well, now there's
was
no
that the
real-
team that cheated or no?
Been dropping really low, trying to keep the group alive. In the meantime, looks like they're able to get this one.
I'd be so pissed if the other team made us remake and then we full wipe the first pull.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that is 3 deaths.
I'm pulling the door again. I'm trying to get the other team DQ'd by any means possible.
In addition to the extra
this is how the original Echo team back in Legion, they ended up because the Legion tournament was used to have regional qualifiers, and so there was like a EU qualifier, an NA qualifier, like an Australia qualifier, and a Chinese qualifier. And so the EU one was the 8 top EU teams, so obviously very competitive. And the I think upper semis was maybe it was just upper, maybe it was Saturday upper finals was what was at the time Method EU, which turned into Echo eventually, versus what was the was Shell's Angels at the time, which was Divine and a Shine and some other folks.
You can think
I'm
about
doing that the last 30 seconds, I'm gonna be honest.
They were in Dark Heart Thicket, and there was some snap tech in there, early snap tech. This was before it became very commonplace. But they did a poll, Shell's Angels did a poll where they didn't intend to snap mobs. It was at the beginning of the dungeon, and there's just like a spot on the ground that if you walked over it, it counted as like a snap spot. And so they were running around gathering mobs. Divine steps on this spot on the ground. Every mob snaps to him, hits him instantly, and kills him. And back then, Blizzard was like the opposite of how they are about remakes now. They would remake for like fucking anything back then. So the snap happened. It instantly killed Divine. They were like, remake question mark? And Blizzard was like, okay. And so they remade the game. And then on the remake, I think Method EU like fucked up their first poll and wiped, and then ended up losing to Shell's Angels and getting eliminated from the EU qualifiers and did not advance to globals. And I don't think they ever quite stopped being mad about that.
Which can make it either inefficient or impossible to
Max never got
break
over
that shield.
the remakes
so
too.
Both teams needing to be aware of that. That's one of those things where your ranged DPS by default.
I mean, it is kind of bullshit.
Pretty far away from the path,
perhaps.
That's usually the best way to play Mythic.
I mean, I'd be pissed if I was sent Spellbook. I'm gonna be honest.
In a pull with a gargoyle, and instead try and just play in the middle of the melee.
The other team forced to remake because the neck, and now we're full wiping. Like,
well, wasn't there some ruling where
that's
you could take
need to keep in mind, but here's Polish Mountain as
the
they
better
are
run
gathering
of
the trash into Forge Master Garfrost.
the two matches, the two runs that happened?
No,
if they should just have. I could have sworn there was something like that.
They didn't have. They had like no official rules about remakes. Really, it was just like vibes back then.
Yeah.
AoE damage that goes out onto the team.
Now, what I will say is, at the time I did go back and look at the runs that we were doing, and even in the run that got remade, if you had taken our boss, if you had taken Maiden that we wiped on, and had given us even a relatively slow Maiden kill, but just like a normal maiden kill. Like if it was on the slow end of a normal maiden kill, not one where the boss bugged out and fucking one-shot me. if you'd have given us a relatively slow normal maiden kill, we would have still beaten Max's team with the speed of the rest of our dungeon.
Oh,
Which is
JB.
why I don't feel that bad about it, is because like they are convinced they had a really fast lower Karazhan run, and their run would have been fast. Ours was better and faster.
So it is a sizable advantage.
Holy, ours was better and faster.
It was. I mean, it just was, and that's why I went back, watched the VOD, and it was like, I understand why you're upset about this, but if you're upset because you think you should have won, based on the if you'd have taken each of our average runs and had us run that, like if you'd have taken an average performance from both teams and simulated them like 10 times in a row, we would have won those games like at least 7 out of 10 times.
So how was this tank allowed to switch necklaces and just continue the game?
But when I do something, I get DQ'd.
Yeah.
Come on, say it.
I'm so fucking upset about
Maybe
it.
his chat will remind him of it every day for the next 2 years.
I'm so fucking upset about it.
But when I...
You know, I wore illegal equipment back in the Legion MDI, and they didn't DQ me.
Okay. Let's talk about all the illegal things we've done in
I'm
WoW.
pretty sure I'm the only person that ever got fucked so hard by a DQ.
Probably, yeah. I want to make an
In this
example.
entire history of MDI TGP. I got made an example out of. There's literally a rule in the rule book called the Dorky rule, where
Called the Incarnation Rule.
yeah, like it's actually fucked up.
Blows up the right one as well. All of it is.
Not only did you let yourself down, you let your team down, Dorky.
We are going to see Polish Mountain downing that.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
31 marker.
My team was
on
so.
time.
The worst part about all this is
still progressing for Send Spellbook. It may
we were like what? I think we were like
in those
5th place or some shit because of a DQ.
Meanwhile, Polish Mountain wasting no time.
Well, actually, no, maybe we were like
grabbing
3rd
all of this
place, so
trash,
we would have gotten like
jumping down
a bit
towards
more
Ick and
prize
Crick.
money. And
They
I
shifting
then I
forward.
complained to the
Looks like they're
admins.
gonna be
I
going
was like,
straight into the boss
bro,
here.
I used the shocking disclosure
The
in
trash
all
pulled around the
my
side so that they don't have to grab all of the stuff
what was
that
that
is
dungeon?
otherwise
Dark
in
Flame
front of
Cleft
this boss.
runs. So why don't you just fucking
This
DQ
first
all that,
set
right? You know, I
of
was being like
shades, they
snarky
are
and shit.
probably going to need
And
to
so
heal
they
up.
did do exactly that. What I
Heading over
said,
to those sides,
which
starting to drag the
made
Hope you
all
took it as a
our
lesson.
Dark Flame Clefts invalid, and
basically
they
have
just
to
fucking
die
made us like 5th or
before the
6th
boss
place.
starts that
You know, they
fixation.
said,
And
I
so
might as
my
well
teammates
DQ
were
all
like,
of it
what
then.
the fuck, bro?
God,
You
good
just made us
idea.
lose like $800 because
I mean,
we went
you
from
technically
3rd place
owe
to
them all
like
$800.
5th or 6th place.
Did
Cryptic
you
DM'd
tell
me
your
about that
team that you
yesterday.
did this?
Interesting. Yeah, you
It's like,
also
oh, let's
need
ignore
to.
Yeah, they were
of course,
aware. I was like, fuck your shit, man. Like,
interrupt the
are you
death
kidding me? If
roll
you're gonna DQ
that
my
you're seeing on
21,
Crank,
just
so
DQ
this
all
team
of it.
has it under
That was some good
control,
drama,
but
by the way.
What an incredible
mostly to the
display of
players
pride.
I encounter in LFG, that death roll
If you're gonna ban me for that, you should ban me for every time I use the potion. You know what, we will. What the fuck?
Make it harder on the entire group, so that's a really nice learning everybody can take from this boss here. But
Not only you're a cheater, you're a sore loser too.
Trash that they had pulled on to Ick and Crick.
I'm not a fucking sore
and
loser. I'm
only
a
have
fucking
one
sore
Brave
winner.
Blade left as
Winner.
they are dealing with that fixate fade phase as you called out already.
We would've won that
putting
shit.
The bosses nice and low around that 50% marker. Send Spellbook is still dealing with a little bit of extra trash here, and then I expect them to go.
Dude, Polish Mountain is
right
owning
to
now
that
after
same
the
spot, and we're
first
going
bull
to see
incident.
if they can handle that as cleanly as we saw from Polish
Nope.
Mountain here as well. But I'm
You know,
quite
Billy DM'd me
confident
yesterday saying he
they're
hates you
gonna be
because
able
of
to
that.
do it too.
Yeah, so the
That's
Mountain have
okay.
pulled a little bit more
I know,
trash
I
in
mean,
as soon as all the
played with
trash from
Billy
that
since.
first pull died. Nice little way to keep things efficient here.
We got 20
And if you
Brazil
look, they're actually
on
running
live keys,
over
and he
killing
just
these shades of Crick.
He did?
This
became
is
the
actually a
super
difference in
spreader.
strategy from what
No.
Mandatory did in here. Mandatory,
Yeah,
when
we
they were
got the
fighting
first
Ick and
21
Crick,
Brazil on
they
NA.
actually just
So
let
And
easy to
then
make
he
drama.
just
because they
Why
knew
is no one in
that
NA
Brazil
playing
would
keys,
be
by
that
the way?
Brazil like a
before the
virus.
next fixate phase, so those shades wouldn't have
Not a
the
single
opportunity to
person
blow up.
is playing
They
keys.
only managed to do that with a couple of seconds to spare, though. It looks like
There's
Polish
people
Mountain are
playing.
playing
There's
it
plenty of
safe.
people
You know why?
In
You know
NA.
why? It's
ahead.
because
Yeah.
NA tanks don't like
Yeah,
playing
I
Brewmaster.
personally prefer that.
I don't think that's
because it
true.
adds so
I think
much
it is.
extra chaos, and if you're just
Okay, I mean, the
adding
only any
around
tank
trying
that
to
might not
just
like playing
beat the boss and
Brewmaster
then
is
they blow
Yoda.
up,
So I guess you kind of
that's
right that
your
like
run,
any
right?
tanks
I
don't
mean,
like playing
Sense Spellbook
Brewmaster.
would have loved if they had done that just now. Polish Mountain electing to play it a little bit safer here, I think makes perfect sense.
You saw as soon
It's
as
taken a little while, no
honestly, I think it's like kind of
cooldown
Western
available
tanks in
as of
general.
right
As
now,
soon
so
as there was
they
an
work with
opportunity to
Oppo
get the
Army,
fuck up
no matter
Brewmaster,
if
everybody
you get it
fled
either, so
as fast as they
they
could.
are going to be finishing this
Well,
with
it's more that
about
everyone likes to play
90%
Druid,
to go on
more
this
so
sauce,
than
and they're
people
on
don't
their
like to
way.
play Brewmaster.
Something that interests me here, their tank isn't a dwarf, so I wonder how they will do the skip of the mobs at the top of this hill here. Looks
That is
like
kind of
Ted's
true though.
running over
Yoda
to
is
the
kind of a tank for
side.
half of NA. Like he is literally
And we're
tanking
gonna
for
have
like
the
5
Yeah, there's
Tertiary
so
different groups.
little
a
tanks
rip,
and healers
and
in
then
NA.
chains
Yeah.
and actually.
Don't worry,
And
I'm
I,
up
you
and
know, I
coming
just
this
can't, I
sweeper.
can't put my
I
finger
just
on
can't
why.
find a
It's like,
single healer
and then
either.
just run around
like I
to the
just, you know, it's
side,
like I
and
feel like there should be more
back up.
tanks, but for some
And
reason
then
it feels like
Hula
there's
Bell.
extra healers this
So
season.
this
It's
is a
weird.
slower
It's like
skip to
Well, I
actually
mean,
I-
yeah,
I
it's
don't know if
always
there's,
like
like,
one's
tank is
gonna be
healing
missing,
now
right?
for whatever
where
reason.
just the
You're either
entire
gonna be
group,
missing a
except for
healer
Yargo,
or a
ran
tank.
through and hit Meld.
I
And
have
the
taken
Argo
on the
burned
role
Brimstone.
of becoming
Setting
that
all up,
healer.
you saw that the
you
rest of the
forced
you're a
other
tank.
healers.
were standing
You
to the
forced
side,
other
they're
healers to
waiting
play
for a little
tank.
bit, they're running through, they're waiting
Like
again
who?
for a little bit.
Twix.
Those sorts of few
Yup.
seconds of
He's
waiting
not a
are
healer.
unlikely to matter in this game.
He's healed.
But if Polish
Yeah,
Mountain
he
are-
could heal.
are
He has
playing
healed.
He
confident
could
in
heal.
The only
this
time he'll
dungeon,
ever want to heal
that
is if
an
it's
area where I
like Holy
expect they
Priest or
will
some
lose a
shit.
little bit of time.
What are you trying to say
Yeah,
about Twix?
I agree. I like seeing the
That he's just-
workaround
You calling him a
with
kitten?
Brimstone and
You
call him a
utilizing
kitten?
your DPS
Meow,
PK
little
to
PI
try
kitten.
and get it
That's what you
done.
said about
He
Twix.
would
It's
100% say
huge
he's a
solution,
kitten if you asked
something
him.
that they can innovate.
Oh, so
Well,
now
I'm
you're
gonna
putting words
ask
in
him
his
that.
mouth. I'm gonna ask him.
This tournament as well.
Yeah,
For now,
are you a
we
kitten?
need
He'll
to
say
finish off
100%.
Okay, I'm
yes.
DMing him right now.
back here, and then of course we
Good.
have one more mob as Joras drops really low here for a second, as he probably got casted on if I were to hedge a bet.
All right, if you're
and
Send Spellbook
did take
and you have
a
Snap
lot
Tech
of damage from that one.
that could win you the game right now, do
Still
you
got
use
the
it?
cheat death available
You
here.
have
100%.
to.
I'm snapping and
Yeah, I'm
saying,
snapping.
remake the game then. Sorry, it was an accident.
Exists to get used, but it's not even going to go down here for Polish.
I
Mountain,
actually-
but it did look pretty scary. For
It's
a
funny
moment
that
there.
stories
A
about
lot
the
of these cooldowns, I think that's the
lower
last charge of
Kara
Obsidian Scales
keep being relevant
now
today.
rolling on the side of Polish
In that
Mountain.
lower Kara
Also
run,
rolling
there was
his
a
tank
spot
gears as he
you could
gets
get
out of the
stuck
way
in a
of
wall.
that
And I
alien
knew
frost
where the
explosion
spot
that brings
was,
the rest of the pack
and I could
forward.
reliably
You
get
gotta make
myself
sure
stuck
you
in
keep
that
the
wall.
caster
Oh, that's good.
close to
And I
the,
was like, if
Glacier
we start
mini
losing
boss
lower
here,
Kara,
because
You
don't
get
wanna
stuck.
leave
and
him
it's
behind,
obvious
have
that
to
we're
get
gonna
that
lose
height.
it, like we're way behind,
Able to get behind
I'm just gonna
people as
walk
well.
into the wall,
The
get my
factor
character
is
stuck, and then
Kara's
say I
focus
can't finish the
card.
Oh
dungeon.
no,
You actually
Advance,
get
I'm
guaranteed
stuck.
crits if you're
I'm
attacking from
stuck.
behind.
And it was
Help
like a
me.
wall.
Really
It was like a
nice
wall in the
play
middle of
from
nowhere.
Glacier.
There's absolutely
Are you
no
allowed
reason
to
to be
admit
there.
this?
Not attacking from the front.
You're
Am I
admitting
allowed
2
to?
crimes from.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Alright, here
I mean, I
Decade
didn't
ago.
do it.
He didn't
I
do
didn't
it.
do it.
He said he
So-
thought
Okay,
about
but it was
doing
premeditated.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I
look at
mean,
this. They're having the DH go down to do this crazy snap that
This
is
is
somehow
that
allowed.
They're
Wordstone
but
not
they said it wasn't
snapping. They're
allowed.
running through the mountain.
Wordstone
It's,
back up,
it's
and those
pretty
guys should
easy
now
how
be
that
running up the
works.
side of the mountain. They'll be
What's the
joining us
difference
later.
between
Right now,
snapping
we're
these
just
mobs
focused on
running
the
up the
top
mountain?
side.
It's the same thing.
No, this one they had to use their legs.
They're walking all the way.
They did not
and
teleport.
So it takes a couple of seconds for them to get
They just
there.
did superhuman
I
feats.
assume we're going to be seeing something similar from Sen Spellbook as well as Deer. Also finishing out on Glacier. Unfortunately, those 3 deaths that they farmed in that very first pool seem to be what it all comes back to, unfortunately for them. But
JB, would you
right
say
now,
Lower Karazhan
this
is one of your
is
favorite
not the
dungeons?
end of it
No,
just
I
yet.
wasn't
No
really much of a Lower Kara
eliminations.
fan.
Those will only happen later today. So even
I like Lower
if
Karazhan.
Polish Mountain is able
The
to
new
put
one.
a stop to it here
When it
and
came back
claim
and
this
faded.
2-0
I thought Lower
victory,
Karazhan was a
which we
banger.
don't know yet.
That was
It
my
was
first
okay,
season
Spellbook
of Keys. I
will
liked
still
that
have a
season a
chance,
lot.
but there it is.
Now,
Kyle
what I
going
did
for one
like
that's going down,
was
tagging
Lower
him, this
Kara
flag
back
from
in
Crane
Legion
Kick, now
was
pulling back
one
up,
of
and
the
that is
biggest
where that
healer
Brimstone
flex
is gonna
pulls.
come
I
in.
don't feel
When
like
you would
playing
do the
games
Opera Room.
anymore. What am I supposed to do with my
and
life?
with bursting,
Let's
and you
talk
get
to a
32
therapist.
stacks of bursting.
Let's. Yeah, I'm
And
bored. Let's
healing
talk to a
through that
therapist. Let's go. Let's get an
was
appointment.
like big healer flex time.
It's that dark rupture.
Yeah, Miss Affixes.
Take players down, so send Spellbook.
That was fun
Now,
because
they're already
that was
doing
when you
something
had.
I think the snapping rule is stupid, but
now
also
they do
as a
something
competitor, I
really
kind
wrong.
of like it low key
Legendary
because snapping wasn't
trinket.
ever perfect.
Some kind of full wipe here.
And you just had a chance to lose the match if you
What do
snapped
I never
it
remember
away.
the name of this thing?
I don't
The
see
one
how it
that
can
made
happen.
your overhealing.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody
Oh.
had the power
Redirect.
to make a team wipe on
Yeah.
the very end
Well
of
of
the
eternity,
dungeon on
basically.
the final boss with
And
45%.
so you
go,
could
it
pop
would be
Trank,
you, Dratnos.
and it
So,
would push
I'm
Vellens.
glad that we have you on
You could
broadcast
pop
here,
Trank,
but I'm
and
hoping
it would
that
push
my
all the
love
overhealing
power
from Trank
will be
into
able
people
to
that actually
hold
needed it.
over as Polish
And
Mountain
like
inch
multiple people would
closer and
immune
closer towards
the
that 2-0
bursting stacks,
victory.
so
Good
they'd be at
news
full
for the
health.
people of chat,
And
'cause
all
most of
the
them
all
had
the additional
predicted
Trank healing
this
and
win.
like
That means a
flourish
big
healing and
payout
shit that would
for the
normally go into those
majority
people
of
would just get
chatters,
redirected to
because,
like
as
the 3
always,
people that still had the
they
bursting
know
stacks.
best. Polish
So
Mountain
they'd get
on the
a shitload of
finish
extra
line
healing, and you
as
could
the
actually heal them
Scorch
through what
Lord
should be
Tyrannus
basically like
does
one-shot damage every
go
time.
down here, and that is a 2-0
Polish
victory.
Mountain with the dub by
2-0
bug
victory
abusing your
for
neck and forcing
Polish
the other
Mountain.
team
They
to
have been
wipe
playing
on the remake.
incredibly, and they take another
It's like
series
icing the
of
kicker.
through the
Yeah.
upper bracket,
Start the
setting them
match,
up to face off with mandatory
make them do the
tomorrow.
first pull successfully,
Unfortunately, no amount of
then get the
spellbooks
remake,
were
make them
able
do it
to provide a
again, and they
magical
fuck it up
fix
the second
for
time.
said spellbook. especially not after those deaths. And they're going to be joining the lower bracket. But
Dude,
just
we're
like
about to
Mix
be
was
in an
saying,
era
they are not out of it yet, and there
of
is
Bad
M
decision.
plusers
I'm
who
bored.
don't
Let's go
even
to a
know
therapist.
what
and they can turn it
affixes
into a good
are.
one in that lower bracket. But that map just flew
You make
by.
an
Well,
So
appointment.
there's still
let's go over
affixes.
what we saw. Dratnos?
Yeah, that was an impressive run out of
Yeah,
Poland.
but not
Zero,
quite
zero,
the
zero
same
avoidable
way
damage.
how you would
For
remember
them.
them.
They are on a incredible heater.
What avoidable
Wow.
damage
Two
is
series
there
we've
even?
seen.
Bunch of piss
Sense
puddles.
On the other hand, they
In here,
looked good
you
throughout
could
most
do
of the dungeon, but the
What,
very
though?
start and the very
plague
end,
monster, or like the whatever the
had
fuck,
both
the
an
guys
almost
that
wipe and then an
spew
actual
the
Oh, yeah, I
puddles
guess those
everywhere.
guys,
that
yeah.
really made the difference
You could
here.
stand in
You
that
can see
shit.
that
You could
they,
stand
if you look, for
in
instance,
maybe
at
this shit on
the first
Garfrost.
spike of damage here. Yeah, they were actually
Garfrost.
managing to gather that pull together. Things were going
You could stand in
well
the
for them
puddles
at
on
the
Nick
start
and
of the
Crick.
dungeon again,
That shit
like they
fucking
were
hurts,
before the
but I
remake.
assume you live it
But
on this
then,
key level.
unfortunately, they had that
Yeah, that's
those
probably true.
series of deaths. And from there, you can see that those spikes end
You
up
could
being
probably stand in the
30
shit
seconds, a
in the
minute
last
slower than
hallway,
Polish Mountain,
the ice stuff.
and the death
If
penalty
you don't
was
move
applied
fast,
against
you
them.
get ticked on by
And,
that.
all of that would have already probably not been enough for them to be able to catch up to how well
Yeah,
Polish
learn an
Mountain
instrument.
played, given that Polish Mountain had 0 deaths.
I got a
but
keyboard,
the wipe at the very
like
end of the
a
dungeon just
piano
sealed
keyboard.
their fate.
It did. Unfortunately, I don't think any amount
Yeah,
of
there's,
really would have been able to bring it back.
Not a
to
much
that
better
point,
source
although
for
you were right, Mix. If
figuring out
anybody
where
could do
avoidable
it, it
damage
would
comes
be
from than asking a
Dratnos.
healer.
But,
What even avoidable
I know
damage is in this
everything.
dungeon? Let me
You
tell
started
you.
list that off like you
Let
were ready
me
to start
tell
flaming some
you.
people.
with what you saw, what did the teams bring?
Actually,
in this
yeah,
matchup?
Twix in this 18
Yeah,
I
a
did
little
with
bit of a
him.
frustrating
He
run
stood
for
in this
Sense
puddle,
Spell,
and
but
this
they got through
time,
the first 3 or 4 minutes in the previous run cleanly.
just
and then we got the
memorize
remake,
everything.
And then the first pull went wrong for them there. Shadowbolt going off, killing off Dan. Unfortunately, I think he had aggro on a couple mobs as well. And then Sky dying to an Icy Blast going off. On top of the already high tank damage on this pull, really kind of made this. It already
Well, you've
set
been
them off
learning
on
the
the wrong
keyboard?
foot, 45 seconds behind.
By the way,
Runaway.
this is the tech that I
Like
most
Kanye?
want on live.
They were pretty
Of all
much
the shit they
behind
have on the
us.
MDI that I want on live, I
Where's
want a
Polish
thing
Mountain?
that tells
I mean,
me what killed
we
somebody.
kind of thought the run that we saw from mandatory yesterday was
There
kind
is
of
something like
just
that,
a
is there not?
run to be expected to be the
Is there?
fastest
Do they have that back?
pull.
Because details no longer
Well-
alerts me from
They
what
said, "We're gonna
announced
go
death
for
or
even
whatever.
bigger pulls, especially onto
No, I mean,
infantry
we
gear, not just
well,
Roddy
I remember
Rose
having
was
something
leading
like
guys,
that
but also
on
pulling one of the Necromancer
beta.
packs,
Twix
Was
made
in the
something.
chat?
dragon on top of this
Drama?
thing,
Or
adding a
whatever it
dagger
was
into the
at the
mix that
time.
has to be interrupted, or it could just
If that
one-shot
still
your
exists, I
entire
want
team.
whatever that is. Because
They did a really
there was,
good
I don't
job
think
of
anything that
keeping
pissed me
the
off
on
more
top of the
about
cost.
the add-on
Obviously, the comp that
rework
both of these
than
teams
Oh,
use
no
is
drama!
longer being
for these
alerted to
situations,
what
just
killed
doing
somebody.
mass AoE damage while still doing
Yeah, I
focus
remember
damage
having
and
something like
bosses
that,
here.
but
Super
I
cool
never
pull there
bothered
from Polish
using
Mountain.
it.
They also went for the Wernstone skip.
I was like, whatever.
Both on
Drama
the
in the
way
Warcraft
up to the
chat.
final boss's room and also on the way down.
Thing is, like, I
Making
never
sure
really
these
care about
mobs
like
run
what
up the
killed
hill. They
someone.
don't
It's
snap
more
up,
so
they
like
run up, so it's completely allowed
how
to
much
win
they
the
got
pools.
killed by
And
was more
it was just an
important to me.
overall
I mean,
Well,
I'd
some
pick.
some of that
another zero death
is
run from
is it
Polish
like,
Mountain,
yeah, was it,
cementing
did they
themselves
barely die and I could have
so
healed them, or did
far
they get
as
fucking
the
Like, would you like
second
to
best
obliterated
classical
by
music?
it? But
Yeah, because like there's no worse feeling
Just
than when
matches
someone's
played,
like, you
they're
know,
not
you see they're like half
guaranteed
HP. I'm like,
just yet.
okay,
They're
they
going
have
up against
enough. I'm just gonna heal
mandatory
yeah, they're
someone else.
safe.
And then the
and
next
then
take
they,
just kills them, and it's like
yeah.
But for now,
1k
Polish Mountain's
overkill.
done for the day.
But there's also times where I want to know
I
if
God,
something killed a
healers,
person.
man.
Definitely feeling like, hey, we pretty much
As
nailed
in,
it
like,
all of our runs.
do
But
I need
just
to be
like you said,
paying
Cyrus,
attention to something?
so
Like,
far,
did a thing
you
just kill a
never know
person
when something might go
from
wrong. We saw with Sense
full
Spellbook.
health, and I
Sometimes
need to
it
be
just takes
aware
one
that this
thing
is
to
doing
really
like a
just
shitload of
make the rest
damage,
of that run
or
crumble for you. But
like,
either way,
is it a
shaken
warning?
out
Like,
thus far in
did
our
something really
bracket.
bad just
Like
happen,
this,
and I
we
should
can
be
see that
prepared for
Mandatory
something
Polish
else
Mountain, like we were just
really
saying,
bad to
will be
happen,
going
or was it
tomorrow
just
head-to-head,
like
which is gonna be very exciting. But we have some
somebody made a
amazing
misplay?
matches still left today. Down below, Sense Spellbook has joined that lower bracket, and very soon we are going to be heading towards that lower bracket ourselves. Makes, how is this bracket shaking out? Is it how you expected it to?
I mean, I think the one expectation we had going into is
I hit my knee
mandatory
on the
will
desk,
stomp
and now
on
my knee
through.
hurts.
Thus far, this is looking like that is the case. I think this series could have gone very differently for Sense.
Wait,
I'm
so
not
why
a
was
child.
there not a
They were
remake
just
yesterday
in a lot
for
of bad luck there in that last
mandatory?
run, but I think they had a good chance to
And they had
Because
the
they're
Necros
just
on
the
it.
to
favorites.
see them in the lower
Oh,
bracket
yeah, that's
later
true, yeah.
on. However, we
You know,
are
thank God I
approaching
didn't compete in this
elimination
tournament.
stage.
Was
How
it
bad
actually
would
a
I have
remake
been
because of the
had
neck?
I had a
Against
neck?
Cook is gone is going to be our next match.
Oh,
I don't know why
that's
they
what the
remade.
viewers think.
Quite
Zyro was
excited
talking about
for
his
this one
stun
because
dragon forever,
Carla
but
was
dragon
our
didn't look
lowest
stunned forever.
seeded
Some people said
team
the neck.
in the
No damn
overall
clue.
tournament
Maybe he
2020
wasn't stunned. Maybe he
overall.
was like
They went up
immobilized
against
forever or
Mandatory
something.
and didn't look too shabby. So
It's all a
Because I
fly
could-
up too.
Because I could see that if the gargoyle like picked you
Yeah, I
up,
wanna add on
you
to
don't
that
get
because something
stunned,
that's going
but
on.
you
They
do
looked
get
good yesterday in a
rooted.
couple of,
And if you just never
dungeons that they
got
played.
like unrooted
But you
by
get
it,
stunned when you get
problem where
dropped.
They didn't actually have other specs played, right? They assumed that they could play
Like, if you don't actually
kick
it.
midair.
Yeah.
Rule set that we have.
I've
That's not the
definitely
case.
I've
So
gotten
they will
stunned.
have had to have practiced
In my day.
entirely new specs on those two players if they do end up going to a game 3. And like you said,
That's one nice thing
Chargers
about
they didn't look
healers this
24/7
season is
against
I don't
mandatory yesterday.
think
They looked really
there's a
solid.
healer
So
that doesn't
I
have
feel
a
like this is
consistent
lot
way
more of a
out of
toss-up than
those.
you would expect based off of
Like
the
I think every healer has
I would
a
agree. I would agree. I mean, honestly,
relatively
I think
short
our
duration
bracket is going to have some of the most intense
root rate.
competition
I'm
today.
not a
they can
child.
use
And I
that
don't
Nicely.
have
with
to
regard.
be
You like
very
my
confident
boo-boo?
because I think you
How
pronounced
does,
Carlico's
preservation
put
get
the
out?
best out of
Well,
all
that's
of
what I was
us,
just
so
thinking. I
well
don't
done.
know.
I can't
I
do that.
don't
That's-
know if
that's not
hover
in my
breaks
linguistics.
You do it perfectly.
roots.
But we are gonna
But yeah,
have
Prez is the
a
only one I don't know
What
if they
about
moment
Priest?
here before we go on.
Priest,
We're
there's
gonna
a
play little mini
there's
game
a
with all of
talent
you
that
chat, so
makes
you can get
fade
in.
break.
You
Fade?
can join
No, I
in
don't
for
think that
some
works, though, does
competition
it?
today or friendly
I'm
competition
pretty
as
sure
we
that
play
works on it.
Where in the World of Warcraft.
Well, also you can't
Now, this
rescue. You
is
can
a
rescue
new
people
game.
out, but you
Lock
can't
in, we got a
rescue
game coming in.
yourself out, right?
From how we understand
I
it,
think
going
that's-
to be
yeah, I
all
think
trying to
that's true.
figure
Lock
out
in. There's a quiz.
which dungeon
Oh, yo, where
has been
in the world
recreated
of
in
Warcraft?
housing using the clues provided.
Anywhere.
So we'll see a video.
Housing?
We'll be able to kind of
Are you
tour
fucking
through
kidding me?
It's gonna be
each
Whaley
dungeon
Caverns. I don't even need to see it.
anywhere
I
Okay, so
just
we gotta
know.
figure out
know
which dungeon has been
where
created.
I'm
these
pretty
things
guessing
look
Wailing
like.
Caverns.
Put on your thinking caps because
I
we
have
can go
insider
all
info.
the way back to some of the oldest ones. So let's see here what we've got.
I'm lost.
This is a
JB,
dungeon.
apparently you're
What's
wrong
What's
about
that really
these, by the
old
way.
dungeon with like it's like
Yeah.
a tempest, like a keep, a castle? You have to travel like a
so
whole
we've
world.
got a like old god artifact thing
Oh.
rotating up there.
Wait, this is
This
like
giving me some
You
like
Dark
know
Flame
the
Cleft.
candle.
stormy vibes.
Yeah, I mean definitely
Okay.
Dark Flame
I-
Cleft
we've got the
candles.
ancient
Shadowfang.
Is this like-
What else?
Is this like
nautical-
Stratholme?
Nautical?
You know, Cultiran.
There's
kind
no
of
way Stratholme.
vibes. The
Well, I'm thinking this looks like a
candles.
Stratholme
ha-
is old
like.
as hell.
Oh, and then look at the.
But
look
are,
at the
what exactly are they
fireplace.
The
recreating?
anchor
Wait,
has to
Waycrest
be
Manor.
from
Waycrest
BFA.
Manor.
You know, like Lord Storm.
Oh, this is Shrine of the Storm.
Oh, it's Shrine of the Storm.
Yeah, Shrine of the
Okay.
Storm. Yeah,
Where's that
a shrine.
fountain?
is
I didn't
like-
understand what they were recreating here. If it's just elements from the
First boss was in
dungeon.
it, right?
But
Yeah,
they were, like,
I thought it
literally
was trying to recreate the
recreating
dungeon.
Oh, are we
Yeah,
about
me
to
too.
redo the whole thing.
So I was going for like
Oh, is this
That big
houses.
front fountain.
No, this looks like the kitchen area looks like Waycrest
This is
though.
Shrine. Nah, this is Shrine.
Okay.
No,
Sorry.
the
I don't know,
feast
we've got
maybe doesn't-
food.
I mean, the shrine was
Maybe,
obvious with the fountain.
I guess the actual
No, it was
shrine.
it was
yeah.
obvious from the very first shot with the
Yeah, that's
Okay, look,
probably you're right.
The
what was
anchor.
it they had up on the yeah.
It
there
was
something
obvious.
on
Why
the
didn't
wall
you
that
say
was-
it then?
Because I didn't realize what it was. I was thinking it was literally like a house somewhere. And I was like, the only dungeon that has like houses in it.
I
is
was
Shrine.
thinking of
It was
houses,
one
yeah.
of the-
Wait,
Yeah,
no, but I'm
like-
kind of feeling Waycrest
Where
too,
the-
to be honest. You know, like the
No,
fountain.
what is? Where's
No.
the? No, there's a fountain in
No.
Waycrest. This is Waycrest. There's a fountain in Waycrest.
It doesn't matter if there's a fountain. It's the iconography on the flags and shit.
Iconography.
Yeah,
Let's get a
tides.
definition
I'll-
check on
I think
that
it might
one.
be that.
Icon.
Could be thrown on the tides.
I can see Throne of the Tides.
Okay.
I see
It's
a
some-
lot of Shrine
Okay,
of
we
the
got
Storm
the-
and
What about that
Shadow.
roast?
Sorry.
It could also be Siege.
They were saying a lot of Karazhan too.
like
Okay,
there's
you're
not
pissing me off,
enough
JB.
All right,
last
there's
boss.
a-
That's last boss.
Karazhan.
It does have that
Seathun, right?
ruffle on the,
Seathun.
on the wall there. That is a little.
Yeah, that's from
Because
Shrine
I
of
love
the Storm for
Seathun.
sure.
Well,
I mean, it could
that
be
map
Siege of
doesn't appear to be
Borealis.
of.
Siege of
Bro,
Borealis.
potentially.
Grow up,
Yeah,
Zyro.
Siege of Borealis has a possibility here.
Oh, because the fountain on the third boss in Siege of Borealis. Oh.
This could actually be now that
Yeah.
yeah, he could be right actually. It could be
gonna
Siege.
look at
Same
Siege of
idea.
Borealis.
That is swimming in
It's
there.
like the
That's
same
true.
Remember when
same
you played the
concept.
Dome or Goblin
What was his
You got
name?
the-
instead of walking? That
Start
was
with
a
the V.
good time.
Yeah, when's our no
don't know.
housing
That boss
rate
is
I'm
horrible.
arriving?
V-Thun.
Not Vthun.
All right,
No.
what,
I
what
hated
do we
that
want to
boss.
lock in? What do you want to lock in?
I'm leaning.
Wait, can we lock
Is
in
it
on
Vrokul or
things?
some shit like that?
Yeah, we can all
oh,
guess.
yeah.
good
Yeah,
guess.
look at our guest.
Okay.
Vrokal.
I'm gonna lock in Shrine of the Storm as well.
Yeah, I think Shrine of Storms.
Dude, the fountain is
Voracious.
throwing me for a loop.
This is third boss Shrine
I
of
mean,
the Storm,
candles feel
right?
kind of
Candles and
shriney to
shores.
me.
But aren't there?
Yeah,
candles?
yeah, the rocks.
All right, Zyra,
The
what
rocks,
you gotta
yeah.
lock it in.
I'll say Siege of Borealis just to be different.
Throne of the
Okay.
Tides.
I'll
Throne
say
of the
Siege of
Tides?
Borealis just
Okay.
to be different. Well played, Zyro.
I mean, it's something BFA for
Of
sure.
waiting in suspense.
Okay,
It's
all right. I guess it is
Shrine
Shrine
of
of
the
the Storm.
Storm. Nice, Stratnos. Good job, chat. Too.
It was
We saw
obvious
you
from
out
the
there.
first room.
Shrine of the Storm.
Been saying it from the first room
Okay.
too.
I mean,
This
we
is
all-
the
we all
dungeon they need to bring
eventually got
back.
there. I think
Was
that
it a
lot of
good
the
dungeon?
mountain
Yeah,
stuff,
probably.
the
Yeah, it was a good
fountain
dungeon.
being a
Awesome.
good one. I think a lot of those
Well,
kind of hints
Shrine
I have to
sucked
say.
for.
Well,
Actually,
Shrine
I really
sucked.
like this. As somebody who's been enjoying
It's a good
housing,
dungeon,
I
Shrine
though.
definitely
love
sucked
to
for. I think Pugs hated it
communicate
basically. It was one of
concepts and
those like.
dungeons this way. But thanks
hard
everybody
and
for playing with us. We'll
long
have more
and
of these
not
available for
very
everybody on desk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
and what else?
Yeah,
We
keep
have
going.
all of the pressure coming
getting
up ahead of
close.
us. as we face elimination.
Bro, I mean,
for
it
our
was.
lower
It's
bracket.
hard,
This
yeah,
is where things
long.
really heat
It was
up
like a
today.
43-minute
Have to
long
put everything
dungeon.
out there if they want to stay in this
God
competition and stay on the road to BlizzCon. When we get back, we're gonna have Carla Goes Brrr versus Cook is Gone.
But
Will
Shrine
they
was
be
cool as fuck.
able
Had a
to
lot of
cook
cool
it up,
polls.
or is Carla going
That
to leave the
probably
competition? Either of our teams might be leaving.
would get fixed
we'll
nowadays.
see who remains in just a few minutes.
Blizzard doesn't really like fun polls, so it probably wouldn't be a very fun dungeon.
Have you guys said anything nice about Blizzard in the last week?
Yeah,
Like
many
what?
things. I said they did a great job with the tank tuning. Happy about
Okay.
that.
JB, your turn to say something nice about Blizzard.
Oh,
Come on, it can't be that hard to think about.
It's so hard.
Yeah, they invited me to BlizzCon.
Did they? I didn't get an
Yeah.
invite.
What the hell? I didn't get an invite.
What the hell?
It's because you guys cheat.
Are
You
you
use
fucking
auto hotkey
joking
and
me?
shit.
I don't use
And
auto
one of you-
hotkey. Some other
One of
mage
you
in Liquid
uses fucking
it.
shocking disclosure potions.
That
Did you
is
get a-
horrible.
Did you get one of those like content creator passes or whatever? Like the VIP
I
pass?
don't know. It's literally just an email that was like, "You're invited to BlizzCon."
How do I get it?
Oh wait, what?
Do you interact
Maybe
with
not
the partner
DM you?
Discord people?
Oh, there's a partner in Discord?
Jesus Christ! I swear to God, some people just don't even try to be on Blizzard's good side.
Are you?
And I
I
say this as a guy
tried.
that talks shit
I thought
on
you're not
Twitter
allowed to
all the
leak
time.
Dude, I defended Blizzard when they banned me.
What are you, a cook? Yeah,
No, because
bad
people were
gamer.
blaming Blizzard and flaming Blizzard.
Are you
Oh,
a cuck?
And what's wrong with the cuck, by the way? Dorky, what's wrong with
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Yeah,
Is it
CLM.
legitimate?
Any cucks in the chat? What's wrong with that? I've been summoned.
I'll be right back.
Oh, here we go. He's gone for 30 minutes. JB, we get a stream revenue while he's gone.
Oh, I like that rule. Stay gone, dorky. Fuck off. Actually, I'm gonna have to dip out of here in like 45 minutes to go do an alt raid.
Oh, man.
I didn't even remember that I had that. When they
You're going to
pinged
leave
the
me
day.
alone with Dorky?
Gonna leave you alone with Dorky. I was wondering if I could actually just leave. I was like, can I pull off like leaving the stream up and just raiding in the background?
Yes, Dorky does that all the time.
Maybe I could do that.
I swear Dorky and Growl, sometimes during the watch parties, I'll watch, and they just don't do anything for 40 minutes, and they just come back like they took a nap. Like, actually, one time they said they took a nap.
Okay, maybe we'll just leave the. Just leave the VOD up. I don't
Just
know if they're
raid in
gonna
the
want me to
background.
be in. I don't know if they're gonna want me to be in Discord for this shit.
I mean,
The
what
problem is,
monsters are
I'm
you
trying. Well, it's we're gonna go through Paladins, I think.
Eh.
But the bigger problem is, I still need to get my Rat Mistweaver in to a Chimeras, and I want to do that, but I feel like I'll need to be. I feel like I'll need to communicate how much of a rat it is before we go in there. Actually, maybe I'll. Maybe I'll
You
do
could
that
also just
tonight, right?
lie. Like, you could say this monk healed paladins. Like, just
Monk
get me
healed
in this
paladins.
chimeras. Yeah.
I mean, they don't. I can't imagine they have any issues with me bringing the monk. It's just I feel like I need to make them aware.
Make
that,
them
like,
ready.
Yeah,
I will do no
whichever
healing.
healer they're pairing me with needs to be a strong one.
No. Is this guy's name Yitty? Yite? How's your heroic funnel? Horrible. Oh my
Our
god,
lower
heroic
bracket
is.
runs start now, and elimination is on the line. It's Carla Goes Burr versus Cook is Gone. So chat, get your predictions in. Be sure to use those polls. Now, we have a lot to talk about in the meantime with our next two teams. Now, Cook is Gone. The big one, we have to talk about it. It's right there. Dratnos, the spec rule issues. So today, they need to play around this. They know exactly what is in store, but do you think that Cook is Gone has the specs and the comps that they need?
You think we can get Dorky banned while he's
two
gone?
different things they could have done. Either they could be.
I mean, he could probably get
ready to
himself
go to
banned
that
while
game
he's gone.
Or
True.
they can just 2-0 Carla Goes Burr and then 2-0
All
their
right.
next series.
Why is
And if
everybody
they
voting
2-0
for Carla
everything
Goes
for the
Burr?
rest of the
Because
weekend?
the name's probably
Then
better.
that will be a future problem that they can deal with over the
Wasn't
next
Cook
few
the one that
weeks.
was like roasting, but they
I
just
think
got
so.
the,
Did we not
the game
worry
3
that they had a
DQ?
Oh, yeah, the
fundamental
DQ, I think
misunderstanding
so.
of the rules, thus
I
did
feel
not
like Cook is gone
practice
should have be like
a
heavily
call.
favored
Right.
here.
Well, I mean,
That's-
Carla Goes
that's
Burr
why
did not do bad
if
against
they get to
mandatory,
game three,
remember?
like, I
They're
think
like a
They
minute
are-
behind
they
one
are-
dungeon.
Because
The
if you look at it, I
25
think
or
in any
the
given map, from
23rd
the time
seed,
trials,
right?
That is
Cook
true.
are likely to be
They are the literal
quite a
worst
bit
team in
quicker
the-
than Carla Goes Burr, but not enough
in the
quicker that
bracket.
They're always
Okay.
going to win.
Like the
And I
whole
think Carla
bracket.
Goes Burr can win
They're the
over
worst
the
possible
Mysara
team in this
Captains
tournament.
Yes.
or the Magister's Terrace, which
This is
they're
the lowest
underdogs
seed
to.
you will
I
encounter.
think they become favorites.
We
in
cannot
any
encounter
cup.
a single team
Because
worse
that will
than
be a
Carla
dungeon
Goes Burr.
Where Cook is Gone will not be able to have their Ogavoker main
That's
and their
fucking
Elish
toxic.
main playing
Dude,
those
stay
specs,
on,
and they
please.
will have to swap to something
Sorry, I
different,
don't know why I
which
said
they
that.
won't have
Sorry,
had much
speaking
time
of
to prepare.
toxic,
At
that was
most, they
toxic.
could
Fuck
prepare
you, leave
24
again.
hours on that, which is, enough to maybe have a plan, but maybe not enough to have a great plan.
I'm not
You know
doing
what?
any content on my
Dranos,
toxic
I
side. Just
actually- I
I
agree
need to
with
start
this
drama
chat.
somehow.
I mean, why
man.
not just try to 2-0 it? If nothing else, give yourself some more time. And I mean,
I need to get
Cook
more
did
mean.
surprise yesterday. They had some
Well, you
really
could,
big players, even if there were
you could
some
start
goofy
like a
deaths at the
WoW
very end of Max's
drama
point. But makes with
Podcast?
this, do you think we're gonna get
yeah,
to see
or like
Cook
I mean,
is
just
Gone
like a
potential shine
weekly
today, or do you
segment
think
or
that something
something.
like the spec
Oh, we just
where-
cover all the drama that's happened in
Yeah.
the week.
And
Okay, so
probably like invite
not
people on,
knowing
like
the
Say
known
bed?
shit
No,
stirs.
it's my couch. I watch
Um,
TikTok there.
You could invite people on to be like, hey, tell me the tea for the week, like what, who's
Ooh,
been a rat?
That's a good idea.
Like, who's been doing- Because I know there's plenty of people in the WoW community that would be more than happy to get
There's a
on
world where it can happen.
a
but-
podcast
but
and just
Carla
air
was
the
put up, They
laundry
looked good.
and
I
So,
love tea.
call people out and shit.
Getting a 2-0 won't be an easy feat.
It's true. It's true. I mean, Tuttles, Carla, in their first map, we've only seen them in a couple, right? In their first map, it was a little rocky, but they seemed to really be able to tighten things.
Okay,
up
look, now
as they
the
got
Cook is
into
gone
it.
Yeah,
voting
yeah,
has
they
like flipped
listened to you.
completely.
They're
Yep.
going to match up against our chefs, as you like to call them.
Yeah, so they're the 24th seed, which you don't really know what to expect a lot of times when it comes down to a 24th seed. But they
Is there
actually
anyone in the
looked
WoW
good
community that you guys
in their
actively
maps
dislike?
yesterday.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
Mysara Caverns was one of the dungeons
I don't
that
think
they
there
played,
is.
which the first map in this series. So
Who
I
is it,
actually
JD?
think
Put him in
there's
the
a lot
Discord.
of
Sure, people.
upside potential
Is there anybody I
for Carla
even?
Goes Burr in
I
this
wonder if
series.
there might be some
Is there
people
anybody I like?
Okay, well,
dislike
we'll see
so
if
much
they're
that I
able
would
to
just
live up to that potential. Now, chat,
say
you're a
I
little more
dislike
divided on
them
this
out
one. I
loud.
see Carla
I'll tell you one
slowly
person
Put him in
who
Discord.
as we talk
I used to
about them
actively
here, put
dislike,
that belief in that
who
faith in, but a lot of
may
people
have
are
gotten
leaning
better
towards
over
Cook
the
is
years
gone. So I guess
is
it's up to us to
I
provide
can't tell because I
our
just
Thank
like
you for
stopped
the
paying
four.
attention. Was Lizelle?
You know, I'm gonna go with the Dratnos.
That
strat
dude
for them.
used
I'm gonna go
to-
2-0
He's a European
for
player.
Cook is gone.
I
If
think
they
he's
can take
reformed
it,
a bit
they'll
over the
get it.
years, and I
Dratnos,
haven't had
how
a
about
run-in
you?
with
What do you
him in
think?
several years.
Yeah,
But it
I'm
used to
not
be
too sure Cook is
that
gone as
dude
well. I think
would
that
just
they-
take every
I think they
opportunity
can
on
win these
Twitter
first two and
to
avoid
like
that pickle that they'll get into.
just
in
say
the next
some
point.
fucked up shit. And
Alright,
he was like a
Tuttles?
known toxic player. Like he was the kind of guy that would do like
Oh, Carla.
heroic raid
Whoa.
sales and like shit talk
And
the
maybe-
buyers to their
Alright.
face and shit.
2-1
Um,
Carla.
And
All right. You've heard
he was in the
here, this is
MDI for a
going to
while,
be our
and
third
we
series of the
like
day.
we would
are
get
in
into
the
it
lower
regularly
brackets.
on Twitter.
Carla goes Burr versus Cook is gone.
and I haven't-
Elimination is on the line.
I don't think I've
Tuttles.
talked with
Hold
him
on.
in 3 or 4 or
Cinema.
5 years
We're
or something,
already
but
seeing Fonny
yeah, that was
on
a dude that
different class than the Alex Shaman.
I have no
so
qualms
Cook
about
is
saying I
gone.
didn't
Just
like.
Come prepared for the spec ban rule.
Oh
Our
my God, a
worries
Frost
are
Mage.
No longer. They're not
Well, that
allowed
team
There it
to
is.
actually play
No, that
around
team's
at
Wait, they
losing.
played.
map,
This was a team that played Mage
meaning
yesterday,
they will
right?
have access
Yeah.
to it in map 2 and map 3. That is great news. For
Holy
this team.
fawn owl.
Yeah, they
What
are
are you
on
eating?
That, Holy Paladin that we did see them.
He's
we
not
did see a
Elish
little bit
Shaman.
of Holy Paladin
What are you
yesterday.
eating? Don't
Carla Goes
gloss
Burr, I
over
feel like
that.
they're on that
Yeah,
same
Burr.
composition that they were playing against
Okay. From
mandatory
different
Tertiary
way.
yesterday. A very standard comp in this dungeon. Maybe the mage is a little
Wendy's?
bit surprising, but
Wendy's.
Did you get Wendy's
Nuts in your
DoorDash?
mouth?
Variety format that we're seeing.
No, it was actually leftover.
Yeah,
You're
I
eating
Was it
leftover
DoorDash from the
Wendy's.
leftovers?
This look
Happy.
is insane. What is it?
Yeah, from
they
yesterday.
went,
The
left
mage is getting
side,
doubled by the
looks like,
bear.
and they ended up grabbing that mammoth
Well,
back.
you know.
Just FF, man. What is
Mage.
mage
Everything
become?
behind
The
that little
DK is
hut,
also getting
I think
beat,
they
so-
left the
Yeah, but not
collar in the middle,
doubled.
So they
It is what it
just
is.
went down and went to the left side to grab everything here. At the beginning, when this dungeon was first introduced, a lot of teams were pathing like that, but it is a
Wait, so
very
what was the
hard
original
path to
Wendy's
do on
order?
those higher levels. So it's cool to see Kukiskan be able to finish that one out.
What?
What was your original Wendy's order that you had
I
a
think
whole
that
burger
Carlos
left over?
Burr, this Bear Druid Mistweaver combination is one that's been very strong. since
two
really
burgers,
this
some
entire
fries,
MDI season so far. Are they going
and
to be
some
able to
nuggets.
leverage that?
I
to have a
just
little bit more damage, maybe do
didn't finish the burger yesterday, so
rolls that are a little bit faster. That's going to be kind of what I'm seeing.
it was
Right
during
now, what we're seeing for
yesterday's
Carlos Burr
watch
is it
party.
looks like they're going
Have you guys
one
ever
single
DoorDash food and
more
the containers
than Cook
open?
is gone in this first area, or at least it
I
appears
have
that way,
never
from,
DoorDashed food.
From what
Oh.
Cook is gone is pulling in versus
Dorky?
Carlos pulling. Now, I do think that Cook
DoorDash
might have
food, he
to
said?
walk
No.
backwards
DoorDash
and
food
actually
and the
No.
containers open.
activate some of their citizens to be able to continue
Oh,
to press
well,
back.
I don't DoorDash food in general, to be
Oh.
honest. So
Okay.
Also, quick note here.
DoorDash
is
we
way
are
too
having
expensive.
One more spec
No,
in
it's
the
not.
roster because this is the first time we are actually seeing.
I don't-
DoorDash
that
pizza
move.
today, it
I
was
know
like
we have long
$17.
abandoned that
I don't
class
even think
settles,
I
but
have an
how are you
app on my
feeling
phone
about
to
How-
order
like-
looking to
pizza.
play around
Like
that
for, like, a
market
slice of
and
pizza
with our
or what?
counter
For a whole
wide open
pizza.
Dungeon, I could see it do a pretty good job here.
Pizza
was
is
$12. Tip was $5.
It
It was like
Yeah.
half a
Pizza-
mile away.
For anybody
It's
that's
just like some small ass fucking pizza.
It was a good Italian place.
No,
It was a
look-
decent sized pizza.
Pizza right now is the best value per calorie that you can get in
Yup.
fast food. It is actually insane.
It's crazy.
In
It's
this
so
era
cheap.
of like rising
What?
prices and
No.
shit,
Oh,
it is
yeah.
insane how much pizza you can get for like $15.
Because it costs so cheap to make. Like flour is
Yeah.
so cheap. Cheese, tomatoes.
But you can order like 2 large pizzas and get
I don't think it's
probably like
horrible.
4,000 calories worth of pizza
Yup.
for less than $20.
Little Caesars is the ultimate calorie hack.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh my god, yeah.
Little
You
Caesars
could
like
get-
$8
By the
for
way-
like 3,000
You
calories.
could feed a family of 4 Little Caesars for a week for like $50.
I love Little Caesars. It's so good.
Hopeful. Yumi TV is calling your shit out. There's
Go
no
ahead.
way you can get good pizza delivered for $17, and he is literally the DoorDash expert. Like, if
I
there's
can
anyone
show
I
him
know
the
that
order.
DoorDash is nonstop.
I think he might be being a little like
No.
elitist about pizza.
Oh, okay. True. Hold on. There's a good Italian place that sells $12 pizzas. Margarita pizza. I can't show the box. I dock myself.
Very nice to see. Slowly but surely, that trash is dying.
I'm about to show the
I mean,
box.
would you really dox yourself if it's
Come on,
Yeah,
just tell
that's-
people it was a friend of yours that ordered the pizza.
Well, I said this place was half a mile from me already, and there's only just one place near me.
Yeah.
Goop says
he's
Hopeful
positioning
just said
correctly,
Little
yeah.
Caesars.
Cook
No
is
way this
gone,
guy
they're about
knows
40%
anything.
ahead
I
on the
mean,
first boss.
I feel like the
It's
odds
this
are
it's
against
this
you.
really good local Italian place. There's only one of them. It's called Little Caesars.
12% maybe ahead in terms of count. Whose position are you favoring here?
I'd be
IBM
doxing myself.
Growl.
I think it depends a little bit on the team setup. If your team is really good with boss damage, you would probably prefer to be on Carla's side. Whereas if you are lacking a little bit in that boss damage department, you would probably
realistically, how
prefer
often
to
are
be
you
on
DoorDashing?
Gaston's side. Since
That should get
the
5
AI
times a week.
teams are usually built in a
5
way
times a
where
week, goddamn.
It's 5 or 6.
That's
base
that
roll
is some.
just class
I don't know if there's a
damage is the
surer way.
preferred
I
damage
feel like
profile. I
to
think I prefer Cook's
find the
Gone just a
generational
smidge,
divide than
but
to
it's
ask
not as
people
clear
how
cut
often they
as it would
DoorDash
look
food.
when you just
No,
I
it's
mean,
actually
that's
more
the
like
real
6 or
fucked
7
up part.
ironically.
That shit fucks you up.
Yeah. I think that
It's
I
addicting
think
too.
that for me,
It is
I would
addicting.
almost rather
Instant
be
I like
gratification.
cooking too.
here because some of the trash
Yeah,
in
it's
the
just it's a
second
fucking
area,
hassle.
It's pretty slow, right?
Like,
there
I-
is
they end up having a
Go ahead.
shield,
there's a
if you
part of my
lose some
brain
damage levels
that
to them, pretty
just
annoying.
cannot
The mini boss pull with the
come to
Gnarlden,
terms with DoorDashing
that's
food.
one that
It
is
feels
standard for
like
all
paying
these
somebody
teams.
an extra
So I would be
whatever it
shocked if
is,
we end
like
up playing
$8
that,
or
but
some
there's a
shit,
lot of that
to
trash
drive my
that's-
food to me.
that's
My
in the
brain
space today
just
that I feel like is
completely
a little bit slow. I wonder what
like,
the cook is for Cook is gone. Is the cook
revolts
good
at
or is
that
it burnt?
notion. It's just
I hope it's not burned. They have done
I-
really
Yeah.
well yesterday.
it
They
makes
had some really
me
good routes,
have like
so
a whole
I'm
body
hoping that we'll
reaction
see
when I
the
think
same
about
from
paying
them
that much
now.
money
But I mean,
to
also
just
think about how
driving
insane
food
it
to pick
is.
up.
We entered this
Like,
boss fight
think
where
about
Cook
if you
was
told
on
someone
50%,
30 years
Cook
ago
just
that you
finished,
could just
and they
press
were
a
sitting
button,
around
you
that,
can
I'd
get
say
whatever food you
18%
want that's
burger,
around
they
you,
average out neck ranks
and
of
it just
margin between the two of them.
gets delivered to you.
Should kill
Like,
them
I
roughly
woke up at
around the same time. I
noon
will
today,
say
so my alarm for
neck
noon.
ranks
As soon
maybe
as I
a
woke
little bit
up,
high, but it
I
should
placed a
work out
DoorDash
in
order,
favor
and then by the
of
time I got out of bed,
here,
it was
but
there.
Cook is gone on their way
Like,
to this ghost
ordered food,
area.
little
Let's see what the
TikTok
cook is here,
session,
because
got the
yesterday when we
food,
saw
ate
Mandatory
it,
in the
and started
dungeon,
stream.
they actually ended up
Is that what we're
activating
calling
the
it now?
full
Little
Walkers
TikTok
over in this
session?
area, summoning that
Yeah,
ghost, which
little 45-minute
All about
TikTok
instant
session.
gratification.
to have a little bit,
Yeah.
like,
I go to bed
Yeah.
watching
beacon
TikTok, I wake
debuff
up watching
on
TikTok.
mobs.
Called
It was placed on
gooning.
the boss, I believe it was placed on Cortava. And that was
You actually use
utilizing, like, a
TikTok?
worm
I've actually
Little
never
TikTok
used TikTok
session?
in my life.
thing.
My algo is one of the best algos out
Is
there.
Cook is Gone going to be doing something similar? I think
It's
that's
all
What do you get out
pure
of TikTok
venom.
how much
over,
time does that
say,
worm
YouTube?
stone in setting up these altars
The
save
shorts?
you
Yeah,
versus,
less of an
you
attention
have
span
to
But YouTube
required.
has shorts too.
in this room. There is some
YouTube
time
shorts
that is
are
lost by
horrible.
doing that.
Like, what's different?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I don't know, my
if
algo on
these
YouTube's
teams
horrible, I
are
guess.
electing to do
I don't
so.
know, I've never
Because
finished one.
Controller has
Yeah.
caught up already as they're also entering this boss area.
YouTube shorts are
now.
too long
Of
for
course,
Gen
they
Z.
do have the upper hand on the trash percentages as we were talking about.
Yeah.
Wazoo on to the next pack, grabbing everything that is here.
You guys want to see the
Together
second
Dude, Carlo's a
TikTok I
pretty
got?
fucking good team, considering they're literally the worst team
Looks like
on
yes.
I think we gotta
BMBI.
go. I feel like they have to pull a decent amount more. Yeah, okay, so
6-7.
Maybe I
Think
mean
about it.
the
They
thing
have
a pretty
the thing
reasonable,
about the
um,
time trials is
pull for
it's
Cook is-
not necessarily
Carlito's
indicative
He's
of
got
like
a
how much
6-7
you,
tattoo on his
Like, to
face.
me,
having the mini boss here. It looks like the mini boss
I
is just-
feel like
Hope I
in
didn't
time
leak
trials
anything.
what I want to see is
Once both of these Gnarls
what
teams go
times
down
every
for
team ended
Carlito's
up with
Burr,
and how much
I
time
think
they
they're
spent
gonna
getting
be
those times.
somewhere in the order of 20 to
Because if
30
this is a
seconds
team
ahead
that
of Cook is
that
Gone, look at
literally
how
went
many
in and
points
did
every
each
single
dungeon
day.
like one time and just took the results of
it's
that
pretty massive
and we're like,
what
ah,
this
whatever the
one
fuck.
already
Like,
Have we
just
talked
want
about
our
this match
will
once?
get
participation
a little
award or
bit
whatever,
more
like
right now,
the
but
banner that you
Carlos
get.
Burr, they're
And then
right
this
behind
qualified
them.
him as
Burr.
24th and they're like, oh
Will need to
shit,
keep
okay,
on
whatever.
up here
Um,
to overtake
if you have a team like
Cook Gone.
that
The overall dungeon
compared to a
progression
team that
as
spent
well. Huge change
all
on
week
the
trying to
right-hand
get
side
good
for
times and
Gone.
ended
We're
up
just
at this
moving on.
point,
Skirmishers have died.
then I'm
That
gonna be like,
extra
yeah, give me the
lethality
team that was in here
from
for
the
like
AoE
40
that
minutes.
they do once you burst that shield is over, and so Wazoo is on the way.
I mean, I think that this augmentation evoker really needs the uptime, the duplicate uptime, the chaining. I think for Cook is Gone, this is a pretty significant damage.
Graal even
gain
said it
by
was a
chaining
good deal.
This way. I do think that the assassination
Little
rogue,
Caesars
they do
deal?
want combat drops in terms
No,
of
the pizza deal I got.
DPS on a per pack
Let's see.
basis.
Wait,
but
what kind of
can't keep
pieces did you
playing
get?
around things like that.
Margarita?
Like, you need
Margarita,
to continue
yeah.
to be chaining, constantly maintaining.
It's like a nice
combat,
Italian restaurant,
and just
so
trying to
it's
progress the
crazy they
dungeon
have
in a meaningful
pizza
way.
for this cheap.
And dragging the bounty
How big was
finger
the
down
pizza?
stairs. Once you
It was like a
end up killing off
medium.
what is like the,
Okay,
the
that doesn't mean
scary
anything.
part
Tell
of
me,
each individual
tell me
Oh.
radius.
Your next
I don't like
decision point
14.
should be, okay, can we chain this into the
Okay.
next?
Bro, there's no
Is
way
it like a large
14.
18 or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see
Something like
that.
that. Smalls
from
10 or
Oh, big
12. I
shrunk.
don't know.
on
Oh
here.
no.
You guys ever seen the math,
It's not
like a visual
necessarily what you
representation of
want.
how
Yup,
much
yup.
bigger a pizza gets for
18
every
inch is
additional
like
inch?
50% bigger than a 16 inch or something.
It's
Something
not about
crazy
the
like that.
size. Like,
It is about the
Ooh,
size
shit.
completely.
Nah.
No,
Yeah.
that's what you hear to cope.
The thing is, if you have a big pizza pie,
Bro is a mega count. Look at this, 87.
it's kind of harder to eat.
Okay, I've never seen somebody geographically place themselves more in my life than saying a big pizza pie.
What does that even mean?
It's a big pizza pie.
A big pizza pie.
Traverse the
a
terrain
big
here. Look
pizza
at this
pie.
Ziggy on this
Okay,
demon hunter.
stop.
He's jumping. I would say out of bounds.
was a
but he's
horrible
jumping over
accent.
these
I mean, I grew up in
mountains
an Italian
here, trying to get
neighborhood.
all the way
Really?
over
You know
I
I'm
had all the
those
Italian?
mountains, skipping those bound defender mobs that we were
Yeah, I
calling
mean, I
out
figured.
earlier. And it looks like they're going to be.
What's that
What does that mean?
Yeah,
I grew up next
what does
to.
that mean?
You know,
On Vordaza,
have you guys ever heard of Crispy
and it looks
Pizzas?
like, are they going to be
No.
Crispy Pizzeria?
This is a very, very
They're
Oh, like it's like a
really-
place? Okay.
I mean, you're on fucking TikTok. That shit's viral.
Hey,
as
you guys
fuck.
ever heard of
It's viral.
thin crust?
Bro, surely people have heard of Crispy Pizza.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Does the same thing. We're already spawning the boss, and look at that.
If that's like a
We're
brand,
inching
I've never heard of that.
towards us, taking the Soul
No,
Render
no,
Warrior
it's a
pack,
place.
You mean like a
as
like a
well
like a
as
style or
the
like a
Mana
place?
Warrior into
It's a place.
Vordaza, and
Place?
here it
I've
is.
never heard of
Boss has been
Crispy.
pulled.
Carla goes Burr. We were kind of.
But I'm from
wondering, like,
Kansas,
What's
so-
the difference between the count differential?
Well, I mean, the
I've
thing
heard
is,
of-
like, those guys are viral
When is
nowadays.
Carlos
I've heard
gonna
of
be able to cash in on the
Domino's,
count
I've heard of Little
advantage?
Caesars, I've heard of
Right
Pizza
now,
Hut, I've heard of
Vordaza getting pulled.
CC's
Probably
Pizza.
No, it's not. It's
Oh,
not
I
a chain.
love
And
CC's.
it looks like for Carla Goes Burr, they have significantly less trash to deal with. There is a bound defender, which.
Dorky, ever been to a
Yeah,
CC's?
I
like
grew up
some
right next to
damage
that
from
place.
annoying, but
It's
I
crazy
think
that
this should be a
that
lot
place is
less
viral now.
scary than where it currently stands for Cook is Gone. This is a lot.
Dorky,
of
you ever been to a
miles above
CC's?
Cook is Gone.
No.
It is, and especially with like the
Missing out.
unbig and the extra shades, you need to be very careful with
Yes.
your
no way I'm
positioning
missing out.
as those swirlies.
All you
Dude,
can
the
eat
frost
pizza?
is getting doubled.
Layered difficulty. difficulty that Carla is adding
Just
to their
FF,
self
man.
esteem.
What is
I love
mage?
that little,
He's getting
DK
doubled,
wiggle
but
out
they're
the
ahead
whip
right
to just
now.
make sure
Doubled
that
by the
the
tank.
transition happens a
He's
little bit
buffing the
faster,
Devour
prevent the
DH.
players from having to deal with that
Okay, but like, would you
for
rather be
much
in the
longer
team
and allow
that's
them to
winning
then
with a mage,
free
or would
move
you rather be
again?
in the team
That
that's
was
losing with a
really nicely
fucking
done, and
boomkin?
we're not finished yet, Tells. We're adding more and more trash into that. However, Cook is gone now also on to Verdaza as
tough answer.
they have elected to pull the rest of what they were in fight with into the boss as well.
So I think looking at the damage meter here for
How do you guys pronounce water?
time and boss combat
Water
is
like a
gonna be
normal
kind of
person?
the important
Why,
thing.
why did you put
I
like
feel
an extra
Carlo
R in
goes
there?
since they have
Water.
less
I've
stuff.
How do you
always
pronounce
called it that,
water?
but like,
Pull the boss.
Water.
It should
how's it any
put
different from
focus a little
just?
bit more damage on the boss, have a more
Well, because you
comfortable
put an
time
extra R in
being able
there.
to get all their globals out effectively.
I didn't put
And
a
I would
R
not be
there.
shocked if they
You guys-
ended up killing off
Water?
Verdaza
You guys
something
drink
in
What do you call
water?
it? Water?
20.
Water,
Why?
water,
Water.
water, water, water,
Water.
water.
Verdaza at
You're like
10
the
stage
like the
they're a minute
Washington
46
like
seconds.
washing
Cook
machines.
is gone. They're a minute 35, and the boss is at 35%. So Carlo goes Burr, accelerating, going Burr. And this
I
The
swear
one
this
that-
comes up all the time.
The one that
Can you
fucks
do
me
it
up
right
is
for once, Tuddles? Can you at least try?
my oldest stepdaughter when she says clothes, she really
Tuddles?
pronounces the th in it,
It sounds very pigeony. Why is it so high?
like
pitched?
clothes. And
All right.
I've
Yeah,
never.
that's fair. Honestly, that makes
Maybe
sense.
other people
Look
have
at them
pronounced it like that around me, but I've never
happy.
noticed it before.
It's
But with
just the
her,
drummer. Look at
I
this.
can't help it. Like every
You
time
don't
she
even
says
need any of
clothes,
this trash. We're
the
just gonna
and like
grab it
really
for the vibes.
enunciates the th thing.
Oh, they
Eh,
have 5
it
mils.
just sounds like a
Allow
completely
your
different word to
demon
me.
hunter to just, they're just gonna meld.
My
No,
grandparents say
well,
water.
Okay, yeah, he's a mage.
Yeah.
And
well,
soda.
yeah,
It's not
we're
just
making
me.
Yeah,
this
we
off.
don't need this.
Well, they're
Okay, I
like
don't- I'll call it
80s.
soda.
Sweet.
It has nothing to do with age.
So.
All right, into the final stretch of.
I think it's a little
the
bit to do with
dungeon
age.
for
A little bit,
Carla
yeah.
goes brrr as
Yeah.
they are reaching
I can't roll my
that
R's like
final
they're doing.
boss.
It's
Raktul
messed up. They're
has
making
been
fun of me.
pulled. The drummer still alive. That's something we saw from Mandatory as well. They're just gonna
Remember from
deal
Silas'
with
water?
it
Yeah.
and then DPS it down once they're actually
Yeah.
into phase. And for now, Raktul will need to just be DPS'd naturally.
That's actually one thing about
No big moves from
spending
the
more
teams
time
here.
on
Really
EU
Meta and
that
Ziggy should be
caught me
ready
off
once
guard
we're actually
is
putting
I've
back
always
enough. We're
associated
also going to
rolling your
collect and
R's
use that
with
bloodlust.
Yeah, so the drummer
like
notably
Latin
does
languages.
AoE damage to targets within
But
100 yards
there's
range.
there's
So
a
that's why
ton
when you're, like,
of
standing
European
bottom
languages
tier,
that roll their
the drummer not
R's.
getting you, and whenever you're playing this on live,
Even
you
if I
wanna
wouldn't
run up
necessarily
running
say
five
that,
stack and you know, kind of deal with the drummer that
like
way.
I consider it rolling your R,
Not like
they
it's meant to
make
wizard
essentially the
discovery, but if
same
you take the boss
sound
up
when
to
they say
the edge
R,
of this
and I'm like,
room,
damn, it's like
they're outside that
actually
100-yard range,
a
so
lot of
they
areas in Europe that
stay
pronounce it
out
that
of the
way.
range of it. For Cook is
Yeah.
gone, they notably actually don't need that drummer for count. They are already
You
at
got that
100%
weird
unit
ass
forces, which could be nice, depending on what it actually
RV
takes for
type
Carlo
shit.
goes Burr to kill it. There's also kind of an interesting question that I have as well, is whenever you're
All right, let's see
doing
if
Look at
everybody
Carlo,
else is
though.
doing the drum
what does
tech
that
here.
look like for the
Yeah, they're
damage
doing
taken
it,
on
and
the
they're
attack
literally
roll
the
of
worst team.
15, and
Wow.
you're not pacified during this run.
JP
Once you
said
start
the
running
same
up
thing.
actually kind of
This
impressive.
team is the worst possible team possible at this event. How are they doing this?
You see from the
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, they
wow.
have the 5 worst players in MDI, but they know how to do
Yeah,
technology,
that's
and
right.
they're actually
Let's
winning.
see how this
Or they just
team
used
is
their eyes
getting
yesterday and saw you don't
back
need to
up
kill the
there.
drummer.
Here they are.
Well,
Uh,
clearly
Nick
Cook
will-
is gone, did not.
Yep. Just a short second, but we're back.
But they are
together
killing the
now.
drummer.
They also need to deal with this drummer, right?
Yeah,
Carla
yeah, of course.
needs the count.
Why
from
do you?
look at
There's
this.
there's got to
Bears
be.
being
going
mega
to be
cleave.
one that has
See,
the
look, I'm
capacity
telling you,
Oh,
there's
no, it's not
to deal
working.
the damage
You have to
onto
kill
it.
this
You
drummer.
can also
You
see
kill him,
Angel
the tank
kinda
kills
cleaving
him
onto it,
single,
helping
like
out
solo
a
here.
little bit.
No, you
But
see,
yeah,
this
that
guy is
Raktul
thrash
is
weaving. He's just weaving in and out
almost
to
even
get
still
max.
Because
running.
the drummer doesn't go
to
through the
lead
wall that
all
the
of
boss
it
spawns.
As Carla takes the first map.
Carla really is going
Very impressive from Carla.
Showing all of
Frost
the
Mage almost
inefficiency
below the
against
tank,
the
by the way.
Turbo
Just
to
FF.
prove us wrong.
I predicted 2-0.
Bro, how
God
could you
damn,
be
Frost
Carla,
Mage
actually?
won.
2-1.
Okay, all right.
Yo,
then
what
But
if-
the
what if
worst
Carla
possible
actually makes
team
it,
won?
dude?
I predicted
Dude,
against
I
the Jets.
actually-
That's the thing. Showing
Big
me
props to
and
Carla.
some of chat that
No,
they are
Carla,
determined
the
to
goat
prove
for
us
real.
wrong. They've secured the first point in our
Ho-
battle.
look at the
Zero.
Frost Mage.
The mage is
Zero.
zero avoidable damage, getting tripled in damage. Almost lost
He
to the
almost
tank.
topped. He almost
That
topped
makes
interrupts.
tripled, okay?
He almost topped
Sometimes you
interrupts.
don't really know what to expect out
The
of 20
mage
points,
almost lost to
right?
the
He's literally
tank.
not getting
Cook is gone,
triples.
it's
Oh
supposed to be
my
a lot
god.
better. Carla goes Burr. What I saw from them
here we go
out of
again.
Mysara's Caverns yesterday versus Mandatory.
Zero
told me
avoidable.
that
The
they
best
put in
player
a
on the
decent
team.
amount of practice.
Flawless gameplay.
Also, something
Tank
that
almost
it kinda
beats him
tells
hitting
you
one button.
is
Well
that
played.
They they probably have planned for this very specific route.
Don't even
through the
start about
bracket.
Fire
So
Arcane.
I think that those are the
Actually,
Do you
getting
think the
doubles.
mage's name is Carla?
goes first.
I hope so. That's the goat.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they absolutely
Any
came in
mage with
with
X in their
a
name
tight,
has to be
like,
one of the best mages in
strategy
the
and
world.
approach to it, and they really did just power through this, even with Cook is gone. close on their heels throughout various parts of the dungeon. But we'll get another perspective on it. Dratnos, from what you pulled out of this particular map, what stood out to you?
Yeah, so here's a look at Carlo goes
Fired
first,
up,
and they
X.
are really gearing up for, it looks
That's
like
good.
this series in particular, like Tyler was identifying, you know,
GX.
you kind of can get this idea. If you're going up against mandatory in game 1 on Friday, you might have a pretty good inkling that on Saturday you'll be in the lower bracket, and you should really focus on preparing that pathway through the bracket.
Sorry, guys,
And
I'll
that
press
meant that
arcane
a
intellect
focus on
and not
Mysara
speak.
Caverns, I think, was incredibly smart out of Carlo
I mean,
Gopher,
you're also the
busting out
Bloodlust, that's a big
Frostmage
deal.
in this dungeon as
Yeah.
well, which is nice because you
There
don't
aren't
need any
many
damage
good
from that
Bloodlust
third DPS.
specs
You have
right
a
now.
Bear Druid,
Yeah, except
so it's all
Auguvoker
good.
tops damage.
You can just have the Frostmage putting that
I've
against
seen the
flag
meter for
darts and,
Auguvoker.
buffing the group,
It's
and then you can
below
have your
the
Bear
tank.
just doing huge damage. Meanwhile, Cook is gone. They also are gearing up.
It's actually barely beating the healer in most
You can
dungeons.
see from the Moonkin that they're playing that first of all,
Dude, right now it's literally just Shaman and
it's not that their
Invoker.
players can only play one spec. They have players that are capable of playing the other ones. They just
a
weren't
horrible
prepared
time.
for that.
Why
because they
did
didn't fully
Founty get off
understand
of Ellie?
yesterday how the spec variety rule actually worked. But with 24 hours to
He-
think about it, they had
I
players
mean,
that were
they're
ready to hop
prepping
on
for
and
the
do
next
great
two
damage
maps.
on, for instance, that Moonkin. And
Because
what
by
that means is
playing
that Cook is gone.
Owl
will be
here,
ready for this
they'll
series to go
have
to a
Ellie
game
Shaman for
3
the next
in
two.
a way that they weren't yesterday. So even though they lost this first
Yeah, but he
game
could have just
So
2-0'd.
while it might look
I
good
think
for
that they
Carla
are
right now,
absolutely gonna
Carla
be
is about to
capable of
get
winning a game 3.
absolutely
which is something
fucking
I
Well, it
was
might
destroyed
look good
by
for
Fawney.
Carla. They're gonna have
If
to
they
give
showed
up their
here
mage
with
crutch.
the Og and the Ellie, right? That would have made me a lot more worried.
Not just
about
that, they have to
That
deal
would've made
with
me think,
Fawney.
okay, it has to be a 2-0
The Ellie
or else
Shaman.
it's not happening.
We were all definitely relieved to see that they had come with a little bit of something else, and that it wasn't just that they had fully shoehorned themselves in. I mean, thankfully the teams do know that the spec variety rule plays a role. And
Why are they
so
changing where the
having some in
casters
your
are?
back pocket, definitely
Tettles was top
important. And like we said, Cook is gone. They came with some
Gotta mix
extra
it up.
ones today.
Can't
and
get
we
comfortable
also
on
got to
the
see
That's a good
broadcast.
point.
Goes Burr with this sort of opening comp that they put together. But Mace,
There's
as
no
we
way
look
he has
to
a light on in
fan
his room. That's
out,
just the
what do
sun.
you think they're gonna opt
I'm
for?
DMing
It's
him.
just on, yeah.
Well, they're gonna
Tell
opt
him to
for
look
Magister's
upwards.
Terrace, 'cause that is the next dungeon we're gonna be watching. We haven't seen either of those teams in that dungeon just yet.
Or
would
Magister's Terrace.
hope
I'm
that
expecting
we
Carla to
see
go
that
absolutely
Guardian
insane
Druid.
in this
Once again,
dungeon.
I think it's a very strong choice for basically any dungeon you'd like to run, but at the same time, you need to think about it. If this goes to a third map,
Is
would you
Carla
like
the
to have
barrel?
Bear
And is the
Druid
barrel
in the Nexus point
farting?
rather
What's
than the
happening there?
Terrace? Or if you're Carla,
And that
do
logo.
you think you can close it out here? So
Yes,
there's a
it's a
lot of
farting barrel.
evaluation that the
Okay,
teams
that's
need
Carla.
to do right now. Carla more so than Cook is gone, just to make sure they're ready for potential
I mean, this-
of that third map.
This is actually tough spec ban, I think, for Carla because you really
There's
want
no
the
light above him,
Mistweaver
100%.
Bear Druid combo for the Magisters just because
There has to be.
Oh,
The
that-
sun wouldn't
in
be
the
reflecting
process,
off of
what
his
you
head
end up
like
giving
that.
up
The
is
sun's
speed
coming
gain.
down through the
No,
window. It would have to be
if the
going down
windows
through
are
the
like
window,
the
off
full
the ceiling.
Like, I don't know.
Well, yo,
what-
hold on. If they're
what
banning
is
Holy
going on?
Paladin and Asa
Yeah,
Rogue
I
here,
think, though,
what
if you're
is
Carla,
Zero
you gotta
Cool
look
and
at yesterday's
Leo gonna
Nexus
play?
point from
He
Cook
said
is gone.
3 lights
And
are
even
on.
though that went
What?
pretty badly at the very end, it was a
Yeah.
very fast run in that dungeon. So
Yes, I told
maybe
you.
if you're Carla, you're trying to 2-0 them right now as well, right? And you can throw some of these specs out that would be good in the next.
This is
point. Just say,
MDI.
look, we got to win right now
Old
because
format.
Cook is gone. Even though they messed up that Nexus point once.
No,
we
she
don't think
didn't
it's likely to
win.
happen
He's
again.
a user bracket.
Let's see, what's Zero going to
Yeah,
play?
you know, It
Probably.
seems like Cook is gone. Although Carla had such a good
Outlaw.
showing yesterday. Cook is gone. Definitely had.
What is he
speed
known
behind
for
them,
outside
but
of
how
Asa
much they
Rogue?
can adapt and how long
Other
they can
rogues?
go through this
Other
series, I
rogues?
think, is the big question, especially as we
Is
see
he?
them in Magister's Terrace now coming up. But Carla, they had
I
such
don't
a strong start here.
know that I've ever played
I
the
hope
Zero
they're
on
able
something
to
besides a
optimize
Rogue.
on
And
it.
I've
I
played
mean,
the
Kettle's-
Zero a fair bit.
With the gameplay from both of them in
But he's, like,
Magister's
always-
Terrace,
Oh,
do you
DK
think
he's
that
played
this
too.
map might favor
Has he played
one or the
DK?
other
Also,
a
is it
little bit?
Asa Rogue or is it Sin Rogue?
I-
I feel
It's
like
As-
Sin Rogue.
it's
is
As
more correct.
Rogue.
Probably favors Cook is gone
Sin Rogue.
just a
No,
little bit.
I
think it's Sin Rogue.
It's
Love
Sin Rogue.
Ass.
Coming in, or 12th seed coming into the weekend.
It's
I
either
think in theory,
Asa Rogue.
They're supposed to, like,
or
we're
Sin
supposed to
Rogue.
pick them to win this
What?
map.
Yeah.
Why not ass?
It's not
At the
Ass
same
Rogue
time, I
because
think
that's
Fine.
what a fucking 7-year-old would say.
Did not
Oh, sorry for
Here-
being young.
I mean,
My
that kind of
bad.
lines
route
up.
through the
Yeah,
bracket.
grow up, hopeful.
Like, I think that there's a lot of weird stuff
The
that
old
can
people are
happen
fighting
there.
back.
For sure. I mean, I love, you can see even down below chat, so many folks were backing Cook is gone. 72%.
You know, I was born in the
Carla
late
at
90s.
28,
Like, I'm
but I
old.
feel like now a lot of people would start shifting those
what about Mutt
votes
Rogue?
if they were able
I
to
had already
show
grown
how
sounds
pubes
derogatory.
by the late
Carla
90s.
was in that first map. But Carla, I mean, for a team that
a
we've
good
just
point.
really seen here coming
My
in,
voice
fresh,
was
coming
deep
in
by then.
Yesterday, I mean, Dratnos, What has your take been on them overall?
I was probably
my
my hairline
been
was
the
probably
same
already
since I was like
exceeding.
12 years
Probably
old.
already receding.
Yeah, I mean, Carlo have just looked.
My
incredible
hairline's
at,
receding. I need to go see Stripe in
remember,
Turkey.
You got to remember, they're coming in at 24th seed. So we've had MDIs in the past. When we were in this tournament back in BFA, oftentimes we'd have this phenomenon where like you would have
He
your
shook
top
hands with
seeded
Elvis.
teams. They would be playing up against a 16th or a 24th seeded team, depending on our format.
Who's
And
the
it
youngest
looked
player
like
in Liquid
me and
now?
Tettles in a weekly key up against these
Tobo?
Key,
Or
like, it's
Boomy?
the
yeah,
store.
keys would get depleted, all that kind of stuff would happen. And
How old is
I think
Boomy? I
Carlo's
thought Boomy
growth
was, like,
really
in his
shows that we're in a
mid-20s.
different era now.
I
The
think
24th seeded teams,
Boomy's
they're
young.
coming in at
It's
a disadvantage
Wally.
against the first seeded teams. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, Wildlife is young
But
too,
it's
yeah.
not like night and day. They are capable of the same types of strategies, the same
Might be
types of
Tobo for
comps,
sure.
the same types of innovation that any of our other teams are. And Carlos Grosberg definitely are capable here of not just winning, but potentially 2-0ing this series.
That would be so impressive from them, especially like we love a good underdog story. At least I know Makes and I love a good underdog story, but I think everybody does in their hearts.
Bro, Boomy joined
so
our
seeing them be able to climb up would be incredible.
friend
but
raid last
they
night.
would have a lot
We wiped
ahead.
for
In the lower bracket,
like an
I
hour
feel like
on
there's
Chimeras to just
opportunity,
fear
but
going off
also
over and
so
over
much
and
more is
over.
on the line.
Yeah.
And after
Sounds
we
like my
killed
main raid.
Chimeras, it was
Is
like,
there
oh,
more
I gotta
pressure
go.
there? Do you
Like
feel like
something came
there's a
up. And
different
No way he did.
as you are planning a lower
Not a single thing
I don't
came
give
up.
up. We had
I
too many
think for
healers and we
Carla,
one shot all
you're
the bosses
going
up
up
to
in
dragons
this
anyways.
group, you know your first enemy is mandatory. That instantly shows you what your
Chimeras is definitely one of those
tournament
fights
is,
where
and that can be an advantage. That
when
also
it
means
goes
you're always playing with the back against the wall,
correctly,
'cause you
you're
are
like, how the fuck could
instantly in
anybody
the
wipe to
elimination
this ever?
bracket,
And
that
then you
could
get
be
into a
Dude, the
raid where it
fear
doesn't
needs
go
to be
correctly,
nerfed.
and you're like, oh my
Half
god, how has
prepared
anybody
for
ever killed this boss
Gone,
before?
half prepared for
It's
this
literally
one since
just the
yesterday.
fear. That shit happens way too
Yeah.
quick for how old WoW players
Yeah.
are.
You know what?
True.
And there's two of
They
them.
adapt
The thing is,
reactions to
you-
props. I mean, Tettles, seeing how
I
they
almost
came
want to
in,
make
some of what
every
they brought,
Chimeras
do you think that
have to
they
have
shifted up their mentality?
I
like
think they
a-
probably have a better
The
two
sidekicks?
Mistweavers? No, like two Mistweavers
Mysara's Caverns.
on different sides, and
I feel
a
like the Mysara's Caverns
guaranteed
when
way
it
to
should be
dispel the
best
Mistweaver.
that we're likely to see from Cook is
Well, why
So
don't you
that-
just bring Tremor Totems?
strategy / composition.
well, because that requires the shaman to press the trimmer totem at the right
Alright.
time.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
like
you just
everybody,
no,
we
you
have
just
some
pre-press it
rewards in
for.
chat.
You can't
If
pre-press it
you've
every
seen
single
them
set.
For either of the teams,
Yeah,
let
usually
them
have,
cook
like,
or
3
go
shamans.
boom.
Oh, I see.
And
So
you
just a
true.
20-man
You
shaman.
can have like a
Alright,
warrior
let's show
too.
some support
Well, you
for
could
You
have
get
like
6 shamans.
After our wait, we are
you know, you could
coming
have
in, the
like
action
2
is
shamans on
going
each
to get
side, 2
started
warriors on each
again.
side.
Our teams seem to be
We
ready.
had a
That's
Chimeras.
comp stack for
Our next
Chimeras.
map here
We had a
between
Chimeras where I was with a Mistweaver and I
Yeah,
was
they
playing
were
Holy
last story.
Paladin, and the fear went
Now
off,
this
and I
is
bubbled and
game
dispelled the
2,
Mistweaver, and he
the pressure
revived,
is
and I was
on.
like, that's how it
Eliminations
should
are on the
work.
line. If Carla can secure this one, they will continue their trajectory through this.
That's
lower
how it should
bracket.
work every
time.
If Cook is gone, can take it.
Match
they will
starting.
feed it out, and we'll be
Riveting
going to
first
map
pull
3,
coming
but
in.
either
All right,
way,
here we go.
Carla goes Burr versus
We're
Cook
seeing
is gone.
a
Here we go, Mix.
Sub Rogue.
Here we go, indeed. On the right-hand side, we're seeing Cook has gone back to former glory.
Oh,
That
they lost the mage
elemental
on Carla's
shaman has
side.
come
Oh,
back
what a
into the
surprise.
picture.
Oh god, they're gonna go even
Going back
faster.
to that Sully rogue. On the left-hand side, Carla is on that druid.
Dude, his name is
Mistweaver
Pain. That kinda
combination that
has
we were
aura.
talking about.
That is
Also
aura.
elected
He dropped
to
the
go
X from it.
elemental shaman as well as the warlock that we saw from them in their time trial.
There's something
strategy.
about
So,
4-letter
I think
simple
despite
names that
losing
go
an
hard.
unholy
There's a huge
DK
name
and
gap in the
Bull.
WoW
Demon
scene.
Hunter,
Some people have
both
great
of these
names, some
teams
people have
have found
horrible
good
names.
comps.
I was gonna say, like, I was worried
Yeah.
about what we were about to see from Carla because they banned
Who has
What
the
does
best
dorky
name in
even
WoW?
mean?
DPS specs for this dungeon.
Who has the
I
best
think
name
that
in
the,
WoW?
The Og Evoker, the Ellie
Ooh.
Shaman, the Demonology Warlock. Like, I'm pretty okay with that. I
Out
don't
of
think
like
that Ellie Shaman,
competing
like, I think Ellie
players,
Shaman's
Race of
really,
World
really
First
good.
players.
I'm not.
Yeah, I think my vote's
for
super
Donkey
Gary.
Insane in this feed just because.
Oh, you mean like that?
How many mobs?
Oh,
there
like
are on
that.
some
Wait, look at
of
this line of
the-
sight
the
spot.
way
Holy
that
shit,
the
this is
Ellie
sick.
Shaman is
Wait, are
set
these
up
mobs
and it
snapping or
just
no?
downloads their damage so much. I actually think that
Dude, this is
Ellie,
a
as
sick spot. I like
specialization
this.
for this
APC
season's
goes
MDI
hard.
is actually quite
Until that
good.
pyromancer
cozy.
drops his shit in there.
Yeah, I think so too. I also like what we're seeing from both of our teams here, going for the one.
Dude,
and
yeah,
then
isn't it crazy that I'm Fired Up
all of the
literally
other
has
mobs
an
they're
Apex
standing
talent
for the
named after him?
Pyromancer just straight
He's
up
the
into
GOAT.
that. But
He
hold
deserves it.
on, did I see that correctly? Did somebody get ported reported
I mean,
back
I have
there.
Call of
On
the
the
Elder
left-hand
Brood
side,
named
it
after me.
looked like it for a
Yeah.
second, but you can
That's
see
actually
the
true.
entire team.
That would be
Back goes
Okay,
kind of hard
it might
too.
have just been
a very bad damage
my
loss.
eyes tricking me. Yeah, that would have been crazy.
Okay, so Pyromancer looks like it goes down a little bit early for Cook is Gone compared to
Someone
Carlo
got
Goes
ported?
Burr, which then is going
Wait,
to
someone got
allow
ported?
Cook is Gone to continue to position themselves a bit better to run through the door early.
Someone
But
got ported.
Carlo Goes Burr
That's what
actually
someone in
down
my
the
chat
path
said.
faster, so they
Dude, is
they're out
Carlos
there.
or
Even though they're a
Carlos?
little bit
Is Scarlet gonna
slow.
win this one too?
Which
Let's go,
activates the door.
Carlos!
Carlo Goes Burr is going to be 5 seconds earlier, let's say, actually getting the boss engaged. They got that Incarn rolling from that Guardian Druid. They have the
All right.
Ascendants available from that Elemental Shaman. And
They're
it
having
is
the
going
Ellie
to be
Shaman grab the
basically
crystal
it
on both
dies or
sides.
I die for Carla Goes Burr, and Cook is gone. The Bloodlust has been pressed.
Holy, they
All
are
the
getting shit
offensive
on.
cooldowns are coming out. All
Dead.
of the
I'm only
defensive
spin.
cooldowns
Dead.
You
are
hate
Dead.
to see it.
Spin,
Carla Goes
spin,
Burr's healer
spin.
Went down with that.
You can't
life
spin
cocoon
through a flame
available.
strike.
The Fort Brew, as he gets battle res,
I've
is
actually never seen
immediately
anyone
pressed.
die to flame
It
strike
looks
before.
like
That kinda
Carla
goes
Goes
hard.
Burr is going to be
I
able
mean,
to
that's why they're the
recover, even though
worst
that was
seeded
an
team in the
incredibly
entire
scary
tournament.
point
There's
making.
no possible team
Yeah.
worse than them.
It
I mean,
absolutely was.
in the MDI
They
setting,
have
it
gone
does
through
go kind
20
of crazy when there's like
stacks
shit
from
all
the
over the screen.
worms, also going to
It
be
makes it
helping
hard
them
to
out here
avoid
by increasing their damage
the
and
usual
healing
avoidable
as
mechanics.
well. Very
one of the things,
nicely
one of my
done
favorite
from the team. Pakistan looking to do exactly
sort
the
of
same thing,
MDI
as
specific
they are
issues
now
that I've had
adding
in
more
the
and more
past
trash
is
into
it
the
used to be the
boss
case, and I
once
don't think
more,
it
but
is anymore,
they are neck
but it
and
used to be the
neck
case
here.
that bigwigs
Is
would
as close
suppress
as they
trash
get.
alerts
It will come
once you
down
entered
to
boss
how
combat,
fast they can get
which
through
was
this boss
very
fight.
rarely a
Look at
problem
the
on live
61%
because
to
you generally
now
did not do
58% as
difficult
the
trash on boss
is starting to drop
in
lower and
a
lower
high
for
key
Cook is
setting.
Gone.
But when you go into
This one is gonna be
MDI,
dicey, I think.
you would drag trash onto a
Something
boss,
that Cook is gone.
and as soon as you
What
entered
they
boss
did that was
combat,
really
it would
smart
stop
is
giving you
right
trash
before this
alerts.
Custos
So like all of a
second
sudden you just stop
vulnerability
knowing what the
window,
fuck any
they
trash
actually ended
mob
up
did
grabbing the worms. If they can end up having those kind of
through
overlap
bigwig
one
alerts.
another, having that
And
multiple
That's the problem of
damage
relying
for
on
that
bigwigs for
damage
trash
burn is
alert.
actually gonna be,
So you
I
ended
think
up
it's
having to
a
go
really
in and
solid
like
strategy
disable
for
that
Cook is gone.
functionality in bigwigs, but
Actually,
only
it looks like
for
it's gonna
like
fade
only mattered
before
in
they even get
MDI.
the extra amp.
Now you use X boss.
Yeah. Well,
Now you
How
use
broken is
Xbox.
Xbox, by the way?
It's not like the
I
still
just
haven't
keep going.
configured it.
renews what you have, so it's
They have
I've updated it,
truly
like,
lost the
12
war in
times.
add-ons, by the way.
the
Like, you just can do
regularly
exactly
yeah, I
everything you
mean,
could do before.
Everyone kind of expected this.
Except
But
see
it's
what
just
killed
so
somebody.
surprising.
More
in my
aids.
mind is that we saw mandatory earlier in this dungeon, and we saw how fast they were.
Yeah.
I'm curious on whether or not these teams have
Pain
tried
down!
to pull
Oh,
that
Pain
oh,
goes down.
Pain goes down.
Oh,
God damn
no.
it! You know who would have lived that?
Frost Mage, defensive,
crazy.
Frost
Mage.
They have no res either
Thank
because
you.
they res the mystery bear.
Thank you, spec in the game.
Yup.
Okay, everybody was so low.
They would have
when
been
that Pyromancer dot
in a
Yeah, I
pretty
think
good
it was
spot.
The healer or the
That's the
yeah,
crazy
healer
part.
Dot
They had a
plus
winning chance
that
against Cook is
ball
Gone.
that he ended up soaking, like you said. That
Yeah, anything's
spell that
possible.
needed to happen. Gonna be
Maybe they
I
should
saw
rename
it-
to
back in the
Carla
mouth of death
uses
differential
BR.
in favor
Oh,
of Cook
come
is
on.
Gone, and Cook is Gone is also going to be downing the boss.
A great man once said
somewhere
it's
in the
always
order of
winnable.
about
I saw a
15
Dante's clip the other
seconds
day.
ahead of Carla,
The score is
really
like
starting to
3 to
build a
30
lead
in
here.
league, and he said never give up. There's always a chance someone on the other team dies, and we can still win.
Oh, we have had MDI games exactly like that, where we full wiped, and the team is like clearly Dobby, but it's like
You
whatever,
have to
man,
go
just like
because-
you can just go, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, like halfway through a random boss, somebody in the
I love
team will just get really
Dante's,
excited
man.
and be like, "Oh my god, they just full fucking wiped!"
Yes, yes. Like the
there's
chance is
only
so low,
much
but it's like
extra
5%
time
chance
that
you could just
really
still win. You got to
cannot
keep playing.
afford to spend
wow.
on the back of the additional death penalties. And Carla
But then
will
sometimes you would get
eventually, with that last
Controlled by your
refueling
team, and you'd be
protocol
halfway through a
ending,
random boss and be like, "Oh my god, the team full wipe!" And you'd be like, "Really?" And they'd be like, "No,
No,
we're
yeah.
getting our ass whipped."
So Pain did already go down and then just falls over again. Tragic.
And that happened last MDI in the last
Yeah, but
match.
now
Like when
they're
they died on the Dragon boss, like they just stopped
20
playing.
behind or something.
But like we still had a pull
That's
that we
tough.
could have
I mean,
lost on.
This is going to be pretty tough. But look at this. Carla goes Burr and Cook is gone. They're actually in the same part of the dungeon. They're doing the Spellbreaker pull with these runic glaives with their offensive cooldowns. Cook is gone. Elected to do one additional trash.
Are they
back
kinda
to
even
make
right
a
now?
little bit
Is
more
this
count.
live?
What is that count going to allow Cook is gone to do? That's
I
gonna be a
mean,
question that we're gonna have to continue to look forward
they
to,
would be if it weren't for the
in
two
this next
deaths.
section.
Cook
But
is Gone
I
is
think that
definitely
Cook is Gone
taking their
should be
slow ass
solidly in
time.
the lead.
Yeah.
They were doing some
Yeah,
live
I
ass pulls.
What
Carla
they
just
might
went all the
skip
way.
is the fact that we
Carla's
saw
in it to
mandatory
play
on
MDI.
the very
Yup.
Cook is Gone is
final,
just kind of like
hour, the platform, right?
live
before
key
you
team
actually
that's
hit
kind of just like
tower and
signed
go
up
towards
and
the final boss.
fucking
That's
around.
the pack that mandatory played, but most of
So
the
we
But that's
did
kind
it
of how
on-
you have to treat
like
MDI
so that might
nowadays,
just be
which
the one
kind of
that Cook is
sucks.
Gone's
Yeah.
trying to avoid.
There aren't many people people who are in it to win
50,000
it.
HPS on the side of
Min-X,
Cooper,
no.
just to have it fall apart at
Well,
the very
I
end. It's
think
like,
part
okay,
of the
we have
problem
Monk
with
for our elemental
the
shaman,
structure,
but another
like the
15
prize
seconds
structure of the
on the
MDI
moment of
is
time where
there's
they
really
could've
not a lot of
made up
incentive
lot of
to
the
compete
time
if
that
you
was
don't think you're
lost
going to
on that
place at
first
least like
boss
top
with
3.
those deaths.
Yeah,
Just having
and
it's
another
just
death at the
If
very
so, it's
end
basically
is
like you almost have to ask
incredibly
yourself,
unfortunate.
do I think I could be playing on Sunday
it's a
in
rough
global
situation
finals?
for Carla.
And if the answer is
positive
no,
is they already
then
took one map. So
you're
even
probably
It's not worth it.
if they
yeah.
have
Then
a
you're just
little
like
bit of
fuck it, man. I
struggle with
like
Magic
taking like
Spirit, they
6th
have another
place in
map
MDI
back.
is just
But
it's
this
too much
dungeon is
time
not over by
investment
any means
for
yet.
what's
It's
going to
a
end up
long
being
dungeon,
like
a
a
lot
few
can happen
$1,000s.
here. And if you're
And
looking
I
at
would
the
just be
side
better
by
off
side,
doing some other
encasing
thing for
Carla is
money if that's
really
what I'm doing it
fast on
for.
the overall
Yeah,
tempo.
most of the teams competing
Yeah, or
aren't
you just,
doing
like,
it for
fuck
money.
around and you still.
And the
Yeah.
strategy
Unless
is
they're
a
winning.
little bit quicker.
Yeah,
And-
unless they're top 3 team.
Conversely, you don't have to pay the winning team $30,000 per player to get them to compete. Like that's you don't need to pay them that much to get them to show up. The top 3 teams are going to show up for this shit probably almost no matter what.
Okay, I don't know
I
about
think
that.
a lot of people would
I'm
play,
not sure about
would not
that.
play if it was lower.
I don't know. I think if you could, I think even if you paid the top team like 15,000 for winning, you'd still get them showing up trying just as hard as they tried.
I mean, the MDI I was in, we got 20K each, and there was like no teams competing then.
Very quickly, and we
I
have
competed for well, like when I was competing, it was for like 10,000.
Well, inflation, that's like 50,000 right now.
Love
I guess that's
watching my
true.
predictions right now.
All right, you had 2-0, right?
Yeah, I did.
Dude,
that
back
too.
when
So the next kind of
JB was
question
young, I remember when
is related
pizza was
towards the
worth,
next
or pizza was going
where
for like
we've seen some
$1.75
teams
a
pull
slice.
double
What?
void
That's
collar
current in New
with the
York.
tyrant and
I
run
think you have to.
all the
Yeah, if you get
way
some shitty
into
pizza,
the
yeah.
bar.
No, you can. There's some good pizza places in
That
New York. You can get it
opens
for
up
like
If you get a shitty
$1.75.
pizza pie,
A shitty pizza pie.
Basically here,
Most
where
places
Carla
goes
goes
for
every time they've opened up
$3.25.
fight potential, they've had somebody die.
Okay, just
for
have the
Cook is
price
You're not gonna
off
get
the
for
dough.
fucking $1.75.
Deathless, but I think that's going to be the pivotal moment. And if it goes even, right? If both Cook is gone and Carla goes Burr, both
yeah,
do
I
the
mean,
exact same pull, and Cook is
The
gone,
problem is
comes out of it deathless.
there are like
It
no
should
new
be theirs
teams
to
coming into
lose,
MDI. Like
basically.
when was the last time there was a new team that came into the MDI and
Yeah, I
actually
think so. But like you have to do
made it to
double
global
void.
Holy
finals?
moly.
I just
Liquid?
think there's
Liquid?
no way around it. It's
Okay,
so
all
hard.
right, yeah,
It's
new
such a
team.
massive time
Holy
save
moly.
that if you don't do it, you
Who's Holy
are
moly?
essentially handing it to
was
the other team.
Wildlife,
You cannot play safe in
Witsy,
the MDI. You have to go for those risky polls, and I'm
There's a bunch of
really
new people who've never
expecting that
played.
both teams do that here.
When was Holy
Okay,
Moly?
so
I don't remember
the
this.
setup of
Teeth
this
Igloo
poll
Wexy
is
Soda.
actually incredibly annoying.
Wildlife.
Oh.
A lot of these mobs that are in this hallway, they come.
And they got
late,
third
last
they don't
MDI.
Activate on time. So your
That
tank
was a
Who
new
of those
team.
guys were new?
On these is really
Yeah.
important. There's also
Was it just
that
Wildlife that was
dreadful
new?
Board Walker.
Teeth?
We've
Because everyone
seen
else
some
played in
teams,
the
like,
MDI, right?
electing to banish
Teeth,
it,
Wildlife.
secure it, or just kind of leave it in the back.
So I guess yeah,
I don't know
Soda,
if Teef's
Wexy,
done-
Igloo.
Like as late as
Yeah, I mean,
possible.
Soda, Wexy, and
Oh,
Igloo have
wow,
been playing
Mate,
I've
for-
played,
look at
yeah,
this.
I
Look,
guess.
Dawn is done pulling. They've done the half pull.
Yeah, Boomy's new. It's not like teams that are
Okay,
new because the top
I
teams
will
are kind
say,
of still
even
there,
for
but like
Magic
Yeah,
they
I mean,
added
I
that
guess that's
second
true.
You have
yeah,
new
there
players
are
here
new-
and there.
couple seconds
players.
later, we could still see Cook has gone decide to add that in once that first cast is over. Just to
I
make
don't play
sure
League.
that they
I do.
are
I play like
offset,
Mayhem
but
ARM with friends
I
here and
I
there.
can
but
hear that as well.
Actually, I haven't played
Carla,
Mayhem in a while.
they're going. They are.
Carla's gonna win with these
rolling it. They have
Giga chatter
grabbed
outs.
Basically everything
Let's
that
go,
was
Carlos.
available to
Yeah.
them in their path.
They're not doing
and
the
are
full
also
Man, I'm
in
so
fight
sick.
with
spawn the
that
boss right
white
away pull
collar.
though.
Now, I'm also only seeing one for now, but Sura says, don't worry, I'm still moving. I'm not finished yet.
No, they're
But I mean,
pulling
that's
them right
still
now.
gonna save you some
Tags
time.
more and more.
They pulled it in
into
lane, I
this
think.
Pack. They are
Yeah, see they're coming in now.
going.
This is how Carla
Fighting
wins.
for Bear
This is
Incarnating.
also how Carla loses if they end up having another death here. This is the situation at hand. Once they get the Void Collar and the Tyrant killed off, the boss
3
is going to
deaths
be able
is
to
just
spawn.
45
In
seconds, by
theory,
the
I
way.
think that Carla's
That
going to
is
be able to have
crazy.
the boss spawn early enough to where they're going to be
No,
able to make up the fact they have 45
Carlos!
seconds worth of death differential. But
Carlos!
this is exactly what I was talking
You know,
about.
I
Carlos!
respect it. I respect
Yeah.
100%
the effort
respect
in
it.
actually treating this like the
You
MDI.
cursed them. You
Yeah.
really
No,
did.
no.
Can't change your
Oh
route.
my goodness.
I was just explaining for chat,
Tiles,
of
I can't
course.
believe you do this to the team. Here's the replay of how
Bark
it
skin
all
up,
went
does he hit it?
wrong for Carla.
Survival
First,
instincts
we
up, does he hit it?
lose the tank,
This was
and
the
then
best
from
part
there,
about
just
LAN
everybody else gets slammed
is
by the
you don't know
power.
where the other team
Seems
is,
like
so you
10
can't ever
dozen
change your route.
bombs.
You just have to
No,
assume the other
apparently-
team's like
Could you hear the crowd?
blasting. Well, yes,
Oh,
but
Bear Druid-
some only like it
Take
depends
away, I think, is what we've learned
when
from this.
because like at BlizzCon, yeah, you could hear the crowd,
Yeah.
and you could gain information if
loved
they
to see
cheered
in the
and
middle
you
of
hadn't
the-
done
yeah.
something cool. Then it was probably because the other team did something cool, or if they went
Or they
like,
full
"Oh,
wiped. Yeah. I imagine just
Um,
in the middle of a match, you see the crowd just start like moaning or something. You know, the other team full wipe.
But like when we played at Sydney, there was no audience, so you would just. The only thing, and we tried to figure out, there were camera guys that would move back and forth between the teams.
You were trying to
get, like,
cheat?
reactions. Well, what we were trying to figure out is if there was some predictive reasoning for why the camera guys were standing in front of whichever team. And so we had, I don't know if it was like superstition, but it was basically like if the camera guys were in front of us and all of a sudden they like quickly moved to the other team, it was like, fuck, they must be doing something cool. Like we got to get the camera guys to come back over and be on us. And so if the camera guys weren't in front of us, we would always get like nervous and be like, we got to go faster. We got to go faster. And then if the camera guys ever came back to us, we're like, we're fucking owning.
I can't wait to hate watch in person at BlizzCon. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think obviously that
Just I see Mace die, I'm fist pumping, cheering in the crowd with foam fingers.
It might even be faster than what
Yeah, fuck me!
Yes! Insane thing to do, and I mean, they're still going.
I'm just talking to Elmer now because like I was asking the keys, and he's only now learning about the Echo breakup.
The hell?
He's fiending on the drama. Well, yeah, I mean he's been stuck in
Dude, he's
Rookery
been
for
stuck
months.
in UI hell for
So,
years.
He has no idea what the hell's been happening.
Yeah.
And
now he's just learning about fucking the drama.
Elsmer, if you need any tea, just let me know. I can give you all the tea.
Those additional void walkers, they don't do a whole lot, but if you're looking at the percentages for Cook is Gone, I think they should be able.
No way,
just
Ellesmere's
skip
lying.
Most of what remains in that dungeon, and then only do the very last pack that we've been seeing from.
Now everyone's asking what's the Echo drama.
How do we do this?
Let's go,
We're
Dorky.
really watching the MDI.
What's the Echo drama?
Yeah, I was just
What is it,
thinking
Hopeful?
about that as well because of
Ah,
course
what is
you
it?
have the evoker, so you can use probably.
The thing is, like,
Rescue plus Warnstone.
I know so much drama that some of it I
the
can't
rest of
say
the
and some of
team
it I
get up
can, so it's like
You can say all of it. You can say
I
all of
can't
it.
say drama because I don't know what I can and can't say.
Kind of.
Why can't
like,
you?
There's
Like,
a
is there like some
Transcendence
fucking?
variant
No,
that lets
everything's
you
fine.
To people that you put it on. Could be the strat. Shadow Step, mayhaps. Could be...
Let's go back to AHK.
Hey, by the way,
a
low key,
interesting
this boss is
question. I'm not sure.
insane.
I guess we're gonna wait and see.
Gemelius.
Yeah, I was looking across their
Does so
races
much
to
fucking
see if there was
damage.
anything
You know what up,
that
Gemelius?
could help them out here, you know, like that.
Is it not Gemelius? What is it
that
then?
can do some porting,
Gemellis.
but, yeah, it'll be
Gemellis?
interesting. We'll
There's no
watch
I.
what
I guess it's
do.
yeah. There's no I at the end. It's either
Surely they wouldn't
Gemellis or
pull that really
Gemellis,
nasty
but
pack right before the final boss, right? That's just not something that's permitted.
or
I
maybe
think
it could be like Gemellis or Gemellis.
Dude, they're just
Anything's
chain
permitted,
full
right?
wiping. Carlos.
Yeah.
Really just
Dude,
when it comes down-
once you
Well,
get out of your
not
rhythm,
allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
permitted in the sense of like a smart choice.
this is literally the
A lot
worst
of
part about
strategies
playing
use this stuff so
MDI.
far,
Plus
but
is if
6
you're ever in
minutes
this
for
situation.
deaths.
or like if you needed certain CDs for a poll and you pressed everything and then died, and then
Yeah.
you have to go back and it's like, well, I don't have anything up, and it's like, well, we don't. There is no other poll that we can do, so
Buenos
just
run.
go. And
Keep
you're like,
going until the admins say the other
Okay.
team has won.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I will
For
ever
now, this
forget
is the final trash that I
the
think
first
they will
global
run
finals I played
90,
in
might be
where
that we're taking those
I
extra,
fucked up and we
shadow
hard
stalkers
wiped
up
on the
there.
first
Still
pull
need
of
to be careful here. Those terror waves
whatever
will
it's
need to be
called,
interrupted.
Sanguine
They're doing a
Depths
great job of just keeping everything under control. You
against
can see Mole is
I'll
just
be back.
coming back. He's
fucking
added a
Guys,
little
we're gonna have to
bit
pick up
of
mail real
void
quick. I'll be
blades
back like 2
Lepon's
for
minutes.
the
team.
team to just cleave on to get some additional.
The good
This
part
match
is
is
we
over.
still
I'll be
won.
there in 2
As
minutes.
that pack is dying lower and lower.
Flaming Lip.
Does this count?
Yeah,
I shit
mean,
the bed.
those guys.
I mean, we still
I
won,
don't
but
think so. I think they.
Yeah, no, I mean, we
Okay,
fucked up
yeah.
so bad. I remember
thought
my
they
heart
might need
fucking
the
sank
remaining
because like
pack
Oh,
as
the
well,
full screen.
we had such an insane Sanguine Death
legendary.
run,
We're
It's been
overpassed.
and I was
such a
feeling so
long
fucking
time
confident that
since
we
we've
were gonna
seen
shit
a
on the pond because like I literally
Why are
never
you
lose
so
to that
giddy
guy
about this?
in
We're back.
tournaments to play.
Speedrunning is back.
Crazy.
We got the full
And I
screen.
just like hard wiped us in the first pull, but
yeah,
somehow they
the
fucked up even
ultimate.
harder later down the line.
It's been, it makes it's just been so long. I haven't seen this in such a hot minute.
I shit the bed so hard. Somehow they shit the bed even harder.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that felt so
means,
satisfying to know
Carlo
that
will appear in that pit,
the
but
opposite
here's
team fucked up
Shroud
harder than us.
from Cook is gone, and they will be able. Listen, we were thinking about how can they just port over there, they don't have to, because they only need to skip that very tiny edge. They
that
don't
was a
need
clean
to skip
skip.
that edge at the very front.
Shroud
and
is OP
That
was
is
the-
a lot
the
easier for
answer.
them. Shroud will be the answer to the puzzle, and we're on to Degentrius. 4 Cook is gone, full trash count. 1 map already went to Carla, and Cook is gone, looking to lock this one in for themselves.
And
By the
mean,
way, I cannot believe they
this
nerfed
composition,
this
I think,
fight from
for
4
Cook is
square
Gone
to
is
volleyball.
more accurate to what I think that they want to play throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, it was
They're back on that Ellie
a little
shot,
weird,
they're
but
back on
like
that
this goes back to
Auto Vector,
that.
Zero Cool. He's on his tried and true
I
rogue.
genuinely
What else
believe they nerfed this
specializations
fight
required? Don't
specifically
worry
for
about
Prez
that.
Evoker.
We might even get the outlaw rogue in the next map. And I think for
so?
Cook is Gone,
This is like the kind of fight, like when you talk about like why Prez
the
will
route from
never be
Probably
meta in its
probably,
current
but for
form. It's
Cook is
because
Gone, the important thing that
there will
they
be
need to
like
do
randomly a
is
fight
come
like
out
this
deathless.
where for
They
most
have a
healers
Nexus point
the
Zenith that
spread
we
might be
saw
like a
from
little
them
annoying.
yesterday. And I think
Like it's
that
like, oh man,
now,
some of the spells that I
even though I
have
thought
don't
Roller Ghost were my
cleave
two of
or
this series,
I mean,
Not
how's it any
everyone
different
fits
if
in
you're
my
a
F flow.
spread like this right
shifting in
now?
favor
Because
for Cook
well,
is
I think they
Gone,
changed the
with all we've seen
way
from their spec variety rule,
temporal anomaly
with
works
being able
now
to
to
take
where
this
it's like
Magister's
just
Terrace. I feel
AoE
like
or
this is
something. I
kind
can't
of
remember.
the-
They did something to it in
the pivotal
1205,
dungeon
but
for
it used to be like
the
your temporal
entire
anomaly,
series.
which was a big way that
You had to
you
shoot it
applied
out, right?
echoes. Yeah, you had to shoot an
think so,
orb, and
too.
like
Very,
nobody's gonna be
very
stacked up for that. You're gonna hit like
nicely
maybe
How does it
2
work
people
now?
with it.
Cook
I
is
think
gone
now
as
it's just
they
like
are inching closer
a
and
spray
closer
maybe
to
or something
finishing
like
this boss. 50% still.
Okay.
wild
Right.
growth
They
or
need to get
radiance
through.
or some shit like
Listen,
that.
Something can always go wrong,
but-
it would need to go tremendously wrong.
Yeah,
for
previously it was
them
just
to,
like that was a
close
big
the
Now
way
just
to
using
get.
5 players apparently.
I think
That
so.
is so
This is a
stupid.
lot.
But that's the kind of thing that
Five
was
deaths is a lot.
like, well, oh, what's the big deal about playing
Okay,
Prez? And it's like,
what
well,
is
that's
that
just
at
it.
time?
Is for some stuff it doesn't really matter, but then there's some things where
Times
most
15
healers aren't
seconds
even
to do
aware
math.
that that
I
would
don't
be
know
an
why,
issue for
but-
somebody, and then for
Well,
Prez it's like, this is the worst fight of all
I
time.
like how you said think.
Yeah.
You're clearly using a color.
I got a new
Yeah,
keyboard and I
I
have to
mean-
sign for it.
Checking.
That's actually
Oh,
so
okay.
When
lame.
they
That's
got
a lot of
here.
minutes.
Yep.
I feel like they
That
should
is
just
a lot
make
of
preservation
We're
really
talking
powerful.
about healers?
and-
No way.
No, that's the worst. That's the worst
Alright.
I
outcome.
leave for 1 second. And
You
You
see
just
what
need to
it's
accept that if you play Prez Evoker, you are a raid healer, and you will never be meta in Mythic Plus.
Yeah, but fuck raid.
Okay, well then don't play Prez Evoker.
Kyrgyzstan has locked in that 1-1.
I don't know, man. I
They
mean,
got
Prez sounds
the
like such a
Cook
cool
is gone,
healer,
has
and I
played
would
up
probably
win,
be down to
tying
try
our
it.
score 1-1,
But
Okay,
bringing
try
us
it
to
then.
our first map.
because
Play
of how
raid.
it's always
Today.
undertuned,
The
there's no
series
fucking
has
way I'm
felt
gonna play that
back
shit.
I mean, it's not. The thing is, it's not undertuned. It's
Putting us in a
just
place where it feels
annoying
like
to play
either
around.
one
And-
Well,
take
it's
the deciding
tuned for
map.
raid, which is
Really,
undertuned
though,
for M+.
Till, I do have to
I mean,
ask,
it's
do
like
you
there's been
feel
plenty of
like there
seasons.
were
Like
a bunch of
I remember
sections
back
here,
in
halfway through the map, or-
season
Oh,
3
no, that's-
Dragonflight,
that
for
was-
instance.
Zero,
that
zero.
was Carlos
On-
Burr.
Wow.
What was the
There
third
isn't
boss?
a-
So
Probably
many
should have
zeros,
focused up
whatever
on the
that
run. I guess that makes
Halls
sense
of
though why those
Infusion.
deaths happen.
Yeah.
But seriously
Kajin?
though, how
Yeah,
did this
Kajin.
match just,
You know, that was like a
terrorize that
giga
settles?
healer check for your
Yeah.
sustain healing.
I was a beast
and
at that.
It's one of those
and
things
a lot of
that
people
for
thought
Cook is Gone,
Druid
this is
was, like,
exactly the run that we needed to see from
insane
them.
at that because
Wasn't
Druid had
enough.
such good healing and
I'm
it
a
was
little
so
bit
mana
concerned about their
efficient.
Magister's Terraces in the
But
future.
Prez Evoker
But
fucking dominated
hopefully we
that
don't play
fight.
again.
Like it was
You know,
insanely
I
good
have
at
to
stack
look at their
fights
route
like
later, but
that.
hopefully we don't play it
And
again.
you could do like
think
I
that we
saw
are
some
going
clips
into a pivotal game
That's how it
now
should
where
be.
I think
how I
it
think it was
should
like
go in
Crive
Cook
was
is Gone's
playing
favor. Like,
Prez on that
just
boss, and I
from,
was
like, a
at the beginning of the
tactical
season I was like
perspective,
genuinely
they played the
worried that
dungeon
Prez would be
yesterday.
meta
They looked
when I
pretty
saw
good,
some of the
and
early
they
clips
have
of
pretty much the
Kajin
comp
healing
that they
from Prez
want in
Evoker
that
because I was like,
dungeon.
oh my god, like this
I
spec
would say
does
that Cook is
so
Gone
much
is in a
fucking
much,
healing
much
when
better
everybody's
position
stacked
now.
up. But it's just so
Okay,
annoying to
alright,
play
well,
around
we'll
that nobody
see.
ever gave a
For
shit.
sure,
It was like,
but,
okay,
I
cool,
mean,
let's
maybe
go to healing
Dragon's gonna give us
Kajin,
some
but
more
like you can
insight
heal it on
on
Druid,
this
so
particular matchup and how
I'm
it
not
went
playing
as we look
fucking
ahead
Prez
to the
Evoker.
next one.
Yeah, if you were looking at the graph there, you could see a bunch of big spikes for Carla goes
Is
Burr.
Evoker
That's
the biggest
usually
failure
good,
of a new
But
class?
in this case, it's the same
I mean, I just
multiple
don't think
times they kept
they.
wiping to and not being
Well,
able
first
to
off, I think
actually,
Og is
succeeded, so
pretty
that
obviously
was
not a
little bit of
failure
a
in terms of
problem for them.
popularity.
Well,
Dev is
popularity
just-
and power
Oh, is that
completely
true?
weird.
Out of Cook is gone. That's what we were expecting to see out of them.
I don't know,
And for
there's a ton of
Cardboard
people
You guys want to
playing.
hear a
yes,
game design
Oh, but there's some people playing
secret?
with its
Up why things
OP.
that pull.
What?
But
Whenever
there
they
are some
design
signs
new
of life
things,
for
game
them that I
designers
think
make it
are
intentionally
very
strong power-wise,
encouraging,
so people
especially
play it so it looks
for
better
the
than it
Well,
is.
except for
series,
Evoker.
of course, in this
No,
dungeon,
Evoker
that
is
before for them.
extremely strong
Maybe because Cook is
power-wise.
gone.
Og has been
In
broken for the
raid,
last
yeah,
4
but-
years.
Okay, Og.
so
Yeah, I mean,
Prez
sure.
had-
it
it's
was even
still
out for 4
broken.
years.
They
Prez
First
is
of
still
all,
broken.
Og was out for 4
Right, that
years.
B-round
Prez has not
being
once been good. That
expended
class is
In
fucking
raid.
trash.
is
And
something
plus
that
is a mini
In
game.
raid,
Raid
yeah,
is the only
okay,
content
in
that
raid, but
matters.
nobody
perhaps
cares.
Stop
the
yelling,
wrong
please.
player is being down that B-res.
You're a fucking idiot.
And
What?
one thing that happens in
Dorky,
the
we got
design
beef.
is that when you start having things go a little bit wrong, you
Get
start
it,
I'm
let's
good.
talk.
off
Let's talk
of
it out.
your
We got
plan,
beef?
right? And that can be something that can then lead to a lot
Oh.
going wrong. So here's
Hello?
Cook
Beef?
has gone with this
God damn, we got beef,
conservative
actually.
pull than we've seen, even compared to. There's basically like 2 levels of bigger pull than this that you can do. You can do the pull that Carlos Bird does, or you can even go all the way that the like Polish Mountain and Mandatory do in here.
Actually.
fighting every single red nameplate
Anyways,
that you can find in this
would you just
area.
mute him?
Here's Carlos Bird.
Anyways, fuck that guy. I kicked him out of the call.
Anyways,
Then
fuck
as soon
that
as
guy.
you do
That's
have
good.
that first
Goddamn.
death coming out, it starts to be very quick.
I'm sorry.
And very hard to recover. They do have that 1 battle res, but they just don't have the time
You
to
didn't keys
actually
editor,
expend
Dorky?
it here. And the problem is, now when you come back here
Wow.
after you've wiped once,
Wow. Yeah, I told you he muted you.
don't have the same set of cooldowns ready that you're used to having for this pull. So you have a tank die here, very quickly everything goes wrong. And now if you
Yeah, I'd be
attempt
down
this
full.
pull again,
Okay,
you don't
perfect.
have that cheap death on your Aug Evoker. You don't
Now
have
Dorky's
all
gonna
the
ask
if you
offensive
got a
tank.
abilities at the same time you're used to. You
Yeah,
just
yeah,
press
if you've
your
got a
aim card
tank.
before that wipe
Not
happens.
playing with your
So it's very
dumbass
easy
Mistweaver,
for
man.
One wipe to lead to more. And Carlos Burr felt like their best chance was to just keep
It's not
attempting that
dumb. He
pull
healed a
and
20
it worked
Spire
out,
on it
but of
yesterday.
course, It didn't.
Yeah.
They would have lost either
He
way,
let
because Cook
Greg
and
die
Johnson ended
4
up working.
times
As
to the
soon as-
bird
as
boss
soon
in a
as Carlos Burr
19
wiped
spire
once,
the other day.
Okay,
it
that
was
was literally
over
the
to them,
first
and they
time
made
I've
the
ever
decision.
played
We
Mistweaver
think
in my
our
life. I don't
best
even know
chance
what half my
is
Oh
buttons
boy,
do.
I didn't hear about
we can
this.
get this in one more pull, and something goes wrong for Cook is gone. It all ended up being a moot point because
This
nothing
was the
went
key
wrong
that I
for
said
Cook
I
is
got
gone.
further than you did.
Yeah, you know, it's always tough to make
Oh,
those
come
calls,
on.
I think, especially for the teams. And sometimes it really is. It comes down to it, like, if we
By
play this
sacrificing
safe,
Greg 4
there
times on
is
the bird
no
boss?
way that we win, or a very slim chance. So
Well, yeah,
taking
but we
those
got to the
risks, I
bird
think, is
boss.
worth it, but you
You know
have to
how
be
like
able to
yesterday when we
actually
were playing with
see them
Mistweaver, we
through.
I
didn't
got
get
to the
the
bird
bird
boss.
boss.
Carlo, they looked
The
so
first time we were in there,
strong
we got to the
on
bird
the
boss.
map, but
No, that was
those
not the
big
first time.
No, it was
risks
the first time we were in
just
there. We got to the
cost
bird
them
boss,
in
then we
that
wiped to the
second
bird
one.
boss.
So makes we're
Pretty sure the
looking
first
ahead,
poll,
we know that
you
next
died
up,
right
our
away on the
final
first
map is
poll,
gonna be
and-
Nexus
No,
Point
first time
Media.
we did it fine.
So how do you think the
It was
team
after
should
that
approach
everything
this
started going bad.
Oh,
And our
okay.
bans came in too, so we can take a look at those.
Yeah, we're now on 6 bans. This is the first time we're actually seeing the full power of the 6 bans because they're cumulative. So there will
So I remember
be
the
3
first time we
bans
did the
after
first
each
pull, I was
ban,
like,
and
I was thinking to
we'll
myself, like,
definitely
damn, that's
know
actually like
Focus Gone was
kinda
very
easy.
slow in that Magister's tiers in comparison to some of our other teams. They played it incredibly safe, which sometimes
Miss
can be
Weaver's
the
low-key
right
OP.
answer, but it's not going to get you
I don't know how
far
they
in
got
this
away with
tournament.
it.
So I will expect them to go a lot harder. And notably, both of our teams are now losing that augmentation evoker, which I think plays a big role for a lot of those dungeons.
Dude, I thought
I think that this is where
going to
like,
this alt raid,
practice
and
time
I
really
thought
comes
I was
into
gonna have to
play,
be
right? Like,
kind of
how
a
deep
rat,
is your
telling them I was gonna bring my
map
druid because I thought we were gonna be
before
stacked with
the
druids, and
map
now
reads,
I am the
where you
druid
have a bunch
buff
of
in here.
different
There's no other
specializations
druids.
banned. Do you have to
I
make
Or I
wish I
heard
could
Jordan
do
is
that.
gonna be in the MDI watch party today because you were gonna do alt raid.
Well, originally I was like, I may have to dip, but then I was just like, nah, fuck it, I'll just leave the stream up and
Yeah, he's gonna
alt
pull a
raid in the
dorky and
background.
just leave for 30 minutes.
Oh, so you're raiding right now?
I
Yeah.
think this is going to be really, really interesting. Like in theory, it's supposed to be
What are you up
Fine.
to?
It's
favored for
just,
Cook is
we're
gone. I'd probably
just
give them like
pulling
60-40
Verzian,
chance,
so.
but this is going to be like really down to practice, especially like.
Oh wait, no, never mind. Second
second or
druid.
third
Okay,
best comp.
now I don't get to lord it over everybody.
It's true. I mean,
No.
You know, we
honestly,
stole
it
like
is
$100,000 from
cut
the
off
Asian
into
teams in the
surrounding
race.
some differences. So Dratnos, if you had
For
to
what?
What do you mean?
You know they have the
Oh,
bounty
like-
for like a world
Yeah.
first.
Searches.
They were
How do you think
apparently
these two need to
15
kind of
minutes,
jump in for
or
this
we killed
dungeon?
chimeras 15 minutes before they did, and we just did it as a random
Oh,
split
there
at a
was a
random
bounty
time.
for.
Yeah, and if they got the world first Hall of Fame on that boss, they would have got like $100,000. But we beat them
They
in like
should've-
Was that
15
reset
minutes.
the bounty?
Why have they not messaged you
That's what I'm
and
saying.
offered to split
That's what I
the money?
said. If anyone from the Asian team DM'd me, I would have stalled 15 minutes. Like, for some money, of course, but like, I would have
money.
stalled. It was a random split we were doing. We could have stalled easily. I'll do it for a quick buck.
Yeah, if they would have kicked like $500 or $1,000 to each player in
Like,
liquid,
message me or Shaq, any Asian team listening, if you are, and like, we'll get it done next year.
yeah, Shaq could do it for free. He'd just
Yeah.
do it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
He'd fuck the rate up.
That's not true.
Okay.
So Carla played Vengeance Demon Hunter
right.
in the Mazzara Caverns,
That's right.
and they played Brewmaster Monk in their time trials.
Okay. So they have some options. They have some variables they can.
I hope
bring
Carlo
in.
wins this.
I mean, do you think that Nexus?
Dude,
Point
Carlos better
favors-
win
we
this.
talked about the Aug Evoker, but do you think it favors any specific spec settles?
I think that
I will
specializations that
like
allow you
give it to
one
Carla.
phase,
It's we haven't seen a
Photo
full
Warden, the
pants
the
shitting
boss with the
match.
white
I don't
AoE
think
where you
in this
just-
tournament
I
yet,
mean,
and
that
it
one
feels.
just happened.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like
think that
well, honestly,
that
it
can
feels
actually be a pretty
nice
big
to see it, because that was like what the MDI used to be. Was just teams throwing back and forth to each other, and
I guess remove all the snapping and everything. There's not really
and
that
it's
many
boring to
hard
just it's boring to just watch two teams go at like
Okay,
different
well, they're gonna
speeds
try and
clean.
gain all
I
the
want to
time they
watch.
can because we are coming in here.
If we're not
This
going to
is gonna
have
be Carlo
like the
Ghost
fastest runs I've ever
versus
seen in my
Zed
life,
is
then I
gone.
want to
This
watch two
is
teams
match
just
point. Mix,
wipe over
we've
and
got
over and
our
over against
picks.
each other.
Yeah, these teams should
And
have
that's
zero
exactly what
practice.
they
That way,
played
that's like go
when we
in
saw
with
them
whatever
in
they
this
know.
dungeon. Once again, bringing
Also,
back
Wild
Arcane!
playing the
bringing back
Panda
discipline.
DK.
Arcade
The fact
Mage!
that they were
Let's
able
go!
to
Arcane, holy
face
shit.
Mazara was
This
all
priest,
Low-key,
man, look at all
I
these
said
non-meta
Arcane could be
specs.
good for MDI.
Plus, being able to just really conjure up huge amounts of single
He's
point
casting
damage,
Pulse!
whereas
Never mind,
Cargo,
get him out. I'm not
we're
kidding.
seeing
Never mind.
something different
He's
here.
No,
padding.
actually,
He's padding.
Pulse is bad.
Come back
Dude,
into
just
the picture.
FF,
This
Padding,
video
man.
is not a
It's padding and
fast
it's
page,
bad. It's like
Arcane
less
going
damage.
back here on the desk for pain. So
What is it good at,
I'm pretty
then?
sure that might just be the
Nothing.
main class.
Good at
It's
pissing him off.
here.
Slightly
And
more
that is why
AoE,
we're
but you
seeing
lose
a lot of
infinite
mage
everywhere else.
from
And we're
the
stacked.
circle.
Okay,
Oh,
Carlos,
no,
what's
zigzags
happening?
just swirly.
Has been
No, they were
zapped,
stacked
is
with the circle.
down, has
No,
released,
erratic
it looks
zap,
like, to
that's
get
a
back to
swirly.
the
Oh,
A bit
might
of
have
an
been both.
engineer incident where both
Because I don't think the
Halo
zap
and Shaman
is enough to kill
were
you.
targeted by that engineer down. Oh, now the Arcanist is just free casting on the side there. Carlo goes Burr.
Hook is gone.
Really,
Mage player
Dying
off
to a
free
zap, dude.
control,
Dude, that
true.
zap fucks.
it'll be okay. But
I
like,
swear, it's so
that
hard to
is
see. There's way too much purple.
unbelievably scary for Carlo goes Burr.
It
On the right side,
happens
Cook is
way
gone.
too
They ended up
quickly.
having a death
Yeah,
as
that
well.
the
Far
resolution
less
of the swirlies
impactful
this
than
season
that
is
Warlock coming
criminal
down
on
the side
some of
Carlo goes
these.
Burr.
I mean, it's intended, Bill, right?
Yeah, very.
I mean, I
very
guess,
unfortunate.
but-
Here's that replay, Ziggy. You can
they're
see
just
here, and they're just
Oh, that
gonna
is
I'm not sure
brutal.
Blizzard fully appreciates what
just gonna
what shaving like half a second
and
off some of these things
the
means,
floor
like
there is back with the
for the
team
difference
by
between
now.
being able to finish a cast and not being able to finish a
Well,
cast.
it's so annoying because
right.
different game
Guys,
devs
we
work on
landed.
different dungeons. So like this one swirly's 3 seconds before it
Cook is
goes
gone
off. This
here. I
other
mean, they're
swirly's
looking
half
like
a
they're in
second.
a
It's so cringe. You have
fairly
to like
solid
memorize
Yeah.
how
I
often the
think this is
swirlies
the
go off.
first time
Wait,
we've
also,
actually seen a devastation
Random is
evoker
playing
well
the
mixed.
shitty evoker spec.
I'm really interested to see what the damage of the
Devs?
dev looks
Devour
like.
or Dev
It is a
Evoker?
specialization that was quite good at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
patch,
that's also annoying. The
and
fact that there's
it
two
has a
devs
tendency to
now.
normally be pretty good.
Yeah, that is
in
super
lower
annoying.
level dungeons where you're like in a
Well, it's a good
super
thing
environment where it
Dev
has a lot of
Evoker is
front loaded
horrible.
damage,
No
there's
one
a lot of
plays.
damage.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
not
good thing
even
because
bad,
really
just no one
actually only
plays it.
one dev spec.
Yeah.
It's been one of the lowest
There's only
ranked
one dev spec.
specializations on this season just in general. I'm really interested in seeing how
No way,
how
this guy's
random
casting
Random
Pulse in
is
MDI.
gonna be
Grow up.
doing on this devastation.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just happy because it's another stack for our spec roster that we're trying
right.
to fill out this weekend. And if you had asked me which class we're for sure not going to see or which spec we're
probably
for
not
sure
even
not
doing the
going to see,
arcane
I
trick.
probably
Bloody
would
so
have answered
fucking
that
back.
among my answers there. So really cool that this one has come into the picture here as well. But Cook is gone, taking the
Well, how
lead
about
here,
next week
not
I
only
play
on the
Bloody
back of
Kid?
that death that we saw from Carla, but
I think I'm
also
sick next
on the
week.
overall dungeon pacing. Kassereth has been
Nah, it's
Is it gonna be
really
good?
I'm
down
telling you.
to sub 60%. Still need to
Play whatever you think is gonna be the best. I'll play
We're
it.
doing a great
I'll
job
play
with
with
that
it.
as
It'll be okay.
hits the
Okay,
board.
never
And
mind.
now we need to make sure we are having room to work with those impacts as that boss fight continues. We saw a scary moment earlier today where a team was basically caught with their face against a wall and their back against a laser. So let's make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, this is Mage is
Yeah,
gonna
this
end this
fight
fight lower
has a
than the tank. I think
tendency
these CDs
to
are not lining
feel
up
like,
whatsoever.
A very easy encounter.
Yeah, it's
or it
definitely
has
a rough look.
tendency to feel like
Arcade
a
Pulse
Joker
on a
phase
boss.
But I mean-
Arcade Pulse on a boss.
Joker phase one.
No, I
He's gonna
hate
do
Carlos.
so much damage.
Sometimes
No,
you're
I
just
hate
like,
this guy.
oh, it's
I
one
hate
toast.
this
You're like,
What the hell,
I
Dan?
hate-
We've just completely
We're
lost.
pulsing on a
Really
boss.
just the variance in terms of where the beams spawn.
Well, why don't you
Sorry.
tell him?
could kind
I'm
of
getting
Yeah,
too
DM him.
emotional.
like you were
No, I'm gonna.
describing
I don't know who he
you end
is.
up trapped
I'm too invested in this
Okay,
match.
now you're just gonna ego him like that. Like,
Is
I'm
what is
into
okay?
it.
Do you know who Zerth Monk is?
Yeah.
Of course I know who
Yeah,
Zerf
we're
Monk
friends on
is.
Discord.
Who is he?
Obviously.
Show me
Zerf
your
Monk.
DMs in Discord.
Zerf Monk is a
Right,
tank for
but
Carla,
Cook
the
is
worst
gone
team in the
for
MDI
now.
right now.
Looks like they won't need any recovery.
guys are assholes.
either, as
I didn't say
Kassereth
that. Don't
is
say you guys.
dropping lower and
Dorky's an
lower.
asshole.
I'm a little bit
JV's
upset
a nice
because we
guy.
didn't see that
Yeah,
nice
there you go.
right wing of
Oh, okay.
Nexus Point tech that we
Did he
saw
blink
out of the
earlier.
boss room?
Polish man
Wait,
Wait, what else?
He's out of the boss room. We're
Oh,
cheating. He's stuck. He's stuck. Look at him back there.
Wait, yeah, he's out of bounds.
He's
Can we
stuck.
record him?
It is surge.
Oh yeah, this is some mage.
I've literally seen Jang be doing
That
this.
Mage
wall
tag.
is fake if you have blink.
We're cheating.
specifically. Yeah,
Oh, he
so
blinked
they're-
back in.
They're allowed to not stand in the boss room. I don't know if there's any
Force a remake 'cause they're
advantage
losing.
playing like that specifically. Like I don't know if you're like.
Is
out
this
of
boss the
LOS
most
or
unique
if
boss
you're
they've
doing
made in a
that.
while?
I've also seen rogues like accidentally like shadow
Um,
step
I'm only
oh
Druid
my
dead.
gosh,
Venerate.
Carlos Burr and a death on their restoration druid. I think the
No.
rest.
What would be the most
Carlos.
unique
Human
mythic plus
Wild Charge to
boss?
Pain is what it looked like on the side. I didn't
Hey,
have a
what's
really good
unique?
angle on it.
Mechanics
He
you've
went
never seen
straight
Well,
for
'cause,
me and killing
yeah.
himself.
Yeah, because you know they've been
Yeah, very unfortunate now.
rehashing
up to 2
mechanics
deaths.
a lot.
Maybe that
You know,
Magister's
there are only so many
Terrace
mechanics you can have.
did something
But this one's kinda
to
unique.
the
Yeah, and this
mental
one boss, the
calibration
boss
as he
melees the
ran
tank.
back against that wall again and again. But
I guess there's no
hope that
mechanic
is
where you
not the
clear
case.
lines,
There's
yeah?
still time for Carla to claw back as
We didn't
Yeah, I
wall
mean,
that.
down
We're
here
standing in
as
Soaking
poop,
the
clearing
line.
with the
Had to
debuff,
step
and
into
we
the
didn't wall.
arcane spill to actually clear those 2 lasers.
What is
and wasn't able to survive that
what is
cast right now on the single digits for them. But Cook has gone already
most
into
unique
that
boss.
second wing of the dungeon. Let's see how big they go.
There's got to be
Yeah,
a
and
there's
this-
got to be a
this is the part
weird
of the
one that
dungeon
was like
is-
that. I'm
I
just
think the left side is a lot more dangerous
Like
than the
raid
right
bosses
side.
or dungeon
Right
bosses?
side tends to be like a
well, raid
calculated
boss don't
game
count because a lot
where
of those.
Yeah,
are,
'cause I mean-
multiple heralds are incredibly scary. That is something that can happen if you end up getting any of those
But-
smudges.
Yeah, it's a
activating a
dungeon
dread
bosses.
flail, that can
if
also
it was
cause
dungeon
problems.
bosses.
But especially with like this blood
Well, it's
knight
the
and
last shrine of the
coordination
storm boss
that's
when they buff the healer
typically seen from
and let him
NDI
do
books.
real
I mean,
damage.
but there's
That's
a lot of
cool.
those nowadays.
Not the ones that make the healer
Specifically
do
healer
big damn.
buffing, yeah.
Because I feel like there's only so big that you realistically.
Dude, think about how bad that would
or
be
it's just, like,
nowadays.
an automatic wipe.
I mean, unless you're Mistweaver.
Yeah,
Healer balance is terrible when it comes to damage, so.
Very good condition.
Oh, a lot of
setup
Tazavesh
in
bosses
order
are
to
really
be
unique.
able
Yeah.
to lift this really big pull that we saw, right?
Yeah,
Stuff
that's
like
true,
the
yeah,
Bloods,
I
like
think
having all of
Streets
your
last
cooldowns
boss is quite
available, and
unique.
Also, playing classes that are just really good.
Dawn of the
at
Infinite,
dishing
the,
out a
the last
damage
dragon boss,
carpet
where like the
across
orbs you have to delay
so
by
many
standing in them.
gameplays. So that is something
those are
to keep
unique.
in mind here as well. And of course, based on what we saw in this
Kinda
match,
true.
I feel like all dungeon bosses have like some 1 or 2 unique things, and then those like generic like swirlies and stuff.
Yeah, I mean they're all by design mythic plus bosses are
Yeah.
never that complex mechanically.
Yeah, because they don't want too much coordination required for.
Oh, you know, it was a good boss, the Knight Captain or whatever in Toldagor, where you had to move the barrels.
Knight
We were talking
Captain.
about earlier, you talked
Oh.
about the disc priest and the power
Yeah,
Oh,
that boss was
Stonefall
cool.
Duo
It was a
boss.
healer
I think that
mechanic.
Cook is
I think
gone
that's the most
on
unique.
their, I don't want to say their best comp for the
Why?
dungeon,
What's unique
but,
about that
you know,
one?
There's
also got this
Most like
That's
almost
it.
all the mechanics you haven't seen
Do
before.
you think that they're going to be able to one phase this boss?
I mean, is it really? It just feels like it's
For
just
sure.
there's a
I
tank
think the
buster,
magic
there's
There's
an
vents
AoE
that
vent.
rotate through the thing. There's a giant box in the middle you can't go near.
Lining up in perfect harmony as
Doesn't seem that
hits
unique to me.
when we
Name another boss with
knocked
vents.
down, and that's all it needs.
Well, it's
I
not
think
specifically
the
vents, right? It's
team
just like a
is
safe
there,
spot. Okay, just like
also
stand in the
there.
safe spot, and then
Certainly they're doing some
you
damage
avoid
control.
the
I think
thing
that
coming through the
what
middle.
Exactly is
Okay, but if you
also
dumb it down like that,
You-
that's every single mechanic
Zyro
possible.
Well, no, it's not, you know?
Goes, "Why
Some
is
of
the
them are
Demovoker
unique."
Doing tank
Name
damage?"
one.
And I just responded, "Og."
Like the boss we just talked about, with having to
Like,
move the barrels
I do
around.
think that this Demovoker has. I'm
Wow,
interested in seeing
you
the
just
numbers
moved
after
this
Wow.
thing.
Like,
That's not unique.
You've never
Yeah,
even done
you
the
like,
boss.
think
Don't
about
talk
where to
shit.
place. Yeah, you don't even know what that boss is.
output-wise, but we've
I know the
seen
boss.
Cook
I know the
on-
boss.
You don't know the boss.
You pick up barrels, you put the barrels in the corner, they
questions about their
explode.
spec
If you
variety
don't move the
pool.
barrels, you have no
So,
safe spot in the whole room.
You just asked
I think that
ChatGPT.
Dev's gonna
Anything
have
else,
interesting
bucko?
question mark here.
So
I guarantee you just read chat. Somebody in chat just typed that and you just read it out
My
loud.
no. My chat only like flames me for some reason.
No, my chat's
For
even
good
dumber than I
reasons.
am.
They would say the wrong answer, so I would say it and then make me look dumb.
Another scary part of the dungeon. There's still
Yeah,
two
it's
more
just zone
bosses.
denial.
The differential between deaths right now.
But
Wow,
the
unique
the fun part of it
mechanic.
was
that is not
you
a
made
whole
the
lot
healer
that
do
can
all of
happen
it.
very
True.
quickly.
I mean, that's every
But
mechanic.
If Cook is gone,
Do I lose
and
damage doing
is
this?
able to
Yep,
come
either
back
shop.
2-1 here. I'm very scared for
Hello, Snow Shadow.
their next matchup in the bracket. I'll be very honest with you because
Murder
they
Murder
seem
Road
so
Dungeon is
slow
barrels,
in
not unique.
comparison to our other teams, and none
Haven't
of
done
the
that dungeon
yet.
in Spellbook are waiting in the wings for them.
That's the first time they're
That's a
reusing
scary
something
team to go up.
Not unique.
Low
from
key,
BFA.
like really low key.
When
I
else
think
have
this
there been
Arcane Mage
barrels?
might also one phase this boss. This next
Dude,
boss.
Carlos,
Oh my gosh,
man,
another
they need to get it
death
together.
for no battle res even available. 20 seconds. The druid's gonna have to release and run back, and now Pain gets targeted by that
Hollow
Herald heal absorb. This is actually a pretty scary situation because he's
Barrels in
surrounded
Hollow
by
Fall last dungeon.
people here in a second.
Like it's just a reused mechanic. It's not unique whatsoever.
Yeah, a rough situation.
Dawnbreaker.
Sure.
Barrels in the hollow.
Dawnbreaker.
So
Dawnbreaker.
trying to get this boss fight started. Cook is gone is already there. We have
You got to throw the barrels into the boss.
These extra scoundrels there in place as
True.
the boss has been pulled. And of course, the big question is, can they one phase again? They've done it before. They were the team to show us that it is very much possible. They did end up.
Has any team one
losing
phase this
that
boss, by
run,
the way?
and it was due to a
Yeah.
miscommunication on standing on the bridge while
Cook
pulling
did
the
it.
boss. Left hand side though, more
With-
trouble.
Oh, was it Cook?
Disc Priest.
Actually,
Yeah,
yeah,
it was-
one of
It's
them
okay.
did.
they
They're,
did it,
they're,
yeah.
they're getting the out of combat.
It's the Bloody
res
Kid,
by
I'm pretty
their
sure. I don't
restoration
think it's the
crew who
Disc
just
Priest.
ran back from the
Oh,
beginning
you
of
think
this.
that's
Now,
it's a Bloody Kid doing all that?
Yeah,
they do
yeah.
have a minute
I'm pretty
and a
sure
half
it's
Okay.
Ziggy released. Oh no, okay, here we are.
of death penalty, which
You
is
think
not
the Bloody
great,
Kid is
but,
getting PI?
where Cook is gone. Any major mistake from Cook is gone. And
That
it
is a
could allow
possibility.
Carla to actually win
All right,
this
here we
match.
go.
Rushing on,
Cook
I
is gone
guess,
here.
yeah.
We got to be looking at them. Bloodlust has
But
been
they're having to
pressed.
commit loss to do
Power
this. Is
infusion's
that
going
worth?
on that Ellie Shaman. The Ellie Shaman's in that ascendant.
I mean, if
in
it
that
saves them from
Stormkeeper.
going to the
We have
next damage
Dragon's
amp, it's
Rage
100% worth.
From that devastation evoker. We
Yeah,
have
but you're also
Shadowblades from the
potentially
subtlety rogue.
missing out
Is
on
the
having to do a
boss
bigger
going to
pull.
die in this light scar flare? It looks like the answer is going to be
Ooh,
no.
What other
but
pull
it's
is
one
there?
phase.
The
low
last pull of the
enough to
dungeon you
where
don't need
Cook
lust
is
for.
gone is going to be able to down it before the next light scar flare comes out.
Hey,
even
this
for
is like a
Trash
40-second time
spawn.
save.
And for Cook is gone here. All they need to do is a little bit of trash, about 23% enemy forces, and one boss that separates them from the reverse sweep.
Absolutely right, and on their way they go. Keep in mind.
Okay, but
we're
Carla
not
does have an
going
arcane
back.
mage.
I'm curious if they have adapted to
Yeah,
this. We did
they're
see
They're
full
gonna
boss
blow this
behind.
yesterday, but if you just spam click the console in the middle, it fills
Well,
up
if it weren't for the
faster.
6 deaths,
Focus on
you know,
don't do it
maybe they
yesterday.
would have had a
So
Oh,
chance
is
with
Avatar
Arcane
of
Mage.
Seth Rallis the last
have
boss?
they
Maybe,
adapted
yeah.
is my big question as we see them port back to
Okay, most unique
that
boss.
center console.
The Avatar of Seth
Yeah,
Rallis.
so
The
what-
last
what
boss in that
happened
one.
yesterday for Cook is gone in this,
Dude,
in this last
Where
year?
there's like
They
Temple
stuff
was
you have
such
to
a
heal.
banger for
Temple,
healer.
yeah.
around the Lord Thrash.
Okay, that
That's
one,
the most
that was
unique
pretty
one.
unique. That was pretty unique.
We've never seen that,
That
in a
dungeon was
boss, right?
amazing.
So they were standing on the bridge when their
Yeah.
tank pulled the boss.
Was that dungeon
And
good?
that
I never
was
played it.
dungeon.
Temple of Seth
They were
Rallis.
like a meter out.
It was
just
fun
couple
as a
of
healer and
minutes,
for routing,
that was not enough, and they fell.
but
No, it wasn't. Routing sucked in that dungeon.
Yeah. Okay, so
What do you mean? I thought it was
hopefully
fun.
we're gonna see
If
Cook is
you
gone avoid
literally
it,
did the
but
dungeon
this-
without
more
doing
to the point,
skips,
there's a possibility
you
that
did
anything
overcount.
could happen here.
well, that's the
This is
point,
kind of
right?
one of
That's
those
what makes it
But
fun
this
for
is,
routing.
that's an awful dungeon
There's
design.
always
figuring
a
out.
possibility
The dungeon is
of-
designed
sure, I
in a
mean-
way
on the left side of the screen,
to
we have
where
Carla
if
goes
you
back
just
Uh,
W
in
key
that,
through it,
light scar
like
flare
you
phase, the
couldn't
Bloodlust has been
not
pressed. Arcane Mage
pull
is
over
actually
100%
quite
in that
good
dungeon
at
unless
dealing
you
damage
did
to the boss in the light
skips.
scar flare. I remember during the beta,
But I mean, that's what
that
makes
was
it
one of the best specs of
fun
being
to
able
route.
one-phase this boss, and they also get the boss down to
There
the
wasn't
like,
much
think
to like
about
route. There was
how
only
you
a
can
few
possibly
things you could
do it.
choose
Ooh,
between
Cook is
the
gone,
pull.
having some deaths. Wazo's
Yeah,
actually
no.
No,
dropping
there's
quite
quite a
low
bit. I
here.
mean, I feel like
Are they
that dungeon changed a lot.
So Molly
over
died
the
to, I
seasons.
believe it was the
Zero
frontal
dead.
that took him
Zero
down
cool dead.
here, and so
Healer
Wazoo
dead.
was
Oh,
dropping
wait, yo,
really
this is
low,
the
and
comeback
then
for Carla.
Random
Arcane's
dead.
explosion
Funny.
with
Holy
the
fuck,
Funny
arcane,
dead.
blow the hell
and
up.
suddenly
It's gonna be a
it
full
looks
team fight.
a
Waz is gonna
lot
die.
This is why-
different
This is what we need.
here. Deaths have been farmed on both sides.
Die
of
already.
our team,
Yes.
as Wazoo trying to
Dude,
keep
I've never
this
seen
point
Let's go,
someone so
Carlos.
openly root
but
for the death
ends
of people.
up
This is
Let's go,
disgusting
Carlos.
behavior.
That means the entire
Somebody let
pack
Carlos
that they were
know.
just dealing with
I'm
has
having
become
pain right now.
moot, and Carla is on
You're my
their
favorite
way
mage in the whole world.
I love you.
now.
You can
The
win. Don't
differential
pulse,
in
though.
time is now
Stop
pulsing,
still
I love you.
behind, though.
favor of Carla after what
Cook is
looked
still
like
ahead.
an absolute
Ooh.
rough start of a dungeon. Here is that replay
Oh,
one
dude,
more
Cook
time.
is-
Molly goes down first,
Cook
and from
might
there
still be
just becomes a
winning this.
tragedy that
Another full wipe could happen. I'm praying. I'm on my knees right now.
Just free casting for Cook is gone.
Look at the death count.
That
6,
is
7.
brutal. And something
6,
that's also
7.
Travis kind of
6,
mentioned it during his
7.
analysis segment earlier. Whenever he was talking about this big pulls in Magister's Terrace, once you end up having a wipe like that, then you no longer have your cooldowns. You no longer have your offensives. You no longer have your defensives. It looked like Cook is going to have some of their trash reset that they were trying to play as well.
Bro,
It
Carla's
is-
just doing a live
this
pull
is a
right now.
really
This
weird
can't be it.
situation for them, to the point where how they
Their
recover
healer is
would
doing
be
0
really
damage
important. I still
AFK.
think they're a little bit ahead. But
There's
Gotta
no way he's
conserve mana,
not
gotta conserve
pulling
mana.
like it was
build.
supposed to be free.
Our team
Yeah,
needs
but if he was
topping!
playing my build, he could
It's
just
hard
press
to really
Starfire
know. I
and
feel
beam
like
Oh
it.
my
Carlos
God.
Burr, this is going to be the opening that they need to be able to capitalize on it. They can't have any more mistakes. They can't have any more deaths.
Arcane
They
Maid's
have 15
broken?
seconds that are in their favor for the death differential.
No, he's
where
pressing Arcane
Cook
Pulse.
has those 7 deaths. At the same time,
Yeah, but imagine if
it
he
looks
wasn't.
Like Cook is gone just have a little bit more count. I would still prefer to be Cook is gone here, but this is getting way, way, way too close for comfort.
It absolutely is. Carla on the chase here just goes to show It's not over till it's over, and that is true in the MDI like it is anywhere else as
Pulse
well.
is just
Carla
pad, yeah.
reaching that final
It's not even good
platform.
pad. It's like barely
How
better.
quickly can they finish off here?
You lose so much
on this
prio, you lose
platform?
infinite single
How
target.
quickly
Not
can they
infinite.
get
You lose
in
single target.
fight
It's not
with
infinite.
Lothraxion? How cleanly can they deal with the rest of it? Cook is gone, entered boss fight.
I'm praying for another full wipe. I see the future.
I know you are.
Carlos team.
The healer dies in this fight, and then everyone dies. It's a full team wipe.
I mean, the only way Cook can possibly lose from here is if they kick the wrong
They
image.
just like let their entire pack heal for
Like, it's kinda
15%
impossible to
health
lose
because
from
they
here.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Funny
What
falls
do you
on his
do? Have to
keyboard and
kick,
hits
like-
Thunderstorm.
Good question.
I don't know if that will do anything.
I don't know.
Somebody accidentally DCs their whole team.
Not
It's
answer
okay.
that.
It's okay. Yeah, nobody knows. All right, Cook is gone here. They're now onto Lothraxion. They have
The tank
3% enemy
DCs.
forces. There are some mobs that are off
Yeah,
to the side of the
you know,
light
I
box
don't think we could
and
possibly have a
those,
better person in the call right now to imagine all the ways in which this team could still wipe than hopeful.
Incredibly deadly. For Cook is gone.
Hopeful
it's just
seen
gonna
it
be like
all.
a pulsing AoE in this intermission. They really need to make sure that they find the ball.
Come on,
needed
5-man
for
kick
Lothraxion,
different
get
ones.
that interrupt as fast
Or
as
maybe a
possible,
remake
and then-
angle.
Ooh,
He's bald.
maybe
He's
somebody's wearing something illegal.
Horns is not here, but okay.
He's bald. All right.
All right, go
he's
on.
bald. So when are they pulling this light rod? I think is the
Sub
question.
runs out. Ziggy, no!
Yeah, I was
Sub
gonna
runs
look at
out.
the link of the fact that Cook is
A little
gone.
close to home.
Need a
Little close to home.
Scared for 15
Actually, you
seconds,
do, I'm
but we
pretty
just
sure.
tied on the death timer. So that final time looked
No,
like
they're
it's
equal
going to
death
be
timers.
the
It's not
determining
6-7.
factor here in an absolutely intense series in our elimination bracket. Let's see if that actually holds true. 40%
Stack with these,
still
stack with
to
these.
go for
No.
Cook is gone. They also need to finish up that trash that you're seeing them in fight with.
All right, I gotta
here
CC the wrong
right
guy.
Now, one of the flare bats is down, but that
Fall off
light
the
rod
edge.
needs to be dying as well. And for Carla, we're just hoping they can
Pain!
forward from here.
Deep
If they're
block,
able to
man!
find the
Oh my
damage,
It is
god!
okay. I mean,
chance, but
it was
Pain
already
and Ziggy
over.
Go down. No battle rests are available, and that means a go again against this boss fight here. And that also means I'm not even sure if you
No.
can reset him. Probably not. So they'll farm 3 more deaths. If they're
Dude, speaking of
electing to
bosses,
reset,
this
which
boss is the
should, 'cause
fucking
that
worst.
boss is at
Lothraxion.
100 HP
Yeah,
essentially.
I hate
know,
this boss.
You cannot just kill it with Minax. Okay,
The
they don't seem to
original
be.
version of him where the
Try.
shit double
In the
ticked you when it
meantime, Cook is
landed
gone. They're
was
running with it.
stupid. That
14%
it double
to go
ticked you and
total.
did so much
This
damage,
is
but when they
looking
nerfed it,
like
it
might
made the
be
fight
finally done.
Yeah,
very
You
trivial.
know, Cook is gone. A little bit of a
This
throw
was
there
just
at the end.
a
I
muff
think you could
for
do
it.
this
At the
fight
same
Annoying and
time,
boring.
accumulated
Hello,
I think you could do this fight on like a
Streamer,
fucking
they're-
27.
having a few
We're tech for
mistakes that,
AFK leveling.
you know, you can't
people.
feel good about this
No,
one.
Like I
Stone
genuinely
likes to
don't
cheat
know
with AFK
what
leveling,
level
that's
key you
about
would
it.
have to do before any of his mechanics become.
Well, the initial hit will probably destroy
I
you.
don't think so. I don't think it does that much damage. Because I mean, like I said, I remember we were doing this shit on a 20 on beta when you were reliably getting double ticked. And so it made every one of the images require like probably some kind of defensive, but there's plenty of classes that could survive it.
So can we get one last
Yeah,
word in the
38.
chat, everybody?
Or like I mean,
Thank
like
you so
bear,
much.
you just or
But,
druid, you just
you know,
get
we've
bear
had
form
our
for each
first
one of them,
elimination here,
and
but let's
it would
go
fucking
over this
hurt.
map. As we
But
take a
there's
look
like
at it
not
now,
much else
Vince,
you have to do on this
This
fight.
is a little messy, but what
So
can we kind of extrapolate
even
from
with
this
the
one?
double tick. So I know you can live
is
with
a
the initial
strong
application doing
understatement
2
of
times as
how
much damage as it does now.
Optimism.
And there's like
There
nothing
is
else
a
that really
lot
happens on
of
the fight besides
chaos
that.
from these teams.
Besides
I
that
think
image.
the
So
only
yeah, I
thing
think you could do this
that
fight
remains to be said
up
before
to,
Cook is gone is they
like,
need
high
to be scared
20s.
for that match that is coming up after the next one. You're going up against Sense Spellbook.
Dorky, watch your chat type that.
If they're playing like what we just saw, they'll be.
I mean,
way too slow
I don't think it's unique to my chat.
Yeah, it's definitely.
You have
a
enemies
People can never
everywhere.
be allowed to
If
procreate.
you look ahead to a lower bracket push.
Yeah, I don't know why people would
But
say
before
that.
we get too far ahead, let's look back and look at what we can.
Yeah,
from
I'm
this
gonna do it
particular
now.
map. So Dratnos, from your perspective,
That's what's gonna cause you
what
to
were some of the
get
things
So
laid.
that
what,
you
you're just gonna
picked out?
start having
Yes,
kids?
spite.
The spec variety rule worked out a little bit better.
Wanna have
for
spite
our
babies.
teams,
Yeah.
Than yesterday, especially for Cook is gone. Than yesterday. Things started off a little bit already
go
dicey
donate
for
some?
both teams. You can see this is 5
You know, that's
minutes in.
apparently a big
Both
thing
teams
around the
having
world.
accumulated a death. The second one landing for
Spite
Carla
babies?
Goes Burr. Luckily, they hadn't
No.
used the B-res on that first one, so they
Birth
were
rate
able
going
to
down?
recover this
People
and
not
continue this
procreating.
boss
Yep.
fight.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
wasn't a catastrophe for them just yet. But throughout this dungeon, things just started to get worse and worse.
The world's just gonna be full of JVs.
Is it Japan? It's one Asian country where the government's paying them to have kids and they won't still.
Korea. Why is Dorky know that just so off the top of his head?
Things were going to be a lot
Yeah,
cleaner
'cause
before
that country is
Cook
cooked.
gone. They had that one fairly early death, but otherwise they were executing the dungeon fairly cleanly. They swapped that evoker over to devastation from augmentation, but otherwise they were on pretty much the same strategy that they were last time they were in this dungeon when they had a very good run through most of it. But then
Yeah, right. There's a chemical that forces you to love your kids.
A disaster struck for Cook is
when
gone.
they're born.
Now, like
It's some
Tom was
chemical.
saying, it didn't cost them this time, but this is absolutely will be something.
Newborn
they
babies
can
are
do
ugly as
It's
hell,
called
dude.
alcohol.
in a future show
Alcohol.
with teams like Send Spellbook, if they can advance past Send Spellbook.
Oxytocin.
Yeah,
Why does
yeah, that
sound like a
sounds it.
fucking
That
poison?
sounds right.
Oxycontin?
Yeah. It
Cook
actually
and
just
John are out
forces
of
you to love
series
your
where
kid.
They will have the opportunity to win.
That sounds like a
You don't have a
poison.
choice.
This was probably the last chance they would have to do that, and they barely scraped by. So, Tunnels was saying they can't feel good about it. On the other hand, I would say they can feel good about it. They did still win. They got the dub on the board. They got their mistakes out of the way.
That's not even remotely
in a spot where
what
it didn't cost them.
oxytocin
They are going to have
does,
to
but
tighten up,
okay.
though, for the remainder of our
Oxyto?
bracket. There is
Okay,
no
guy in
room
chat.
left for basically any of our teams.
I think I would
for the
know
rest
if a
of the
chemical
weekend.
made you love your kids.
Yeah, Drytnos, I like that spin. Kind of like a high pressure, high stakes warm up game. You just kind of go in, you're like, hey, we made it. We got all the mistakes out of the way, and now we'll definitely not make any other mistakes.
Oxytocin,
right?
the love hormone.
We'll see. Hopefully.
Well played, chatter.
But our lower bracket, of course, is shaking out in a very exciting way, and we've had our
What
first
about the one
elimination
where
tunnels.
you fucking
so
hate the
can you give us
person?
a quick overview of where our bracket stands?
Yeah, so
Hopeful does
we
that with no
are
chemicals.
basically
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
just
bottom
natty.
side of our bracket for the remainder of the day. We have this next matchup is Almost Fine versus Firmawand, and then we'll be playing the Sin Spellbook versus Cook is Gone series, and then the I Do It versus the winner of the next map. We are at the point where it's double elimination. If you lose 2 maps, you're eliminated from the tournament. You're not going to be making it to BlizzCon. You're not going to be able to make it to the Season 1 finals. So the teams that are in this lower bracket, they're going to need to make
Damn,
an
that's
absolute
crazy. The
miracle run,
worst
and it's gonna
teams are
start with
first to be
Almost Fine and
eliminated
Firmawand.
from the tournament.
It
You
absolutely
hate
fair.
is,
Carlos.
and our lower bracket is going to continue after a short break, pitting Almost Fine against
How many
Firmawand,
matches are
just
there
like
left?
Tettles was saying. Every single one
3,
of these
I think.
maps has the
Wow.
potential to bring our teams
Yeah.
closer to their BlizzCon dream or to rob them of it. Who will continue in the MDI? We'll find out once we're back.
And all of them are elimination matches.
That means Cook is ultimately going to go up against probably Robin and Shella's team, right?
Probably, yeah.
Mage losing to the tank. Well played. Do you guys ask for light ice in your drinks?
Ask for no ice.
No ice is crazy.
Yeah, I actually intentionally go for no ice because it
Really?
dilutes your drink.
Yep.
I'd rather
I got-
drink a cold drink than something like more of no ice.
No, because if it's cold, it takes the flavor out of it.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what it is.
A soda.
No, I mean, I think I'm pretty sure like anything that's made colder is just like chemically, it's gonna have less flavor, more inert.
Yeah, but I mean,
molecules.
some things you prefer to be a little bit more muted.
Well, some things I would prefer not to taste them as much, and so I would like them colder, or I don't care about the taste as much. You give me a fucking Bud Light, make that shit cold as hell, baby.
Dude, how come all beer is
Yeah.
horrible? Not a single one tastes
What
good.
the fuck?
I don't know what it is, but every beer I've ever had is horrible.
Maybe it's
Talk
because
about
your brain is so
European beer
wired to
in
hate
general.
people.
I'm a loving guy. I'm not a hateful guy. Like, okay, at the Echo event, they were tossing around beers, and like everyone I've tried was just bad.
Why are they drinking beer during the race to war first?
After the race, man.
Oh, after, I see.
That's why they lose every time, by the way.
We wake up, have a couple Bud Lights,
Just
ready
slamming
to
some brews.
raid. Like, I swear, everything that has alcohol in it has tasted bad. Or maybe I'm just a little kid.
Everything.
Well, like some of them you don't even taste the alcohol, then that's why it tastes good. But
Well, what if it's got like a hit of that alcohol?
Yeah.
But it's also like fruity
true.
at the same time.
Flavored soju is fine because it tastes like juice. It doesn't taste like alcohol.
Well, it's both, right? Like, you know, it's got like a hit of that alcohol, but it's also
Well, you
got
get like a
juice at the
grapefruit
same time.
soju. It just actually tastes like straight juice. It doesn't taste like alcohol.
I don't know. When it tastes zero alcohol, it's not even alcohol.
That's the only stuff I can drink and like enjoy it. Like, of course, you can just drink anything, but enjoying it.
How about you just don't drink alcohol? Well, it's bad for you anyways.
It is
How
really
am I
bad
gonna
for
call
you.
with the two biggest losers in the world?
You go ahead then. What do you drink?
That is
What do
the
you like?
bald old guy.
Oh, come on, that's
Damn.
too far.
Beer
That was too
tastes
far.
bad. No, actually, all alcohol tastes bad.
Jamie, what's your favorite drink?
Alcoholic drink?
Yeah, alcohol.
Keystone Light,
What is that?
the king of beer. No, I don't even know what it brands itself as. I'm pretty sure it calls itself the pisser of beers, but
Pisser. This just looks like Bud Light.
it's actually less classy than Bud Light, but that's fine.
JB, how do you feel about European beer compared to American?
It's all right.
Wow.
I mean, Europe has good beers, but America has good beers too. I don't know why Europe feels the need to like shit on American beers when American beer, like microbrewery culture in
We missed
the
you,
U.S.,
Chad.
like
Next up
is
is
just
Almost Fun
light years
versus
beyond
Pharma One, so get your
Europe.
predictions.
Like
were
you
getting
get
flamed,
way
by the way.
more.
We're gonna have a
You
chat
will get way
about
more.
the
I mean,
first
if you
series
go
of
look
the
at any
day.
objective
So, of course,
ranking
we got to see all our
of,
teams in day one,
like,
and Firmawand yesterday
beers
pulled off some really
from
impressive
countries,
things in
like
seed
America
time
is
for
a
especially on, like,
very
Viceroy
highly
Najar
rated country,
trash.
in large
They
part
also
because we
had
have so
some
many crap
interesting
breweries that
comps
come
as
out with
well.
just
So, Tuttles, they've got
tons
fast
of different
strats.
types of
But what do
beer
you think might
and
be
are
tripping
constantly pushing the
Firmawand
envelope
up?
in terms of new
So,
beers and different styles of
consistency,
beer,
I think, is going
and
to be their
that
kind of
doesn't
make or
exist
break,
anywhere else. Like that
thing.
level
Like,
of
for me, I feel like
investment in
Firmawand
that many types of
has
breweries.
similar, if
Europe
not maybe
has
even
some
better
very
routes than, let's say, Polish routes.
Guinness?
established.
I just
and-
guarantee I know it's going to be bad
I mean,
though.
great
That's
beers.
not
Like obviously
really
they've been doing it
what
for a
you
long
would
time, and they've
expect
come
out
up
of
with
them.
really
The
good
problem
formulas
is-
for it, and
the
I
reason
enjoy
that we
them.
got,
But to act like
2-0
America
yesterday
hasn't
is that they're not
done
100%
anything
consistent on their very, very
in
fast
the
strategies. Sometimes
beer
they end up
industry
losing that.
is
I do
just
think that they
being
come up
elitist for no
with
fucking
very
reason.
unique compositions. They ran a full melee cleave composition, kind of built around that arms warrior.
What about
where they ended up
just
having that enhancement shaman.
commonly
They were built for
imported
battle shout,
beers?
right? And I think that that's something that this
Which beers from where?
From America versus like any other country.
Oh, I mean, if you're drinking like Bud Light or Budweiser from the U.S. and you're like American beer sucks, it's like well, no, Bud Light sucks. Like that's not.
From like lower seeded teams.
I mean, the people that enjoy
I
beer in
want to see them able
America
to
don't
back
sit
it
around
up and
drinking
really come through
Budweiser.
with it, because I agree. I think it's interesting to see what they're doing.
What even
But
is
of course, we also
American
have
beer?
Almost Fine
What
in
about
the mix
Corona?
here, who has some strong
Well,
players. We've got Nikita's
Corona
playing,
is
but they have
not
Mexican
originally
beers
an American
yesterday.
beer, but
So
these days
Zara,
I
do you
think
they
it's
can
like
shift their
majority
execution
owned
from
by
Almost
like
Fine
or
to
I
more
don't even
than
know if
Fine
it's
today?
America. It's like
I would certainly hope so.
whoever
I
the
mean,
fuck
again,
owns
you know,
Corona, it's
start
definitely
from
not
the day, you asked me,
whoever
what
the
do
hell
you think in
made
order to
Corona
succeed
in the first
Okay,
place.
what about beer
Really
adjacent?
speaking,
Okay,
you're not gonna be
one
playing against
thing
the
that I like
fastest
drinking
team in
actually is
the world.
Surfside. Have you heard of it?
Consistency is key. And consistency
It's
is
like
the
it's like lemonade alcohol. It's like hard lemonade.
I feel like the
Oh,
team
it's
that
like
wins this
Radler.
matchup
Yeah, it's
would
good. It's
be
really
the
good.
best
It's actually
defense,
drinkable.
Which, I mean, that's not like a crazy revelation to have.
The
or
last place I
anything,
went to where I drank
but
it
it
was
is hard to do when
Surfsides.
you're trying to go fast as well in these keys. So let's see if they're able to clean up their play. Maybe bring some slightly better comps, but I don't think you're really going to change that overnight in between day one and day
Dorky,
two.
we should do some drunk keys.
Practice. So we'll see.
The key levels are just really high too. Like I think that that's something.
This is
that
like
never mind.
Max's
sometimes
undercover
Yeah.
really high.
drunk
We just
raid
do
leading.
keys.
Punished almost
We
immediately
joined pug
for
groups.
one minor mistake.
You can, and I mean, especially at the speed running kind of threshold, this is something that
actually cannot
if there
believe
are
Max doesn't play the game
theoretical keys
anymore.
above these, speed running adds that whole different element and that extra pressure.
The people
So
need 'em.
These are very high keys, especially for that format. Now, this is going to be Series 4, Almost Fine versus Firmawand. Elimination
Oh my God,
is
it's
on the line,
Firmawand.
and they're going in here for their first map,
Holy.
Alcathar Academy, Dratnos.
Almost Fine versus
All right, away
Firmawand.
we go. Starting off, we'll get to see whether the teams agree on whether you start by going left.
Why are we not playing
or
Afflock
by
anymore?
going to the
We saw
overgrown
it literally
ancient
one
up
time.
those stairs. We've had different routes.
And you got really
Go back
excited
even
about
when
it,
this
and then
dungeon
you're
was
like, I
directed
knew
towards
Afflock was
Vexus
good, and then
and
nobody ever
Rails,
played it
and
again.
it looks like this
Yeah,
is
what
gonna
the
be
fuck,
no
man?
different. Almost Fine heading over the bridge towards Veximus, whereas Firmawand heading on up the stairs towards Overgrown Ancient. Now, typically what teams like to do here is kill all this trash, and then while the RP for Overgrown Ancient is spawning, they just go and do something else. They start
Okay,
heading
so we're
over,
seeing a
kill that
route
Guardian
variation
Sentry,
again.
start making their way towards Cross.
Left
In
versus
similar
right.
fashion over for Almost Fine, once they get in combat with all this trash that'll spawn Veximus, and once they kill that,
Tommy
one,
is
they'll
playing
probably go do
uppies.
something else while waiting
Holy,
for
he's a
Veximus to
disc
spawn
priest.
as well.
Holy.
This is a super dangerous pull though for Almost Fine. So many mobs.
Take
are
a shot every time
Wait,
Yorkie
they're
dies in a
playing
key,
Inha.
I die.
The tank is
Inch-
in the most danger here. A
Whatever
lot
the
of
fuck.
these mobs
Shaman.
have a bunch of magic damage on their auto attack.
That shit actually kinda
so it can be
bangs.
a very sketchy time
Surface was playing that
if you
shit
are
last
getting
night.
hit by all of them at the same time.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is going to be for Almost Fine, because they're going to have to wait for the RP on Overgrown Ancient now. So, do you think they're maybe going to kill this trash, and while they wait for Veximus to spawn, they go back? Or
So they should do a pull now while they're waiting for Veximus, and then what you can do is you can still you can like backtrack over to Overgrown Ancient.
Oh, like
and
twice,
then
okay.
still do the Guardian Elemental.
It is kinda
while
cool. They made a
Overgrown
lot of the
Ancient is
DPS
spawning,
specs
so,
much
it's not like
closer.
a full circle that you do. You kind of just come
After
over
the
here
past
to Veximus,
two
like
patches.
it's its own separate thing, and you just kind of completely ignore.
Oh, why don't
that
teams just
other-
do a
Feels
full
like those-
circle, by the
those
way?
two Ravagers on it.
Like,
What?
you go to this
Pretty
sentry, but you
dangerous
don't go
mobs that
back
you
to the
don't
tree
usually
boss.
want.
You just keep on
You
going
know, you
to
can skip that and
Cross.
pull extra stuff elsewhere. That
And
option
because you're
works
walking
do,
back to
do
the
they
tree
not?
area anyways.
Oh, that was a cool little bit of tech as well there. Looks like Mickey got a spatial.
No, yeah,
from the
I
Alchemy
believe they
crew,
are,
was able
are
to
they
tag
not?
a couple extra forward.
But yeah,
the
they
team,
come back
the
to-
last
They were
team didn't.
super
The last
far
team
away.
went
I don't
back
think
to the
Moonbeam
tree.
could have tagged. So we have a little bit of extra trash here on
After
top of
clearing
That sounds
After Sentry,
not
They used
I
the
think
Bloodlust
so.
on the
Yeah, that's
initial
wrong.
massive AoE pull, so they don't have it for this. And
I
they're
could be
pretty low
wrong.
on cooldowns here.
Misremembering,
It's really
but-
just the Devourer carrying this pull. Those unholy DK cooldowns aren't quite back up for this, but looks like the Devourer.
Oh,
is all they're gonna
Firmawand
need.
saved
Now,
us, by the
if
way.
they still have these foragers alive by the time the first
Oh yeah,
big
interesting.
AoE burst comes out from
Going
Veximus,
for
One
one
phase
lust in the
crawl.
a
dungeon.
little bit of danger here.
One phase crawl,
can-
or they do everything in the
Yeah,
Veximus
it should
room?
be 2 seconds until
They
that
can
Fissure
carry the
comes out,
haste
the
buff
Arcane Fissure
into
cast.
the fire
You can
buff.
see the entire
Fire
team is topped up for this. Although
debuff,
one of
I
the orbs
guess.
almost goes into the boss. Kina there on the DK dances in
That
to
could
grab
be big.
that last second, preventing an extra burst of group-wide damage. And Almost Fine appear to be stabilized here. That Lust having worked out really nicely for them on that first big pull. Meanwhile, over on the side of Firmawand, it looks like Bloodlust has yet to get used here.
Huh. Interesting. Is that an oversight, do you think? Or are we maybe just using it to try to push Croth as quickly as possible? Because the Alcathar
Maybe.
Academy timer is like, it's not that much longer than, it's been like 15 minutes or so. So, like, you're really running out of a window to use that Bloodlust and still have a second one available for Echo of Doragosa, which isn't even like the best second Bloodlust in this dungeon, I would say, right? You would kind of want to get it on the maybe a big Echo Knight pull right beforehand, unless you're planning
Yeah,
on
or at
pulling
least
that
the
into Echo.
start of Echo of Doragosa, not the end of it, which is what might have to be where that Lust is if you don't get to press it right now for Firmawand. So the good news is, though, if you can multiply
I
the
can't believe
Bloodlust
that one
with
Skyreach,
the
yeah.
damage
Dorky
on Cross,
held the cloak
that is
hostage that
also
I needed
good,
during
right?
the
That's
race.
also a valuable way to get a little bit more out of your Bloodlust than usual. So yeah, we'll have to see how this ends up working out for them. The compositions here do differ a little bit in damage profile as well. Firmawand actually playing the Enhancement Shaman variety rather than the Elemental.
Wait,
that
what is
we've
Almost Fine
mostly
doing?
seen out of Shamans across the weekend here.
Now they're going to
also
tree.
not pairing it
What?
with something like the Rep Pally, which we've also
This
seen in
seems
this dungeon,
awfully
a
inefficient.
very strong combo
No.
with a Shaman of any flavor. So Firmawand carving a little bit of
One
a
team's
unique
routes so much
trail
better.
through the spec variety rule here for them, with that Disc Priest also joining their
Yeah,
ranks.
there's so much
Meanwhile,
traveling.
Almost
We're gonna have
Fine
to
are on-
kill this.
I don't want to call this like the meta
Go
comp,
Croft.
because
Come
I actually
back.
think Guardian Druid might be more
I mean, I think that's one of those
of a
things that
desirable pick even than the Brewmaster
separates,
after the most recent changes to it. But this is
like
definitely
experienced
one of
routing
the
teams
combinations of 5 specs that we're going to see the most this weekend. That
understanding of what
of those 3 DPS classes in particular, which
like
means that
how
Almost
movement
Fine, if
affects
they don't
your
win this map,
speed,
they're going to be coming
like
into the rest
how
of this series
bad it
with
is to
a
ever
spec
have to backtrack.
disadvantage
Yeah, movement is
in
so
addition to being
underrated.
down a game. So it's
Like,
very
I mean, I
important
feel
a
like
class
this is
could
so
do
common
less
sense
damage,
for
but
lore.
to convert
it's
and
quicker,
reuse
so
out
the
of
route's quicker.
Extremely important. I do
Not
wanna
even that,
point
just
out
like
for Pokemon,
the
they had a little bit of weirdness with
just
their
the way
pullouts
you
at
move
the
through the
beginning of the
dungeon.
Alpha
Like a
Eagle
lot of
That is
times
true,
people
yeah.
will fall in
spawns
love
where
with
they
a
didn't,
particular
have
like
any of
pull,
their DPS
or they'll
cooldowns
think that
available
like,
for that
oh man,
pull.
if we
They're
do
kinda
these two
saving
pulls
them all
back
for
to back,
Croth,
it'll
which
be
means
really
they're
good.
gonna
And it's like,
be-
cool,
we
but
talked about using that
did
Bloodlust
you
try to burst
spend
these bosses
like
as quickly
10
as
seconds
possible.
running from
So much so, as a
one
matter
pull
of
to
fact,
the
that their
other,
tank
like going
burst the top
backwards, or
DPS
were you
But I feel like
waiting
that's not
around
that hard to
for?
understand,
pull
though.
before the
Like,
boss
I feel like
spawns. So
everyone
they
should know
actually ended
this.
up
Well,
losing a
it's
lot
one
of
thing
time
to
there.
understand it, I
People like
think,
to have
but a
maybe
different
a
thing
warlock
to
cooldown
like
there, but we're about
be
to
able
get
to
geared up
make
for that big burst. This is what we're
like
saving the
informed
Bloodlust
decisions
for, we
because
think.
of it.
For Firma
To like
Wand,
change your
balls
route
go in. We're about to gain that big
with that
Sure.
buff.
in
With
mind.
the Bloodlust, it kind of feels like it might be a little overkill if they do
Okay,
end up
but what are we
popping
doing
here,
over the
because
last tier?
Bloodlust on top of the
Let's
haste
see.
that you're already going to get from these orbs.
Holy, they are giga milking this
I
phase.
know
You
haste
see
stacks
this shit?
multiplicatively, but you're going to run
I
into
think they're gonna
decent
lust
cap for these
to
teams, if
do
that's what they end up
Veximus
doing.
Trash in one go.
Maybe the plan here is to get the combination onto the fire damage amp.
No,
No,
they're
they
lost
lost
this.
this,
On the
yeah.
But they are
This
trying.
also
to
makes
get
sense.
It'll potentially
the
cover
orb
all the way
during
into both.
the fire
And look
burn.
at the way
I don't
they're
know.
actually
I mean, technically,
waiting
this
Something
for
like
does
that.
it make sense because you
to grab
overcap
the
haste.
wind
You don't even
dust.
get a lot
And
of
what
lust
that's gonna
value.
do is that they actually might get all
Yeah,
3
and
of those damage amplifying effects. Right?
they're not
The
even gonna
bloodlust,
really
the
get a
wind
whole lot
buff,
of this
and
orb.
the fire buff, especially if they throw
If at
these orbs
all.
quickly. Which you
No,
can
they're not
see
even
Tommy
getting it,
already throwing
so-
that first orb into the goal. The fire.
I'm
I
not
mean,
sure
I
what
could
they're
see
trying to
it being
accomplish with
worth
this.
the single target lust is good in general, and then if it like multiplicative scaling with the damage amps, and
by Firmawand there.
I
But
can
you're
see
also
this being
just
a good
overcapping
lust.
haste.
DPS coming out of that Demonology Warlock
Yeah.
across the entire fight. The burst must have been absolutely incredible there. This boss just
I mean,
melted
this
from
lust
50 to
has to be
0
better than 2 lust
in
value, basically.
mere seconds.
But
for
I don't think it
Firmawand.
is.
This should be a pretty huge advantage
Yeah,
for them.
I mean, they're 100% getting
They
2
now
lusts.
make their way towards Veximus. Tommy completely out of mana, having
No,
expended it
Firmawand's
to
only
get
getting
them
1
through that,
because of this.
but able to recover it during
No,
this
but I mean, like, they
section.
would have normally gone.
Yeah,
so-
yeah,
A
yeah.
little bit before getting into combat. Meanwhile,
I know.
Almost Fine traveling down to the Croth area as well. You can see one of those Ox statues is down for them.
Generally,
Little talent from the
1
Brewmaster,
lust is
making
never
it a
going to be
little
2
bit less
lusts.
likely that somebody's going to randomly get meleeed,
Unless the 1 lust
which
is like
is
so
definitely
bad
a problem
value.
with the way that these eagles fly in.
Because now we're
And
doing
when
a
you're
live
playing
key
with a
pull.
Devourer or Demon
In the
Hunter,
2 lust
Devourer
version.
Demon Hunters love to do this thing where they cast Collapsing Star into a buffed Eradicate onto the pull just as it's starting, because otherwise, you know, they're going to lose their meta and they're losing a bunch of damage. So they do that, and then all of a sudden they've dealt 4 million damage, and you as a tank are just sitting there like, what are you expecting me to do to stop these things from killing you?
Listen, it's either that or they drop out of meta and they do 0 damage on the pack anyways. It's a lose-lose situation, right? It's 0 damage or 0 damage. What can you do? We've all been in
Right,
that
so that
situation
statue
as a
gives them
Devourer
AoE
Demon Hunter.
taunt, which
That's
is
really nice.
That AoE taunt effect is nice. The Shadow Meld as well. You can see Shadow Meld on cooldown for Timmy. That is often genuinely the opener for Devourer on some of these pulls. Is like, it's Collapsing Star, Eradicate.
Can't
Meld,
really tell how much
right? Like,
faster
that is, it's just, you should just
Firmawand
put
is
it into
going
your,
with this
your plan
routing.
for how you start these pulls.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause they're
it's
both
pretty
on
effective. I'm
track
actually
to
curious what the
fight
routing's going to look like for Almost Fine here, right? Because they're going to
the
deal
next
with
Yeah,
boss
but
that are
Cross
on
is
the
going to be a
same
long
time.
boss fight without
we just saw
lust.
this RP before Croth spawns. They're at 78% count. Now they have skipped that.
Yeah,
time
maybe,
limit
but we're just gonna
entirely
gain another
with
loss at the
Ravager
end of the
patrols
dungeon,
around, as
so
well as the Ravager that's kind of right
they're
there
gonna slow down here, but
across
they'll
the
speed up at the
bridge.
end.
I wonder if they're actually going to be able to skip that entirely, like not even bother going back to that platform, and they could just get the rest of their count from that Echo Knight Invoker area.
Dude, by the
before
way,
Echo of Dor-
Curses
Dormammu
from
set,
Warlock
all
is
top
such
of
an
boss
underrated
Bloodlust.
utility.
It will be interesting to see, but they do
That
have
shit
to
goes
deal
crazy.
with Croth. And I
Curse of
also
Weakness and
want to
Curse of
take a look
Tongues.
at what the boss kill time here for Almost Fine is going to be without the Bloodlust strategy that we
Ooh,
saw.
these
from
surge
Firmawand.
casts.
Firmawand's Croth boss kill took them about 1:55. So let's see if that Bloodlust really saved them a decent amount of time. We'll have to see how long.
You
this
can tell
boss takes to
Hopeful's
kill
not
for
paying
Almost
attention
Fine.
when you say surge cast and he doesn't
Yeah,
get
this is going to
mad.
be an important thing to check between between the
Yeah.
two teams. I suspect that Firmawand are gonna get to the end of the dungeon ahead of Almost Fine, but Almost Fine are gonna have a lot more agency over this second Bloodlust, and they can maybe use that to catch back up to re-accelerate.
There's no way that
at
one
the
lust
end
is
here.
better than
Veximus
two lusts
now
in this
spawning
game.
for Firmawand.
Because the last bowl of the dungeon's hard. It's everything in the boss.
On this Croth fight. Not gonna
Well,
proc
I mean,
death, but drops
in order for
extremely
one
low.
lust to ever beat 2, you have
Yeah,
to be
both
skipping a
teams still
phase
on
with
0
something.
deaths, which is
Yeah,
very
the one lust
impressive
has to be so
for
good,
a
or one of the
dungeon
two
that they
lusts
are
has to be
running as
so bad.
aggressively as this one.
I mean, it just seems like this whole cross
But I think
section
both
of
Lust
and
this
this is
key are
gonna-
good.
almost fine. They weren't too worried about saving
Yeah.
literally.
Almost
every
Fine is actually
single
going to finish
cooldown. Now, that
Croft
could also be just a
before
result of the comp
these
they're
guys finish
using, right?
Veximus.
Devourer or Demon Hunters are a little more
Or the
free-flowing,
Lust has
helping
to
with
enable
cooldowns,
you
so
to
can
do
kinda
something
pop void meta whenever,
that you just wouldn't be
and
able
if
to
you
do
need to
without
drop out
Lust.
of it early,
Yeah.
you
Like,
can
I
and
remember
start building back
there
up
was
towards it, so
one
you have
Lust
it for the
that-
damage amp on this boss,
that
whereas
we
the
didn't
classes
think
on
of at
Firma Ones that
all
are a little
in
more rich in their
Plaguefall,
cooldowns, right? You have the 2 minutes of
where
the Enhanced Shaman and the Unholy
you had
Decay and
to,
the sort of 1
because your
minute,
Lust
2 minute
timing came
setup
up on
that
the second
Warlock
boss.
has. That might have helped them a lot getting through this section.
And
of
if you
the platform.
lusted
But look at
there,
the
you
boss
could
kill
get,
time here for
I think it
almost
was
fine.
like
They're at
one more lust in the
150 with
dungeon
that
at the end or
damage buff
something.
just now running out
So
on
it was
the
like,
boss.
oh yeah, you
It
send
has gonna
this
take them a
lust
while
and
to
then
get
lust
to the
like
last
last boss.
10%
That's
here,
good.
but
But
it's really not
we
that
ended
much
up
slower than what we saw from Firmawand, who saved
facing a
the
bunch of
Bloodlust
teams
for
that
5 minutes
elected
just for this
to
boss.
use lust
Yeah, exactly.
on
Like,
the
Firma
third
One
boss
got a
room,
small
and you had to
advantage,
hold it.
but
You had
when
to sit on lust for
factor
like
in
5 minutes,
how much work they
and
had
then
to
you wouldn't
do
get
for
another
it,
lust at the
right?
end of the
The
dungeon.
opportunity cost
But
of
that lust
using
allowed you to
Bloodlust
pull
in that
like
way,
all of the
I think
fucking
I'd
trash
rather be
onto the
almost
boss
fine.
and lust
They
and
are
kill
gonna
it,
be
and
the
there was
team that
no fucking
pulls
way you were
over
doing
Rune
it
Ancient
Yeah.
first,
without
because they're
bloodlust. It was
now
way too
literally in
dangerous
that
to do that
boss
shit without
room,
lust.
and both teams
And
at
so
a
it was
pretty
like
similar
when you
amount
saw
of
teams
enemy
do
forces
it,
count, although it
your
is
first
almost
reaction was like,
fine
"Oh, that's stupid.
that
You're
are
just giving up a
slightly
lust." And then you
behind
saw it,
there.
and you're
So
like,
if there's an advantage for
"Oh."
Firmawand, it
Yeah,
would
it's actually
be that
incredibly
extra
fast and like a
enemy
shitload
forces
of count. Okay, yeah, I see why you're
Almost
doing
fine.
that.
Are
Dude,
gonna
maybe
grab
left
these
side's
three
Rowell
big
is just so much.
attacks,
I don't even think this is
taking them
Lust
into
stiff.
the
This
boss
is just
here,
so much
but
quicker.
that's not going to make up for the 6%.
Maybe the
that they are
backtracking was
behind.
worth
I
it.
mean,
Yeah, but I mean,
I
again,
think it was
it's,
just
it's kind of a matter of what this second
Firma
lust is
One
going to
not
look like for
playing
almost
as
fine. I
good.
mean, Firmawand
That
might
could
not
be
even
true.
have that
Their
full
cross
lust
kill
left
times were
almost
basically
Feels
the
that
same,
way.
by the way.
Whereas,
Did you hear them
like you
talking
said
about it?
before, almost fine. They can pretty
No,
much
I
Firmawand
think
lusted
almost
it. And, I mean, yeah, it's probably just overcapping Ace. That Lust probably doesn't even do anything.
Yeah.
Why
It's
would they
just,
lust
yeah,
it
like
then?
you said, I think almost fine is certainly in a commanding
I have
position
no idea.
here where
I thought they had like
feels
some
like
crazy code going on.
Firmawand
with
Yeah,
that,
me
but-
too.
a bit faster.
I was like,
Maybe
oh,
they
maybe
thought they
this like
did
shaves
too.
a minute off or
I'm
something.
curious how the end of this dungeon looks. I'm curious.
I mean,
if
this right here
Firmawand
is
will
kind
get
of
to press that second lust at
not,
all. About
not really.
4.5
I'm gonna say
minutes
like it's
left
nice to have some
on
fun on the
CD
boss,
of
but
it.
the
I
boss
think they
already
will,
naturally has.
But I feel like it'll be at the end of Echo of Dorogosa. They might be able to hold cooldowns without.
Dude, by the way, is it
Lust,
just me
though,
or
and still get the full
Dragonflight or not
value, but
Dragonflight?
we'll have
Shadowland
to see
dungeons
if
felt
they
like
do
a
get in
blur.
combat with Overgrown Ancient. It's already
Honestly,
more than
like when you're
half
talking
are
about
dead
Plaguefall, I don't
for
even
almost
remember a
fine.
whole lot
like,
about.
Plaguefall, what the fuck
3.9%
dungeon is that?
advantage for Firmawand. I
No,
think
I
that's
mean,
under
like-
50% of the boss's health.
I just don't have a whole lot of
Yeah.
memories of.
I
that's definitely
think I remember them
Shadowland
particularly well
dungeons.
because I did
What the
MDI,
potential
and I
plan
think
on
I
doing
just spent
after
so
the
much
fact,
fucking
right?
time in all of
There
them.
is a nice Warlock gateway skip that
I didn't
can get you
do
past
keys
the
in
first couple of
Shadowlands.
invokers on the staircase.
There
So
are blurred to
that's
me.
something we could look out for. I mean, I guess you could also
That's crazy.
spot that if you really wanted to.
My first Unplus season was
That's
the
also a
Faded
potion. Now,
season.
Potions are pretty powerful right now. So that's something that Firma One could do that'll save them a little bit of time. But again, almost fine needs more count. They could probably just
Yeah, JB is
Yeah.
an old MDI
Just
head. He's
drag
done
those
so
into
much
the boss
MDI.
I feel like I remember all those
Either
dungeons
way, Overgrown
way
Ancient
too well.
about to go down for almost fine. There will be no more questioning in just a moment.
Bro, I
see
remember
exactly
BFA
Yeah,
what
he's
dungeons
won
way
the
too well.
MDI,
to
right?
make up the remaining
See, BFA is the
pieces
one
of
where
this
like
dungeon.
maybe if I went back into the dungeons,
Yeah,
it'd
this
start
is going
jogging
to
my
be- this is
memory.
gonna
But
answer all of our
I feel
remaining
like
questions. Almost fine. Gonna be heading up the stairs.
I
here.
feel like
Now,
I've
Firmawand
lost
were
a
able to
lot
pull a
of
little bit of trash into boss here. So they've actually
recollection
gone
about
up
the
to
BFA shit.
87%
Whereas I feel like I can
now.
remember all the
First time
Shadowland
I've seen
stuff.
it. That's why
super
he's the
vividly.
goat.
Count should mean that they can do
BFA was a banger.
quite a bit less.
Even
Oh,
though I
yo, look at
spent,
this,
even
by
though I
the way.
spent a
Look at this.
shitload of time in
Up to
BFA dungeons
side
too.
goes the evoker
they're
and the
just
rest of the
running it.
team to follow here.
Yeah.
And this is going to mean that they can skip past. I
If it
believe
was
the
just
double
fun.
Echo Knights that guard the bottom.
It was,
of
yeah.
the
Dude,
stairs
this is
there.
a banger. 6 Echo
Now up
Knights.
and into
That's
the
fucking infinite
inside
count.
boss room. Almost fine. Will this be 20%? Will this be their lust pull? Can they take it onto the boss?
I guess
These are
that's
just
where
some
some
of
of the time
questions.
difference is too.
Meanwhile,
Because
Firma
Firma 1 had
charging
to
upstairs.
take it
They
slow
need
as
to get
hell
in
with all
boss
the
combat soon
Ravagers.
as well. They need to take this 13%
And almost
into the boss.
fine.
They are also heading up the little.
But they don't have to
phase
fight all
here.
that stuff between
There's that
Okay, there's the
gateway. As they travel
Veximus and Croft.
through the
Because
world
they
there.
went a little bit
And take
backtracking.
this trash onto boss also. Lust is active for almost fine. It's just not going to be up in time for Firmawant. I think this
Dude,
dungeon's
6
gonna be
Echo
over
Knights is
in
so
the next
fucking
2
sick.
minutes. Maybe
That
for
is so
almost
much
fine.
count.
It'll be very close whether or not Firmawant will be able to get full value out of this Lust at all. Meanwhile, Almost Fine are in a very hectic
Maybe Firmawant
situation.
think they get
Look
this
at all
Lust
the
at the end of the
effects that they have
key?
to dodge here. Those projectiles and all that ground denial from the Echo.
I mean, if the route's
Oh.
16 minutes,
They've
you're
decided
so
they missed
slow.
Priory of the Sacred Flame, so they wanted to try to recreate the pull after the first
Like,
boss with all these Echo Knights.
100% top teams are doing this in like
blasting their team with
high
a
12s.
ton of AoE damage.
Also, not
But
having
they're
Lust
through.
for
The Bloodlust
boss plus
on that
Echo
pull
Knights,
was
that's kind of
able to
demonic.
help them out, and look at
Yeah.
the count. They're done. All they have to do is
I'm
cleave
just
down
gonna
this
make
last
up.
Invoker,
The
which is
good
just
teams
one
are
extra
clearing
cube
this
they
in
have to
12 1250.
and they're done.
Oh, he's
It's
just
good
getting
makeup,
shit
I
on.
like
Oh
that.
my god, yeah, right
The
there.
Bloodlust is still not available, and now we finally have our first death of the dungeon, unfortunately, on the Warlock in their Tyrant window, in their Dominion of Argus window, so their damage is going to just drop off the face of a cliff now, which is not good. They're so far behind, they could not afford any further mistakes. They still
They
have
probably
these
do in
Echo Knights
practice? Yeah,
alive,
they
blasting
probably
their
do in
teams
practice,
with
is what I'm saying,
arcane
like,
smashes.
If
Tommy,
they
low
think
on
they get
mana
this
here as
lust,
well.
like,
They
they're
cannot
just so
live through
slow.
this pull much longer.
Yeah, no Innervate available from Firmawand either. A few defensives are coming back through. Power Infusion comes out as well.
I mean,
And
low
you have
key,
a
since
very
there's
sturdy
nothing to do in this
combination of the
dungeon, there's
Warlock
probably
and the
some
Death Knight that
crazy
can keep
pulls you end up
themselves alive, but
practicing.
you really don't
Like,
want any
what if
of
you
your
go left and you
non-healer
just actually
players
pull
making
everything on
any
the left side with
concessions,
lust?
to keeping themselves alive, because they need to be focusing on damage to try and close the gap.
Like, you
here.
get
But they're
Ravengers
not
in
even
the
There's only
first
so
pull,
much you can
too.
pull.
Before almost
If
fine,
you're doing
just
what
teleport them out of the dungeon
Twine did
here.
with 6 Echo
9%
Knights onto
left
boss,
on Echo of Duragosa, that's going to be
you're already
Well, I mean,
making
like,
up
at the start of the
20%
dungeon.
count there.
advance to a 1-0
Yeah, but I'm
lead
just
in
saying,
this
like,
series.
Oh.
What an impressive
or even gaining
performance.
time if you're
Fantastic to see
Pulling
them
mobs that you don't
stepping
need.
in and really owning it today. Almost fine.
Yeah.
We weren't sure yesterday. They seemed to be in a rocky place, but today it seems like they have found their footing. This is going to earn them 1 point in our first map, and it is going to put a lot of pressure on Firmawand.
My point was,
to
like,
be able
there's
to bring it
nothing
back if
to
they wanna
practice in the
stay
dungeon, so you might as
competition.
well
Now, this
make
matchup
that
was
left
pretty
side
closely
as
seeded
big
with
as
our
possible,
18th
because
and
you're just
19th
practicing it for
teams
so
coming out of
long.
Time trials. So I have to
Yeah.
ask Dratnos, did their head-to-head matchup sort of pan out the way
1330.
you imagined?
I think good teams
Yeah,
be
I
like
really
1250.
like seeing this
depending
matchup
on-
go this way.
The
I
more
think
important
for
thing is to
Firmawand,
just
what might have happened is
progress
they
the
have a
dungeon, though,
strategy
like
that
spawning the
works out
boss as
well
fast
in
as
this dungeon,
possible,
you know, that works
Yeah.
out
killing
well
the
on
boss as
paper.
quickly as
But
possible,
the problem with their lust
and then
strategy
moving to the
is
next
that it's not good
thing
when
that
they
lets you
continue
move
to
on the
optimize,
dungeon.
right? They have this strategy that works out
I mean,
really
that's how
well
I
That
always
helps
made
with that.
routes.
15-minute
Like,
dungeon run,
I
but
always
as you
went
start
from
getting
the
faster
minimum
than
amount of
16
pulls in the
minutes, you start
dungeon you could
realizing,
do,
like, oh no,
and then like started like
everything that
toning
we
back
built
from that.
on does not scale up to a
Dude, I remember
faster
that one
run. We
MDI.
don't get
That was a
second lust
mistake
if
we
go
tried
any
to make.
faster. So we kind of have
What?
a ceiling
Fucking,
for how fast we can go
the one with
with this
Everbloom.
strategy in this dungeon.
Oh.
That was
It was the time
almost good
trials
enough
with
to win
Everbloom,
here, but not
and
I
we were
hated
just
that
trying
one.
to like
And it will
cut the
only
pulls
get
down
worse as
to
teams
like
get
fucking
more and more
4 pulls or
optimized
some
here. I
shit.
think they're gonna have to go back to the
And we
drawing
just
board
couldn't
here
figure
in
out
Alabama.
how these fucking
You know,
teams
sometimes
were
the
doing like
strategy you
a
think is gonna be the
10
one when you
Yeah,
something
it turns out they
run.
were just mind controlling, right? Some
Yeah,
Yeah, and it
bugaboos.
turns out
It's
all
so
they did was
crazy.
mind control some
Like-
fucking flyers to kill all the mobs.
Was that
I
your
remember
like,
I
we
was in
tried so
Legendary
hard,
during
like,
that
I-
MDI.
series?
Yeah, I mean, we saw
Yeah,
some
I spent-
extremely original
It was so
cooks
annoying.
by
Days
both of
just
these
like
teams in terms
like
of
nights
their paths
where
with
I'm just
Algathar
trying to like
Academy. And
calculate
these
each
cooks,
pull.
it's
I'm like,
kind of
okay, if this
interesting.
pull's 2
Almost
minutes, and
fine,
you know,
they're in
this
the
boss is like
block
1 minute,
defense,
and then like
which
I'm
is
like
really
adding it
close,
all up,
they
and
press their bloodlust
There's
on
the other
really
dungeon
big
too,
traps
I've, like-
right?
at the beginning of the dungeon. They get the boss spawned. They end up going
Rise?
trash
Yeah.
with the boss.
Yeah, it was
This
Rise
is
where like
the
certain teams were
text.
quicker and they were like
Standard.
summoning.
Part
There's
was
like
the
summon
original
tech
cook
or
was the
something.
Okay, well, I mean,
back,
that
take
I
over
knew
from
there was like
ancients to
something
save
fishy
yourself
going on,
the
but
50
Yeah, that's
seconds of
true.
RP on the boss
Everbloom I
spawning
just couldn't
feels a
figure
little
out.
weird.
Like,
Maybe there's
well,
something
See, I-
like,
Everbloom was like on paper, it made
offensive
sense, right? It was like,
cooldown
okay, if we
allocation,
executed this route
something
Yeah,
perfectly
that's
and
true,
we did
that's
like all
true.
this crazy shit, we
so
could have
we'll
gone
find
the
out
10
with their
minutes
original
too
cook.
legit,
For
but like
Firmawand,
it turns out
their
people were
original
just
cook
fucking
was,
cheating.
well, we're gonna
See,
save
I've
the
done.
bloodlust
We
to
did
make
the
the one
opposite of that so
bloodlust
many
strategy
times
on
in
top.
MDI practice, where
Maybe
we'd
you
see
know
a
what, the first
team
cast
do
was
like a
just
crazy
Luna's
fast time and be
wings
like,
go
bro,
off,
what kind of
knocking
fucked
us
up
back,
demonic ass
dealing
pulls are
AoE,
these guys
and
doing?
then
Like, they must
after
be
offensive CDs
doing
were
like 3
available
packs
on the
onto the
boss,
boss or
it's like
something, and we'd come up
65%.
with the
They throw
absolute
the last away,
wildest
they
routes
press
to
their
try to
bloodlust, they
figure
get
out
the
what
haste
it
balls,
was they
and
were
I
doing
think
and
this
like
was
match
actually a
them,
really
and then we'd see them on the
interesting
game day
strategy
weekend, and they were
They're
just
just
doing like a
going
really
quick.
standard route.
Yeah.
They just went really fast, and it's
have
like,
the haste
wait,
buff
what? You
onto
could
the
do it in
balls
12 minutes
into the
doing that
bloodlust,
shit?
like, in
Well,
the game
sometimes
jam.
slow is
They killed
fast. Like
Gothic
you you can
really quickly.
overcomplicate a lot
At
of
the same
pulls, so it
time,
ends up
Well,
being quicker.
I don't feel like that happens as
Almost fine,
much
ends up going
nowadays
off raw,
because the
then everybody's
player
on
skill
to
has
coordination with almost
gotten
fine.
significantly
You know,
closer.
we saw the
True.
original cooks and almost
Like
fine.
Well,
I don't
some
feel
of it
like
is-
if I'm
Obviously,
Some of it's also just with like with not being because I mean back in those days you could like with snaps and shit there was some really fucking crazy stuff you could do like that you could imagine a team might do like bro what if you snap this and this together and like occasionally teams would do something like that
Tall
and
Desire
so
was crazy, right? For a dungeon that's
Yeah,
been in the
so-
NDI 3 times.
you see something like that and you start imagining like oh fuck man like what if we did just snap like all these bosses or all these trash packs onto the boss and blah blah. These days you can't. I mean, you're not even allowed to do some of the craziest shit anymore.
You don't want to lose any seconds to something like a death.
I feel like there's
Yeah, but
still
I mean,
going to be
I feel like-
something like that in the finals, like some tech that one team figures out that's really cool. So
they impressed me at least, and hopefully they impressed everybody
I
else.
feel
coming
like
into this one, we were doing some of our predictions.
when I'm playing the
off
MDI now,
screen
I don't
at the start, and a lot of
think about
a lot of
other
people weighing
teams
towards Wand in this one,
Ha-
but now I feel like
out-damaging
almost fine. Is
in
showing
order to, like,
up.
make up the
Dratnos,
time
you
difference.
actually
Oh,
got
100%. It
two
has.
That's
I
not
always
much
think
of a
it's like
thing.
route
fine.
first.
So you were a believer from the
Yeah.
beginning.
Well, I mean, unless it's
Tried
like
always been a
the only
believer
time
here.
that's ever
I've
really
got,
felt that
I'm
way
gonna
was,
make
it
a
was like
big
if it's
10
miscount,
point
like
return on
miscount's been
investment,
kind of
if this all pans out,
on a fucking heater when it
once that
comes
happens,
to
I'm outta here. Once I
strict
strike rich
damage.
with these channel points, you know, I'm
Like
going
last
to
I
MDI.
feel like that
That's
propaganda is
GP.
crazy. All teams are going to do
Great.
within
Yeah,
1%
good.
of
Well,
each
you
other
know,
damage-wise.
Dratnos may not be here
I
next
mean,
season,
last
for now, we still
season,
have him, but,
Miscount was
no.
doing the exact
Well, we
same
have
routes
you.
as these
What
other
do you
teams,
think
and they were
about
just
our
like
bans that have
straight
just
up
come into the
faster.
specs, and what teams might be taking into Pit of Saran?
I think it's
And there was
very
definitely a
common
damage
to
difference
actually see tank and healer bans,
between, like, it
this
was the three
season
teams,
so
right? It
far.
was
Brewmaster Monk seems
Liquid,
quite good, and Bear Druid seems
Miscount,
quite good.
and
There's a lot of
Holy
healers that
Method?
seem fairly competitive,
Echo's
so
team,
whenever
right?
we
Yeah, Holy
see,
Method.
map 1, map 2 bans,
And there was a
it
clear
tends
damage
to be
difference
those tanks and
between
those healers.
all
I'm
three
not-
of
I'm
those
not super
teams, and
surprised.
Miscount was
Then
like
you have to start looking at
clearly on
DPS.
top.
Devour Demon Hunter, that specialization, it seems
Because we were
so
just
good.
doing the
I
same
don't-
routes,
I don't
like we
know
were
if
just doing
I'm
the
in
same
love with
shit. Like it
Devour
wasn't like we
Demon
were
Hunter
doing
bans.
anything
Quite
different.
unfortunate to lose it. At the same time, if I think this is the season of pocket picks, and I think that putting yourself on a composition that you're comfortable on is probably more valuable than putting yourself.
But yeah,
on
aside
a
from that,
Devour
it's
Demon
mostly
that, you know, maybe
been the same shit.
seems like it's faster here and there.
Yeah, the problem is that they were playing basically that full meta comp, so they had
What's
to
this
give
guy's
up
name?
the
Adu
Og,
underscore
the
TW.
Unholy, or the Devourer.
Is he from Taiwan?
And I think the Og and the Unholy would have been more costly.
Seems like a
to
good
give
guess.
Up. The good news for
Oh,
giving
they're
up
drawing
the
it.
tank as well is
Oh,
map
wow,
2 is
animated.
super friendly
Holy
with
shit.
series.
Oh my
I think that's a
God.
great prop warrior dungeon.
Yeah, that's pretty
So-
good. Oh,
Wait,
they're
that's
trying to show that
sick.
it's not AI.
It's not AI? Oh, I see.
See,
I like the
I know.
the
Oh,
drawing.
that's
What if those
cool.
are all?
Wow.
What if those were all
Yes.
just different
We
things
get
the AI
insight into the
came
artistic
up with and they
direction
just
of the
What if
logo.
every
together
other
one by
one's
one?
AI and
Yeah,
this
but-
one's
Yeah.
not either?
AI
I
made
love,
the
but also
drawing.
we've been able to take a look at the team rosters here. I mean, Zyro with the players on either side. Is there anything
I feel
you
like
think
passion
notable
damage
about
is
the
also
performances
a
we've seen from
crazy
these two
myth.
teams?
Like, there's no
honestly,
such
that
thing
was
as
really cool
passion
play from both
damage. You
teams,
just
and
get
the
lucky.
difference there was really just routing, right?
What the
No,
fuck
it's
is
not the real
passion
thing.
damage?
Like, people
Do you
like-
not get tournament buff?
No, I mean, a little bit because you're just playing clean, but like passion damage is like you're 5% off a damage check. You can't do the damage, so it's like, oh, we'll just have passion damage. We'll find the damage somehow. Like, that's
Yeah, it
fake.
sounds like you just
What I
have
feel
no
like the rest of the
passion.
series,
Maybe
we talked
maybe that's
about
No,
what it is.
it's fake. You just you
That
get
sounds like some
lucky.
anime shit.
Yeah. Like
I
specs
think they
swing
have
damage by
better
10 to 15%.
specs
Like you're just gonna
available for
swing
No,
this
but
damage a lot.
version.
I
I'm in the
swear
same
in
boat as
tournament
like
play,
Devour
people
is
play way
extremely
cleaner.
strong right now. Some might
I
say he's
feel
Maybe
like
there's,
I
like,
mean,
more
yeah,
at
because you
stake.
can't in practice. You're not locked in for 16
Who
hours.
am I to say?
Of where you're gonna play cleaner in a 1 hour window.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, it's so annoying because, like, you know, in practice, there'd just be so many times where it's like,
Yeah, we'll have to see. They both
all right,
do
how do
have
we
the
squeeze out
Auga
more
Evoker for
damage?
this
And
dungeon
surely people know
available,
how to,
so
like,
that's
press the
good. So
buttons
we'll
better,
see.
but
Warrenstone skips for both
that
teams,
just
and
doesn't
yeah, it's the
happen.
Auga Evoker is
I, mean, I
there.
feel
Whereas,
like
like,
sometimes it's the
when-
opposite.
Druids for both. That's pretty
Yeah,
standard.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
had, I mean,
that's
I've
more-
had,
that's-
Paladin is back for
I've
free.
had games where we were like, oh my god, we've never been this fast in practice before. But then I've had games where people
We're
just get
slow.
like, or they just like freeze up.
Yeah,
And-
freeze up or like play overly safe when they don't need to.
Yeah. And they're like holding something that they shouldn't, or they like go
Yeah,
to make a really
exactly.
routine play and just fumble it, and you're like, bro, what the like? You've never
Yeah.
fucked that up in practice before. What the hell?
I'm just from my experience and just from like seeing like you know what people say too, like Echo for example. Oh wow, Firma
Firma
Wand
Wand.
going down to
Ooh.
the Netherverse. That is crazy. Yeah, speaking of playing poorly.
What?
Oh,
It's
wow.
so rude.
Wow.
That's the main
Speaking
I
of
mean,
being
letting a
horrible at the
Netherverse go
game, look
off.
at this guy.
They missed
Jesus.
it there. Dropped them all super
Yep,
low.
it's over for
lost
them.
your Devour
Tommy!
Hunter, who's
Okay.
Game's already lost.
Someone put on a bad neck.
I remember when I was talking about the DM
Smuggle in a
losing
neck.
all of their momentum
Yeah, I
last
mean they
season.
either have to
That's the same
remake
thing with Devour.
or
You lose
almost
all your
find
souls.
Oh,
these
this is
catastrophic
You're gone.
horrible.
way.
He's doing less than the Og Evoker right now.
He's
and
doing
they're
less than
losing
the
a bunch
Og
more-
Evoker because he
more
died on
sets
his
because of it.
meta.
This is a
Oh!
disaster for Firmawand.
Yeah, this poll is going to take so
Yeah,
long.
and-
Oh, it's
And
a
now the
full
change
Thanks
is
that
so low.
too.
That slash.
Yep.
So
Someone
that's
check
one of those
the
spots where
gear.
you're not used to that pull living that long. You know, could you press survival
It's
instincts and
over.
live that? Maybe, but you might have that planned out for the next.
And I
pull.
think generally
Now
in a
Firma
tournament
Wand
you do do go a little quicker because everyone's just perma locked in. But like, there's no
Yeah,
like
I mean, like
passion damage.
the amount of times
With
too
20
where
deaths on the first pull in
the Echo
Vinceron.
team
But can you beat an
has
FBI
gotten
team
their
with that situation?
first time ever
Look at not
timing
only how long it's taking them
one
for
of their
dudes
keys
to do this
in
poll,
tournament
right?
is
It's
like, you
oh,
know,
this poll
like
is gonna
that shit
take
is
them
crazy.
I mean,
a
that's.
minute
I think
and a
that's like
half
teams
instead of
like
45
the regular
seconds.
mandatory.
But then you
All
have
of our
to add
fast
in
runs
that
came
7
from
deaths.
practice. I think
It's
only like
another minute
very
and
few of our
45
fastest
seconds.
runs were in
So
the
they've lost
tournament.
almost two,
Well, maybe that's
maybe
just you
2.5
guys.
minutes.
Well, yeah, I'm
since the
saying it's
very start
team
of this
specific.
dungeon
If like
already. Meanwhile,
stuff like
on
that
the
happens.
line,
I see.
Nothing bad.
It's like, yeah,
going on
Echo,
with
for
them
example,
all. We have an in-cap on
they
that cadaver,
they
and
play
they're
like
just gonna leave
so
it
much more locked
until
in for
the,
tournament, I guess, than
necromancer
our
does
practice. So
control
they
and
do
it
that.
dies. So basically,
Yeah.
completely removing that mob from
It's kind of like in League of
Dungeon,
Legends.
and then this gateway is going to allow
T1
them to
in
jump
Worlds
right up here,
versus
get this pull
the Worlds
gathered
buff.
super quickly.
Things
Things
are
are going
LCK,
so
whatever.
well for almost
Definitely
fine.
like a mental thing.
I kind of feel like they should maybe just slow down even at this point with 7 deaths.
Is it just me, or
Oh,
Hopeful
they're
kind of
not.
sounds like
Now
Billy
9 for
slash
Firmawand,
Ozuna?
almost fine
I don't
just
hear that at
to-
all,
Is
but
it
I've
just 'cause you
heard
guys
that
are
for the last
mages?
3 years.
Zero deaths,
I mean, we're
and they
both
really-
high-pitched
You know,
voices.
I'd never
Oh,
thought of
yeah.
it before, but
Okay,
I
he was
can
able to
kinda-
breath it
Now that you
out.
bring
both
it
play
up,
mage and
We almost had a
high-pitched
dragon moment
voices.
there with the gargoyle out of
it's
the grid.
there's like a
They were
little
getting
there's like a
pulled
little
up.
nasaliness
we
to
do,
it.
we do
that
have
I
a
think
dragon
Yeah.
moment as they have another death. We're up to
common.
10
I,
now.
yeah,
There's
now
a
that somebody
bit of
points it out.
Here for
mage
Firmawand, and it's just disaster after disaster here.
complainingness,
This is really spiraling out of
you
control
know.
for them. Now they're missing all of
It's like
these
the
AoE stops that
mage
Evoker
accent.
brings. While they're sitting out there,
Mage
Netherburst being
accent.
cast by the Cadaver. Do they have a stop for that? Is that cast going to go off again? It does! And it takes out 2 players.
Oh,
with it.
They're going
Firmawand.
for the
Oh,
30
man.
death run.
It's just spiraling, Dratnos.
Maybe their
Now,
wand
things are going
increases
from
in
bad
power
to
every
worse
single death, and
for
they're just
Firmawand,
trying to make it
13
max
deaths,
power.
14
It's a
deaths
Resto
now
Druid diff.
for
You just
them.
can't play that
That's
shit
3
anymore.
minutes and 30 seconds, and their tank is in a lot of danger here as well.
This guy's playing the
16
JB
stacks
build,
of that
too.
disease, getting absolutely annihilated, and that melee
I
is
might go
gonna
for a
take him
voice
out.
change.
And this is
Think
just
so?
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
demoralizing for Firmawand.
Who you want to sound more like?
And they are down 1-0 in the series. They can't come back
Just anyone.
in another map. If they
Yeah,
can't
literally
get
anybody
seven.
but me.
Literally
Just
anyone.
a hair
Said it would
punt
myself.
even, to avoid
I also have a
the
deviated
Fertility
septum, so I can
incident
low
here in
key.
this dungeon.
I
But
could
they
get it
dropped
changed.
combat with these mobs, most of them fully
Little
healed.
free nose
They're gonna
job, too.
Try and get this pull somewhat
Damn.
regathered, but with basically
job
no
sounds
cooldowns
wrong.
here.
Start
I'm
looks
worried about
maxing.
their tank.
What?
Again, up to 15 sacks of that disease.
You gonna be
Incarn
bone
is
smashing
still
too?
at least 20 seconds away here.
Yeah, I bone smash. Yep.
Listen,
Right on the rig, I got my
still
hammer.
ahead on the dorky metric. The deaths have not exceeded the key level yet.
The
so let's try to
dorky
keep
metric?
it to
Did he
that.
just shout you
In the
out?
meantime, wait.
What is
Is our
it?
Evoker dead? Okay,
He said the
didn't
the
identify
dorky metric, the deaths have
Meanwhile,
not
almost
surpassed
fine.
the key
It's
level.
been going swimmingly
Oh yeah,
for
the
them.
deaths have not
0
not
deaths,
exceeded the
already
key
under
level.
Forgemeister Garfrost.
Remember that one
It looks
Atal
like they are just
Desire?
completely
Me and
done with
Yoda's
what's
team
happening
had
on
like
their side.
50
They are in
deaths
their
and
lane.
like a 28 Atal.
They're just thriving over here. Big trash pull on the
Oh,
boss.
those good
Cadaver's
old
casting
days.
another burst. It does go off.
Good old days.
But they're
And we
able
timed
to
it.
keep everyone alive through it. That was a scary moment for them. But again, I mean, they're
Your
just
voice is not coming from the diaphragm. What is
Letting
diaphragm?
a cadaver cast go off is not a
What does that
great
mean? My
sign,
voice is coming from my
but
voice.
The fact that they were able to recover from it is, and you can see almost fine there, those defensives rolling that Fort Brew, the AMS, and the Barkskin all having been committed there, in addition to that Dark Pact as
Organ
well.
under your belly
really
button.
heads up use of something they
Man,
don't
this is kinda
see
brutal. I feel like
players
they should
not
allow a
really
forfeit
start
at
to
this
do
point.
until they have
No,
a lot of
you never know
experience
when you're
pushing
out
these
of it.
higher keys,
Yes,
is
like,
pressing defensives while
Timmy
at
could
100%
just
HP.
pass over at his
It's just
PC, like,
not
you never
something
know.
that you develop
Somebody
muscle
could be
memory
wearing
for,
the
right?
wrong neck right
As you
now.
become a better World of Warcraft
True.
player, the first thing you learn to do is start pressing your defensive when you're dying, and then when you start getting really good, you start pressing
The
your
thing is,
defensive while you're at full HP in anticipation
Blizzard made
of
it
the damage
so
that's gonna be
obvious
coming. And that's
that you're
something
supposed to
I've
kick
been really impressed with
Netherverse
watching Almost Fine,
and that it's
is
about
the
to go
degree
off
to which they have these
by just
defensives
making a
planned
mob
out,
that has
and they're
like
willing
some
to press multiple of them
massive purple
while at
beam
high
shining
HP.
down on it. So there's
Yeah,
kind of
I
no
mean, the other thing
excuse
as well
to
is, like,
miss
No, the
that
problem
kick.
is it's so obvious that everyone
Wipe
expects
on the
somebody else to
first
kick
pull,
it.
right? That's not something you really practice
True.
for as these teams, right?
Right.
Usually, if that happens in practice, you're resetting and going again.
I don't know.
So you
I
don't
always
have
try to be the one to
good,
always give important kick.
I guess measure.
I don't know if that's
of
like a
what
me
you
thing.
should be doing cooldown wise when you wipe.
Like
on
I
the
would
first
never
pull,
rely
almost wipe on the
on
first pull, then do wipe on the
anyone
second
else to
pull.
get the
Like, what do you do with
non-important
your
kick
cooldowns at that point? You're kind of just winging it for the rest of the dungeon.
or the important kick.
And it's a hard thing.
Yeah,
to
but if
come back
everyone has
from.
that
These
mindset, every
teams
other
are-
kick's
like,
going
these
off.
runs are very practiced out.
That's why I always
You
try to
walk
kick
into
the
a
least
pull, you
important
expect to
thing.
have
That's a
certain
healer
set of
job.
cooldowns
I mean, I do
available
try
for
to
it,
go
personal cooldowns
the most
available for it.
important thing, but I always
And
kick at
for
the end just in
Firmawand,
case,
it's
so I
gonna
can
be
save my kick
completely
for other
different for the
things.
rest of the dungeon. Now,
Yeah.
of course, it's an
Like
uphill
you put the
battle, right?
cadaver on
They need
focus and you
almost
try to
fine
kick at the
make
end
some
if no one
major
else is
mistakes,
kicking it, but if you
similar
see
to what
someone's
they've already
on it,
did
you
this
change
point
your
in the
focus
dungeon,
to something
but
else.
Obviously, they're going to keep playing on, right? Because this is their tournament on the line. You already identified, right? They're down 0-1 1 here. A loss on this map, they're out of the tournament. So they have to keep playing and just hope that Almost Fine has something go wrong for them.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is you can be 16 deaths behind. There is an infinite amount of things that could still go wrong for the other team, right? Any number of things could still happen. So Firmawand have to try and
Bro, it's crazy how much
the
death
run
timer
as best
adds.
they can from here. But I think a good
I still
point you
remember when
brought
people
up
were
is that
blowing up
they're probably
about
not very
deaths being
practiced
15
in this
seconds.
situation.
It's 4 minutes.
Something
That's
that
kind
most
of
teams
blown
will do
over.
when
Like
they
people don't even talk
sing
about that anymore.
These runs is just reset probably after
Just
the
accept
I
fifth,
actually wonder if people even give a shit about
almost
that.
definitely
Yeah,
after
they've kind of
the
just
10th,
accepted it.
very few teams will continue the dungeon.
That
Hey,
seems to
always
be a lot
thought
of
that
things
was-
WoW
We'll be
players
like,
complain
okay,
about.
if that
I
happens,
always
we're
thought the
gonna
new
lose,
death timer
right?
was
We're-
like fine
very few
because it was
teams are
like
okay, let's figure out exactly how
just
we should space out our
don't
cooldowns,
die. Like
give it the V1s
you know, it's
on
like
and then we wiped, right?
I mean,
Usually
yeah,
they're
just don't die,
that's
but
gonna
that's
just be
not
pure
how M plus is meant to
improvisation.
be played. Like,
Low
M
key,
plus-
they saw us time the
you're
50
gonna
death to
die.
Taldazar and then
Something
changed it
they're
because of
used to
that.
doing for sure in their practice runs. So
Oh, I wonder if
see if
that's
they're able
why.
to make good work of the remainder of this key and give almost find a run of it.
Like
I
imagine
will
timing
say,
a
I do
19
like
pit with
the
50
Warlock
deaths. That's
pick
what we
in
did.
general for safety, right? Something that's kind of not talked
Oh.
about a
Oh,
lot with the
Timmy!
Warlock, as
He
it
might
is a
have.
death from
He's
the
dead on
Warlock
his
here, and
PC. He's not moving.
Of course, that checkpoint unlocked by killing off.
He
the
didn't
first
move
boss,
after he
means he'll be back in the
respawned.
group pretty quickly.
The thing is,
Warlocks,
Firmament
this
is
expansion,
so
were given a new
unbelievably
talent
far
So
ability,
far
behind.
behind.
which lets them AoE curse, which is super nice.
Oh,
right?
he's
Being
back.
able to
He's
AoE
at
curse with
PC.
tons or curse of exhaustion for a tank pull, that's super.
Is he dead again? He's healing
Is he
absorb.
gonna go down
Oh.
again here after getting back to the group? No, Mickey's got him this time around. That was a little bit of a scary moment. A lot of leaps on him as he was the furthest target from the group. But yeah, again, I mean, I think it's really, really nice for safety in this key, and might be one of the things that's helping them out in these earlier pulls for consistency. I don't know.
There's a couple of mechanics on these pulls that can be very lethal, but there's some counterplay to them. So there's a big curse, and curse dispels can be nice against that. There's also the permeating cold dot, and those get applied, but they can actually get removed by any sort of freedom or snare removal effect in the same way Tiger's Lust will do it. Soulburn Demonic Circle would do it. Blessing of Freedom could do it.
Oh, JB, you're on Paladins?
Even Breath of
Yeah.
Eons could do it if you have the talent, I believe, that makes Breath of Eons free you from those. Actually, I think
Are you
just pressing
stopping at
Breath of
Paladins,
Eons
or are you
in
gonna go
general
for a little
will free you of those
No,
sorts
I
of
don't think
effects.
we're
So
going
there's
Illyria.
a set
We've
of
already
those
wiped
kinds of
like
things,
3
even
times to
shape-shifting
Paladins,
for
so
druids,
they're gonna
that
wipe
will
4
let
times
you
to
drop the
Paladins.
permeating cold
No,
debuff
Who's
in
to
the
blame for
dungeon.
Paladins?
That is what Timmy went down to. Now, I'm not
I don't know,
sure
we're
if
just, like,
Warlocks
losing
are
it at
always
the end
ready
each
or
time.
planning to, Soulburn circle that, but it is an option if you are.
Bro, what are the
trying
chances
to
people are
make sure that
killing
you can't
Bellerin
get killed
at
by
the end
it.
of the season? Or not even the
What's
end, I
actually
guess,
nice is
like
because they're
within the
playing
next
Diablos,
month.
they get that effect whenever they port.
What do you mean,
overtime
killing
anyways.
it? Like-
Oh, yeah, you don't even
even
need
have
to
they don't have to
right?
use the shard.
Yeah.
So
Hugging it?
Killing
you
Bellerin,
can see
like,
he has the port down.
well,
he's ready
yeah,
to do
like
that on
hugging,
this
but
boss.
not necessarily
So we'll see
bugging,
if
just
that's
like
gonna
not in the
be a
guild
nice
group.
play for them. I mean, obviously, I think the Warlock in general is just a really solid spec, but just they actually bring a lot of
How many?
untalked about
Like by the end of the
utility in
month, what's that?
general.
Another 3
Now,
weeks?
we did see a little bit of an interesting tech
So that's
on
another
this boss
3%
from
damage.
Mandatory yesterday, where they
I feel like the
actually,
fight is
on the
pissed
second
now.
set of totem spawns, they just
It's
I mean,
kind
the
of
problem is
exactly
it's
like
just-
heroic,
even
except
Kinda.
burning
kicks.
with
There's
totems.
yeah, but you
But
actually have like
the
mechanics.
totems
Like you have to
actually
go
were
like
casting
stack with the fucking
their, what was it
circles, and you have to
Well, they were
soak
casting their
orbs.
AoE
And if you
cast
don't,
one-shots you.
So-
Oh, I guess all the
Or
immune
half
soaking
the
is
cast
really
by
annoying.
yeah,
That's
like
true. I don't
that's
do
the
any of
thing.
that.
If
So,
you're not doing
maybe
that part of the
almost find
fight, it's
Yeah,
easy to
exactly.
like forget that somebody is doing it, and then when you like snap that back into focus of like think
That's
of
some
all the
good
shit that the
wisdom.
hunter's running around,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, who's doing that in the pug?
How many people need to be doing jobs?
A couple.
Bellerin?
I mean,
You
it's
need like
like
3 immune people doing orbs only,
you
right?
you also need 2 tanks that you like
Trust.
Yeah, it can't be somebody's
Well,
dog
that
shit.
part is
all-
easy. I'm not worried about
it's much
that, but
safer to do it this way. You're basically saying,
everything
look,
else, I'm not
we're
sure
going to
about.
give up 10 seconds, and we are going to, not have these shadow binds going off on us for the whole phase, so a lot less healing, a lot less danger of random deaths, and
That
B,
shrink is way too
we are gonna
good
not
from
wipe
Bellerin.
if we are randomly doing
I don't think I
a
have
little
any
less
loot I
damage,
give a
or
shit
we do
about
have one
off
of those random
off
deaths, right?
Bellerin.
We're not going to have the situation where those shades still
Yeah, I
exist
put too much
during
good
the
loot
get a
behind
pick
Lura.
section, when they will immediately do
That's
the
the
shade
problem.
bomb
Is
and
Lure
wipe
drops
you.
a shitload of good stuff.
I'll get my lore kill eventually, don't worry.
On the Warnstone skip after Ick and Crick earlier today, which I think is a little bit safer, I would say.
Me
so
too.
The 2 different strategies that we saw mandatory do all 4 players that have Shadow Meld, so everyone except for the Evoker, run upstairs, do the Shadow Meld skip, then the Evoker Warnstone's up. That works. That's fine. That's great. But if you wipe in the Glacius area,
17 deaths.
you have
huh?
no way of getting back. All of your Shadow Melds are gone. So you have
They
to
can
be
do the
super
funniest
confident with
thing
that pull, which is
and
pretty
just
scary.
spam
You're going all
deaths until a
leaping
certain
guys
number.
Into Glacius, there's a lot of things that can go
Are we
wrong with
allowed
that
to?
pull. Polish Mountain
I don't know.
actually
I feel like
That'd
you'd
be
probably get
funny.
fined for
wonderful
that.
players do a Shadow Meld skip,
I
which is
mean,
a
the
little
dungeon's
bit
over
slower than what
soon.
Mandatory did. But if they do wipe, They have other Shadow Melds as backup here, and it looks like Almost Fine is going to go for the singular Shadow Meld here, just going for a little bit of safety. Also putting the Paralyze on the caster here, so it's a little bit easier to get that Shadow Meld skip. I think this is a little bit safer. And now Mickey, of course, can Wernstone up to the group. and we're good to go. So yeah, this is definitely the safer version of the skip, but it is a little bit slower than just all 4 players shadow melding.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Mickey does look like a Pandaren, and Almost Fine actually do have a Pandaren on their team, but it's not Mickey. Mickey's just using, one of the many, like a Gleeful Glamour or something, or a Reflecting Prism to look like a Pandaren, a Recalibrator, one of the many different exciting ways to change your appearance in the game. But yeah, it's actually the DK that is playing the Panda for Almost Fine, so that doesn't mean they don't have access even to a quad Shadow Meld. If they wanted to. Same over on the side of Firmawand, of course.
And here's just saying, yeah, I mean, Firmawand,
and
like, full wipe 3 times on the first pull of the dungeon. So, like, this is one of the bad MDI matches where, like, the one team just obviously is going to lose.
That's interesting, just going for raw damage on the DK from the Racial there. Yeah, Panda was very, very strong this tier in general for just pure damage. Doubling that food buff this tier was most players' best DPS option.
I made a
Also
Minecraft
bouncy,
server with
fall
3-person capacity.
Very good. I'm not sure.
I'm happy for
Hopefully
you,
you're not
Overwatch
falling,
Flame.
But just in case you get picked up by one of those.
It's come up in an MDI before. Do you remember
It has.
Pain? Yeah.
That's true. It's been
The Echo
good.
strategy there relied on the Pandarans for that fall damage reduction. So don't
It's
count
funny
it
though.
out.
Generally in Mythic Plus, you see people take utility things like, a dwarf to remove a debuff potentially, or Night Elf to shadow melt something, or do a skip. But I guess has identified none of that is needed in this dungeon, and we'll just be going for raw damage here.
Carlos?
It's working out for them as we're walking up to the last boss of this dungeon. All of our count is gone, so we're not going to be doing a second Wernstone tech for extra trash here. We're just going to be single targeting the boss, and they're so far ahead that it just doesn't even matter at this point. We don't need the raw efficiency of that extra Wernstone tech. We're just going to win the dungeon pressing W. This is,
Almost Fine just grabbed a little bit of extra count earlier, and yeah, they're just going to get to go straight into the boss, like you said. This should be really nice, just getting all of those damage cooldowns going, not having to worry about setting up any extra.
Hopefully, do you think we would have a chance against these teams?
Yeah, just getting
our MDI team or our live key team?
Almost Fine are looking great in this map. They looked great in the last map as well. And
I think it'd be enough to where, like, if they had a couple of deaths, we'd win. Yeah. And we played clean. I think if everyone plays perfect, I don't think we would.
Did not give them the opportunity
I don't think
to
we
come
would
back in this match.
We would win.
Yeah,
if like their best run versus our best run.
Start to the dungeon when you start having issues on the very first pull and it kind of snowballs out of control like that. Props to them for keeping.
It'd be close enough to where if they made a mistake, we would win though.
They put themselves in a position where if Almost Fine had.
Because I do wonder, like, what we just like literally just showed up and just fucking
into it, but Almost Fine gave
attempted to place as high as we could.
Because
I do remember doing that back in Shadowlands with Billy. Like, we just signed up, we did time trials, and then we just went in, won some MDI matches, and we actually got to like 4th place or some shit. It's pretty good money.
Great. I think it'd be way easier to place higher in TGB because it's just live keys.
One of the main ones is spawning.
Well, it wasn't TGB, it was still.
But yeah, no, MDI is like harder to because you actually need.
Yeah, because you need it's more specific.
No way, you're just going into a key for the first time and going quick.
Can be a way to wipe. They do pulse quite a bit of damage. Almost Fine have managed to avoid that, and they shouldn't get the second army of the dead.
Or even just like a couple hours practice before.
You can see Mickey easily able to keep everybody
actually
alive
doing
during that.
The weekend.
And they are still going to make sure they are
even a couple hours.
You just know what your maps are.
Preventing them from being raised on the next Army of the Dead. But I'm not even sure they're going to get to that next cast here. We have another Tyrant in 18
That would actually be kind of fun to play.
And I think that combined with
yeah, but sadly someone on our team
should just
ruined it for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is just the cooldowns coming up is the icing on the cake for them. It's the top to a great run for them. I mean, they're playing fantastic. I was a Firmawand believer, but I've been humbled here. Almost Fine.
Yeah, I mean, these lower C teams are pretty impressive.
A lot of these teams in the lower bracket Dratnos have a good shot.
Yeah, it's way more competitive than I thought it would be. I was coming in expecting just like stomps and like, yeah, just stomps.
These teams can come up with the runs that we've seen from Almost Fine here can definitely, throw their hat in to be one of our teams to be that second qualifying.
What happened with your team? One guy on our team was banned for 6 months and can't compete in this MDI.
Their ticket to the next round. They'll be playing in a couple matches time from now, and unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye to Firmawand.
It is indeed, but it's great to see Almost Fine rallying after their rocky performance
I could beat the
yesterday,
European teams.
cleaning things up and winning this series 2-0. We've always known that their
Didn't
players
you beat
have
the EU
skill
teams
to
back in
pull
your
off
like
impressive runs, but their coordination on these
Yep.
maps
Prime?
really made the difference.
I did.
Almost Fine will be moving on, and
Smoked
as
most of
Ira
them.
said,
Yup.
Firmawand will be eliminated, so everybody throw some 07s in
There was
chat
one
for
tricky one, but
Firmawand.
we took our share of
While
matches
this
off
wasn't
them.
their run, hopefully we'll get to see them again in the future. Now, Zyro, you mentioned a few times that you were firmly on Firmawand's side for this one. Is it safe to say that you were surprised?
0
by how
avoidable
this went?
damage. The GOAT.
A little bit, but again, like, the thing that you have to remember, and I think, I see a lot of people in chat that are kind of incredulously saying, like, oh, we're only doing 15s, 16s, and 17s? Well, yeah, but they're doing them in, like, half the dungeon timer. These pulls are volatile. That kind of thing can happen on any single one of these pulls, and the only thing that's stopping these teams from wiping is just the...
Yeah, I think it would be harder to beat European teams, though, these days,
figuring out,
because
okay, what CC's doing
I think a lot of where our advantage came from back in the day was just doing more creative shit with routing, with like snaps and stuff. Make up time there.
Maybe Europeans are not creative.
Unfortunately,
this was their time. No, I'm just saying that in order to beat them, we had to be creative with a lot of the shit we were doing.
It's the exact same. It's just a cultural difference. It's the same thing in League too. The Eastern teams in general are just more like fundamental focused, and Western teams have to rely on gimmicks to win. Generally,
gimmicks.
You know what I mean? Gimmicks like routing better than thinking of a class no one's thought of and playing that, stuff like that. It's the same thing in League.
Outsmarting them.
Yeah, you're never gonna beat an Asian team in League. Their mechanics are just too good. You have to pull out a quirky pick to win.
Yeah, you're like that main character that isn't very powerful, but
yeah,
you can outsmart them.
You immediately reset the dungeon. And so, how do you recover from this? Well, it's not really recoverable, right? You were just going to feed a bunch of deaths. This is almost fine. They basically just needed to
G2 gimmicks.
Like run it down, and they played a fairly clean route. They ended up
Who
putting
got banned? It was
15-30-ish. Some
like
of the
a year
fastest
ago.
runs that we've seen in this dungeon so far were about the 14-30 marker. So they weren't like breaking any records in terms of time, but at the same time, like the thing that they needed to do is not accumulate a ton of deaths, especially after Firmawand had such a rocky beginning. And I think that for them, they played exactly what we needed to see. Zyro said it earlier. Teams that are in the lower bracket,
has better
a lot
map,
of times
but
they're not that
not
consistent.
anymore.
If you can go through both of your maps in the series, even if you're 5% slower, but you can guarantee 0 deaths.
Asian teams are just
there's gonna be a lot
overall
of
better
series
in
that you're
every
gonna
way
win.
right now. Even with
It's
the quirky
true.
picks, because of
literally
Carry.
just not
Carry is.
adding on that extra time
Never
is
mind, I'm
something
done
that can be so
speaking
key.
forever.
And when you're, man, really trying to stay in the competition in these lower brackets, you don't
I'm
want
just
to
gonna
let the
close
nerves
chat
get to
for
you.
a bit.
You don't want to make those mistakes, and you want to just go through it as much as you can because you have a long haul ahead of you. Now, we'll take a look at the brackets as we speak of them as well, because with the end of this series, we've had things change around a little bit. We now know who our 2 final matchups of the day will be. We're going to have
Carry
Sense
has changed
Spellbook
League
versus
forever,
Quick as
though.
Gone, and
100%.
I do
That's why he's
it
the GOAT
versus
for a reason.
Almost Fine.
The modern day
Tuttles,
faker.
we're talking about the pressure of these lower brackets. With these 2 series ahead of us, what are you seeing for the teams?
Kind of interesting. I feel like Sin Spellbook has been a little bit slow, but relatively deathless in most of their maps that we've been seeing from them. Kind of what you expect with the team. You know, Royben,
You haven't made a shorter YouTube video in 7 months, and then what next short you're gonna upload is
really
me
good way to
voice
describe it.
cracking.
Quick is Gone.
Well played.
It's felt like they've kind of been super hit or miss with depending on like what composition they have available for dungeons. For I Do It versus Almost Fine, I think this is really I Do It's time to prove like that they've been building off of what they showed last season in the MDI. What is this season really going to entail for them? They're a team that wants to get top 2 this week, and they've been practicing a lot for it.
I think the important thing for I Do It to mention here is they've had a long time since that first matchup in the day to practice the maps for this series, right? They've had 4 series worth of dungeons to sit here and be like, okay, these are the 3 dungeons in this map pool that we're going up against. We can practice just these, and that's all we have to do for the rest of the day. So they should look.
You haven't played the game.
very,
I'm doing
very good
keys
on those
actively. Upload a
It's true, 'cause you have a bit of
20
advantage
keys
to have
done.
that extra preparation and really know how things have kind of shaken out. So we'll see if they're able to use that to their advantage, or
I'm
if the
sure you could
competition is
have
going to
made
beat them
any
out.
stream I've
But
done
we
into a
have
little
challenge
shorts video.
for all of you here in chat and us on desk. We have another
Sorry, I'm
mini
lashing
game.
out 'cause I
This
voice
time
cracked.
around, we're not going to be guessing what a dungeon is so much as we're going to be guessing what's wrong with a dungeon. This
Well,
is
lock in.
something
Something ain't right.
And we need to keep an eye
Something
out. All
ain't
of us
right
to
in these
see
Oh, this is
the
good.
dungeon map that we'll be looking at, and
Lock
then
in,
try to
for
decide
sure.
what
I'm a
seems
fucking expert
a
in
little
this.
fishy, a little sussy about the map that's been presented to us. So we will get our eyes on this here, but everybody get
Oh, I bet
ready.
they're going to
Start
show that there's a
looking.
resto druid in the
Make
group.
sure that you tune in now if you are AFK in the chat, because we have our
I mean,
first
on the-
map
I mean,
here,
it-
Windrunner
This has to be a dead
Spire.
giveaway next to Windrunner.
I like how we all go silent. We just like.
Is there
stare
anything
at it.
else?
There's a platform not supposed to be here. There's an extra platform.
There may be a boss missing.
No.
Oh, you know what?
Or two.
I mean, what is that on the
Two
top right?
bosses
If it's not that, then let
Or
me
all
see.
of them.
It's a little bit empty.
There are no
on this
bosses? Is
map.
that Zyra just leak it?
Where is the Derelict,
No, there's no
Ember
way.
Dawn, the Heart of Wind? Where are they?
Oh, it was just the bosses missing.
They went out for pizza.
Oh, very cool.
They just showed the
very- this is
bosses.
a
That was the
warm-up.
warm-up.
The bosses just
All
came
right.
into frame.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Let's see what we actually have. Okay, Skyreach.
Alright.
Well, there are bosses this time.
There's no
This is
mobs after the
super
first bowl,
Good
right?
start.
No, there's mobs
Good
there.
start.
Dang it.
I think I see it.
Do you?
I think. Well, I don't want to say it right away. I want
There's
chat to
missing a
get
platform.
chance to, like,
Calling it.
Look at it, just in case I'm right. Here, I'll type it in our chat.
Look, there's no Grand Spire, right?
Is it? Oh, is it? Oh, I think maybe I. Well, maybe I see.
No, it's the mobs on the first platform.
I was
There's no
over
bird.
here, like,
No,
looking
there's a
at,
bird boss.
There's
like,
supposed to be a
all
pack
the
over here, a
different,
pack over
like,
here,
trash
and then
mobs,
two over
right?
here.
What does it look like? But I think I've spotted it. We'll see if.
Where's the
chat's
bird
spotted
boss?
Oh, it's
Oh,
not
we
that.
might-
Okay, so
we're
we're wrong.
Oh, I see him.
We're
I
No,
wrong.
just look at the first
you and
boss
I both
area.
thought it
Yeah.
was like lower quarter Grand Spire were wrong, but it's not that. Apparently that is correct. Okay, so it's not that. Interesting.
Okay, never mind.
Um, let's see. Nothing is.
Yeah, I
so
was right.
wrong.
There's missing something in the middle. The
I
the
see
mini
what it
game
is.
where you run through the
You see
wind.
it?
Yeah.
That's the first
there's
thing I
a
That's
said.
on the map.
construct
I
in
think
the-
so. The wind
in
play.
the-
I said
like
that.
next
Look,
to the
under
boss.
Grand
The
Spire, there should be
boss
something
is
there,
and it's replaced with the trash construct.
We'll see.
right?
Oh, it may
We're
not
being
be
told
it.
that might not be it.
It looks weirdly faded out
I mean-
too.
Not the main thing, apparently. Yeah.
Apparently, there's something very obvious.
I'm right. I said. That's the first thing I said.
Is it?
2 seconds
Wait,
in.
hang on. Do we not have the solar elementals in the upstairs part?
I
don't
think
see
that's
them.
just how those lieutenants look.
That's just how they look.
I'm Googling.
I think
Sorry.
that's how they look in MDT.
Are you
Yeah.
sure? Okay, yeah, I get. It looks like they've all been replaced with a different type of looking enemy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it just
Oh.
the
Okay, it's to the left. I
Is
googled
the
it.
wind
I was
gone?
right.
Gone.
a whole portion of the
But there's
map
not
is
any
gone.
enemies there.
Yep.
So,
Yep. See.
What is
I
it
figured
about?
that was-
The wind
Oh,
area
I see.
is
Yeah,
missing.
that part doesn't matter at all, so I don't know why.
I see. I see. Yeah,
Clocked
that
it.
makes sense.
2 seconds in.
Okay, well, it
I was
seems
wrong
like
about the
that
place,
is
though. I said under
probably
Grand
what's
Spire.
missing. The
Yeah, there it
portion
is.
of
You
the
can see it
dungeon.
just got
Yep.
added.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, I wasn't sure what I was
So,
looking
chat,
for.
if you noticed it, well done. I see chat was also pointing out that they thought, oh, maybe it's that there's not enough ads here, or this pack is wrong, or
Is that
but
not
apparently.
Is that also an extra Dread Raven at the top? Like, that was something I've
No,
been
no,
like.
that one's there.
Is that there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Well, apparently it was just much more obvious than that, and that the Wind Gauntlet was not on the map. But that will give us the answer, at least on that one. Everybody else, though, keep your eyes peeled for future versions of this game, because it definitely psychs us all out, and I think we can get better at it. We can improve our times when it comes to the guessing game. Now,
there an extra
we have
Raven? Really?
more ahead of us, everybody, so we aren't going to end things here
No,
by
no
any
Raven's
means.
there.
We've got 2 more series left today that we still need to go through, and our next one up will be Send Spellbook versus Cook is Gone. This is going to be a big one. We've already seen the teams today, but they have a lot to prove and elimination to avoid. We're going to take a break, but as soon as that's done, we will be back and we will see who makes it through.
There's so many matches on day 2.
Yeah, Saturday is definitely it's actually the biggest fucking buff in MDI head to head to go through upper bracket on Saturday.
Yep.
Just
play
play
one
your game in the
match.
morning and
Yep.
then just fuck off for the rest of the day in practice. It's so fucking nice.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite this time? I think they're all. I think Liquid and Echo or Mandatory are the favorites. Yeah, there's 3 different cups, so Kara's team is not competing or Liquid. Which team is Liquid? They're in Cup 3. We're playing Rest of Room when Mr. does more damage. There's spec bans, so you have to play multiple specs. Seven-minute break? What do we do for 7 minutes? You watch my MDI while there's a 7-minute break? I still have the VOD up. Never seen any no mages, because mage is horrible. This is
Dude, do you know why they even
last MDI Global Finals. We can
do
watch
the
while we
MDI?
wait.
No, I
Is it
assume
just like
market.
good marketing for them?
Yeah, I think
or...
I just think they think it's cool to do it. So
You said why are they doing MDI?
yeah,
Yeah, like
Imagine
why is
showing TGP at
Blizzard doing that?
BlizzCon?
well
No, but I mean, why
just
do it
mean,
at
like,
all?
MDI
Oh,
or TGP?
I
Like
see.
why is it a thing still?
They promote WoW. It's a cool tournament.
It's definitely unique.
Let me move
Like when you think of
camera.
tournaments, it makes a whole lot more sense for PvP arenas
Yeah,
to
they
be
see
a
this
tournament.
Shad down there.
But MDI is definitely unique.
11 keys were way higher, the lower keys back then. The max keys you were doing here were like 19s, 18. Hopefully getting aft. I held all my CDs for that pull. I funneled completely onto the boss here. The CDs were just wasted on that pack. I would never get full value, and then my CDs are just way better on this boss. Yeah, I'm doing all right, boss damn, I guess. Little fan of Knives Pad and the orbs, no big deal. What's up, Stint? Reminiscing? Yeah, there's a 10-minute break on the MDI Warcraft, so we're just watching through. Dude, can I rant? OCD is so crazy to have. It affects how I play the game. I've never talked about this before. But look in the bottom left. Look at my arms move. Look. In like a second, I do it. And right there. You see my arm moved? I'm hitting enter, hitting S, hitting backscape, hitting enter. I had that whole tick this whole MDI. And it actually, it's so crazy. Actually ruins my gameplay sometimes. I do that a lot if you watch this VOD. Well, yeah, I have OCD and that was like one of my ticks I did. And if I didn't do it, I just got so much anxiety and I would play bad. So I would have to do it. It's actually horrible having OCD, low key. It's rated like top 3 most debilitating illnesses or whatever. Or maybe top 10, something like that. It's way up there. You have any new ticks? Yes, but I don't like saying any of them. Because I hide it way better now. Never met anyone who actually has it, just knowing people joke. Yeah. A lot of people joke, like, oh, I have to wash my hands. Oh, these things need to be stacked together. Like, a lot of time it is very annoying. But, like, it actually is incredibly debilitating. And, like, actually affects me play a lot. I swear if I didn't have it, I'd be so much better. Yeah, it's also like a lot of misconceptions about it. Lol rant while we have a break. So you'll watch this VOD, and a lot of times you'll see my arm move, and that's what I'm doing. This was another pull where like I held CDs, which I don't know why. We did all of this in the boss, and then randomly we're like, oh, doing in 2 pulls is just a little slower. Like I did it again. But like, I don't know. We gaslit ourselves into thinking 2 pulls is quicker than 1 somehow. Look at me. Bottom left. Bang. Yeah, then it was so awkward my CDs here because I couldn't say... If I sent Deathmark on the pull before, I wouldn't have it up for the boss here. And I needed it for the boss here because I was so much damage here. Yeah, I'm pressing enter, S, backspace, enter. That was the tick. Why Plato looks so different? You can do so much customization. So this version of Ass, you wanted Rupture and Garrote on every mob. And so you see every mob that has Rupture and Garrote, I made it a different color. So I knew not to dot those. Sorry to hear that, remember S? You're good, Stin. I mean, I've lived with my whole... It's something I've accepted. It's just annoying a lot of the times. Or I'm spending 20 minutes touching my door lock just to make sure it's locked for fun. Pretty unhopeful. This version of Hopeful was a year ago, by the way. This version of Hopeful, 0 sleep, play 12 hours a day for practice. A year 8. This is like a year. This is like November 20th or something. 2024 November. Makes you look a lot older. Yeah, the hat and beard. You like playing Melee? It was okay. Also lost a lot of weight doing this MDI because I just didn't eat.
Teams. We've already seen them both today, but this time Sen Spellbook will be pitted against Cook.
No, this was Echo
as
Hopeful,
both
Alan.
teams try to survive elimination. So get your predictions in chat because this is going to be an intense matchup. Now, when we're
How did the
looking
message
at these
become?
two,
Oh, I have no clue.
we
It
already
just
have
randomly
great
happened.
data right in front of us. So I have to ask you, how did the
There's
teams
no
try to
rhyme or
survive?
reason.
How many
to
more
any
series
of
are
the
there? 2?
ticks.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
haven't seen
Yeah, two.
those teams in
God
the
damn.
dungeon.
These things
that
go
we
so
will be
late on
looking
Saturday.
See,
at
did it
in
again?
particular,
Yeah.
But we have seen some of them. So
I'm looking at the
we know,
leaderboard.
for example, Cook is gone in that Magister's Terrace, which
None
So a
of
little
the Chinese
OCD rant. If
teams
you
are
ever
really
like
playing
see me do something
Guardian
weird in like a
yet,
VOD or
except for
something, I do it a
0
lot.
19 minutes
If you look
overflow with
specifically,
zero
you'll
deaths.
understand.
Yeah.
You'll see it.
What if they're just not
something
gonna?
it's
Connected
just that
to,
They were playing
but-
very conservative, very
True, maybe.
deliberate, very slow, and
I did
for
during
some
Demencius tier a lot
Spellbook,
too.
We've seen them in the seat. And
Yep. There's a lot of times
Bro,
where I
he's
mess
geared
up
as
and I'll randomly
fuck.
type S in a key.
I wonder how much he bought this account for. Yeah.
So
You
I
jealous?
think if there's one thing
Yes.
we'll need
How much
to
would you
see
buy
from
a
Cook is
287
Gone
Guardian
to
Druid
have a
for?
chance at winning the series, they need to
I don't
play-
know.
They need to play for
They
risk.
swapped camera
What?
positions
They need to
back.
put it all out there. They cannot
Tettles is top
be
right
playing
again.
as safe
Makes
as
his
we
bottom
saw
right.
earlier.
I would agree. I mean,
I'm getting gaslit.
it's tough when you want to just try to make your way steadily through.
How much would a
brackets, and
278
Cook is Gone
character
has
go
been
for?
down there all day,
Probably
whereas
not much.
Sen Spellbook, obviously, we're in upper
From my
and just dropped
experience.
down.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna
But
get one
I
like
think when you're up against
next
a
week or
team
whatever, the week
that
after.
has such strong players
Or
and has as much
287,
experience
yeah.
as Sen Spellbook, even though they've ended
287
up
would
down
probably
here,
be
it's
a couple,
been very
like
rough
100.
for them. Now Cook is gone
100, 200.
in this lower bracket.
100? There's
I
no
mean,
way it's that
Tettles,
cheap.
do you think this
It's
is affecting
probably
kind of
pretty
their
cheap.
mental, or do you think that they're already like prepping for this lower bracket push?
I feel like for me, I have.
Oh, it's
not
another
seen
AI
the
drawing.
Cook is gone that I kind of.
They cooked it.
expect
They cooked it
with
up.
Names that are on their team, right? Like I kind of expect, especially out of the 13th seed or the 12th to 13th seed, a team that has moments where they are very fast, moments of brilliance, and maybe they lack some depth in some specific areas, but it feels like they've just been kind of, for lack of a better term, just like really clawing at like just like it's just so close depletes or not depletes.
Who's on this team?
Wins.
Oh,
Like,
it's Zero
every
Cool's
single
team.
Win, it never feels like it's like a convincing win for me. Like I haven't felt confident in any singular map that they were able to do yet.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think there's whole dungeons that they've had where I've looked at the dungeon and been like, that was incredible. But they've had moments in their runs that are cool, right? Think about the Windrunner Spire skip where they went all the way to Ember Dawn and they pulled all of the trash there. That was cool.
Oh, here we go, another
they pulled
drawing.
That off. They're the only team that's one-phased the Core Forger on.
They cooked a lot of these up
so
over
they've
break.
got a couple things that they have up their sleeves. But I agree, like they haven't been able to put an entire run.
Am I getting
together
Donut Wall or
where,
is Discord broken?
Where I'm thinking, wow, that was really impressive. Whereas Sin
Gonna say
Spellbook,
I'm getting
like
Donut
you
Wall.
said, they're like right up there. They're kind of on the cusp of potential.
Zero, thank you for the 3. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Times, and they're a little more consistent.
Oh, is it every
I
roster
think it's
now?
favored for them. In Cooking
This
Dawn,
is cool.
Cooking Dawn is
Oh, they're
also
showing
good
the
with this
drawing
extra affix
and
of,
how
like,
the
they didn't
progression
know
of
that
it.
They had to have 2 other players play multiple specs, so they've been trying to sort of remedy that. We saw them play Boomkin earlier today instead of the Augur, the Ellie that they were playing earlier, and that didn't look like it was too great in the Mysara Cavern. So we'll see what they have prepared for this series. Hopefully, it's a little more competitive than a little more competitive for them than what we saw earlier today. But I mean, it's going to be a rough uphill battle for them. I think Sin Spellbook is pretty favored here.
Yeah, these drawings are cool.
Even chat is backing you up, but they're going to face off here in our first dungeon, Magister's Terrace. Now, of course, you all have been putting your predictions in chat, and I see it. I see you all leaning towards that Send Spellbook, though we've got a fair amount of people in there who want to rock it with the cooks, who want to get in on that feast, eat at the buffet. But we're going to do our own round of predictions here now. So we are going to start off with Makes.
So bad.
I'm sorry, it was pretty terrible.
69.
Some of you are hungry for a Cook is Gone win. How many metaphors can I toss out? But Makes, we'll start out with your prediction. Add as many metaphors as you want into it. Which way do you think this is going to go?
I'm just going to hit it with a very quick 2-0 for Send Spellbook. You cannot play safe and slow in the MDI. No. I don't believe in that.
Okay, all right. Tunnels?
I'm 2-0 Sin Spellbook, I think.
Nice call.
I also put, for context, I think this is a required disclosure, 210,000 channel points on Sin Spellbook, but I'm 2-0 on them.
Okay, sure. All right, so swaying it a little bit in their favor, some might say. And Zyro, what are you betting on?
I'm also all in on Sin Spellbook, but I don't have as many points as Tettles. I'm 80k in on Sin Spellbook. 2-0 Sin Spellbook. It's a little boring that we all think the same thing, but I think there's
Lock in, match is started.
Rook, quickly.
I'm going to say 2-0, and we'll see if it pans out. I'm going to lean towards Send Spellbook as well, and this will be Send Spellbook versus Cook is Gone in their first map of Series 5, Magister's Terrace.
Pilots are mage.
Again,
We're at lore right now, and a mage got a try last week and can't play.
A little bit slow, so we can talk a little bit about the comps we're seeing. Sin Spellbook.
Yeah.
Going back for the
Send me
comfort
the details.
comp,
It's like $20 cash for you to do
Arms
it.
Warrior niche
An hour
pick here. Looney's on the Warlock. He's one of the 2 great Warlocks in their group, and Shelly brought out the Red Paladin again. Interesting.
I feel like, what do you think about the Warlock for Looney? Like, I feel like you're wanting like a DK or something here, right? Like another Battle Shout beneficiary. You got the Battle Shout, you got the Mystic Touch. You got
Why is that door
Shaman
closed?
buff.
What's the
I feel
lore
like you
reasons?
just wanna
Anyone know?
index even further into that as opposed to
Is that like the
Warlock. It's
keeper
just
of the
gotta be
dungeon?
Ion intends for it.
Yeah, it's probably comfort, and in general,
Ion
Warlock
is the
just a
god.
really solid pick overall. It's
He
like
determines
never
where
a
you go.
bad thing to have that in your group. Curses are really good.
It is
in
kinda lame,
general.
though.
They're really
I don't know
solid
what their
overall on
obsession
damage.
is with
I
like
like the tech
forcing
here that they're
small
going for,
pulls.
line of sighting inside this little
Like they want
cubby
every
off
I mean,
pulse
it's
to be
just
fun to
easier
interact
to
with.
balance,
Back to
and
small
they
something they're doing
want
because they don't have the DK in their group. Meanwhile, Cook
all
is gone.
groups not feel
They
so
have just
No,
pressured
that's
into
can't happen.
having
they
to
don't
do.
care about line of sighting. That Pyromancer's
No,
already
it
almost
100%
dead for
is.
them.
You
This is
sacrifice
working
your
out really
fun of
well
the
I-
game
for
so
Cook is
pug
gone
groups
early
have a
on.
better
I
time.
think DK is actually a
Yeah.
pretty big time saving.
That-
Yeah,
that's no
they're
doubt.
way more
Physical.
important than a couple
Getting
of
the
M plus
Magisters
nerds
and
It's
wanting
not a
to have
couple.
fun.
The
like,
whole
stack up the
game
pack.
likes it when you can
And
pull
then
more.
at the very end of the dungeon, there's, like,
Okay,
skips that
I
we've
don't
seen
know that
from,
much.
I don't know if that's like a
Shredders
bad
and
elitist take, but
the
I feel like
Callers.
the majority of the
Or
player
Windwalkers, I
base
think is
likes
the name of this
pulling
month,
mobs.
the
It's
AoE
more fun.
fever guys.
Yeah,
I
but
think
like,
these-
have
there's been
you
a couple of
seen
skips that I feel
how
like DK has really
people
hit
are getting
for
into
here.
tank?
So the fact that neither of these teams are playing DK is a little bit interesting.
Like, I've
Well,
had
dude, look at
new
Cook as well.
players
They're
trying to
just
get into
full sending
tanking,
it
and
with the bloodlust. This is a point in
they
time where
they
this
prefer
pull
doing
is
dungeons
the
like
Arcane
Skyreach,
Sentry
where
with
you
the
just
crowd
hold W
control
and
knockback. It's the boss
you know
with
exactly
the
where to
AoE
go.
knockback. It's the
They don't really
worms
like these types of
exploding.
dungeons
It's
where
the
like you get lost
Pyromaniac
and
with the
you
ignition
don't know if you're
dot
supposed to be
on the entire
pulling
group.
this
Every
pack or that
defensive
pack.
needs to get pressed, and at the same time, there is still a chance that a wipe could occur.
I mean, I've
It's a little
spoken with a
unfortunate
Blizzardman
because the knockback
before.
occurred
That's
in
100% their
Really?
philosophy.
So only
That's
Fawny
crazy.
Yeah.
was the beneficiary of
You know,
most
that's
of
very
the
close
worms,
to
right?
saying
Or did they
Lizardman.
actually only get 6 worms and their Fawny clicked a crystal? Not exactly
it's
sure.
that.
Like the lizard.
Yeah.
Blizzard is pretty
Either
close to
Oh.
way,
Blizzard.
They didn't have all of the worms for the initial pull there, and the damage is going to be a little bit lower because of it. Since Spellbook did get all 18 of those buffs on their group.
Yeah, I'm not
and
saying
they're
like, you know,
actually catching
I
up
prefer it that way. It's
significantly
just
on boss damage
that's
because
just
of
how
it, even
Blizzard's
though they pulled
season.
the boss
Yeah,
about
man, it's
20
so
seconds
weird.
later.
Yeah, it might have been range. I think it was range. Like they were in range of some of them dying, but probably not all of them. Yeah, since Spellbook here, they still have that Arcane Sentry alive, and I think that both of these teams, I thought that Cook is Gone was going to be a lot faster, but it's fairly even here. I don't think that the 3% enemy forces differential is actually the difference in a pull. I think it's just going to make like one.
Never
pull
thought about
safer
tuning
here and
around or
there.
like designing around
I
social
think the other
aspects.
thing we need to talk about as well is the different versions of the skips that these
It's
teams are
more
gonna
about just
pull off at
making
end
the
of dungeon.
game
It's really easy
as
for Sin
approachable
Spellbook.
as
They can just
possible.
gateway up, right? But for Cook is Gone,
It's
they're
kind of like how
gonna have
in
to do
League of
some sort
Legends,
shroud skip to run past all of the
That's what they
trash.
did. They did.
they
Like, Shroud into the like evoker can get most of the people.
they get
across,
scared of
kinda.
certain classes
Okay.
being or certain
So
heroes
we
being
saw Cook is
potentially
Gone actually play
OP.
the Master's Terrace earlier.
Like, you know,
I
like
had a
Master
lot of
Yi and,
criticisms about their
you know, all the fucking
second boss route.
pub
Is that an
stomping noob
adaptation
heroes.
on the fly because they saw what was
Guys who
happening
never
to the other
played League
team,
before.
or is that
Master
just their
Yi.
route in this dungeon? That's kind of really answer a lot of questions here momentarily for Cook is Gone in the next couple of pulls, just how big they are going to be going. I think that Bear Druid in here, that Bear Druid Mistweaver combo is so pivotal, I would say, being able to keep your entire group alive on some of these absolutely massive pulls. Remember that Runic Glaive dot goes out onto people. Whenever you have
Yeah,
those
they killed
blue walls
assassins
with the
because
AoE.
the fun the
Spellbook
assassin
does
player
have a
got
lot
did
of
not
extra buttons
outweigh
available
the
to them, right?
anti-fun the other people
shout
felt in the
from
game.
warrior kinda
Link.
counteracts
That's why
everything
assassins are
Gideon
generally
did.
hated, and they
It's
have to
really
tune them
powerful to
lower
kind of help everyone
to
live
like
through those
balance out
abilities. They
that,
have health
so they're
stones
not so
available to them
broken
as
where you
well
see
for
them every
second
game and
health pot.
people
There's a lot of good
like
abilities
hate
in
playing
this
against
group.
it.
Surely
So,
taking a
but
ton of
the
damage
assassin
early
people
on
still
here.
Dude,
have
neither
to
of
go
these
for
teams are
bigger
doing the
damage.
entire
damage
hallway.
debuff.
There's no way.
Are they going to be
No
going all the
way,
way to the
man.
end here or not? Looks like they're not. They're just going to play it a little bit safe. Cook is
No
Gone
fucking
also
way.
going to be splitting this up into a couple different pulls as well, just going for the safe route. I mean, whichever of these
Play
teams
safe, Big
kinda
IO.
just has the moxie to go for the bigger pulls and pull them off is going to
Yeah.
be able to be the team that pulls ahead. But since Spellbook,
Holy
I mean,
fuck, Dan,
a
we're
little bit
going
of danger
down.
as the worms start to die and the doc
No!
goes out. We lose Dan here, unfortunately. They're not using the
Bro, if
battle
Royven was playing
This round that
Mistweaver,
Cook is
this would have
Gone
been chill.
doing is like it's either 2 or it's 3 pulls more than the Magister's Terrace routes that we've seen from Mandatory and Polish Mountain, but obviously it's going to end up being a lot safer. And you see on the left side of the screen,
Okay, all
Cook is
raid's done.
gone. They're playing a slower route, but it's a
Shelly
lot
Fella
safer of a
did
route.
too,
Since
man.
Spellbook, they have those holy fire dots onto
No
a bunch
fucking
of players.
way.
They have the AoE damage.
How'd he die as a paladin?
Coming out, they end up having some of those mobs leaping onto people.
Did you get a
Level
Litany?
up, Dad.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
flame him.
Where a couple of deaths can
No,
happen.
this
Now
character
they're
has
30
Litany.
seconds behind in terms of death differential.
That's crazy.
Looney goes back and
But
grabs
Linny
that
didn't
crystal
drop.
for an extra 10% damage on this
Yeah, it's
entire
important to have
class here.
different
Spellbook
architect
is down
classes
to
in
help
games.
them
That's why
mitigate
AUG
the
is
initial
good
runic
as a
glaive debuffs that
design
go out.
wise,
Shelly
because there's
has
a lot of
two
people who
stack
want to
that they're gonna
support,
keep an eye on.
but
It
there
has the
wasn't a
bubble
support
available,
playstyle
does
besides healer,
use
but
it
that's like
to
a
get rid of
different
that two
playstyle.
stack. Also sacks Looney as well on the damage bubble as well, just a little bit of extra
And also,
damage.
people just hate AUG because they can't tell how much damage they're doing. If details showed damage correctly, not a single person would have problem with AUG.
Another one on Dan, who also is using that shout as well. Plus,
melds.
plus is defensive. No melds.
Besides it
available
being,
for
like,
anyone,
broken
so
for, like,
they're
3
in a lot
years.
of danger on these dots, but they start
I don't know
to
whether
fade.
this
They're
guy's
gonna
name
go
is
for the other
pronounced
side of the
Muleo
zone.
or
Through.
Muleo.
Now Sky is off on an adventure. Looks like they're going to be grabbing a little bit of
Muleo
extra
made more
trash
sense to me,
here
but
as we head
I
into
think
the
so
second
too,
boss.
but I
What
just,
are we
you
getting,
know.
Sky? What did we tag?
Uh,
Enforcers.
2 enforcers. Is it 2
Muriel
enforcers
would be
healers
the
or 3
more
enforcers? I couldn't
American
exactly tell what it
pronunciation for
was.
sure.
I think it was 2 enforcers plus a caster. I didn't see if it was a healer or a bolter. Let's see what we
The
got.
Magister or whatever? Yeah.
I think a Magister, yeah. Either way, both
yeah.
teams on the second boss here. Quick has gone a little bit faster, a little extra count for Sin Spellbook. We'll have to see what that
Apparently
means
it's
in the
Irish.
long run.
It's
What
muley.
trash is Sin Spellbook going
Muley?
to skip? What we do
Where's
know
the
from
eye?
roles that we've seen, though, Tettles, is
Muley.
a lot of this dungeon kind of comes down to that crazy pull that teams are doing into the third boss room.
It could be
Cook is
completely
gone
made
did
up, by the
not
way.
do that
Yeah,
earlier.
I was gonna say that.
Very notably. They played like they broke it up
It's
into like 2 or
putting
3
the chat
What's
in Chat
happening in the
GPT.
They were playing it incredibly slow. For Sin Spellbook,
I mean, I will
if they're
say,
able to
chat
basically
has been
full send
correct
it
more
into
times
the
than they have
third
been
boss room
wrong.
with
But when
all
they're
the
wrong, they
walkers
are
with that
criminally
When they're
wrong.
wrong, they are
that could
fucking
actually be
stupid.
Yeah,
game
they are. Well,
winning
they
or
are.
map winning at
It's the
least,
worst
where,
kind of wrong.
I
It's
think
like when
that
they're
would actually
so
be a
confident
few minutes
that
of
they're
time
correct,
saved
but
if
they're
Cook is
just
gone, does
completely
not go for
wrong.
that aggressive strategy. Now Cook is gone is on a different composition.
And then they say it's
than they
rage bait
were
when
earlier.
they're wrong.
And I think that there is something to be said about that.
I get rage baited.
I was wrong just to make you mad.
Of being able to do that entire.
Oh, he started
third
saying,
boss
stupid
room
people
together.
should not rage bait, or I think you
We're
were
gonna
more
have to see
stupider
where
than
Cook is gone
possible.
after Serenal Sunlash
No,
goes
you
down here
stupider.
momentarily.
But what if being stupid
Purposely.
is part of
Seems
your
like the
rage
single
bait?
target
Yeah.
for Sin Spellbook is just
I think that's an
generally
integral
better
part
as
of rage
well.
baiting
Like,
is
they're getting through
making
these
you mad that
bosses
they're stupid.
a decent amount
Yeah.
faster than Cook has gone. Cook has gone has been pulling these bosses earlier, but Sin Spellbook has been making up the difference.
Stupid is not a word. That's why I like this saying.
25% behind, but they're bringing it to within 10%
What
here.
like the thing
at
about
end of
rage
the
baiting for
boss,
me is
and
just
actually
like
Sin Spellbook might save a little bit of time as
I
the boss dies with the gateway skip.
am immune to well, I'm not immune to rage baiting, but
you have to click to spawn up. So like,
it's
Careful.
that
might actually be
well, no,
neck
the
and
thing
neck
is
here as we spawn the track
being in
all
a
the way to the
rage
third
is
boss
not a
room. This is gonna
negative
be
for me. I
really
just
close.
exist like
Who's
that a lot.
positioned
So
to have
when
a lot of
somebody
skips?
like
Who's
baits me into
positioned
a
Where's the
rage, it's
rage
like,
baiting?
do you think you won? Because if you think that I'm mad,
I think
then
I
you're
would
Maybe
wrong.
has
go
only
with
become
Sin Spellbook's
stronger.
position.
Yeah.
I think the Warlock makes this section of the dungeon
Mad
so much
'cause
safer.
I'm
Curse of
mad.
Tongues on that mass pull. In the
in fact, on
Gemoless
stream, it's
area,
usually
if
good
that's
to
the
get
pull
rage
they're
baited
going
because
for,
rage
It's good
is like
content.
content.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
time here because we know
It's actually doing us a favor.
that big pull,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it's
Is
really
rage
all on
always
this
good
pull for Sin
content?
Spellbook. I think
Generally,
yes, every
So
single
really,
time,
Cook
every
is
single
gone,
fucking time,
stop.
rage is better
At this
than
next,
like
Unless it's like
boss.
bad
Neutral.
rage.
Are they
Like,
going to go?
even
Well,
bad
looks-
rage is
looks
good.
Well,
content.
okay,
It
at the
might make
time
you a
it's good
shitty person,
content.
but
Okay,
but
what
like,
about-
yeah,
what
yeah.
about,
Short-term gain
Pirate
for
Software?
long-term loss. Yeah, exactly. Pirate Software. Good kind of the time, but his channel's dead now.
Pirate Software guy fucking cooked. Big
I don't even think the problem is I don't even think his channel's dead. I think he's still doing just fine in the.
I mean,
Okay, but
Making
Dead
relatively
compared to
bad.
what it was.
Yeah.
Of course, like
yeah,
he still has
relatively,
thousands
it
of
is
viewers,
massively
but
down.
he had like 30K viewers on average, but now he's like 2K.
I would still like to be failing in life like Pirate Software is
Yeah.
failing in life
Okay,
right now.
True,
Alright,
true.
JB, what if your viewership went down like 10x?
Yeah,
Would you
but
still
if it was
consider
still
that
if it was still
successful?
providing me a comfortable living,
Actually, they were kind of just waiting
like
for
it would be
Yeah, but would
it
you
would be
be-
very
Would
frustrating.
you be
But
provided a
chaining
comfortable
on
living if
into
you're
the Gemoless room. Okay, so it's a little
if,
Viewership
if you
went
stream
down
for
10x.
2,000,
AOE pull,
well,
we're
but
still
like
No,
going
if
to
you-
get
if
the
you
mass
went
pull.
down
This should be
10x.
faster if they're able
no,
to
that
pull it off.
would definitely
Yeah,
be
but
not
it's an
comfortable.
offensive
But
rebound situation.
he
I
doesn't
do
strike
think
me
that
as the
this
kind of guy that
composition is kind of
increased
unique in the
his
sense that there is a
quality
bunch
of living to the point where he
relatively
needed to
impactful
maintain
short
like 10,000
cooldown,
viewers to afford his
offensive
lifestyle.
CDs. You know,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
got
of
the 1
course,
minute
of
from the
course.
Warlock, you got the 1
I
minute
mean, it's
from the
easy to
Red
look at it when
Paladin.
it's circumstantial.
Dr. J,
Takes
thank
care
you
of
for the raid.
Fairly
ferrets
high
in his
uptime.
basement or some shit.
Hope you had a
Like, I
wonderful
think he's
stream.
doing just
It's
fine.
fairly high uptime as well. So
Thank you,
I
thank
think
you.
that this composition should
What's wrong
have
with the ferrets,
The
man?
goat, the doctor.
damage,
What do you have
but
against
they do need
ferrets?
to make sure that they
I
can
just
keep
don't
void
think
tears
it's.
going.
I
So
just don't get the sense
a lot of the
that
times,
he's
whenever you see
living paycheck to
massive
paycheck
pulls
with
this many void
that
tears,
viewership.
what has been commonly done is just like allowing the Augovoker to chain CC them.
Dude,
not
Spellbook
Thank you for
is
the raid.
making up
over
crazy
and over
time by
again,
doing
and
this poll
eventually
that Cook isn't.
the void tears
We're just
die,
doing some
so
watch
they can
party
have
with
everything
JB and
cast off.
Dorky right now.
But with this composition, Sin Spellbook has
Is
to
Raven
utilize
Crew
No way
voting?
Cook is just holding W right
No.
now.
Regeneration Shaman and just making
That
sure
is
they actually
crazy
get all of their
disrespect.
interrupts. And for Sin Spellbook here,
Maybe
I
they think a
that they're in
two-death
better
lead is
position,
insurmountable.
Just like you said.
Well, they're in a better position progression-wise.
JB, did you know, though?
Puts them 30 seconds.
Pirate Software
Probably.
is the
Cook is gone. I
first
think they're
second
actually
generation
able to
employee.
hire Gemoless here.
No,
Blizzard
they-
employee.
Oh, no, you're right. No, they have
Holy
to go
shit.
Yeah, they're
Pirate
actually
Software worked at
significantly behind. They
Blizzard?
might be over a minute behind now,
And his
actually. So
dad
yeah,
worked at
Sin Spellbook
he was
too?
the first, second generation.
It's
Boy.
crazy. I had no
About that for a
idea.
second.
On that poll as well. So Warlock actually looking like a great pick in this dungeon for Send Spellbook. And
I will say Pirate
fantastic
Software
position. The dungeon's not over yet. We still have this boss to get
fucked
through,
with
which
my,
they have gone for. The cook is gone,
Oh, dude.
But also the trash after this
Like,
boss is nasty too.
I'm pretty sure. This
What would you
warrior
even
goes
call
second
it?
mode
Like
here,
my,
right? Like the Arms Warrior. They just have, it's not 100%
my, like,
uptime
radar
on sweeping
for,
strikes, but it may as well be like it is like a ridiculous amount
people?
of uptime on
I don't know
sweeping
what you're
strikes.
getting at.
So, like, I feel like, you know, when you are introduced to somebody, but in the case of a streamer, not like literally introduced, but like when you become sort of aware of them as a person the first time, you get a sense of like who they are. like what kind of a person they are. And I feel like I usually have a pretty good sense of what someone's like, their sort of true personality when I meet them. And the first time I saw Pyro Software's clips, I remember thinking like, that guy seems kind of like a douchebag.
Yeah.
But then
I can
he
see
was
that.
around for a while, and people said like nice things about him. And I was like, shit, man, did I just have like a completely wrong read on this dude? Like, is he actually like a really chill guy? And I'm the dickhead for thinking he seemed kind of like a douchebag? And the first time let's see.
Yeah, me next after Dorky.
Yeah. What is your first impression?
Okay.
I don't even remember what. Honestly, it was long enough ago that I met you, Dorky. I think I remember you being like quiet when we first started hanging out, and
yeah, I would say I'm quiet.
Yeah, and so it was a while where I don't even think I got like a really strong impression from you one way or another. For
but it does make the next couple trash pulls a lot more dangerous.
For the
so
like, because I think by the time I left in A, we still hadn't played together all that much.
So I just have like no aura.
And I would say I probably became more aware of you once you started streaming more, and then seeing more of your content. Probably while I was playing in EU, like because that was probably would have been the first like in Shadowlands and shit.
No, he had
You didn't go to EU and Shadowlands, did you?
Yeah, I moved over at the beginning of Shadowlands.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So.
And you played on NA.
It was
MDI?
like after Ascendance ran
Yeah.
out, or maybe it overlapped a couple seconds.
What the fuck?
Okay, do me now.
If that's the case.
Okay, yeah, do hopeful.
First time I met Hopeful was I think at BlizzCon.
And
Yeah.
than I think we thought. Look at the bottom.
And I didn't know much about you at that point.
That was an
You were
ID,
just like in. Yeah, I was like you.
pretty
You were
much.
just one of the guys in the ID crew.
Is about to
and
kill it now.
I
Okay, so 45 seconds.
I don't think if I remember right, I don't think I got much of an impression at that point at all, because I then remember when you started playing with Echo that I started seeing more of your content, and I remember being like, damn, this guy's got a way bigger mouth than I thought.
They also have the lust for this pull, and it looks like
Yeah,
they
and-
have literally every single bit of count in
and
this
then,
pull that they need to finish the dungeon. But it is
yeah,
a
that was
crazy pull. It's the same
that was
size
I think
roughly as
like
pull
kind of
that
the
they
first
did
impression
in
is I was
Jim
like,
Lewis's room.
oh, this
But it looks like
guy's
they're getting through it. Not a single
this guy's
turn
got
has
like
gone off
a
yet. Look at the slow cast with that blight of tongues
like
on
a
these
chip on the
mobs.
shoulder's
These
not maybe like
are never
quite the
going
right way to
sassy
put it,
group. Gateway
but
side
yeah,
to
like
the boss quickly
he
here
like
That
runs
little
his mouth a
space.
bit.
And there it is, 96%.
I mean, that's a
They
pretty
still have
good
couple
read.
mobs left alive there.
Or do
Or they're
Yumi
gonna have
TV
to
next.
pull some stuff up
Do
onto
you-
the
Growl,
boss as well.
Fuck would I have
Where's
said
this count
growls
coming from, guys?
first?
Okay, it is the
there's one
shredders that they've pulled up. They've shadow stepped up, so that will be the remainder of their. Well, no. We're
I don't know. You have to like
7.7.
with Growl, you got to like separate because he's
Okay, there's a void
his
terror that's
my
marked
first
X that
interactions
has
with him was
0
like
health,
healer versus healer kind of thing.
slowly.
So
Oh,
that's
yeah, you
natural.
fucking hate him
So
for sure.
so yeah, there's naturally
Natural
gonna be
not
like
goodbye.
That terror wave
oh
doesn't-
shit, this guy's another
No, that
healer.
doesn't hit us.
But then once he started playing DPS, he was way more chill.
you never
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I know what you
Sometimes
mean.
the
Like
axis
DPS
can be a
players are
little
chill as
weird.
fuck, but like healers,
Okay, I'm gonna
Fuck 'em,
pretend
dude.
that they have count until
that's pretty accurate, I would say.
until.
Wait,
see
Spellbook's
this
missing
void
count, by
terror
the way.
come in, and then we both certainly do not have count.
I'm sure they'll just snap something up here.
It would be really weird if they missed count.
Someone tell them
Oh,
they're missing
no.
count.
Yeah, that's another team.
They're actually
Yes,
cooked.
they're not playing this weekend. That's Group C.
Wait,
Oh,
no,
there's
they
a
have a void
terror
terror
coming.
coming in.
What?
Yeah,
Something
yeah,
walking
yeah.
up.
One void terror.
There's the void terror. Yeah, that's not enough.
Wait,
Is
there's
Void
one
Terror
more?
worth that much
Where did it
counter?
go?
What's
No,
the
no, we need
plan?
one more.
Okay. Well, I think the plan is that
Wait,
we
where'd that
lose.
go?
I mean, it died, didn't it? Or
Um,
it came up with like 1 health.
Don't
Oh.
know, Zyro. I'm
There.
gonna
Oh,
be honest.
wait. There's another mob. Yeah, that mob can count.
So-
They're still down count.
I
Is there
think
another
all
one
of the
coming?
advantage that
Did
Sid
the count
Bolt had is
update
completely
on
gone.
this?
It was 97. Now
They
it's
do have a
98.9.
22%
Yeah.
loss
Yeah,
advantage,
yeah.
but they're
Wonder
30
if there's still a
seconds
mob
behind
wandering up.
because of the 2 death timers, and they
They've
also
been in
have
combat
to
for
He
over
might
a
be.
minute. It's
Might
not
be
a
wondering
CC
if there's
mob
still a mob wandering up too.
No.
Well,
I think that mob is just CC.
I mean, they might have been cooked anyways. Can we kill this boss in 30 seconds
Yeah,
faster?
because they're giving up death timer right now.
Surely it's
So.
a Kara mob or something.
And
right?
with how
Like,
fast this thing is dying,
I hope
They
so.
snapping
I
in a
hope we see
bat?
Something run up in the final moments, but I don't think I saw anything happen. I think they pulled everything that they were gonna pull.
This is so bad.
This is brutal.
Send your lock pet. Start cheating.
I think they
Last
would have
ditch.
won with the 30 seconds of death differential, although I'm not positive. But I think they would
Brutal
have won
voice
with 30
crack.
seconds of death differential.
Yeah, I need to
Yeah,
stop.
they weren't even
This
gonna win
is
this on.
tragic.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
okay, so
probably
here's
weren't.
the thing, right? Do they even know? Because we've had this happen to teams in the past where they get
What
to
a
the end of the
crazy
dungeon, they kill
potential
the final
comeback from
boss,
Spellbook.
and they just stand there thinking they've won, and they're not really positioning to run forward.
I mean, is
either.
this really a comeback?
So, do they know? Do
Well,
they
they
know
gotta
that they're
play
not
volleyball.
splitting the dungeon here?
They play volleyball.
Yes.
They can't.
Yes.
Case
They can't
closed.
just walk out of the boss room. Okay, so
That's a good point. Do they know
But
they're
are
completing the
running now. They can
dungeon?
start getting
No,
towards
I
the
think
edge
they
now. It
realize
looks
Loon's
like
walking
Looney
towards
is
the exit now.
Sort of positioning near the edge now.
Cook's run
Dan can leap over.
was
Do they know?
Oh, dude.
Let's see
Insane
if Cooks
response.
kills it by 1748, by
They
the
have
way.
30 seconds of deaths not in their favor.
That's when
right?
Sensible
Like, this is
did
the
it.
problem here.
Oh, they're running off the edge. They know they can do that. Okay, that's good.
I
What do we have to
think they
kill?
would have won.
Is it just one?
No,
more
this
tear
boss
is
is gonna
enough?
die here.
It is marked as skull.
Is it?
I,
In the next
I
12
fear that
seconds?
they
Alright,
will
we
not
lost.
Yep.
have time for this.
we lost.
They have a whole
Sensible
bunch of
have
XQ
lost
classes,
this
I'm
dungeon.
sure.
If they had
Hey,
count,
6 seconds away, and the boss is 10%.
Yeah, they
They
would've
would have
been
won
close.
if they didn't miss count.
Yeah, probably.
which we've
Ah,
identified as being
shit.
the main factor.
Oh
to
my
winning these keys in the lower
God.
bracket are going to take this map.
100%
All
they would.
do
They're
is
like
stay
15
alive in the
seconds
final
off.
moments here. Since Spellbook has count, but 30
Dude, that's
seconds now
crazy.
on the board for Cook
That
is
is
gone to finish
crazy.
the
If they
dungeon.
didn't miss count, they would
believe
have
that.
won.
Bro, this boss took forever to die at the
Yes.
end.
God
It's
damn.
going to be Cook is gone taking game 1 in this lower bracket.
Oh my
Okay, well, they can
God.
win game 2 and
It
3.
is indeed in a twist of events here at the end. Cook is gone, proving again what we've been saying about the lower brackets. The consistency there being so key that it literally can win you victory. So Cook is gone, taking the first map in
Zero,
our
5
series,
zeros.
putting them 1-0 against their competition in Send Spellbook. Now that's it for map 1, Tettles. But how are the teams looking after this? It's kind of a mixed bag of feelings right now.
That is criminal. Zero having
Well,
less interrupts
this
than the
is,
range specs.
I think feeling absolutely horrible for everybody involved. If you're Sin Spellbook, you've just missed count and had multiple deaths at a Magister's Terrace. If your Cook is gone, you just did an 18-minute Magister's Terrace. Like, I don't think anybody's like
An 18-minute
feeling
Magister's
absolutely
Terrace.
fantastic here.
That is so slow.
You know, maybe it gives everybody just an even playing field minus the 1 point on the board to kind of go, okay, that wasn't the best. We need to bring it a little bit harder in the next map. But we're going to get more insights into exactly how this all unfolded from Makes.
Yeah, so Pals, just to quickly follow up on that, Miscount is actually in Group C, so they're not here this weekend. But
Oh, I didn't put my
I'm
camera back.
just-
Guys, why
I'm-
didn't anyone
I'm
remind me to put my
low-key
camera
appalled.
back?
I don't know how else to phrase this. I don't know how Cook is gone, keep getting away with just being so slow, and then somehow still getting the match on their side.
What's the
Here's
fastest
Wait, I
live
just realized they have
18?
how
nameplate
it came
cooldown.
together. You
The
can
fuck?
see the default
Oh, no, that's not
stand
nameplate
there,
cooldowns.
and then
That's
the
just
It
whole
is.
aura.
fire
Oh, it's
crashes
Thunder.
in
Never mind.
as well. That's the first death, second death.
Nameplate.
I thought someone
This
talked
mob's
about it before.
After
this mob's
still
power
going
word
down
shield's coming back up in
here
12
as
seconds.
Well. And then I think I might have identified the part on how this happened.
Do they
by the way.
need those
I don't know how
fucking
you guys were
dragon
feeling about
icons
this,
next to the
but the fact
nameplates?
that Sky
Gotta
is
know
the
when they're
one that's
elites,
adding
you know?
these mobs in.
Yeah, but does that even
I'm
mean
so
anything
excited.
nowadays?
I like adding
No.
those mobs.
That's
into
17
Well,
minutes.
it's-
too much
Why-
meaning.
3 minutes
why
on
is
my
there
I mean,
always
it-
running? Why cannot
It does tell you
the
which mobs
Warlock
can
or
be, like,
anybody else
CC'd, doesn't
literally
it?
tag in these enforcers? It's such a time loss.
No,
I think you
'cause
could even tell
in
the
M plus every mob
side-by-side
is
that
elite.
that
Like,
is
look,
where
the enforcers are coming in
was
with their
accelerating
dragon
as
icon.
well.
Yeah, I guess I don't even know what is a
Then
gold
don't
dragon
use the
icon anymore because
portal
I
up
just
here.
I haven't
Instead,
used
they
this shit
use
like
the
ever in
portal
Mythic Plus. So I don't even know
down
what.
here,
Yeah.
and it might
things
be
are
that the
gold dragons
Magisters
and
that
not.
have just passed us are the
What does
counts
it?
that
What
they're
does the gold
missing.
dragon denote?
That's my
It's like a
only
rare elite.
assumption
Or an
based
elite.
Yeah,
on
elite,
the
but
amount
I
of
don't know what that even-
If you're,
amount of
because
time.
some of the mobs are
It's a
one level
really,
higher,
really
aren't they?
strange thing that happened
Yeah,
there.
higher level mob means
Or
you can't
since
CC
Spellbook,
them.
the only
And
other
that,
option
what
would
do
be
they have a dragon on
a
them?
tag that they missed somewhere here, right? But
They should. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they have a
there's
dragon.
But like,
Dragon.
is it like a different kind of dragon if you're one level
No,
higher?
no, it's the same shit.
Okay.
I think the dragon just means elite.
To get on through and come out on top.
And then the
Gold
silver
is
dragon
elite,
rare
silver
elite.
is rare.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah.
Why do people know
Apparently
this?
It's better to be safe
It's from
than slow
Classic.
in the MDM.
Pogger is a rare elite.
It's unfortunate.
Or nowadays he's an
Unfortunate
elite,
thing
but
happened,
before
also,
he's a
I mean,
rare.
it
Like
is a
rares are rare
strategy,
elite.
right? Like, if
Dude,
Cook
that
and
used to
Gon
mean
have found
something.
That, hey, the pressure's
Oh,
on
here
down
we
here
go.
and people
is
need
not my
to
World of
stay.
Warcraft.
So you know what? We are just gonna take.
Wait,
it
so I feel
slow
like
and really
rares
go
should be
through this.
gold.
then it works. Now,
It should,
Send
yeah.
Spellbook, they have the opportunity to take advantage of that, but they have
Yeah,
to
but
be
rare
able to
doesn't sound
execute
as
and be able to come through without having
sick as elite.
issues like missed count or some of these other little
Well, it's a
errors
rare
that we see
elite.
with things like the death.
Yeah, it's a rare elite.
You know, Send Spellbook's
So what's a
trash pulls
gold?
that they're
What's a
handling,
gold
lot
thing?
of them seem to be making
Just
a
an
big
elite?
difference
Just
in
elite?
the actual
That's
speed
base,
of the
yeah.
run
But
in a
it's gold.
positive way.
Instead of
But then we had that little
nah,
slip-up. So,
that's
I mean,
fucked
Zyro,
up.
I don't know,
If
do
you're
you
rare,
think
you should be
their
gold.
Actual strategy as it was could have gotten them there, or is it just that there was some kind of fundamental flaw with it?
It's like a
I
shiny
think it could've
Pokemon.
gotten them there. I think
I don't know
we've kind
about
of been
that.
looking at it and identified that.
Oh,
Because
okay, so
Silver's
there's
bad.
Silver Dragon with no wings is a modern rare mob, and then
No
a
way.
Silver
No
Dragon
way.
with wings is a rare
We
elite.
don't
That's a
know
little
if that's
unfortunate.
part
No,
of their
I refuse to believe
strategy
that's real.
or
Okay,
if
sorry.
that's something they missed. But they definitely didn't play those Magisters. I can tell you
I
that.
mean, yeah, they missed
Yeah.
one mob.
Why not just have
They
different
missed one mob
icons?
worth of count, which is
That's rough.
it could be a lot of different things, right? It could be some small.
Damn,
little
add-ons
things
remove my
somewhere
rare
that's, like,
elites.
Low count, and maybe they missed a Void Terror pack.
That
or
was nice.
something.
Good
Yeah.
accent.
Well, we'll definitely keep our mind and our thoughts, you know, at least on some of that. But we have a whole other map coming up, Seat of the Triumvirate, and hopefully they can
Been
avoid
cosplaying as a
having
cowboy
that
recently.
happen again
Really
in this
fit in
next
with
Yeah,
map.
I live in
I think
Tennessee
it's
now.
important for both of the
I'm
teams
terrified that I'm
to
just gonna get
actually fully see through
No.
all of their
a
strategies,
southern accent
right?
at some point.
And
Is it
this next
hard
one,
to
they're
get
gonna
an
be
accent?
facing the bands that
Well,
are
the thing
coming
is, I
out
don't spend
from
enough time
map
around
one.
Tennessee.
you
It's
know,
like I just hang out in my basement all
we've got
day,
our
so I'm
bands,
not
we've got the next
around
map. We're gonna
the
shake off what
populace enough, I
happens
think,
with a
to
messy start. What do you
get it.
think
But
the
I
Set up
will.
in your
it-
basement?
on and
Yeah.
put together for their clubs in this next
it's a
one?
sick setup too.
That's
so,
sick.
bad news for
Uh,
Kazan. Our Guardian Druid and our
But I will say,
Messenger are now
I have noticed my
gone.
wife,
Those
who's
were
lived
the
here
two
now,
stacks
she's
that
originally
could
from
have
California.
made that Magister's
She moved here to go to
Druid
UT
possible.
in
We're now using a new
her
tank, a new
20s.
healer. We're protecting that
So she's been here
Shaman
for
and that
a couple
Auguration
decades now,
Invoker, as we
and
know is the strategy
she,
by Cook is gone,
there were times
because they
where
have been heavily relying
if
on them to
someone
try and get
is talking to
dungeons done.
her
On the other
in a
side,
southern
bands
accent,
look a
I can hear
little
her
bit
like
more,
pattern
Little twang.
match
I would say
with them, and she won't realize she's doing it.
He did bring up the light.
And then afterwards, I'll be like,
Certainly something
I heard
we
that. She'll be like, what are you
need to
talking
look out
about?
for.
I'll be like,
How
oh,
it works
yeah,
out
he's like,
without that
she'll be like,
extra
I did
shove,
not.
we should be
And I'll be like,
fine.
no, you should. I'm going to record you one of these
Warriors
times
should be fine
talking
as
because
well,
you
and as
you
soon
do
as
like.
we go, we're gonna
And
see
now
So code
I'm worried.
switch.
Yeah, I'm worried. I do that now too and don't notice it. Like if
No,
someone
you don't
talks to
sound
me,
yeehaw. I've never
Okay.
got any yeehaw patterns.
And we were seeing the first
good.
pull of
Well,
the
I
teams
mean,
already engaged. The
You
bloodlust
probably
has been pressed for
internet
both
slang
teams. They are
a
going
lot more.
Four
So
subjugators
probably
as a chance
similar.
of subjugation.
Well,
Just
it's
an
not that
insane
it's not that
amount
I'm
of
worried that
damage.
I
Cook is gone.
would
They actually have
code
that holy
switch
power
ever.
for
I'm sure I
freedom
do.
that they can
It's
remove
specifically
from
southern.
subjugation, lowering the amount of
I don't
damage
want to
taken.
ever have
If
like a
anything
fucking drawl.
ends up happening where a death
Why
comes
not?
out
A
in
drawl.
player, you'll probably
That
just
shit's
wipe to a pull like this
for
and then
Southerners.
immediately lose on the spot. It's very similar to what we saw from
That's
Black
not
Desert
you.
on earlier.
That's
Incredibly
not me.
punishing. Send Spellbook, they just full send it with this Bear Druid. The trash pack has already been downed, and they have already engaged the first boss, with Cook has gone hot on their heels.
Okay, I'm a little bit. I was confused about this because we saw Seed of the Triumvirate from Sin Spellbook yesterday.
Yes.
They played Pro Warrior yesterday. They swapped to the Guardian today. Interesting. I wonder.
Where I live with my
what the reasoning
parents,
behind
my
that is,
setup
because
was
you
in
know
the
Pro
attic.
Warrior is extremely strong in this
It was
key.
great.
It has a lot of
It's like a
key spell
finished
effects,
attic.
especially on bosses.
I mean, have you seen the documentary where I gamed from the closet?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so
for a little more
having a whole ass basement is
So much better
quite the
than
glow up for
closet.
me.
Interesting.
Is your posture still mega fucked?
No, dude, I got a Herman Miller now. It's
I think that's an interesting
fucking incredible.
conversation
I don't-
point.
Are they
Either
as good as
way,
people
neck and
say?
neck right now on the first boss here. Trash has been dealt
So I mean,
with.
I don't think it's going to change your life when you
Trash on
sit
top
in
of the
one,
boss for both of the teams
but
now.
It's nice.
They're all
the
the
point,
same.
but the
Right?
point
It's
is
just
that
that boss
you
both teams.
are going to
Yeah,
use
I
it
think
for
it's,
like
something that's actually
10
kind of
years or
notable about this
something,
boss
and
as
so-
well
I think it depends on the
is that basically none of
person.
these teams are
Because
gonna
like
be
not
killing
every
Voids,
chair is.
But it is very much a question of like how are you
Not
gonna
every
do
chair
it,
fits
right?
everyone.
Yeah, and that's the other
Paralysis
thing. Is like there's
pretty good,
different
Any
kinds of
Roots
Herman
are
Millers.
fairly solid. We even saw,
I would
like,
have
a
definitely
Rip and
appreciated
a
an
Sigil of
opportunity
Chains,
to
a
have
landslide off to the
like
side
a
for Sin
test,
Spellbook.
like to be able to
Making
try
sure you
out
can
different
avoid
chairs
killing
before I
them
bought them.
in
I
any
kind of had to just go
possible
on
way
faith
is a huge,
on
huge
this
deal,
one,
because
and I like it. I
if you're-
don't I don't regret buying it.
Do you
But
like
I
it
do-
more than other chairs? Like the best chair in the business, a black light chair.
I had prior to this one, I got I think
So
Method
anytime
sent
that
me
you
one
can
of the
avoid
racing chairs.
Just moving the
Those
boss
things are.
unnecessarily is like a pretty
Hold on,
big
let me check
deal.
my
I
sponsor
think that
list.
the
I just did
terrible.
that.
Paladin actually has
That's
I'm
why
saying it
Blacklight's
is.
the
Some of
goat.
these coalesce voids
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, racing chairs are
They should have a lot
definitely.
more
Terrible.
support. Of course, the boss is going to be
I just
dying
can't
here,
get
but
up
You're
every
paying
time. You'll see
for
the logo on my
an
chair.
image at
Getting a
that
little
point.
slow here. Wait, okay, Ring of Peace is going to
Yeah,
save
you're
them
paying
from the last
for
moment
the
there, so
marketing,
clean pull
not
from
for
Sense
the
Spellbook, a little
actual
bit more
product.
single target damage once again. Same
Nice.
sort of scenario as it was in the Magister's Terrace. We're going to
But that's
I
generally
love
the
Blacklight.
case with a lot of gamer products.
Well, while we wait for the RP to resolve, we're waiting for this wall to get.
I have a hard time
so we can
recommending
access the rest of the dungeon here. But
gamer
it's not really that
products,
much
to
of
be
an advantage.
honest.
Like we're talking mere seconds right now.
I mean, there's
Of
some
course,
stuff
we
that
already just had one dungeon come down to just the width of
that
one
I
death timer,
that is
so,
easy to
again,
recommend.
I think
That
we're really just trying to key
like
in
that's why I like doing the AMD
as safe as possible.
partnership.
Yeah, AMD would
because-
probably be one of the
I really
only
like the
things
famous
I could
Yeah.
recommend.
Because there's like, yeah, I mean, I
Those
bought
two
your
are
shit
basically
before you
just
started sending it to me
allowing
for free,
our
so
Devourer
yeah, I
Demon
can
to
recommend
get
it.
50 souls. That way he can press his Void meta right on pull here and do just an insane amount of damage to the Rift Warden. As
Yeah,
opposed to having
with
to
most
press
other
consume
gaming
50
products,
times,
you're
be able to
generally
build up to
better
that
off
many
getting
souls before he's
something
able to
that
hit up Void meta.
is actually where they specialize in, like whether it's headsets or microphones
No, I'm not
or
talking about that.
chairs,
They use the shroud also for
Hey,
a
mic
oh,
arms.
his name is
to
Blacklight.
get that back there. So I like
Are
this
there
path
gamer
better.
mic
It's
arms?
a little
I
bit
think
less
so.
backtracking throughout the dungeon, so they
Probably.
should be a
May-
little bit
probably,
faster
yeah.
in
I
terms
have
of
a
just
road
moving
one.
through the dungeon.
I have a
But
road one
since
too.
Spellbook, they're already
Ooh.
done with
Does
the
it have
That's
like
good
the
to hear.
little
tier, so there's a
bars,
little
like
bit of
2
trade-off
bars?
that
Yeah.
they're going through here.
Yep, we might have the same
Spellbook
one.
is going to be heading off to their
Probably
second now in a
because
moment.
I think
Again,
when I got
that's
mine, I
the
was just like, what is the
second
best
mini
mic
boss.
arm? And
I
it-
just went to Soda Pop
right?
and stream whenever mic arm he had. I got.
So that's speech
Oh, you're right. he is
Yeah.
a second mission, so there was no
Yeah, that's how it always goes. That's why
What
everyone has
camera
the
do you
same
use?
fucking microphone.
It is a.
Yeah,
Hang on, I have a command for this. Let me look at
Yeah,
it.
no, I think that's something that you pointed out. That's actually
It
really
is
important.
a-
This is like
Panasonic Lumix
actually
GX85.
seemed like it was a very effective strategy whenever we were
How much was
watching
that?
the routing to the space earlier.
It's actually only like
they're basically just
$400 or $500
bucks
with a couple kit lenses,
15 seconds
and then I bought
running around,
a separate
not in
lens
combat with mobs, and not even
that I
being
use
ready
now
to
that
set
was
up
like
for their next
I think
pull.
$200 or
Quick is
$300.
gone
So I
by
think
running to that
all
right
told
side
it was
first.
probably like $750.
Yeah, I got
They're
a
gonna be
Sony
bad.
A6100, which was like around that, probably like
Yeah,
I remember
900
when I-
lenses.
When I first started shopping for a camera, I remember the
Yes.
stream that I was most impressed with was Nick Pollan's
all the way
stream.
back across to
And-
get
Yeah,
to
he has
that
good
second
cameras.
boss room.
And I remember I
But
DM'd him and I was
NMP.
like,
they're going
yeah,
pretty
it's
quickly
NMP.
in terms of
I
just
DM'd him, I was
Holy
like, bro,
shit, you DM'd him?
they're gonna end
yes,
up
I was like,
being
bro,
kind
you got
of
look, you got
Or,
something to do.
deal with
What
this
camera
little
are
bit of these
you?
mini-boss mobs.
Are you? Well,
It's
he
really
follows
gonna
me
come
on
down to
Twitter,
who can
so
deal with the
Holy.
second boss room, and then of
so
course,
I was like, bro,
remainder
you
of
got
the
something
dungeon
like what
most
camera you
clean.
use? And he's like, oh yeah, no
I
problem.
wonder if we're gonna see some
He's like, I
differences
use a
in strategy
Sony
with Cook is
A3
gone. I
with
think we've
like
kind of
some
identified
lens,
as
and I was like,
casters
oh
that
okay,
lusting
bet, thanks. And I
rails
go
with
look
the
that shit up.
same
That was a
spots to get the
$3,000
points
camera
Yep,
with a
yep.
$3,000 lens, and I was
Yep.
like,
Yep.
okay, Nick, how
There's
about
like
for
different
everybody else?
tiers. There's like you get the like $100 1080p cameras, and then you get like the cameras we have, where it's like the next step up, and then those streamers have like $10,000 cameras now. It's crazy.
Nah, yeah, you hit hard diminishing return. It
Yeah,
was like
I feel like
Either way,
what me and
third
JV have are
terror
like a
dealt with.
good
First for
middle
Spellbook,
ground
but, like,
of
really
like
not that
Yeah.
much
great
further ahead
quality,
of
but
Cook is
not
gone.
like
Might actually be closer to
$30,000.
that boss room here.
What do you think?
Because I mean, I get
Yeah,
compliments
dude.
on the camera.
Yeah,
Very frequently,
same.
people are like, really good camera. What is it? And I was like, well,
Maybe if
or
they're
how
just
much did it
hitting on
cost?
you.
And they may be,
Because,
but
like, sometimes we've seen teams.
and I will say, I
play
think the lens made like a
trash
huge deal because
during
I used the
Lenses
kit lens
are
on this
crazy,
camera.
yeah.
where there's like a
The kit
five
lens,
pack and then
I
two
think I
void
used for like a
destroyers
year or
that
two,
you
and
can
I
hit for
remember
about
when I first set it up, I was like,
15 to 20%
I mean,
off.
this looks better.
guys ready
than
for
a
the
webcam,
lens?
but like,
Blade within
this
that,
isn't like
mid-long
what
intermission.
I
What
imagined
is
when I
Sense
saw
Spellbook
the
gonna
other
be able
people
to
using
gather out of this 5%? I think it's kind of an interesting question.
DSLR
I think we'll have
cams
to see
or
exactly, yeah,
the
exactly
mirrorless
what
cameras.
that
Like, this
comes
isn't what I
from. Like, if it's
imagined.
just a
And then
smaller pull
finally, I was
on
like,
top
all
of the
right. After like a
boss,
year or two, I was
I
like,
don't
all right,
think
I'll
it's
buy a
that
lens
big
and
of a
see what it
time
does.
gain.
And
If
as
they
soon as
don't
I
have to do
put on the new lens, I was just like, okay, now
for Luna,
that's
just
how I
what are
pictured
you
this
using?
shit.
Nothing, right?
Nothing, I guess that's literally nothing, so you're not gaining anything for that. So that's not ideal. We'll have to see. They've already dealt with that final Rift Terror. Boss has already spawned 4-Sin Spellbook.
Guys like to
but
eat
it's
this
also
close?
already about
All
to
right,
spawn
I think
for
Cook is
here.
gone
Spellbook
is
on the boss
getting
a little bit sooner. It's
jump
about
scare?
a
I'm
5-second
sorry.
Kinda
difference
worked in this
between the two
dungeon.
teams right now, with a slight trash advantage for Sin Spellbook. Yeah, it looks like they're 12% ahead right now, but Cook is gone is about to kill off some of that trash they already pulled.
Like really
this
low key. I
is
think Sin Spellbook has a lot more damage on
where
a card like
Spellbook
this.
comes
Like,
back.
I'm pretty sure their composition just does a ton of damage to this 3-target.
So how do
card,
you think
where
you
I
prep
feel
for
less
bans in this
good
tournament? Do you
about
think you just
Acceleration
practice with
specifically.
different comps in different dungeons and
Oh yeah, I mean,
like you just
3-target
look
is
at all
kind of-
the
It's not as bad as 2-target for Ellie, right? You can
all the
press
different
chain lightning
pools
on
and
it.
see
Yeah,
like
it's
which
not-
dungeons
it's
can be
not
played
great,
together in one pool,
but you
and then
can-
just
you
make
can
sure you
do
never
it.
have an
But yeah,
overlapping
no,
comp
they're
in
not.
those
They're
dungeons.
certainly not super.
I
happy
think
with
Yeah, I
it.
mean, you
Whereas,
get-
like, dude, the
You get given
composition
your
spell,
maps
this
ahead
is,
of
like,
time, right? So
tailor-made
you
My
can
Og is beating my
love
Death
3-target.
Knight.
map it out.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's like
But I mean, like-
if you're
No, 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 the
mandatory, you're
cooldowns are
versing
coming
a
up.
piss
The cooldowns
team.
are
You're
coming up.
not
It's okay.
practicing
Why is
comp
the
for
Og
those
in second
things. Like,
place?
Yeah, you're just
but
gonna.
you're practicing for
Why is the
finals. You're
Bears
like, oh,
about
you're
to
it's a
change?
real
The
team.
Bears ramping.
What are the bands like? What do I have to play in these next
Bears
dungeons?
just thrashing.
And then you
He's
probably
loving
practice that a
life right
little
now,
bit.
man.
He's hot on our heels.
But I think generally you're not practicing too much. You're maybe like
Maybe the bear was getting the
two
pressures for a
dungeons
little
you're
while there
practicing
until
a
the
different
cooldowns came
comp
up for
in.
the DK. The cooldowns are now up for the DK, so he's going to start climbing the meters there. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near to that Devourer. The Devourer loves 3 targets, right? You just get so many.
I think
souls
it's
so
just like
quickly,
a
you can
cool
get into
gimmick
those
to make
6th and 7th
group stages
potential
more
collapsing stars
interesting.
in Void meta.
Well, they don't even do this
I-
shit in
I
finals,
don't know if you
right?
can get 8
Yeah,
on 3
there's nothing
targets,
like this
but
in finals.
that would be impressive if you could. Maybe that's just a skill diff. Maybe I suck at Devourer.
I don't think you can, but yeah. Something that's also kind of notable.
Hopefully, were you
look at
ever
how
a streamer
close
during
they're
league days?
intentionally Standing,
No,
during this
didn't
fight.
stream a single
But the
time.
reason that you're looking to do that, obviously,
So it was only when
the
you started playing
Demon
M+.
Hunter with the collapsing star.
I streamed a weekly raid since the start of Shadowlands, but yeah, I never actually started doing streaming a lot since Faded Shadowlands.
Decay, one of the dark transformations out.
I see.
For the Demon Hunter cleave, it is a massive damage swing. And look at this. Send Spellbook are 30% on this fight ahead of where Cook has gone are.
So
Yeah,
remember
it's kind of
somewhere
cool
you-
how
lost 5
M Plus is
seconds
kind of
ahead.
like the new
Killing the
way
boss probably 30
people get into World of
45
Warcraft
seconds ahead.
streaming.
Just
I mean, there's nothing else to.
full AoE
Yeah, there's nothing else to
combo.
stream.
You need content.
Well,
yeah.
back then it was
But I
PvP.
mean, at the
PvP was
same
the
I
big
guess.
thing.
I don't think
But then
Cook's comp
Yeah,
is
with a
really
good
that
Now,
camera,
if
you
you're on
need
the
like
more
good
new
stuff to
PvPers,
make it
it's
look
just-
good. Like
with the old
Like
heads.
right now, I'm being very lazy,
bit of
but it's
extra
easy
trash.
because
The
I have
trash is
blinds in
pretty
front of
even
me,
now,
so there's a
so
lot of natural sunlight.
I guess Cook
I
has gone
should
just
have
a little more trash on top of that second boss.
all
but
these
also
cameras
Sin
or
Spellbook
these lights
probably,
on to make it look
which also
better.
kind of makes up the
Kinda crazy,
difference
though.
on
I've been
boss
seeing
damage,
so
right?
many-
Spellbook could just spend more time focusing on boss damage. They do a lot of passive cleave, but like
So now if I zoom in,
PvPers
it'll
getting into M
probably look
Plus.
better.
a little bit. Either way, are we going to be going for a mass pull in this room?
On,
Are
is
we
it?
pulling literally
Focus?
everything? Since Spellbook, are we
Oh.
sending the room? Yes, we are. Okay, there's a couple
Monka.
CCs. So the Conjurers are CC'd. That's good. That's a little bit of AoE damage that's gone on the
Like
pull. You
it
can
should
just
look way better.
I
worry
feel like
about
as a
dodging
retail
the Shadow
PvP these
Weavers.
days, you
It's
either
a
get
lot
into
less
Mythic
kicks
Plus
as
or
well,
you
but
get
still
into
very
Classic.
useful.
I mean, they have 2 Void Callers on top of this pack. So the
Yeah,
Void
pretty
Callers
much.
are mobs, especially
PvP's
once you get
cooked.
to like really high keys.
But you see how the
what they do
quality
is they
gets
just
way better when I have all
passively
these lights
AoE your
on.
entire group. You'll see them very frequently in a paralysis.
Dude, I kind of like
by a
this, the
warlock.
whole skipping
fact
the
that they
end
have to deal
section.
with that pulsing
Nice
damage
browse, thank you.
while
I
the
get 'em
Grand
waxed.
Shadow Weavers
What all do they
are
skip you?
This is
putting
definitely
that tether onto
something.
players.
They skip all
It's
the
an
knock-up
incredibly dangerous
dudes,
pull. At the same time, there's a
the
critical mass in terms of healing throughput.
bleed
for the
guys.
Mistweaver
Like all
mob.
those
They
mobs
just
are
spam that
terrible.
spinning crane kick and they
But I mean,
just
obviously, we're gonna
infinite
go back for
amounts
it
of
after
HPS.
they
I
kill
saw
all this
Zero
stuff.
going down on the side of Cook is gone. Did you catch what happened?
So we're gonna kill boss
I
and
didn't
we're
see
gonna
exactly what it was. I
back
think it was
pull.
a skip fail. Maybe a
I swear
shout
it's got to
skip
be good
fail.
in
No,
live keys.
He is the rogue.
What makes it? What would
Maybe
make it
was just a
better in
meld
live
skip
keys?
fail, and they ended up dying instead. Dying on
Well, like I
purpose
said, you know,
instead of
just like
dying on
Okay,
being
can I
able
turn
to
off the
get
lights?
conjure
I
into the
couldn't
last
say it. Maybe we're
boss,
gonna replay of that in a moment,
being able
but
to do
What
stuff.
do they
during
pull to
RP.
make
for
up
the time
the
being,
count?
I'll assume Makes caught what happened and will fill us in for the time
They pull a
being,
bunch of
though,
demonic
since Spellbook
shit, which
already
you
on
kind
We'll
of
leave this
like
one
your
light.
stalkers
Cook is
into
gone
the
and
second boss
kinda
area
just
stuff.
now finishing up that first pull, but they
Don't
didn't
like
go for
that.
the entire room pull like Sin Spellbook did.
Yeah, they
They're
do
only
most
pulling
of the
two
Rift
Shadow
Stalkers
Weavers. That
in
Conjurer
between.
pull is still there off to the
With like
side.
elementals.
I guess they can pull this on top of the boss, but like, it's just more efficient for what Sin Spellbook is doing. They don't have to worry about that trash.
No
after
way
the
this
fact.
guy
They can actually
void
just go
bladed
straight
instead
up
of vengeful
to the trash
retreating.
afterwards.
-1
I don't know,
global.
There
Sin
is
Spellbook is so strong right now.
I feel like this route is.
Oh, dude, I wonder what
strong
the
from
melee
Spellbook. I
version
feel like
of Devourer
even
is like.
though they were only
It's like it's such a
it's
different
really
playstyle,
annoying.
right?
Yeah, it's such.
Yeah,
you're
I heard
bouncing
so
in and
much.
out.
I heard so much talk about that, like near the end of beta, where people are like, "Well, you
Because
know,
it was
there's
gonna
this
be the best.
ranged." There's like this is ranged shit. It's kind of boring, but the melee shit looks really cool, and hopefully that gets buffed soon, and then you play that. But
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody play it, so
It just turned out to be like
Yeah,
a
it's
couple
been the
percent
Apex
worse, so
build.
no one played it.
They are playing in
And also,
Group C.
the
We do not need to be
playstyle is
seeing that
very
once again.
annoying. Like, you have the
Yeah,
Void
but
Blade
that is
and
what
Vengeful
the
Retreat as
proto
rotational
teams don't
buttons,
do
so
it
you're
to us.
constantly
We already saw
dashing in
them
and
a little
out.
bit earlier in the first match of this series. So
is that not the Demon
no
Hunter?
more of that. Okay, so when is
Dream?
Puka's going to be pulling in?
Just be dashing
these
all the
mobs
time?
Off to the
But,
corner?
okay,
they do need
Shift
that
is really
entire
cool
five
to use
pack,
as
and they
dev,
also have
like,
to go back and deal with
not
the
dashing in
pull
and
that
out.
we're talking about for Sin Spellbook, right? Where they're going to go up.
Yeah, it is OP in
with Fusion
PvP,
Stars plus
the
five pack
melee
Essential
DH.
Misery. I guess
That's a
they're
good
just gonna
point.
I
wait
do
for
think
this
the idea
Ascendance
of
to
a
come
class
off cooldown,
that
then pull them in, but,
weaves
like,
in and out
I
of
don't know, man. They're
melee
just so far behind right now.
is pretty
They
cool.
pull, like, the single target damage for Sin Spellbook has just been ridiculous, right? Like, when Cook is gone, pulled this boss. They had the boss at 100%. Sin Spellbook's boss was.
Yeah,
at
I mean it's like kind of the
75%,
same deal with like
so it was a
Presovoker,
25%
where
differential.
if you design a spec
They've
that's
opened
just
that gap
that
up
tries to be cool
another
on its own
25% over the course
with
of the boss here, Tettles.
mechanics that are like unique, that's well and good, but
this comp is good.
if there's even like
this
one
comp
boss
is
fight
really,
where those
really good.
mechanics become
For Sin
burdensome,
Spellbook, I was just pulling up
then
some numbers. Mandatory, wherever
you're
they
just
ran their
gonna
Seed of the Triumph
everybody's gonna
earlier,
abandon that
they had a
spec. They're just
15-minute,
like, fuck this, I'm not
2-second
gonna get.
run. How are we feeling about
I'm not gonna
Sin
risk
Spellbook's
having
chances of being able to
my class
beat that?
be bricked on
I
a
don't
boss
think they're
because
gonna
of
be
this
at
shit.
the same pace, but I think they're going to be in the ballpark, right?
I mean, it's just
I think that's kind of
not
the
as good
story
as
here for Spellbook. I think they're a team that can
the current Devour
compete
spec. That's
with
really the biggest
mandatory.
thing.
I don't think their runs are as fast though. They're crushing this pack though, and I mean, Lura is probably what about a. If they can kill it in the
Because if it was
first
actually
phase, it's
as good,
probably
if
about
well,
a minute
I
40
should
to
say if
2
it was
minutes.
actually the better
in that
spec,
area,
people would be playing it.
So I think they're going to be close. I think they're going to be closer to like 15:30 though. They still do have to actually like manually run to the boss here. The boss will be spawned for them. That's count done, so we're not missing count this time around. Ribbon's already there, so that's nice, but doesn't really help the team that much. We're still waiting for the boss to spawn. They actually killed that pack so fast, they're still waiting for the boss to spawn.
Hard to be
It's
mad
kind of
about.
crazy.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to be somewhere in the order of around 15:45, something like that. Yeah, I mean, hard to be mad. Now we just need to see from them the ability to be able to one-phase this fight. The DK doesn't have his cooldowns on pull. The strategy for this fight is fairly simple. You were just going all in on the one phase.
They dragged the boss to the side. So Sin Spellbook did go for the strategy that I was talking about earlier today. Yesterday. So they're pulling Lura to the edge of the room. They're going to try to get one of these beams through 2 of the charms on this next go. This doesn't make you go any faster through the fight. Actually, I think, Dan's going to get the double
Shivvies guys are doing the
hit
tech.
with this beam on the left there. Yeah,
does this even do
and the
anything?
one in the bottom left corner there.
Yeah,
What that
it clears
means is
4 of
that
them,
Royben
so
doesn't have
you
to do
take
as much
significantly less
healing.
damage. Well, not
No,
significantly,
it's
but
less
like,
damage.
Only
Yeah,
gonna be
that's
stacking
true.
that debuff up
Yeah,
to
forgot the
100
orbs did the
series
damage.
time here, so Royben can kind of just do a little bit extra boss dam here.
Yeah, I
It's
think that this is actually a
to
fair
me,
good
it's not a big
strategy
deal.
for teams online.
Like
Basically,
that
the
phase
thought
after you
process
clear
behind
the
this
first
is
set of
the
orbs,
tank
the
moves
fight's
the
like
boss on top of one of
well,
the
because
no
you're
big deal.
Resto
and then
Druid.
if you're
Play that
able
shit as a
Yeah,
misweave.
yeah,
though.
maybe
It's
it's
really-
shittier on a different.
You're basically
As a misweaver, the way you play this is you have to like
Dan there.
dump
It just
all your
lined up
cooldowns
perfectly.
on
And now
the first set, and then
you don't have to use
you
all
kind of just
3
like
of
try
those
to
relics
survive
or
with
those
just
beams to be able to hit that
envelops
rush.
and
So now we have the Symphony of
Shadow
Eternal Night. The
spams.
boss is going to be taking 200% increased damage. Bloodlust has been pressed. Void Metamorphosis happens. Breath of Eons is out. Army has
Dorky
been
speaking
pressed.
to me as a Mistweaver
DT,
expert.
And we are full sending Lura.
I actually healed this on a 20 last night.
Why is the DH
He
backing
failed the
up?
shit out of this, but I learned a lot.
It was a very good learning opportunity. I learned that we should absolutely hit 2 orbs on the
Well, they're gonna
stage
accelerate a
with
little
the
bit at
first
the end
beam.
here, but yeah, 15%
Third boss was
of the
actually
bosses
the
that debuff
real
goes away is not the
challenge.
greatest push we've
Like we
seen.
wiped a few times with
Normally
that.
the teams have had
The
the
Lura
boss
itself
sub
was not
5%
bad.
at best.
We
But I
one-shotted
think with
a
the
lot of
remainder of the
them.
Bloodlust, they're going to be able to kill this boss off well ahead of where they need to, especially when you consider where the competition is. Cook is Gone is only now engaging Lura, so that boss won't die until about a minute 40 after now.
Holy.
In the best of scenarios, so it's not going to matter.
Let's go, game 3.
Spellbook's pretty powerful.
Game 3.
As they're going to take the seat
The
of
problem now
ground,
is
even up
they've
this
banned a lot of their
elimination
good
series
specs,
at
right?
1-1.
Well, both teams banned a
Since
lot of their
Spellbook
good
takes that
specs.
second map, tying
Are we just gonna see a
that
forfeit?
is gone. This
That would
map-
No, they team can't
Oh,
forfeit
that'd
2
be
times.
sick.
I mean,
Oh,
what
let's
are we
go
gonna do?
for
We're
some
gonna play
drama.
Fauna
on their
Owl?
first map. How do you feel the runs compared this
We
time,
at least know
Tunnels?
they have other specs now.
I think that this was much better. for
Oh my
both
god,
sides.
4 zeros on
I
one
feel
side.
like the strategy for Sin Spellbook, they were.
Bro, we're
somewhere
gonna
they were
see
40 seconds
Fauna
slower than
Owl,
mandatory for Cook is
0
Gone.
cool on sub,
It wasn't the fastest
and
seed strategy.
No, we played
but if
sub first
Sin
dungeon.
Spellbook had any mistakes, I felt like
Blood
Cook was
DK,
able to capitalize on them pretty.
and we're gonna see a fucking Devastation Evoker.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of
Holy.
things would have been a much better showing
They're
coming out
fucking
of the first
cooked.
map, but this felt much more like what we expected from these two teams.
I bet they
And
actually
think
do have
even
to play
seeing
this
in
game to
there
get
some
paid.
moments that seem very competitive, particularly
Blizzard
over on the side of Sin Spellbook.
Came to them after the
Now,
first forfeit and was
Migs,
like, if you do that shit
have
again, you're
been
forfeiting all your prize money.
analyzing this, this map as we've gone through. So, what stood out to you?
Yeah, let's take a look on how it all went wrong. It started right here for Cook is Gone. We actually had these coalescent voids go into the boss, which is a big no-no. That cannot happen. It healed the boss tremendously, so not something you ever want to see in your dungeon ever. Quite a little bit of a tragedy moment for them happening here in that dungeon run. And then I think the big factor was how it played out here. So this is in Spellbook. This is how they're skipping. We've seen this before. The Devour Demon Hunter goes ahead, sigils. The rest of the team follows. That's how they skip. They play this pack while the RP on Lura is going on. Here's the version from Cook is Gone. They utilize that shroud that they have, same technique, and then Zero Cool, you cannot see it here, but I can describe to you what happens. Tries to get up on this rock, bumps over to the right-hand side. This mob has true side. He gets infight. He gets killed 15 seconds on top of it. He needs to get back with the team. That costs him a bunch of time to get
Norn,
back in there,
unlucky.
and a little bit of
I think if I were a
unfortunate
petty
situation
player,
for them, as they are losing so
after the
much
production
time
did
here.
this kind of
We
shit
also
where they
had
like
a moment
slow-mo me
on
dying
the tank
on
from
something,
Cook is Gone.
I think I would
He's
go
just
back
fighting
through
for
the
his
VOD
life
and
against
find
champions,
clips of the
which,
casters being
the
wrong
war
about
adept
something,
was kicking him
and I
while he
would
was
I would
trying
like
to
slow it
run.
down.
I saw him dead on
I
my
would just
screen
find the
already,
caster
but
saying
Okay, but I mean,
something.
it's not the
so
caster's
I just wanted
fault.
I don't
a big
care.
shout out
It's the
to
casters that are
everyone
gonna
who was
get
able to
the
live
casters are
that.
gonna get
It was
cooked for
very
it.
impressive, and
And that's
And-
true.
I mean, we have ourselves a
Like it's
serious
the
double.
production, and so I would find them
We
saying
do
something stupid,
indeed.
and then I would
Their
like
map on the
I would do a
horizon, and of
montage of
course,
that and
whoever
like make it
takes
slow
is
down. As
going
soon as
to
they
be
start to
one
say
that
the
will
wrong
move
thing, it
on,
would go
while the other team
into
will be
slow
eliminated. So both the
mode.
teams really, I think, want to only continue
I'd be like,
to
how do you guys
improve
like it?
what they're able to do from here. And you know, this was
how you
definitely
feel about
I think,
that?
a big improvement, particularly for Send Spellbook. And Zyro and Tuttles were discussing a bit about whether or not they think that the run that they just saw could even stand up to mandatory to some of the top teams. So Makes, given what we saw on Seat of the Triumvirate, how do you think they would measure up right now with some of our higher competition?
Oh, it's a great question, and I'm not sure because I checked the logs, and I don't think we've seen either of those teams in the Algathar Academy yet. We, of course, have to factor in the bans that are now happening. Quick reminder, third map means 6 bans on each team out of their most played specs
We're a
that
petty
are going
player.
to be coming in there as well. If
Who's in
something
the liquid
is high,
team?
they're allowed to
Boomy,
pick, but they
Zevi,
need to ban
Yips,
3 specs
Wolf
additional
Disco.
on the bans that are already out there. For Cook is
Shine.
Gone, a lot of good stuff
Bang.
is already out of the picture. I believe that Sense Spellbook still has a good
Dude, what the fuck
team
now is
comp
just
that
making
they
mad
can
shorts. Is that just
utilize
his whole
together
bit
because
now?
they were playing a little bit
I think he's
more
a shorts
Yeah,
guy
I
now.
think so.
on with that
He's pivoting.
Retribution Paladin.
We'll see.
They
There's a lot of people
are
that have tried
warrior.
it for like a
We'll
while.
have to see what the
And
bans
then-
I've
are.
never
I'm
gotten to doing
assuming they'll
shorts. Maybe I
come
gotta start
in
doing
a
that.
little bit.
The problem is a lot of times you'll start doing
Maybe they're
shorts,
the same. I mean, we've
and
seen
you'll
a
have
lot of
content for like a
Algathar
few weeks, and
academies,
then
too.
I see. It
you'll
seems
realize
our
like,
teams are
fuck,
really
whatever
trying
it's part of the
to
reason why
figure out
I've
what they
never really
want
wanted to
take out of
get
this mix,
into
and
like
yes, like
making
Mix was saying,
shorts
the
or
teams
like other
do
content
get to
is
choose
I
at
feel like
the
whatever it
initial
is that
map,
you
and
want to
after
do,
that, each
you have
of
to
those
be
3,
really confident
specs that
that
are removed
that
from subsequent maps are ones that have to do
like
with
content
most
stream
played, and then, of course,
is
the choices that they made at the beginning.
perpetual.
So they have a little
It's
bit
got to
of
be
time
something
here
where
to
like
calibrate,
I'm
go,
always going to
okay,
be
well,
able
what are we gonna
to
pick?
have
And we'll
something
see
to make
exactly
content
what
out
they've
of for this
decided.
thing.
Now,
So
Zyro,
if it's like,
looking
oh, a
at
new season
what
started,
we've
I'm going to
got
start
banned
making
out
short form
and knowing
content
what we've seen
explaining
with
how to
these
do
teams,
this
how
boss
do
on
you
my
think
spec.
this is gonna
And
play
it's
out
like,
for either
cool.
of them?
What happens when you run out of like interesting boss fights to make
Guardian
short clips out of on your spec?
and
What are you going to
Brute
do after that?
versus
It's like,
Spellbook.
I don't know. I'll figure it out then. And it's like, we'll see.
Interesting.
I feel like you can make up a lot of stuff. Like you just start
You could.
explaining how you play your class in
Those are kind
every
of
single
two
boss
things that we've
fight, every
seen
You
single
can.
mostly in this
pack.
dungeon. I
Like,
don't think there's
But
really any
do you
big
want to?
priority
Do you
places.
want to
Yeah,
keep making
I
short form
get it.
content out of that?
Like no massive spell reflects, I don't think.
I don't think
Guess
any
they
tank
played
is
one
like
DK.
Because like right now,
insanely
Robin's
OP.
doing like a lot of the like,
Yeah.
here's like
Okay,
little
OP
things you
tank
may
is
not have
just-
known about Mythic Plus, and like
that
that,
is
I
the
mean,
OP tank
very
and stuff.
interesting content. People will love it. How many of those little
Yeah.
tips do you have?
What would you sub in Tuttles?
Or
Not that they've
you
taken
get
that out,
an
maybe they
editor
just
and he just
didn't
rips
even
clips from
anticipate
your
they were gonna be
stream and you
getting
yell at
Yep.
him if he
3.
doesn't.
But what
That's
would
what I
you
do.
pick coming in if you were them for Algathar?
DK
I've seen some of those
probably,
whole clips.
Yeah,
but like
those all clips are just
I don't feel
ripped
great
from
about it. It's
stream.
either DK or Warrior. in
There's
my
been
mind.
some good ones.
I'd be a little bit surprised to see Vengeance, and I'd be pretty surprised to see Prod Paladin.
Well, yeah, what if they pull out the Prop Paladin? It does a lot of damage.
We're in
What
we're
tank?
in
We're
pocket
still
pick
missing the
territory.
prop pally. We're still missing the probably from our spec
Oh,
roster
true.
if all specs played. They could
What
do us a
dungeon is
great
it?
honor of bringing that prop paladin onto the floor. Do I advocate for playing that prop paladin? I don't know. Maybe not.
Prop Paladin's biggest problem, right, is it's kind of the least tanky of the tank specs, especially if you're playing like for damage.
Dark, are we doing
right?
keys after MDI?
This is the lower end of our key level, though, so like maybe they could pull that out. I'm really curious
there's a
what
misclick for
Paladin's
keys.
going to pull out here, though, right? Because this has
Okay,
been
like
their
real
problem
keys.
for this weekend, right? They didn't.
I mean, that's as real as it
have
gets.
Extra specs kind
Okay.
of prep. That's why they ended up forfeiting their third game yesterday.
Who's gonna play what?
Ellie and Augur.
Any last
gone.
hope keys?
They could bring back.
Are they gonna bring the
Moonkin.
Boomkin back?
We saw
I
the
mean,
Moonkin.
dude.
Yeah.
Alg is
depends
pretty
on who's
unique.
playing.
Like you really want the mass.
I don't know what
AoE
Drogo wants to play,
specializations.
too.
I mean, for Sin Spellbook. To
I'm
leave
assuming you're
access
playing
to that
Bear, man.
DK, That Devoured Demon Hunter, like.
Drogo's
Well,
healing.
if he
Those-
wants to play Druid,
those
because
are
like
the
you know
specializations
he's
I
been playing
really
his
wanna see in
stinky
Alg.
Resto Druid.
Oh, are you guys
could just
getting the
play
NA's
Bear,
last hope
too.
squad together?
Yeah, we've been trying. We keyed once for 2 hours.
We've seen the Blood DK, but I think that was.
Yeah, trying to find some people to play video
My
game with.
bet would be on Vengeance,
see.
which
There's
then
no video
is a little
gamers
We
bit
have the
running
difficult.
5
Also want to
people.
Play that Devouring Demon Hunter,
Do we?
right? And they haven't banned that
Me,
one.
Drogo's
you,
literally
Goop,
always raiding for
Drogo,
shit.
Demon
and
Hunter,
Cryptix.
which is a
Bro,
little
Drogo's not
weird,
gonna
so that
play.
could be another buff.
Dude,
Yeah,
So
you can with different
I don't know
specs.
if that's it, but I
All right, hit him up
like,
right
out
now.
of the tanks that are left, I would prefer the Vengeance. I think.
I think they're
Well,
gonna
it
have
looks
to get
like
a
Sin
little creative.
Spellbook. Looks like Sin Spellbook completely kept their DPS comp, right? They can play. They can play Aug Unholy Devour again in this key.
Also, his spell
And they can
book
stick to the
cooked.
Mistweaver or
I didn't
Restorative
actually think
if they
about
wanted
their
to.
comp.
Both of those are still available. The tank pick we've already kind of covered. That's a
So
little
they
bit
can do.
up in
they
the
can play
Mistweaver?
Aug and Devour.
Rook is
so.
gone.
Like that's.
I
I,
mean-
think that's.
Bro, there's no way you
What's their,
added
what's their
everyone.
bear or what's their tank gonna be?
Why am I not going to add everyone? Everyone
I can
I
only
added is
imagine
playing.
that the exact
Bro, warrior.
conversation that's
Except
happening here
Greg.
right now is happening for the team, and they're all.
Is it
Yeah,
good?
what
And
about-
whatever what dungeon are they?
Okay,
Pets
well,
Earthling.
like, I guess we could take that one.
Okay,
in.
Grawl
Demon
knows.
Hunter, I don't
If they're doing
know.
Albathor,
I
Warrior
feel
would get
like-
absolutely shit on for
I feel
sure.
like now is
You
not
have
the
to
time
have
to
a
be
plan
having
going
that
into
conversation.
this.
You should
We're
have
not
had that
adding
plan
everyone
coming into the
individually, man.
series, right? Either
You
way.
would hope. Oh, you would
Ugh.
hope, but you know
Well,
what?
it's only 3 people
We've
you need
put
to
our
add.
brains to it. Chat. Hopefully, you've been putting your brains to it as well. Again, with the
Or
start
you just
grind
hit add
rule,
everyone
it
and
keeps
just
things interesting. We have
Greg
seen
and
an
Growl, good luck.
enormous
Sorry for
amount of
pinging
specs
you.
played already across the season. So, will we see something like Prop Palette getting added to that list, or will we see some other picks that maybe seem a little bit more
Dude, look
like
who's in
something
this
we've
Discord.
already
What a
seen from
banger
these
squad.
teams moving through? Either way, Algathar
Got
Academy
Dazer,
is going to put them
Ellesmere,
through their
Smack,
paces, and
Yips,
this is where it
Zavade.
is all decided. Here in the lower bracket, you don't get a second chance because you have already used it. That would be your third, technically. So these two have to pull it out if they want to keep BlizzCon in their sights. This is going to be Send Spellbook versus
I'm getting
Cook is
full
Gone
Donald
here
on that
in
one,
our
by the way.
final
Here we go.
matchup.
Proud
Whoever
Warrior.
takes it wins it.
Oh,
And we've
there
got
it
our
is,
first
Pro
look through
Warrior.
titles at our comps.
What is Shella
Yeah,
Drake?
Warrior tank. I mean, it makes sense.
Okay, that's just an
I
Aug.
think that the interrupting shout.
Yeah, they
is-
still have
is really
Aug and
solid.
Devour.
Okay, yeah,
And not
Spellbook
only-
has a pretty
They have the
solid
meta
comp.
comp,
It allows
except
you to
War
set up things
Tank.
on, like, the Veximus
Yeah, except Warrior.
platform.
I mean, Warrior's pretty bad in this dungeon, but it's only 15.
Like tank balance is so weird this season. Like once you get the Bear Druid and the
Dude, here comes
No, it's all- it's all-
Devastation
Really know
Evoker.
where we're going.
Oh, the
Wait,
other
how's he able
team's
to play
guys.
Sin Rogue
Seeing how
again?
Sin Spellbook routes through
He
this
didn't
dungeon
play
and plays this
Sing,
dungeon.
man.
For
He
Cook
played
is Gone,
sub in the first one.
I think that the routing in this place, that's just something that I would put a huge point of emphasis on. We've seen some weird stuff this
It was
weekend.
sub and then Sin.
What
I
is
guess
going
he
to
can just
be
play Sin
both
again.
these teams' interpretation of the best route here.
Yeah,
It's
I
Dev
mean,
Evoker
routing
and
was
Aug Evoker, by the
definitely
way.
key in
Different
our
teams.
Algathar that we saw earlier today, so we'll see what the plans are for the teams.
Holy,
I
look
don't
at the
think I
dev
wanna see
damage,
the
though.
Bloodlust on Croth again. That didn't work out very well for Karma Wand for them, but unfortunately for them.
As soon as you said that, he dropped below
I
everybody.
don't think the comp is at all bad for Cook is Gone, though. These classes actually kind of crank
Fucking
on this
Boomkin.
poll. They're only a slight bit behind Sin
Dude,
Spellbook on the
Boomkin's
first
actually
poll.
really fun this patch.
We do
Dude,
think
how are they
that's
so
what-
far behind
Fucking
already?
Garbage.
Not sure how I feel about that
It's,
one.
uh, class
Take
diff.
damage last time we
They're
saw.
Let me look at their
for
comp
this?
real quick.
Well,
Oh my god, they're waiting.
listen, it was.
Okay,
was
Spellbook
taken
won.
because
Oh, I
they
mean-
hadn't yet
No, Spellbook
Yeah,
won.
a single target. You know what can you do, right?
They're
They
actually 30
basically
seconds
forfeited
behind.
the
I'm not
moment
kidding.
They started playing
Cook is
VC
Gone.
specs.
Look
30
at this.
seconds behind.
So we've seen a lot of, I would describe it as like very unique routing in this place, Where Cook has gone is instead of electing to try to save 10 seconds of RP time, they're actually pulling the Overgrown Ancient here. I think it comes down to a couple things in my mind. Cooldown timings, and like what are you actually going to be able to get as the opportunity cost of like continuing to push forward. for me, I'm surprised that teams aren't like doing some whole W Veximus route. That was the thing that I was a little bit surprised of throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Veximus first makes a lot of sense, right? You have a lot of time to just deal with that entire area. The bloodlust on that pole is super strong, right? Because there's so many very scary things. The tomes in that area, if they get their channels off on players, like you're dead on that pole. There's really no coming back from that. So I like that. And then you can do what we're seeing since Spellbook do, right? Then you can backtrack back, do Overgrown Ancient, go to Croth.
Which I think is interesting. They have no other chance to play. Every other chank's banned.
I mean, it looked really good earlier today. So
there's no way
I'm not
Cook wins.
too
They're
sure
so
I like
slow
what
already.
Spellbook is doing, but at the same time,
The dungeon was a
this
minute
isn't
and
like
30
that
in, and they were
bad of a
30
strategy
seconds
too. I
behind.
think the thing that I liked about the strat that we saw earlier today, that we were just talking about, is you skip both of the Ravager patrols, right? Like that's really, really nice. You don't have to worry about as many of those foragers, which can be kind of chaotic when you're doing these mass pulls. And it kind of just reduces a lot of the RNG of the mass pulls you do in this dungeon. We'll have to see what the plan is after we deal with Croth for Sin Spellbook. Do they end up going back to Overgrown Ancient right away?
You know, maybe the back and forth strat is actually not that
So we
bad.
have seen this dungeon played. This is the third time, and we have now seen 6 different routes. Like the teams are, the teams are not. It's not even like, oh yeah, they're playing a different interpretation of the route than other teams. It's oh no, they're playing very different things. Like where are we lusting is like a major question too for all the teams.
What do you gain from the back and forth?
I think this is why I enjoyed the first weekend of the.
You don't have to
EDI
deal
so
with
much, right?
all
Like,
the bullshit
teams
Ravagers.
don't have any real other info to go off of. You really
And they
only
kind of
have
gotta
your
skip
own
around
routes
them.
that you've cooked up. By the time we get to next weekend, all of those teams will have kind of taken in all the info that we've seen from this weekend, added into their own practice repertoire, kind of figured out the best strategy. And I think a lot of the teams are going to come to this similar conclusions. So we'll probably see a lot more similar strategies next weekend. But for the time being this weekend, these teams have the strategies they've cooked up themselves. And it's really fun to see them just come up with completely different ideas, especially in this dungeon.
Yeah, are they cooking or is it burnt? is the real question.
There have been some burnt strategies, that's for sure.
For
No,
sure.
it was not some one trick. I don't
Some
think.
stuff we're just sitting there like, what are they doing? Okay, for Sin Spellbook here, they have engaged Croth. We actually saw this kind of weird strat where a team earlier
Pink's
bloodlusted
topic.
Croth and was able to merge both of the
Give me one trick in
haste
MDI?
buff from the
No.
wind,
What? I mean, technically,
gate
yeah.
with the damage amp from the fire gate. Do you expect to see that with either of these two teams and since Spellbook and Cook is gone?
In the global finals, everyone will be playing
I don't
once
think
back.
so.
I mean,
maybe since
they're
Spellbook
probably
can
going to
pull it
swap
off,
here and there, but
there's a little bit of a
the
delay,
comp's
right?
stay
Once
the
you
same.
spawn the wind orbs, you don't have to pick them up right away. They're on the ground for a decent amount of time, so you can like pick them up super late. I think the timing of that is really difficult, especially for like the Devourer, because you kind of want to line up your Void meta where you can kind of extend the end of that Void meta into the Fire phase. I don't think he has the right lineup for it right now, especially because they don't have the DK cooldowns. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be happening for Sin Spellbook here. This haste buff is going to run out way before they get to the Fire
I
phase.
mean, Demon's delaying picking up.
He is. We're going to go for a last second hit on
He
the door.
just
Yep,
got
there's
it.
the shift. By the way, shift is the most broken mobility cooldown in the game. That thing is insanely
True.
Can I raise you Shimmer?
No, shift is way better. Shift is way better. Shimmer, you stub your toe on a rock. Shift, you can choose exactly where you want to go.
No, right side has
also
a
shift
priest.
you can also
That's why they
shift over
have
gaps,
fort buff.
But you could
You
Shimmer
can't
and
shimmer over
Casket.
gaps.
That's broken.
Yeah. I
No, the
guess
caster's talking about shimmer and
Okay.
shift.
that's like the one downside of Devourer, right? Is the long
Everybody loves
cast
mages.
times.
Shift
Oh my
is
God,
so
we're
much
back
better
to
than
Void
shimmer.
meta.
Time.
We made it
We're
back.
back into
Yeah,
Void
have you
meta
heard what Roger
instantly,
said about it?
And it is the
What?
start of the
He's
Void
saying
meta.
how it's like the
But
most
this boss
broken
is gonna
shit
be
ever.
sub-10%
Yeah, it's so
coming out of
broken.
That damage amp. This is a very, very
Like, sure,
fast
shimmer's better in
time.
some
I mean,
scenarios, but
here's
overall,
the-
shift
here's
is
the
so much
comparison I
better.
wanna make. Firmawand saved
think so?
their Bloodlust for this
Yeah, I
boss,
think
and
so.
Their kill time on Croft
Shift is
was
so
a minute
broken.
55. Sin Spellbook just did it 6 seconds slower without the Bloodlust.
That-
So
okay.
that was very fast.
I think I did like the Bloodlust strategy whenever you gave me numbers like that.
Yeah, but we can see the buff. Yeah, because it shows
Yeah,
buffs
here's
on
the weird
character.
positioning, right?
Actually, that is a
Hopefully
good
there's
point.
an unban request on my stream.
We don't want to pull that
Go ahead.
Ravager either.
Why does it show stem and not like
So
Mark of
we
the
lost a
Wild?
little bit of time
That's a
there.
good point,
Report
actually.
Going
Chester,
back to Overgrown
1000.
means you don't have to do any of this.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
think
a
I
little
have
bit
that guy
arcane.
banned.
Maybe if they go a little bit faster, they don't have
Probably,
to
yeah.
patrol.
How big are we going?
Should I just ban him too?
Question. Are we going straight into the full Vex
I
platform?
did ban
Looks
him.
Like the answer is about to be
Wait,
yes.
there's an unban request from him too.
I think
Wait, he's not even
CC
following my
is
stream.
really going to be
That's
the key
crazy.
ingredient here. I think this is one of the big reasons that we have this augmentation evoker. Everybody also wants to plant
Lecture channeled
into melee to make sure that they are allowing that big forward.
Oh yeah, he did like 10 bad rage baits in a row, and I just permed him.
Doesn't get put onto people. Alternatively, you could just
Yeah,
knock
it's
off.
just
Ooh,
the
Shelly actually gets
shitposting alt
that
account.
Ravager
What's his
circle on
unban
him. He's
request?
probably the person who wanted it the least on him. At the same time, for Sin Spellbook, with that AoE kick from this warrior, none of the mobs are now casting, and we can go back into our CC rotation with that Ring of Peace coming out, with some of our stuns coming out. We're going to be at infinite knockups from our augmentation evoker as well.
Couple seconds of a lecture going off there, but there was a knockup available. Surge is about to go off. One does go off, but the misery does cancel them, and the pull is essentially dead.
There's
at this
so
point.
many
These last
unban
couple of
requests.
mobs that can pick off one by one. You have interrupts if they do happen to get a second surge cast off. Super clean execution there from Sin Spellbook. Monotonous lectures were only going off for maybe a second at most.
Where was
that was very clean.
Where was Shelly and Looney going?
I believe they're backtracking for a couple of.
Wait, these event requests are fun.
Does Looney have
Warrenstone
on
Luna's
him?
gonna grab these foragers here.
Yeah, he's got Warrenstone in it. I'm concerned about our life.
He died.
Yes.
Oh, he pulled the Ravager.
They're actually showing these
Yeah,
event
Warren died.
requests.
This is bad for our channel points, I think.
Where the stand buff is gone?
Points.
Where the stand buff go? Are they listening?
All right. Well, what's the backup strat here?
What's
right?
happening? I
What
wasn't
do
watching the
we
last
do?
minute.
Because Looney had to release. They rezzed Roybin, so we have no battle raises for another minute 20 here.
Hook is
They
doing
have to go back
absolutely
and get
no
these
single
foragers.
target.
They're in the route. They
On
don't
Croft.
want to be pulling any extra Echo Knights.
Like an
later on. We've
invoker
already
or
seen how
something. Yeah.
crazy those are. Oh yeah, Looney.
Boomkin
he
though,
respawned-
holy
he
shit,
respawned
Boomkin
to
kinda
Croft,
fucking
so he had
owns.
to run back from that direction. That's awkward. Okay, we're back with the group now. The foragers are pulled. Wait, do they have a Ravager? Did I see a Ravager in that group?
Oh
They
my god,
do.
there's
They
a
have
Ravager. Oh no.
Make it work. That's the call here. Make it work. Game.
Ravager plus Veximus?
I'm incredibly concerned about Sin Spellbook's
I need to
ability
get out
be
of
able
this
to
unban
live
request. I'm getting
right now,
distracted.
Zyro. Oh my goodness gracious. Now they
Like
the
work for
advantage is
Pro
they have a
Warrior,
Death
I'm
Knight
sure?
and a Demon Hunter, which
Yeah, I
neither
mean, they
really
do
require
have
that much
a
healing,
Mistweaver
and
that
it is
can
a
just
15,
press one button
but
and do
there's
infinite
a lot of
HPS.
overlaps from things like the Mana Bomb, things like the Ravager Dot. If you end up ever getting any of those
Dude,
surge
Peekaboo's the
dots
goat,
or the
low
drain
key.
mana from the
I'd love to do keys with
elementals
Peekaboo.
on you as well, it can actually cause a lot of problems here. And it looks like Sin Spellbook is going to be able to get this trash killed off momentarily.
Stand buff
Very
is back.
moment here for Cook is gone as they start to gather this pull up. Maleo is sitting down for a sip to retop that mana bar on the.
Maybe it
on the
didn't show in
priest.
boss combat because
You
some
had a
buffs
lot
don't
of-
show in boss
you had a lot
combat.
of experience with that recently, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm in his chat sometimes watching.
Oh,
in the meantime,
Yeah,
we
I
have
do
the
need
surge
to.
goes off
That
on the
guy needs to
body,
learn
on
how
the
to
Boomkin
kick.
There, that's a death.
I have no
Have a
clue why
battle
he
res.
doesn't
They have
like.
two of
He
them,
kicks
actually.
a lot in
They're using one of them
PvP. He
here.
just doesn't kick in
A little bit
PvE.
unfortunate. I mean, that time is important, right? Sin Spellbook had those issues. It
There
cost
was-
him 30 seconds.
He was in
Just
pit. He got
keep
dragged
pushing it
up.
back.
He could
I think
kick the
that
mob that was gonna
death-
kill him,
death
getting
on
dragged
Reaper
up the
Sin
gargoyle,
funny to see the
and he
difference in
didn't
count
kick
at
it.
this point.
Like,
And
I'm
then
pretty
complained
sure
when he
that was
died.
the worst death I've seen in a while. Like in terms
I'm
of
pretty
just
sure
time
Cook is
spent,
basically
obviously,
giving
there's
Yeah,
him-
I'd love to do
seconds,
F plus with Pika
but
if he
the-
wanted
We're
to.
kinda just
need to
doing
re-pull
live
the
keys right now.
pack
But
and,
I
like,
understand, like, if he
Multiple
doesn't want to get
characters.
carried.
drag
It's
it
not even a
into the
carry. Like, I
boss
haven't done
arena
too many
in
keys this
really
season.
awkward angle. That was a
It's a
huge
TPS
turn loss.
loss. It
You have to
quite
remember,
literally
Sin
is a
Spellbook has
new.
to
It
deal with
doesn't.
an
You don't lose
entire extra boss
anything.
over Cook
It's
is gone.
off
They still have to
global.
go back and deal with Overgrown Ancient. Now, they've dealt with all the trash in Veximus's area. They're 30% ahead on trash count, but Cook is Gone is going to be dealing with that within a couple of pulls here. So, I mean, as long as Cook is Gone can stay clean
Yeah, see how
those
the
next
right side
couple
is
of
stand
pulls,
buff icon
I think they're still right there
I-
in it.
on their
Sin
frames and no
Spellbook.
other buff.
I'd rather be Sin Spellbook here, I think. Still.
I
No
think
Mark
I
of the
would be
Wild.
too.
But
But
it
that
is,
AoE pull is disgusting.
yeah.
I think it's because of observers are.
Yeah, that's
pretty
what someone in my chat said.
They
The observer.
have already killed off all the plants.
Yeah,
in the
that's usually
overgrown
how it
ancient
is.
room. They need to down the boss. It looks like they're going to be
Yeah, it only
dragging
tracks
this
your own
3-pack, the 2 battle axes and the
buff.
Mana Fiend, into
They're
the
doing. Yes,
overgrown
this is a
ancient, which-
15.
that
Dude,
makes
that
sense.
shit was actually so
I think
annoying
that,
back when
just getting
the
it to
cooldown
do
trackers and
a couple
all
of additional
that
mobs is
Yeah.
going to be mostly
were not that
damage
smart,
Mana
and
Fiend has some kicks
it
that
would
have
just
to
be
have that surge
tracking
cast.
the admin's interrupts.
But if everybody's kicking it in, it allows Sky
That's why they have to
to
use
pull
priests
the
so they
boss
don't challenge
unimpeded,
into
and then everything's
interrupts.
going to get stacked up with
Yeah.
this DK grip here momentarily.
Yeah. All right, super clean. We're on to Overgrown Ancient. Cook is done. Just now
If it disappears
finishing
at
off
boss
the
combat and
remainder
flipping
of
my
the
tail. That's
trash
usually
in
how
this
buff
versus
tracking
room.
works on
ABCC
default
has been
frames.
good for them. What stop do we have for these?
Boss combat's a little
Nautilus Lectures?
different.
Looks like it was a Breath of Eon stun.
I think we even had it one time where
Die
they
before
were
the next
the
one goes
observer
off,
client
or
was
being
like a
used
fucking
just in case
blood
to
elf or
The
something,
why?
make sure
No damn
and it was
clue.
showing
how
as an
default
arcane
UI is.
torrent
There,
back
yeah, Super
when
Clean from Cook is gone.
you
They've
needed
made
that
a majority
for
of the trash counts
stops.
there, and they're going to be on
And
Veximus shortly
we went
here,
through
but
a
you
cycle
can
one
see
time
now
of being like, all
the
right,
the time differential, right?
your
Since
arcane
Spellbook,
torrent, your leg sweep, your arcane torrent, and then they
35%
called
ahead
for
on
like
the
another
boss
arcane
here.
torrent, and it was the
Cook still
observer,
has
and we were
yet to
instantly like,
Veximus.
can you fucking just
Since
not
Super
play
Clean
whatever the fuck it is that
is
you're playing right now?
Cook is gone is going to have to spend about 30 seconds running just to get to the spot where Sin Spellbook is now.
Boss combat in a
Overgrown
second.
Ancient's a faster boss than
And
Veximus
no,
is in
Fort's
an
still
NDI
there. No, it's gone.
situation,
See,
and they are, like you
boss combat.
correctly pointed out, much closer to the Echo of Dorgosa room, which I think is like a really big deal here.
No, never. I don't think I've agreed with a
it's-
single
it's, like,
THG take.
way faster, right? Not only does it have less HP, but also this comp funnels like
Yeah,
crazy.
the
All
observers
of
are
these
actually
please
just
spawn in,
another
just,
player
like,
you have to play
helps
in a
their
raid
single
group,
target damage even more.
and they just fly
So,
around.
Yeah, Overgrown Ancient gonna be
You don't
dying
actually see 'em fly
extremely
around,
quickly
but
here for Sin Spellbook.
I don't know
They're gonna
how
be about
they
60%
observe, but
ahead
they're an extra
of
player
a
in the
boss
key.
HP bar ahead of Cook is gone, plus the travel time. All they have to do is deal with a one last pull of Echo Knights onto Echo of Dorgosa,
Right.
and that Bloodlust is prepped and ready for it too.
For the Cook is Gone fans, what you are doing right here is you are hate watching. You are crafting up a hex. Voodoo has been called for Sin Spellbook if you are a Cook is Gone fan. Sin Spellbook are minutes. 2 minutes.
There's
maybe,
no way
even
Sin
ahead
Spellbook lose
of
from
where
here.
Cook is Gone are, even with that additional death. It looks like Sin Spellbook here. They're
yeah, man, I don't
grabbing
even
the
know how
Echo
you
Knights.
would.
They're parrying one of the invokers off to the side. And
The-
I suspect that the
dangerous
Bloodlust
part
is
of
going to
this
be pressed
in this
on
part of the
boss
dungeon
here
is just
momentarily
the Echo Knight
with all of
AoE.
these
It's a
Echo Knights and
15.
all
You
of
have
the
20%
trash. And the
avoidance. You
moment
could
at
probably
which the
take
Echo
2 of those
Knights die
natty without
is just
dying.
going to
I
be
mean, the
Sin
smart play to
Spellbook
do is just
versus
do
the
this pull with
Echo of
Lust and not
Dorgosa
even pull the
solo,
boss.
separating them for a 2-1
Because
reverse
like you see
sweep.
the other team so far behind.
This is so
fuck
safe
that.
here. They're playing this
I doubt
very,
they're
very
scared of
quickly.
this
They're
pull at
making
all.
sure their line of sighting.
That's
Not
the
only they get
mandatory
the
special
Invoker
if we
in,
would
but
always
also
do
line of
that.
sights the arcane smash damage, and they can set this
What, do
pull
a
So
very
boring.
easily.
bitch pull?
Bloodlust popped
Yeah,
and
bitch
ready,
pull
and
because
it's
we're like, oh, we don't
giving
need to
down
do
these
a
Echo
big
Knights
pull.
with their
Yeah.
cooldowns
I
just
was
now
so
entering
mad,
Volta
but like it makes
for
sense if
Rooney.
you want to win.
It makes
for
sense,
the
yeah.
low chance, but like
But of course,
it's
they're
so
in danger
boring,
as
you
long as
know.
these Echo Knights stay alive. This is very akin to that old prior
Like
to the
if
Sacred
you
Flame
just think you
pull,
deserve
right?
the win, you
Every
shouldn't
single
need
smash
to
doing
do bitch
a lot of
pulls.
AoE damage that Robin's going to have to heal through. But the comp just
You only
does
say that
so
when you're
much
young.
AoE damage.
Yeah,
It
I
only took
guess.
That's the
about
thing
30 seconds
I always
to
respected
just
about Echo is I feel like
destroy
they
these
did
Echo
not
They
ever do
always
bitch
went,
pulls.
yeah,
See,
yeah.
this is exactly what we were
Just
talking
whatever
about.
the route
Like,
is the route.
Why would they ban out their tanks?
Well, because
I think
they
that
always
the
feel like
DPS
if
was
they're
actually the
trying
most
to
critical
do any
point. This
changes,
unholy
it will
DK,
just.
this devoured demon
There's some
hunter
pulls,
Auto
yeah. There's some
They
pulls
are
that
able to do
definitely it
just
doesn't make sense to
so
split them up
much damage to
because
the point where you're like,
if you
know
like
what? I'm fine playing a
try
prop
to
warrior.
do
My
it's like
DPS will
2
carry
hard
me.
pulls combined, and if you try to split it into 2 separate pulls, they're still hard, but now you've used all your cooldowns on the first one, and you have nothing left for the second one. And it's like it's actually just easier for us to do everything at the same time.
have to do to secure their spot on day 3 of
I mean,
the
personally,
first
I would
weekend
always play the safer
of
option.
midnight is just dodgeballs for the
Like,
next 30% of the boss, and they've made it through.
When we were
Forget the mistakes that have
finishing the
happened today,
freehold
forget the wipe in Pit of Saron, forget the wipes
in
earlier in
season
this
2
series.
Dragonflight,
All you have
global
to do
finals,
is deal with just one final
I remember
boss.
telling Smacked to just like fucking flame
Yeah,
strike
and
at the end, to like, you know, just
20%
like not worry about killing boss.
I
damage.
remember,
Like,
because I remember
like-
yelling at that.
There's no way they could wipe from here.
I remember
were?
pointing it out or
I think
something.
that
I'm like,
there's
why is he
literally no
flame
way that they can
striking?
wipe from here. On a
Yeah,
I
I
actually
remember
remember
telling
that.
Smack specifically to do that because I was like, you know, like as long as we kill the boss, we will get second. So like we just
We were
need
back in
a
Void Meta. Look at this. Our
not
DPS
wipe
playing
here,
at
just
home.
fucking AoE it all down.
The collapsing stars, the basket
And I remember
balls
Gingy
bringing
too
the
was
boss
like,
home.
well, why are they
Final
doing that?
Astral
'Cause
Blast
Yeah,
is
yeah.
not going to be
It's
enough
a huge
to kill
time
off
loss.
Scott. Cook is
Nice.
gone. Do have 15 seconds. because
But there
they're
are
one
bigger
death
time
timer
losses.
away, but it's certainly not going to be enough as Echo of Dorgosa is still way too
Remember when you
healthy
yelled at me in that Wind Dragon dungeon once for flame striking when it was right to do it?
It was not right to do that.
Yes, it was. We had to kill the
It's crazy
dragon
that
before the
both of you
second
remember
AoE.
it.
No, we had to kill the dragon before the second AoE, and I was flame striking because we would have killed it before the second AoE, and they're still trash being made it clear.
Okay, okay.
Anything
You
else?
can use whatever
Anything
justification
else?
for-
What do you mean justification?
wanna-
If I pyroblast, we would have left that pole 10 seconds slower than if I flame strike.
No, I would have AoE'd more.
You're pissing me off.
The team would have AoE'd more.
This series was
How do you
a
get
little bit of
one
a bumpy
interrupt
part of the road.
on a moon
So, what were your takeaways from our final map
Solar
of the
beam.
series, Zyro?
I mean,
But
this
that
is
just means you only
definitely
ever used it, or are you only
more
ever
how
using
I
it for the
want to see
silence?
Send
Like,
Spellbook play. There
Yeah,
still are
you
hiccups,
pre-use
right?
it.
Like Tettles was saying.
Well,
that
also, I
death
mean, when do you
on the
even need to use
800
a solar beam in
certainly
Alcazar aside from
wasn't
the one big
ideal,
pull?
probably cost them upwards of a minute. But if they're able to clean that up,
Yeah,
their
I
runs
guess.
are fast. They can compete with Polish Mountain. They can compete with Mandatory. It's the end of the day for them. They'll have a little bit of time to relax, sleep, think on it, practice a little bit more tomorrow, and get ready for the final push. They're going to have to win 2 more series to have a chance of qualifying for the grand finals, and of course, later on BlizzCon. But I mean, that's not out of the question.
Cryptics are a rat. I see that.
I sure hope they can,
What?
honestly. I think they
Nothing.
always have that
Cryptic is a
potential.
rat,
We've got
just
such
know that.
amazing
Oh, yeah, I
players
said
out there.
that.
I always love seeing Robin play. Shelly as well, that duo is so strong. And I always want to see them bring it home. But makes, with this map, you know, as you were
I feel
watching
like everyone
through,
thinks I'm
what
just
were
a
some of the things
patter
you want
because
to
I
share with
used
the
to
viewers?
pat a lot back in the day.
I have
Because
a
like
lot of
viewers
stuff
only
about
cared about
here
damage,
for
and like
you
if you
guys.
just
So let's
patted, you
start
got
off
more
with
viewers,
this
and that's what I did
little
all the time.
min-maxing that you're
But like
seeing from
I don't do
Sense
it anymore, but
here.
people
So the
still think
lashes
I'm a
are
pad
dragged
guy.
towards that launch pad. And then we're even utilizing
Look,
that
man,
rescue to save down
once a patter,
our
always a
block
patter.
time as
Yeah.
much as we can, because we all know we're in fight after those lashes. Just takes
To be
a
fair, you
couple
have a
of
pretty
seconds to get
negative
there, and the
reputation
fact
across
that
the
you cannot
board.
mount
You're like
a
also known as a cheater.
to be
You're
fair,
a
it's not
problem
just
stirrer.
it's not just patting. People hate
You're just
it.
a horrible guy too. Like
Well, I'm not saying you're over. I'm just saying you have a bad reputation.
No
Like
lust,
some people have bad
Really?
reputations, but
problem
might not
for
necessarily be
Sense
terrible people.
as
You know.
they annihilate
do I have a
Pratt
bad
in
reputation?
Absolute record time
feel like
lost spell.
Rorky's
getting
negging
banned.
you right now.
Here, super,
No, I'm getting
quick.
rage baited.
Then it all went a little bit awry for a second.
Are you getting
so
mad?
first, you do this
Is it
big
working?
pull
Is it
up
working?
There's a
to
smile
the
on my
Maximus
face.
area, and then they're going
You're not
to
just a
grab
patter.
some
You're just
more
also
of
like a
this
horrible
trash
person.
pull into the actual Maximus fight. And something a little bit unfortunate happened. So Royben dies at the same time as Looney dies. We
Dude, your
use
chat is mean
rest
as
to get
hell,
one
and
of
he's
those
ugly and gets no
immediately
bitches.
on our
Come
healer,
on.
because that's our healer. And so Looney
Stop.
has to release.
Ban
He
that
spawns
guy.
So
at
fact
Cross.
that's not my
He
chatter,
needs to
okay?
take the long
guy is
way
just a
home
chatter.
to get back into this Maximus area. And it's a whole ordeal. It cost them so much time, like you guys were calling out. Really
Yeah.
Oh, it was a joke.
unfortunate
Oh, okay.
situation.
Oh, I was
Just
kidding.
long, and then he had to go all the way back there. I like that he chose the yak as his mount of choice for the long journey, but yeah, it's just not ideal. I do like their route. I think without those two oopsies, they are really, really strong in this Algathar Academy. There's one more tiny thing that I wanted to showcase here, and that is how they skipped.
Would you ever
this
leave
part
Pat alive
here.
for the
So
Mistweaver to spin
I
on?
think we've seen this in like
Of course.
the
Dude,
old
that shit is so valuable.
MDIs as well. This little
I
skip
actually had to yell
around
at
the
old
stone.
teammates for
Very,
patting.
very cool tech to see once again here from Sense Spellbook to
Who?
try and avoid
Yeah, I
the
mean,
pack.
when you
No,
recognize
not
a
names,
patter,
but-
you know the bastard.
Some
I love it. It's
MDI
always
team
so great
that's
when the map is happening. I
Eh,
think so
well,
many
just
of us
some
were in the
MDI team I
moment,
was on.
and then getting that moment
Some
afterwards
guys
to
would pad
actually
when
go,
I'm trying to
"Oh,
funnel
yeah,
them
look at all
boss.
the stuff that
I had to
happened."
yell at
It
him.
always feels really good.
Or
So
her.
Thank you, Makes. And of course, a lot has brought us to this moment in the competition. We are only one series away.
I said,
from the
stop
end of
AoEing, this
day
is my
2.
funnel.
But let's look at our bracket here as we near the end of the day. Now, Makes, I know you just gave us an excellent replay, but can you also give us an
I feel like my
instant
MDI team is always
breakdown
pretty good
of the
about
bracket as it stands?
Oh, absolutely.
target
'cause
selection.
We have one more game. for
That was
y'all
my bad,
tonight,
true.
which is
My
I
overall
Jordan
was
versus
higher because
Almost
I got the
Fine.
funnel on
That
him.
is going to be coming
I
up
think it's
in
hard
just a moment, but
to
we have
like
plenty
when you're in
more
an
action
MDI
tomorrow,
setting.
so
I
mark
think
your
it's kind of
calendars
hard to
already, because we're going to be seeing Mandatory go up against Polish Mountain. Those are
be a
two
patter.
power horse, our house
At least I would
teams.
think.
And then
'cause,
we
you know,
have
Well, like,
I think
it's
most
still
people try
there
to-
Whoever
sometimes,
wins
but, like, yeah,
tonight,
generally
so that
people
is going to be super
just try to go as
exciting.
quick as possible. Like they
Honestly, I'd
understand.
like to petition for Power Horse to become a new
Whereas with like
phrase.
live
I feel
feeds,
like that's
you're
legit.
more
I'm
likely
like,
to
yeah,
see
I
people
totally
trying to go for
understand
pad
exactly
because
what you're trying to say with
they
that.
play
the same
to do big
Pretty
damage.
much,
They
I
don't
love
really
it.
necessarily
But really,
play for
truly, fam, we
winning.
Yeah,
have
you
an
don't play for
amazing rest of the day ahead
efficient.
of us. And
Well, the other thing is
tomorrow
that, like,
proving to be our Group A finals
on live
with some
keys, a lot of
teams that are
times,
going to just keep you on the edge of your seat
It's like
all day
it's
long.
like in
But
pro sports.
before we get
If
there,
you're in
we
like a
have one
contract
last
year.
series. This is going to be I
But
do it versus
in live
Almost
keys, it's
Fine.
like every
You
key
don't
is a
wanna miss
contract
the end
year,
of the day and our
where
final elimination
you're in
of
some ways
day 2.
auditioning
So
for
sit
the
tight
next
or go
key.
grab a little
No,
drink,
yeah.
but be
And
back here in a few
so if
minutes
you're
when we see it all go down.
like, you may know like, okay, this is padding. I recognize this padding. Anybody watching me is going to recognize this padding. But if I end up at the top of the meter at the end of the run, that's what people are going to remember.
Yeah, like
is that I
it's
ended
all
up on
of
the
you
top of the
watching.
meter.
Everyone watching that right now, you dumbasses, like, if I do 210k damage overall, just for example, at the end of a key, and then someone else does 230k, like, I could play that key better, but the other person just padded and the key was slower because of him. But all you dumbasses will think that guy played better.
All you dumbasses.
Everyone
Holy.
watching, I'm calling out every single viewer and chatter right now, because every single one of you guys. Higher damage, better player. I hate all of you.
I mean, that's true. You know what they say about bigger number? Better person.
Unsubbing dorky.
I see why he's got a bad reputation.
No, I've been working on being more mean, and I think it's working.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
People said I'm too much of a nice guy, so I got to start being mean.
I don't know who's saying that. There's some serious paid chatters. Fake lasers.
While you're usually at the top? Yes, because you guys only care about the number.
Well, weren't you a pad healer too? Those are the worst kind of padders, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%, because I was still trying to climb guilds, and that's what people cared about. Like, I would stand in piss just to heal myself. I was using the Dryny special.
Jeez.
I'd, like, beacon myself, Ashen, and then just stand in something. It was great.
I mean, to be fair, if you were in Ashen, there's no way you were gonna die, so...
Yep.
That's the first thing I do if I'm trying to find somebody's, like, timers to copy, is I'll go look at their healing done, and then subtract whatever self-healing they did from...
Bleeding?
From their log, and then determine if those are timers worth copying or not. Any healing you do to yourself and or the tanks is fake. Dude, the other thing that pisses me off in raiding when it comes to... It's sort of like padding for healers in a different way, is on a fight with dispels. If one of the healers is, or several of the healers are just like not dispelling, and
so the pad healing?
and then they end up at like the top of the meter at the end of it, and it's like, you motherfucker.
Use those globals on heals instead of dispelling. I know all about it.
Bed. Yep.
I can't do damage. I gotta snipe this 1k healing this guy needs.
And that's the, like, it's not even just that they do it. It's that I know in their head they think that
it's the right thing.
Yeah, that they're like, my healing is the most important healing. Somebody that's not doing important healing should get the dispel.
Yep, it's just 90% of the game just want numbers.
You're being looked down upon.
So yeah, it's like one of those things where that's another thing that I'll look. If I was like recruiting a healer to a guild, the very first thing I'm going to do is open up like a paladin's log and just look at dispels.
And then you have to look at, like, sometimes you get corrupt healing officers who give you the worst possible healing cooldowns and just sabotage you completely.
Yeah, that's another thing is like,
like, fucking healing officers.
On prog, you know, you give me timers, like, I'll follow the timer. I might move it around a little bit, like if as long as it's in spirit, the same thing. Like maybe I pop the CD like a second or two faster, or whatever. As soon as we hit farm, I'm moving my cooldowns to wherever the fuck I want.
In Sanctum of Domination, we had 2 Holy Paladins and a Prot Pally, and guess which Holy Paladin had to use Ashen at the same time the Prot Paladin did, and which one was the healing officer? That's all I'm gonna say.
Our mid to lower seeded teams are playing at a really high
I had was the
skill
Cuck
level this
Ashen.
season. And Dratnos, while we haven't seen I do it in
His name was Flailing Fish. Love him though.
Other players shouldn't be able to see your actions.
So I was curious if you have any expectations of how the teams are going to handle the dungeons this
They need to fucking do something about
this
logs.
is a vital series. This is
like they shouldn't be able to know if you dispelled or not.
3 teams that we thought would make it to
or
Sunday, right?
if you like, you know, if you press 2 cooldowns here or there,
and this match is going
like, they should have no control over your cooldowns. It's your cooldowns.
I Do It are coming in with a bit of an advantage.
But you think there should be
in
no
the
accountability
time
for
trials
that?
performance that they put up relative to
Hell
Almost
no,
Fine.
man.
Hell no.
Hell no.
Across the series that
If I
we've
want to
seen
use my CDs
so
here,
far.
this
So
is where my
gonna be
CDs
Oh, the
a
drawing of the
A
frog.
very close series, especially given the fact that both teams have already.
That's a nice
they've
drawing.
already been in the lower bracket.
Oh
They've
my god,
already
he got a
had the game.
6-pack?
They have. I mean,
Listen,
honestly.
Look at this. It is
I know.
so cute. I
You
love
frogs
this
have
team logo. I just
6
have to
packs?
talk about it. I love the
Yeah.
artist that's doing all of our team
They're
logos, and
ripped.
this frog
Yeah.
is probably one of
Every
their
one of 'em.
best work yet. It's so good.
I hear this in my head and see this little frog. Like when I have to do something, I'm like, I do it. And I just imagine the little frowny frog. But, you know, Zyro, both of these teams, I Do It and Almost Fine, I think they have really proven that they have some great plays and some great players as well. So, rapid fire. If you had to convince
I probably
chat
don't have a
of why
6-pack.
they should cheer for both of them, tell us why they should. Start with I Do It.
Well, if you're an NA fan, I do it. Bang. America. Eagles. Cheer for them.
America.
Yo, what American teams are playing?
Almost Fine has played well.
None.
Played well too. I think something that's important to look at for this series.
Technically, this
When are we
team.
getting an
has
American
had
team
both kind of a blessing
in the
and a
MDI?
curse.
I mean, Old
They were on
Mandatory was
first,
technically
and now they're
American.
on last. That's a lot of
Old
time to be
Mandatory
sitting
was
there
technically
thinking,
American.
I was enough to
Now,
make
if you
that
can
team
use that time
American.
well, if you're practicing all day. You can be in a position where
I
you're
had
pretty
so much
prepared for
American
the
pride
series,
in me
but
that I corrupted the 4 other
it's been
members. Sky was Australian. He's
5
technically
hours
American.
since
He's
they
American
played.
adjacent.
That's a long time to be sitting there.
I mean, he
practicing this
lives in
kind of
America,
match,
doesn't he?
so
He's been in America for a
No,
while.
No, he lives in.
Fatigued by
Oh,
that
yeah,
too.
well, yeah, he lives in
I'm
California.
interested to see how they play this series because I feel like you should be in a good spot due to that.
I mean, that was
Almost
technically an
Fine,
American
they just
team.
got off a match an hour ago, less than an hour.
No,
ago,
Mace team was
right?
so French.
So
It
I
probably
haven't had
canceled
time
it
to prep
out.
for this series as much as I do it. So
Yeah,
I think
he
I do
is
it
French
because
as
No,
hell.
he is hella French.
You know, I feel like it always kind of depends on the players. If they find it to be like more relaxing to have that time and to prep, or if they just want to like get locked in and stay locked in. But we'll definitely have to keep an eye on how they perform in their first dungeon. We're going to do a rapid fire round of predictions here on the desk on what we think is going to pan out between these two. I'll kick it off. I'm going to say Almost Fine. They honestly, they surprised me earlier, so I think I'm going to go for Almost Fine 2-1. How about you, Makes?
I'm gonna say I Do It 2-0. Zyro convinced me with his
Sure, back to
freedom
Australia? I have no
talk.
clue.
I'm just all
I haven't
for
talked
it,
to
you
Sky
know?
in a bit.
That's all it took this
Yeah,
season.
reach
That's
out. He's a
okay.
great guy.
All right. Welcome
Maybe
to
also
America,
the team
Makes.
logo. What can I say?
I like playing with him
That's
a
true.
lot.
How about you, Zyro?
I actually think this is really close because Almost Fine played really well earlier. I Do It
See? That's what I'm saying.
has had time to practice.
Sorry, that's
I think
still
I'm
here.
gonna go. I think I predicted 2-0 every single match so far. I'm gonna break off and go 2-1 for I Do It.
Okay.
Frostmourne
all
Guild?
right,
Oh, maybe
Andreas?
he did.
Yeah, I think 2-1 is pretty likely here. These teams have looked pretty evenly matched, but, you know, sometimes that still turns into a 2-0 that's closer than it looks. I'm still going to go 2-1. I'm going to go 2-1. in
You know what the
favor of I Do
MDI
It
needs
as well.
back? They need
Rivalry.
back.
Okay, sounds good.
Regional
sounds good. And Chat, it
qualifiers.
looks like you are
Ugh.
leaning that way as well. We see I Do It with 83% leaning in their favor.
Really?
You know, Almost
Yeah.
Fine. I think earlier today,
You get a
when
lot
it
more
started
NA
today, I
participation
would have been
if
right on
getting
board
to
with all of
globals
them.
meant
But
you only
after
had to
seeing
beat
Almost Fine
other
play
NA
earlier,
teams.
I think they did
True.
amazing. I want them to keep going, and I want them to like rebrand for next season and just be like perfection or something. Like surpass
No one in NA plays
expectations
keys if you look
or
at the ladder. It's
whatever will fit within
crazy.
the character limit, but we'll definitely see how they measure up. Zyro,
Dorky,
how
we
you
gotta
feel
play
about
more,
them?
man. We gotta
Listen,
rank one
I
IO.
still think I Do It's gonna win, but 4-1 odds for Almost Fine on the channel points. That's a little too nice to pass up. I might throw some of the points onto Almost Fine. I'm gonna hedge my bet.
Conveniently AFK.
Haven't
No,
you
that's
learned
crazy.
your lesson?
I hate
How
this
much
guy.
did you lose on this
No,
last
he has
one?
not.
I won
This man
points.
loves
I was
gambling.
correct.
You won?
Yeah.
Okay, well, no wonder it's encouraging you. All right. Well, I hope you win again.
You know what, NA has
but
time to 22
everybody,
for a
we're gonna
week?
see who
No
is actually
way.
able to take it and move
So as I
on
said,
to
no one
the
in
last
NA has
series
time to
of the day.
22 in a
I
week.
Do It versus This Is Almost Fine.
There's
They're gonna
no
be in the pit
way.
restaurant to start, and
Well, like,
reminder, the
we would have
elimination
timed to 22
is
this week,
hanging over
but
their head.
as soon as
If
the
they
week
wanna
started,
make it to
Yoda
BlizzCon,
went to
they're
reroll
gonna
Guardian
need to
Druid,
make it
and the
through
team
this
just,
last
like, stopped
bracket
playing.
into our group finals tomorrow. Will
This
I Do
Yoda
It
guy.
do it, or will This Is Almost Fine
Regis
be
is in
able to
multiple
land it and
Australia
go, you know what, that
Dude.
was fine, we nailed it. We'll find out. Let's go into it right now, Makes.
Why does no one in NA play
Yes,
keys? But like
let's
everyone in
do
EU
it. I
plays
was
keys.
looking at our teams in
I mean, I think
this
part of it
dungeon before,
is-
and we've only seen almost
I don't
Fine
know,
in
like,
here.
it's like a
I've
chicken
been
or the egg
comparing
thing
their
with
prop,
tanks.
it was exactly
I don't know
what
if
we
there's
saw.
something
So we know
about-
their
Is it
timer
just
with
no
one
tanks?
death
Well, yeah, but I don't know if there's something specifically about North America that makes people not want to play tank, or if it's just that we have no tanks and therefore. But like, it seems like we have very few people that consistently want to like push keys all the time as tanks.
Yeah, actually, I can only think of like two.
So I'm curious on how their game plan in the Pit of Sauron is going.
Because I mean, at the end of the day, that's like
you
have no group until you have a tank.
Yeah,
like we've seen from all.
It might just be a tanking issue.
Doing pretty well.
And part of it is
this pull can go awry quite quickly.
Yeah, lots of things that you have to look out for here.
Like you even like look at like
the Arcanists.
top guilds
really
on
have to be
NA.
careful of
And
big AoE
tank players are DPS players.
Yeah, they just don't. There's no tank
also really catch
guys.
you off guard if you don't have a good plan for it.
No one
or
wants the
somebody gets
tank,
targeted
yeah.
when they're unsuspecting and far away from the pole. Looks like I do it. Maybe pulled a little bit more trash here than Almost Fine.
That
but
LOL
it is
Hitler.
taking them a little bit
You
longer
know
to
my
clear
blood
it as
DK
well,
that
as
one
Almost
season
Fine
was great.
Already done and moving forward. And in fact, it's only very slightly more count for I Do It. So I think Almost Fine got a better start of the dungeon.
Because like on EU, most of the now they're not always in top guilds. Like they'll bounce around sometimes, take seasons off, whatever. But you look at the guys over on EU that do a lot of the top keys, and I mean, it's got you got now Andy.
One cadaver is inside the pool.
Like Teef's doing the MDI this season.
Meanwhile, Almost Fine gathering a pretty similar pool.
You've got like Kiro was in. I don't know if he still is, but he was in Project for a while.
Forward into the dungeon.
I mean, you also just have a bunch of like also higher tier tanks that aren't too known, but like they still do high keys. Like I'm looking at this leaderboard. I don't know any of these tanks, but they're timing 22s. Like I don't know who Rado XD is, or Gnome Render, or Combat. Regards, Monksy. These guys are all timing 22s.
You don't know who Monksy is?
No.
I do it. We're looking to see.
Now let's go to NA.
Right-hand side by Almost.
Bro, there's no way you hooed Monksy.
Who's Monksy?
Flippy? You don't know Flippy either?
Oh,
How do you
wait,
not know
this
these
is
people?
Australian. Flippy is Australian, right?
Teams a little bit.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is Zorthus.
Flippy is
Okay.
yeah, Zorthus is
They need the
Billy.
United States and Oceania are mixed. Like, if there's no Oceania teams, there's Squish, Equinox,
Okay.
After this pack,
Yeah, you know these guys, right?
Almost Fine is going to be left.
Yoda.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting
Yeah, you
dungeon
know 'em, right?
because we have to see how these two compositions handle things differently.
And that's it.
On
And
the
then
face of it,
there's
I think the
Australian
Bear
teams.
should be
There's
doing
no
more
time
AoE
22.
damage, especially
There's
in
20
those
time
incarnation
22s in
polls.
NA and Oceania.
But
The other
the
thing is,
Warlock
I
should be
think
nice for the single target. On the mean, from the
in
other
addition
hand,
to
I
having less
I don't know, I
tanks
feel like that should be a
from like
good
top
comp
guilds
to
in
sort of
NA,
for consistent
I think we
damage
just have
throughout
less
the entire
There's
dungeon.
no
DPS
top
players.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no top
Augmentation of
DPS
Ochre,
players,
which
or
Like
there's no
E-
top healer players either.
which we actually haven't
Well,
seen
I
There's
mean,
just
I
nobody.
all of the teams in our
the
tournament
healer thing.
views,
Well,
but
because where I was going with
most of
that is,
them
I
have
think
opted
EU
to
just
use
tends
that
to carry
in
at this point in the
some way or
season
another,
an eye level
particularly at the very end of
advantage
the dungeon.
every week.
You can
Like
use it
it's
to,
not a
like,
huge one
jump
necessarily,
off
but
the
I think they
last
consistently
platform.
because
Hi,
they have a lot
Brian.
of
Big
players
thing
in
is
higher
they're-
guilds.
Yeah, their big raiders are playing M+. There are no big raiders that do M+ on
An
NA.
interesting thing about the
So
Star
like you
Rival
look at these
is
keys and it's
even
like
though we have
these
teams that
EU
all
teams will
run the
be,
same dungeons,
you know, you
they
go look
don't
at like the
always run the same
22s and these
comp
guys
each
are in
dungeon
like
each time they do it
285,
because,
286 gear, and
sometimes
it's
they're
like
just in
shit,
different
man. We're in
places
like
around that
283 gear
variety
this week.
pool. Those tanks in particular, tanks and healers, we see teams are pretty
Dude,
willing to swap between.
In America and
Brewmaster
Oceania, there's
Bear,
20 time
the
22
Mistweaver and the
keys.
Resto Druid,
Like
and
all of
then
them are
some other
Oceania.
comfort picks
In
depending
EU,
on
there's
the team,
88.
and not change their route too much. But if a team has to change their DPS around in dungeons,
Sorry you can't play the MDI because of my computer. It's okay, Sean. I didn't want to play MDI.
And I
either.
also noticed like
So I don't really care.
when I would do
Yeah, absolutely.
sessions
I wasn't
in
going to
EU,
play it
like key
even if I
sessions,
could.
it felt like if
Where
we
are you
did
20 from?
less
You
than
only see
5
10?
hours, it was a short day.
Oh, I'm doing all
And then I feel like if I
timed,
do
think.
keys on NA with a group, if we
It's
start going above like
10.
4 hours, people like get antsy.
Oh my god, that's
Oh,
crazy.
I
I'm
gotta
doing all
go
22s completed.
Mow the lawn or some shit. Like literally
Ten.
anything but do more keys today.
I was doing that for
I'm done.
EU
We
too.
That's
gotta-
so
10
true,
versus
man.
62.
I'm not
These
sure.
NA
Oh my
people
God.
are fucking losers.
No, the problem is they're not losers.
Certainly.
The problem is they're not. They don't want to sit around and do keys all day. They want to
Well,
do keys for
that
like a
makes
little
them
bit.
losers.
Looking good, although both teams are still.
Like
within
imagine not wanting to
1%
play
of
the
each
game
other
and doing
on
some
the enemy forces
dumb
count.
IRL shit.
Or
We
like,
are gonna have to
or
look
like
out
the
for boss
the thing
going down
that
timer. That's gonna
I
be
feel
a
like
really
is
crazy.
a really good
to
tell
compare
for
6
two
Oceania, 4
teams.
NA,
I think I like almost
60
find
Passion.
EU. I mean, well
There
played,
still
I
a lot
guess.
of
is
stuff under
if we're
the
doing
boss for
resilient
That is
keys
crazy.
and we
maybe
wiped in a
they'll be
key
able
2 or
to
3
get
times
ahead
and somebody starts to
on
be
enemy
like,
forces.
"Oh, you
I
want to
feel
go
like
do
both
something
teams are gonna
else?"
be at a pretty similar spot
And I'm
there,
like,
though.
"No,
So I think, yeah,
god
almost
damn
fine.
it." I want to sit
Bro,
here until we do
those
this
are
fucking
so
dungeon
boring.
right.
You don't
It
get it.
doesn't matter. It's about being compelled to get it right. I'm about like
Yeah, but
I want to sit in this dungeon until we do
we're
it
trying
fucking
to
right.
have fun. We're
No, I'm
playing a
not.
video game.
I'm trying to do
fun.
this fucking route correctly.
I mean, you know what? You're kind of right. That's actually true. Who the fuck plays World of Warcraft for fun?
Yeah, and then this dumbass dorky goes, I'm gonna heal an 18 on my Mistweaver. Yay!
But what do you want me to do? I'm not gonna fucking
What?
play my bear for the 10th time in some dog.
Why not? Why not?
What?
The board.
What do you mean the board?
Exactly. See, this is what I'm talking about. You're that NA player.
You're the problem.
It's not like super lethal,
I am not
but
the problem.
it's
All right,
inefficient.
if
They
we
knew
have
what
like
they've had to do here.
big
We lost a
DPS
couple globals
gamers,
getting
big
Okay.
healer gamers as good as
You're
me,
not the
then
problem, but
I
you
would
can be
play.
the
It's
solution.
not the end of the world, but these little damage losses can add up.
I am
So
making the
I
solution.
think that
I'm
was
being the
probably
healer.
something that
No.
they'd rather have
You're
positioned that one
muted.
slightly differently, or maybe the person who was placing that.
I'm gonna start
Serenade
tanking.
Was assuming it would be the one that got blown up.
Yeah, you can
and they'd
tank,
be
I'll heal.
hiding
Stand
behind
behind
the
me.
other one. So we do see the boss
I'll
go
keep you
down here
safe.
for almost fine at 614.
I will heal you.
Now they do only have 61.
I feel like I die every single pull if I tank. I would just try to pull the world.
67.3. So
Yeah, I could pull
a
this
little
extra
bit more count.
pack.
I don't think it's going to be worth the extra time loss here.
Maybe a tanking
but it
arc
depends on
could
what
be
they can do
crazy.
with it. Almost fine though. Our
Dorky,
second
let's do a
dungeon is
subathon.
here. One of the nice
You know how
things about
Tuttles
having
does one?
DK in this dungeon
We do a
is the
duo
grip for
subathon.
these cold
I tank,
breaks,
you
so
heal.
You can gather this pull together a little
I'm
bit
already
more easily.
healing,
Although
though.
you can see,
Oh.
actually, it looks like
Okay.
almost fine. Are just kind of letting
Well,
that cold
are you
break
really?
over on the side there, free cast a little bit, letting Snow get over to kick it so it can get in range of that grip even.
Yeah, would you say it's 67 or 6-7 count that they currently have?
It's 67.34% is the.
Thank you, Drat.
What I would say,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Okay, Dorky, you play
Getting
mage, I
added
play
in our
tank.
production chat. Hello.
We'll swap.
Almost
I would if
Fine
mage was
are
good.
on their next pack pull here already.
Well, then
I
I
actually
want to
thought
be
about
tanking.
playing mage.
Really? Oh, I remember you talked about playing arcane, maybe, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not gonna want to play if it's shit. Like, I would never want to play something.
If it's ever good and you're playing mage, I'm down to help.
Yeah, that'd be
On
fun.
or off stream, I don't care.
Quick check-in on Mickey here. Who
Same
is making
offer I
sure
gave
that
the
they're
girl.
Actually getting all of those
Holy.
workers talked to enable them to move on in the overall dungeon. But we are seeing both teams make sure they have that next
6-7
going and grouping everything up right now.
Yeah, the grips coming together for I Do It. Meanwhile, almost fine, getting into boss combat already, so quite far ahead. You
But
can see at the
Grot
bottom
said
of the
yes, we did
screen,
coaching.
a minute and
That's on
15
YouTube.
seconds was the advantage they generated on the first
I helped them a
boss
lot.
at the cost of 6% enemy forces, which is certainly a good trade. It's in favor of almost fine, but there is still a lot of time left in the dungeon. They are working on that second boss now. And actually, we have a first death of the series.
What the hell? Shindig
coming
got
out.
bolted in the
Shindig
head?
down!
For I Do It.
God
The
damn.
Perez is going to be expended here to try
Poor
and
guy.
cover that. Nearly a death knight.
How do you even
death
get bolted
to follow
death
there.
on a
But a
17?
good
Like, there's
recovery
nothing
is
even
gonna
happening
prevent
here.
this from
Okay, just
spiraling
flame the
out of
guy.
control for I Do It.
Not
Number
him,
one,
Comment
but
on his
like,
blur
extra
stacks
seconds
being up.
plus some Devourer Demon
but them
Hunter
as a
damage.
as a
Now, when we
whole.
talk about
Like
Devourer
another
Demon
bolt's going
Hunters,
off,
They are flexible in terms of when they can press their cooldown.
and another one just went off.
But whenever they die, it's bad. It's,
Like, how
it's
hard is it to
always-
get
it's not
one
of those
kick?
Cases where if you die
I guess
outside
pretty
your
hard.
cooldowns, it's okay.
Man, another
If you
one just
lose
went off.
All those souls, it's gonna really
And another
decelerate.
Maybe
you as you're
maybe they
progressing
just
through
realized that
this
it so rarely kills you that they don't
interesting,
care.
Unique cooldown builder spender playstyle.
That's
MDI is a
right. In
format
the
where, like,
meantime, almost
the most
fine has
absurd
arrived
thing can happen
at
where you
Incorrect
die. Like, it's
already.
never
We
happened
are
in like
into
100
that
hours of
kick safe
practice.
phase as well. Lumbering
I'm not saying
fixation
the kick
going
is one of
out
them, but
on
like,
Ig. We have dealt with the first shades.
just
And
the most
I'm
absurd
curious on
thing
how
would
they're gonna
happen.
be handling that next set of additional shades that is going to be spawning, because out of all of our teams, only one of them was brave enough to tunnel Ig and Crick and leave the shades off. I'm not sure any of the other teams will be following to do just that, but it is a possibility that we'll need to keep in mind. For now, Almost Fine will be doing one more set for sure. That's the one you're seeing on right now. The one after that is one where we could see a little bit of variance. Make sure that Death Bolt and the back there is interrupted towards the end of the cast, buying you as
JB, what are
much
you even
time
doing for
as
this season?
possible. In the meantime, those shades
no
have
idea.
died off. We are moving back into
Okay.
that
feel
fixation
that.
phase.
I
The
see the
left-hand
NA
side,
issue now.
I Do It has arrived as
No,
well.
well, we had a team,
and we are
like, we had a
back
team
on
that was playing
equalizing
together.
trash percentages,
So
that
I've been playing with
6%
like
that
the
we
same
were
kind of
talking
group of
about
guys, right,
earlier
for like a year
certainly
now.
doesn't seem to have
There's
helped
like
them on the
Frosty
overall
Chain,
dungeon
Yeah, that
Jason,
decision to commit
and
to boss
then
damage
played
and
with Beach
try
one
and beat
season
is actually this
and
cast
Goat
right
another.
now of Get Him Ick.
And
then when this would finish for almost
Jason's just been like MIA this whole
about
season. I
5
don't know what
seconds
the
from
fuck
now,
he's
it
doing.
would wipe you if there were still shades of Crick out.
Frosty
So you
did
can
keys
see
for like
they're actually really close
a
to that
week.
DPS check, having
And they
been
said he was
lost,
burned out
especially
from
if they
Race to the World
committed, if they
first
hadn't wasted any damage on
because
those
he was an
shades.
analyst for
They might
Method.
have
So he's like
just
burned
had
out
enough
from
to do
that
it.
and also
Only
just like hated
Mandatory have been
Brewmaster.
brave enough to commit to that because you basically have to make that
So
decision.
that's what you
when
meant
the
by
boss is still
anything
at,
hated
50%
Brewmaster.
HP. You're
Well,
deciding, okay, we
he
need to
wasn't
give
the
it, let's
only
do
one, I
this.
don't think,
And if you're
but
wrong,
I just
it's
don't
very
like.
costly or
I just don't get the
impossible
sense
to
that
adjust
North
course,
Americans are
you know,
excited about
10%
playing
HP,
Brewmaster.
try and nuke down those shades. It's not happening. So no other
I don't
team,
see
including
guy
Polish
like.
Mountain,
I feel like
have
EU's
decided to
got
go
a
for that
few
full
dudes
commit.
that
Let's see
I
it for I do it.
know
I do it
enjoy
also
playing
gonna be taking the
Brewmaster.
boss
Like
around
they'll
and
do it
killing
even when
the second
Brewmaster's
spawn
bad.
I mean,
of
this
shades.
is
But-
for NA.
So only
But I don't know very
Mandatory
many NA
are gonna
guys
be
that
the
play
team that
Brewmaster
decide
when
they
it's
can make
not
that commitment.
Equinox,
The good news for
oh,
these teams
yeah,
is you don't have
Equinox
to beat Mandatory to make
and
it out of this
Trell,
group.
I guess.
But you do have
And
to
Polo,
beat
too.
everybody else. So adopting those strategies, finding those time saves.
I feel like I just don't
can
see a
be
lot
way
of
to do
like
that. It's
dudes
just
that
very high
play
risk for
Brewmaster
very low
for
reward.
love of the sport.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think that's
so
tank
almost
players in
fine. We're
general.
working on
Maybe.
Because it's
gear
never been a
skip,
meta
something
tank.
we've seen from a lot of teams already.
But,
utilizing Mickey's Shadow
So
Meld
anyway,
actually to try
the
and
group
get
at
around
that for the
That
last
way,
like couple weeks has
Norris
basically
was
been
able
like
to run
Chain,
up and start that pull
who
already, letting
was
them have
inviting
a
people
little
to the
bit of a
group.
core
Troll, yeah.
setup
and we kind of got
in
like a
this
little rhythm
hallway
going there
of
for a couple weeks.
ice,
Of
this
But now that
gauntlet
you're
of
arrested,
ice
dude, he
that
doesn't
we're
want to play
seeing
with you
on the right
anymore.
no,
side.
he's
Almost
like, I'm gonna
fine.
be
Do
going
it
on
will
vacation
be
at the end of this
falling
month, and then
swiftly
I got a
now,
new
also
thing at work
pushing out.
starting,
True,
and
could
I'm
be
just
fixed
basically
now,
not gonna be able
Vera's
to play
better.
anymore.
It is a gargoyle
Oh,
that
fuck.
they also still
So,
need
and
to
so
deal
technically
with.
the group is still like
Yeah,
there,
still a little bit of work
but
for them to
Chain
take
was the one that
care
would
of
always
here.
like
This is
message
gonna be a little
people
bit awkward
like,
'cause
yo,
that gargoyle has
2 o'clock
quite a
tomorrow,
help.
blah blah blah, and
I think they
without
do
that,
count,
like your
but
group
they're
just
not really doing anything useful while
whatever.
they're killing
So,
this. It doesn't move.
I
That's
have
a
no
pretty
idea.
big NA
fast.
problem too, where people
Yeah,
work
this is,
jobs.
it's a little
Yeah.
unfortunate. They are going to death grip to take it.
Why is
forward
that such a
little
big
bit.
thing in
They
NA?
have now taken care of it, and we're going to see them executing.
I don't know,
their
you know,
version
like
of this skip.
fucking
They have 4 night elves on their team.
price of
so they're
gas,
gonna
I
be
guess.
Doing the mandatory version
Yeah,
of this
probably.
skip, where 4 players are going to hit that shadow meld.
I don't have a
one player,
license,
the
no clue what
Evoker,
you're
is gonna
talking
activate
about.
the Wordstone instead to rejoin the group. Although, yeah, it looks like those melds are coming out. We can see at the top of the screen there, a curse is on the tank,
Quasi.
and the shadow
What the fuck is happening to I Do It?
out as well. And it looks like our healer is also not able to leave combat, nor is our
Is he sitting in
DK,
meld? Oh.
nor is our DH. And for the full team of I Do It, it's only the Evoker who's
You tried to
looking
play
at that
NA for the
person
last
and
2
goes, "You know what?
seasons? There's no
I'm
one,
great at
right?
activating this. I'll hang out down here.
There's a lot more
You guys
fun than
just
I
let me know
expected.
when
Yeah,
you're
it's
ready."
crazy. You need a team
Yeah,
to
it's
play in
like,
NA, or you're just
aw.
never doing keys.
But now nobody has
I'm
night
pretty
elf on
glad
TV,
that I'm
so-
not currently up there. Yeah, it's now it's ruined, right? We do have Quasi who still has it, I think.
So-
maybe they identified that something was going wrong and he didn't use it, but he is back in fight and once again dying.
Yeah,
There
you
go.
get invited to
They're gonna
meme
res up
keys where
past
people are like,
here.
oh, let's
Okay, 'cause
just
they
do
got the
19s,
res off
20s
up
just for
here.
fun.
So the combination
Like
of
for
res and
content. You're never
Wordstone
actually
will get them
pushing.
all past
Like the
this.
only team I've been a part of is the
good
Alice
news
Mirror
is
JPC
this
Yoda.
doesn't affect
you
whether
will
they were
stay.
You know,
gonna win this
actually the
map.
guy
The
that I
bad
wish
news is
did
because they were already gonna
more
lose this
shit
map.
Yeah, real connection.
So,
That
with
is.
tanking
good news,
That's
bad
fair.
news, if
was
you're an optimist,
Scott,
You know, you can look at this in a
because
way that
I've never
keeps the
seen
morale
him
high for the
M+
rest of the series
ever.
because
yeah,
it's
no,
just
he,
never
we
enjoyable.
did a
Just
season
yet.
of
But
MDI with him.
almost fine.
Yeah, I know.
Such a
There's
great
that
job.
one
And-
single.
Map, zero
Yeah, but like
damage,
outside of him.
zero
First off,
messages,
he's like
you know,
he's like a
skips,
fun guy to play with.
anything like that. They're already
Like he's just
on
funny.
this Army of the
And
Dead
then that
phase,
season
which
we
is
actually did
really the only
like
dangerous part
we
of this
underperformed at
boss fight.
globals.
It
Like I think we
looks
took
they've
like
got it
5th,
pretty quickly under
but
control. All
I remember
of the
Yeah,
coming
we
out
owned
of
you guys.
we
That
yeah
player
that was
being
that season.
interrupted and being killed before it
And
causes
coming
too
out
many
of time
problems for them,
trials, I
looking
think we had
absolutely
like
fantastic
Hey,
on the right-hand
the
side of the screen here.
third
Even though they
fastest
had a little
times
bit less
behind I think it
time
was like
in the
Perplexed
day
and
to,
Echo,
to
and we
prep
were
for this
like
series,
I don't know
it looks
12 12
like
seconds
they are
off of
really firing on all
leapfrogging them.
cylinders here.
Like
Yeah,
it was
I
like
think
we were like
he's,
right
like,
there in
it's
terms of
just
time.
crazy.
And to me, I've always felt like time trials are the best
I do
indicator
it, are
of
struggling forward. They are making
team
their
skill.
way to that boss
Like,
fight, but I don't think
I know you have the tournaments and what the fuck is going on with all these like fireworks on the.
They're hitting into the shield or
Chat, I'm
something.
gonna
I have no
level with
clue.
you. You
It's some
don't
graphic
do the
setting.
skip that I do is just
That was
it.
crazy.
That's not something you wanna take note of.
Anyway,
That's
so
not something you wanna memorize.
I've always felt
You're
like
not
time
gonna be
trials
learning
are
on this skip,
the best
okay?
indicator
I'm seeing
of
some
a
people say,
team's like
"Wait,
quote
no,
unquote
no,
true
we're not gonna be doing that."
skill level, because that's where you get the most data from a team. It's where teams have sat there spamming a dungeon for days on end.
I mean, it's their highest potential.
Right. Yeah. Like what a team's like ceiling is.
But consistency matters.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. I mean, there's a reason that there's like time trials and then the games themselves, and like there's no one measure of that.
And also
But for
time
me-
trials sometimes are memes. Like I know this time.
Sometimes.
Yeah, also
Liquid
there's a lot
couldn't
of
play
cheating
every
going
single
on.
day. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of cheating.
There are
yeah.
times where that's true. However, that season, I knew that Echo and Perplex were sitting in the dungeons all day practicing the same we were. Like, we were on even footing there. There was no gimmicky shit. And it was just coming up with the best routes and performing them well. So, in my mind, it was like, all right, we're capable of going as fast as these other teams are. And then the end of the season didn't
2-0
turn out as well as some of the other seasons we had done. But
what are your thoughts on
I had a lot of fun that season just
Yeah,
because Scott's a fun guy to play with,
almost
and I
fine.
wish he did
I do it a little
more
bit
shit.
of small problems and then one messed up skip and nothing.
Just 'cause that was an
huge, right?
enjoyable
The size of these
version of
fights,
the team.
Placement throughout the
A
dungeon.
lot of those people just don't
Almost Fine did a
enjoy.
really good job of getting a bigger
And
second
plus.
pull put together. I think their composition maybe facilitated that being possible
Which
in
is
a way
fair.
that it wasn't.
Yeah,
for
and Lip
IGL.
was the same way. Like,
Definitely not
Lip's
looking
a fun guy to play with,
by-
but you just
by
say
any stretch. So,
those guys just don't give a
hopefully
shit
they'll be in
outside
for a
of.
Lip's been
really
pugging
exciting
keys
season.
this season.
Oh
I
my
know.
god,
Brazil
too much
20.
bash.
Two teams
Oh, is he?
are very
Yeah,
well
he's only been
matched in a lot
pugging.
of regards, and it makes me excited to see who's
Pugging's
going to break
pretty fun,
through
too.
or who's just going to be able to have the cleaner runs. Now, Zyro, you were watching.
So the
map
problem
one, and
I
what
have
were
with
your
seasons is I enjoy
observations of it?
pugging, but you'll eventually end up on a team where you get like all of your keys timed at a very high level, and then
You
it
can't
kind of
pug
like
anymore.
ruins pugging on that
Yeah.
character, because you're like, I know I will never pug a key higher or faster than the
Like,
current
look at
key that
here,
I
it's
have.
like
Like, there's just
annoying.
no way that a
So
pug's
bad.
going to improve upon this key. And that just takes all the fun out of pugging for me, because it's like, what, you know, I've achieved this key at this level, and we're not going to do this key faster at the same level. So like, what am I doing on this character? And
Well, doing bigger damage, you know.
And then of course,
I mean, sort of, but like as a
Sometimes
healer,
pugging is about like
I feel
self-improvement more so
the
than
match was already over
score.
at that point.
Well, the
so
problem
it's
is,
not really
like,
something I'm too worried about.
a lot of that
I need
is
to pee.
oftentimes enabled by group play, like doing more damage on a healer if you're not in a coordinated group becomes very difficult, because you have less globals to DPS if the group.
Yeah,
isn't
of course. I mean, it's all about, you know,
Stuff.
maximizing the situation, and that's where I find pugging to be satisfying or like interesting and fun.
It's where I wish there was a solo queue,
Solo queue? Yeah, I agree.
because then that would be a separate ladder where I could feel like there was
They
still
keep doing that. I don't really
like,
see a
room
way
to
for
improve.
Ido to come back into the series.
Yeah.
You know,
But
I'm sure
maximizing your own
Ido is
potential.
trying to
Yeah.
formulate, you know, how do we make sure that we come through this or we come back? How can we
I've always
rally
said that
from
I
this? But, you know,
enjoy
when Almost Fine is just
solo
putting
queue
up such a
aspects of
solid wall
games.
of performance, and today
It's like a
I feel
different
like
type of fun.
has just escalated their play even from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, like for sure having like
It
a
definitely
5-man
makes that
pre-made
feel a little bit less
is nice to see, like,
achievable.
what
Now, of course, we will be
you're
looking
capable
at,
of
a new map for them.
in
We'll also
the
have our
in a
teams
collective
putting
sense. Like,
through
what's the highest
bans
key we could
as well.
possibly do?
So
What's the
when those first
fastest
bans come in, we'll be
highest key
keeping
we
an
could
eye
possibly
out
do?
for them.
But
next
it would
up,
also
we'll
be fun to
heading
just
over
have
Nexus Point Zenus,
the
and
ability to
given
get
what
thrown
we've
into
seen
a
from
bunch
these
of different
teams, not just
situations
in the
and
series, but
have to like
throughout the
adapt to
day,
it.
You know, we were kind of speculating.
Yeah, I have a very different
uh,
mindset when
does the
I'm
break
playing in a
help or
5-man
hurt?
group
You know,
versus
does one team
pugging.
have an advantage? But Drat
When I'm playing in a 5-man group,
what
I'm
do you
just
think
like
it
thinking
looks like
about
coming in? Where do you
how
think
we can
that
succeed, and like, you
these
know,
teams are
I'm like
kind of
worrying about the
standing right
group
now?
a lot
Yeah,
more.
Zenus is a very
I'm not
short
focused as
dungeon
much
in
on my
terms
own
of the total
gameplay.
number of pulls. It
Whereas if I'm
pivots on
pugging, I'm just
this
like
big pull over on the left-hand
focused
side of
entirely
what we can
around
do.
myself and my
The end of the
surroundings.
dungeon, we've seen that be kind of the sketchiest for some of our teams. And the right-hand side in particular, whether you're able to one phase or not, the boss over there, it's something that can save you a lot of time, although if you're molding your entire comp to make that happen, the juice might not be worth the squeeze, especially if you're trying to move the lust to make that happen as well. Can be pretty awkward to figure out where you're going to get the other one. So it's an interesting dungeon for sure. I'm curious to see what composition our teams are going to decide to use here. Both teams opting to keep the Og Evoker as an option. We have Elemental Shaman as an option for both as well. Those are specialists at dealing with that phase, trying to one phase.
I have been noticing more tanks
popping
up
choices they're
ever
gonna have
since Bear has become a thing.
Unholy gone before I do it.
1Z was tanking some
there you
keys.
I don't like that at all.
Oh shit.
It's great in this dungeon.
You had such a look on your face. I was just like, Zyro's thinking about something.
The
with
other
that.
options would be Devourer or Og, right? Both of which are also really, really compelling.
I think the bigger issue is the Guardian Druid being gone for almost fine. I feel like the Guardian Druid enables you to do so much in this dungeon. I'm a little bit hesitant on that, how that is going to work out for almost fine. I love their Warlock ban though. I think that was really smart to play that Warlock and Pit, making sure you can take that one out and just not need to worry about one more ban that's on your side. You can always flex around the healer a little bit. I feel like that Guardian Druid is becoming more and more important to those teams.
It is for sure. This will be our map.
Lock-in game starting.
Versus Almost Fine. How they play around these specs, we will find out, but we have a look at it as they jump into the dungeon now, Dratnos.
All right, so we are going to see that Guardian Druid combined with the Resto Shaman and the
Rat
Rat
Valley.
Paladin.
Almost
for
fine
I
with
Do
the
It. Now,
full
this is a really
meta
nice
comp.
combination.
Holy.
That Rat Paladin
Holy
is very
shit.
sad if they don't have a
It's
Shaman
gonna be a hard
in the
one
group,
for I
so,
Do It.
extremely
mean,
powerful synergy.
I feel like I
Bear
Do
is
It-
so broken.
And the Rat
I
Paladin
feel like I
and
Do It
all
is
attacks work.
like that's
So I
a
like this
version
composition
of
that we're seeing out of
like
I
that's
Do
a
It. On the left-hand
meta-ish
side, not to
lineup.
mention the
You would
It's
see that in
meta-ish, but
ITs.
you know, it ain't quite fair.
And the Rat Pally,
I don't know. I feel like I'll bet if you go look this comp, I'll bet it's timed something on the front page.
Extremely well suited to making this poll
This
go from
comp?
being
No way.
super duper dangerous to only being super dangerous. Meanwhile, on the side
Some
of Almost
variation
Fine,
of
we
this
have
comp,
access
sure.
to basically all of the kind of
Because I
big
think
meta
this is
specs,
what you.
except
I
for
think
that
this is the
Guardian Druid,
DPS
but
comp
that Brewmaster Monk
that you
absolutely
play
counts as one of
with
them as well.
Arsham. Like you get
So
the
we
Ret
did
Paladin in
see
there.
I Do It in
You
this
get
dungeon before, and they were also playing
the
around that Shaman. However, they didn't have
Devourer
that
in there
Rat
for
Pally or that Guardian
buff,
Druid when
and
they were
then
back in here on
like
day
maybe you
one.
play
Their
Unholy
timer
in
was
here
15,
instead of
57
something. I
with
don't know,
2
but
deaths, so certainly something they can innovate on a little bit if they stay
I think this is a
clean
good
here
good
and
damage
get
comp.
a quick run. I'm a little bit upset both of these teams went left. I don't know how you feel about
They are
it,
going
Dratnos,
quicker
but
so
ever
far.
since I've seen a team go right, I just want them all to do it. I
Good look
think
for
it's
them.
so cool to just pull the entire wing of the dungeon, but I also understand why we're going here, just making it a little bit safer and also utilizing that Bloodlust to the max to try and get through the harder trash. I would say the trash that really can kill you. Those Arcanists are no joke.
Yeah, the burst
Once he was my
profile that
GM,
you
was the
need
main tank
to
years
make
ago.
that
Be one of the best
two-phase
tanks if you
work
wanted
on the
to.
right-hand
Really?
side, or the one phase rather,
Might
is
go?
I think it's pretty restrictive, the specs that can do it. I do think if you're not playing the Elemental Shaman, I don't know, I mean, maybe there's some other specs that'll be really good at it, but like the Arcane Mage was another one that I was a pretty big believer in. Even Ret Pally, like you think of Ret Pally as a spec that doesn't have that much burst, but if you do most of your burst within that 10-15 second window, that works out really well against the Light Scar Flare. So that's a pretty nice time, you know, for an execution sentence for a Wings press to do good damage. So I'm curious to see what it'll look like from either team, but my initial guess would be that neither team is able to kill it or get it. Like
Let's
sub
go
5%
Shindig
during that Light Scar Flare. We do have a little bit of time.
They're
before
so
we get
much
there,
quicker.
though. It is I Do It who are in boss
Pulse team
combat
not qualify?
well
I
ahead
am not
of
playing
all
I don't
the
even know
other
how.
nine. So this start of the dungeon at
Bigger
least
pull.
has worked out really nicely for them. It's not like there have been any deaths for Almost Fine either, but this might be some of that.
I mean, they're getting on the
strength of
boss a
Guardian
lot
Druid,
faster, too.
Just being able to get those pulls done a little bit more quickly, gathered, and having a huge set of enemies safely.
Yeah, also,
combat
I
Well, I
can't
mean,
play.
without your
the
tank being in a
I feel
huge
like the
danger
I
of
Do It
dying.
comp has
Yeah, I think
way more
that's
synergy with
precisely
group
it.
buffs
Like I mentioned, that Guardian Druid just
than
being so good for
Almost
those
Fine
big
does.
pulls.
Because you've
Also
got
like
like
what
Almost
you're
Fine has a
seeing
monk buff
here
that's
from
doing
Because
like
the monk,
fucking
sitting
nothing
out
for you.
on that beam
And a
to
DK
try
that
and
brings
get
Well,
nothing
it's
to
just a
comp.
monk.
First, they know they don't need
Yeah, fucking
to kill
DKs
it
are useless.
immediately. Quick communication between healer and DPS saying, "You got me, I got you." Okay,
How
I'll
much
set
magic
my
damage does
cooldowns
Unholy
first,
do?
And then I'm gonna paddle out
A
and
lot.
try to clear those. creeps
I
for
think if
you,
it's like it was in the
making sure
past,
that
I think they're
everything is aligned,
primarily
just min-maxing
physical for
that
single target,
communication. Love to see it, and
but
also
their
love to
AoE's like
see
all magic.
Has Wrath already sub
It's definitely more magic
I do
now
it. You're
than
right.
physical.
are really, really fast here. The boss split we have locked for them is
But yeah.
Army's physical, right?
423, and they look to be
Yeah.
well beneath that.
But Army is
Some
also
nice
used
pace
to
that they are
amplify
on.
your
In the meantime,
abilities
though,
now.
Almost Fine have really accelerated.
And you
on
also have like
boss
all these other
damage here.
summons that do
single
magic
target
damage,
they're able
like
to pump
your
out, is pretty
Maguses.
impressive here, and I do think that is one of the weaknesses
Magi.
of actually the Ret Paladin is your pure single target, especially in situations where you can't pull some trash onto the boss, does hurt a little bit.
Back in my
compared
day,
to some of
when
the
Holy
other
had
specs
Bursting
that
Sword.
the teams are using. That being said, though,
Dude,
Gotta give
Bursting
that the
Sword
Frost
was
Mage.
it, man.
down. Yeah,
Frost Mage has it.
I
You
fucking
wanna
hate
swap?
that. It's no longer a thing.
Okay,
there's
that
I
was
like
a
Bursting
little
Sword.
slow
Does
down
Bursting Sword
there towards
Yeah,
the end.
Shatter's
Yeah.
Wait,
Bursting
how
Sword.
does-
I thought we might be at like 4 or
Since
5,
when?
but it's okay. We
Since
take
the
it
rework in
back
Midnight.
to the middle for
They
the
fully reworked
team
Frost.
differential
kinda cool.
between the two of them.
I wish
Yeah,
it didn't
Shatter
suck.
is
Percent
basically
of
Bursting
boss
Sword. It's like
HP on
you ice lance to
Ret.
burst the Shatter,
Nick
and it like
though,
explodes.
We see a trash differential
But
between
how
the
many
two
can you
teams
shatter
as
at
well,
once?
So almost
6
Fine
and it
having
stacks to 20.
around about 1.8 more
Hmm.
count of trash.
And then there's
so
some things that make you
probably one
like
more
burst
mob that
more,
they
but
tagged
yeah.
in. Hopefully not something
That's
that
like
The
the
craziest part to me
external thing.
is when you
Yeah, I
can
think that it probably
basically
won't change
havoc
too much
your
here.
lances.
One extra mob from
That
one
shit
of
is
the side
wild.
packs or something. A little bit more that you
All
need to do at the very
lances
end, but,
havoc.
a little bit less than a 2% difference probably
If you're
isn't
talented
going
into
to change
splitting
too
ice.
much,
I think splitting ice, that might be
strategically
the
in
Frost
dungeon,
one now, but
unless it is miscount. If it is miscount, then that is
Exactly,
a
yeah.
huge,
but it
huge
doesn't do
right.
damage to the
Hopefully
second one
the team
unless
will
it
know
has
this
Shatter stacked
before
on it
getting
or
to
its
the
Fingers
last
of
boss,
Frost.
rather than after, which is when I typically do.
Ozzy?
The tank in a lot of danger here for
should-
I do.
guys,
That's
I-
going to be sack. That's going
I
to be bubble
know
sack
how
actually
Frost
from the
Mage
Ret Pally to
works. I
try and
know
keep them
Flurry
alive
is
through the
12.
Incarn and the
I'm
Bark
explaining
Spin.
to a
What
guy
are
who was
Jimmy? Whatever happened to
Dropped also on top of
Fired
that.
Up and
So a
Shaq
lot of
wanting the
defenses
key?
overlapped here.
Dude, I
Didn't
don't
they
know.
do
Trying to
keys
keep
that
the
one
tank
season?
alive for I
The
do.
workshop
It's gonna
season.
work.
Well, if you wanted a key
Are they
this
gonna regret
season,
using
Oh,
all of
really?
those resources
Yeah, I
at
don't know.
once there?
Yeah.
Like literally,
Next couple
Shaq,
minutes
he
when they don't
messaged
have
me
the
again
build.
about it like last week, and he's like, "Yo, you ready to start
That
doing
was a
keys?" And I was
lot.
like, "Yeah, bud, anytime." And now he's playing Diablo 4 all day.
But also,
Yeah.
Shaq would just agree and say that we're doing some crazy things that you know is never gonna happen. It could be one of those.
Look, man.
But they asked me.
Sometimes.
Like that's the thing. It wasn't
Oh,
like
really? They
it
were
wasn't like
being
yeah.
serious?
Yeah, I passed
Oh.
like it wasn't like I messaged him. It was like, "Yo, keys." Is like,
DM him right
hit
now.
me
Say
up.
after D4. Let's do some keys.
So far, here it is one more time.
so yeah, I don't know what
They're
they're.
deep in D4.
Everybody is
Yeah.
safe, not lingering in
I'm
the
sure D4
I'm
is gonna die
surprised the
soon.
season's going for this long. Yeah, that's what I was
Now, it
gonna
is a
say,
bargain
too.
They have the
I was
possibility.
Yo,
still going
JB,
to
I'll
see,
reach
like-
out for you
I'll
if you
take
want.
everything else that is
Sure.
here, but given how much we just used for that pack, I'm not sure we're feeling too confident about that. I'm a little bit worried as Quasi is just flooring it, and the answer seems to be yes. Everything into boss room. Make sure you start that RP to spawn Zara in the first place, to spawn the trash that enables her to
Girk,
come
you ever want a
into
Frost
this
Mage
boss
Masterclass,
area.
just say the
They
word.
need to lift this. This is not an easy trash pack.
I'm
Yeah,
sure it's
no
gonna
Dude,
be
you got
good
him hooked.
too.
You got him hooked with the bursting sword.
I know. I really
Right
liked
now.
it.
Bark
I like the
Spin's gonna be up
rework
in
because
5
I like
seconds.
bursting swords.
Incarn not long after.
I wanna
So
play,
hopefully
like,
once those
Dragonfly
buttons get
Fire
pressed,
Mage or
you
some
can see
shit.
Bark Skin comes off
Oh,
CD,
no, it's
and
never
Incarn
going
is
back.
now
So does
able to
everybody.
immediately
So
press.
does
That
everyone.
is a
Literally
huge amount of
everyone.
defensive
I mean, I just
power
want to play
that
something
should
that's
keep
OP as fuck.
I do it alive through the rest of this pull. Very important. You know, this side of the dungeon is a little
Fire
bit
Mage
less
and Dragonflight
lethal
wasn't
for
even
tanks
OP.
than
Shadow
the
Priest
other
was
side
doubling me.
typically, but
That shit was
without those
broken as fuck.
cooldowns,
Remember
this
that
many
one
mob
season
pulls
was
is
all
absolutely
Shadow Priest
considered
Fire
to be
Mage?
quite scary.
The S Priest
That
would
last
literally
target
double the
Bark
Fire
Spin
Mage.
needs to be carefully
And you only
planned
didn't
out
play 3 Shadow
when it's
Priests
gonna
because
get
of
used here as the
comp
next spawn of
limitations,
enemies,
but live
and
people
the
were
ping
so
goes out,
stupid
the
they
skull
just
marker goes
followed
out
what MDI
on
people
this
did.
Duskbright
No,
Herald. So
no.
this is gonna be
Yes,
the mob
triple
that
Shadow Priest was
playing-
the best comp by
playing-
far.
Voidlings
It
that
was
actually
not.
dictates when the
By
next
far,
Playing
it's
with
not
Shadow
close.
Priest was
spawns. So it's important
playing
that
with
they get
Shadow
that
Priest was like the
marker on it
worst
so
shit
they make
ever.
sure that they are
You
focusing
could not
on
have
the
3 of them in your
correct
group.
target here.
You could.
And the other mobs don't
I'm
actually have to
telling
die
you,
until much later.
you 100%.
That's
Triple Shadow
right.
Priest or
No,
2
I'm
Shadow
not.
Priest, 1 AUG would be the
Vent
best.
as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
And
so,
somebody that wants
no
to
mage
do
barrier
is
would have been
almost fine as they
cool.
have a riot
Yes.
in the same spot in the dungeon,
having
but Snow does go
one
down.
kick per
One of the
minute
Null power blast.
People are saying like too many casts would go off. You AoE stop
stops,
anything before the things would matter. Before you would run out of stops. It did that much damage.
Immediately sending it back out.
I don't
Nah,
think people
dude,
realize how
that-
much they got.
that
Hold on, I'm
season
watching
was
a
rough.
video.
Almost fine. Mickey
And I mean, I know the damage was there. Like, obviously, I was playing that season, but
But
Well, I was playing the entire
And
session.
advocating getting Og out of your group in Dragonflight is actually
Sure.
suicide.
2 Shadow Priest, 1 Og is the best comp then.
Absolutely, yeah. So almost fine. They were
I
already
mean,
a
like,
little bit
maybe,
slower
but
on
even
that
then,
front.
it
I
just-
think we
the
actually
juice
fucked
is not
around.
worth the squeeze.
I think we actually did fuck around, if I remember right. The team I was playing with, I think we fucked around with double Shadow Priest at one point that season. Because I think our mage player was like, fuck this shit, I'm playing fucking Shadow Priest too.
Death, I think they're going to end up being something like a minute slower on the
Yeah,
boss
true. Shadow Priest
split
didn't even spec in the
than
silence.
I do it.
They were
If the two
fucking
teams
playing
take the
mental
same amount of
fortitude
time
because they were too
actually
scared
Chat,
of
look at
dying.
this.
combat, which is a big question
I think
mark.
I do remember.
So
I
this
think
is
I
our
swear to
pickup
God, I
for
remember a
My
the
computer's
key
breaking.
from
The I do
Dragonflight where Miris was
Hello?
on Shadow Priest and he had one interrupt in
What's
the dungeon
happening?
on Shadow Priest, and I was like, why did you even spend the talent point?
Look at this.
That hang out over on the side.
Look at
You
this
didn't.
overall.
Them in, they'll teleport forwards and then
Look!
join combat.
It was
You're
one of those
telling
things where
me
you
you're not
could
playing
play
2 of
without
these
the silence,
classes.
but the good teams
Quite an important
had it
boss to
anyways
optimize
because
that
it was
damage
like
for. We'll see just
not
how
playing
many
without
bullets
a
they're able
kick
to
or
take
playing without a kick
into
is just
that
kind of
Lightstar
trolling.
flare.
This was a better key too, by the way.
I mean, that's
This
what
was a
we,
better
that's what we had to
key
do in the MDI back
for
in
fire.
the day, the season that Mistweaver was meta, before they introduced engineering battle res.
So scared for them, but the healers are doing.
You just play with no
B
B-res.
And
it was like,
on top.
well, what do you do if you have to battle res somebody? It's like,
Wow,
don't
what
fucking
happened?
die,
I
idiot.
look like a Chad here.
Big part off this boss fight as we are.
Wait, I'm mogging myself. Hold.
We've been talking about to come in. Here it is. Lothraxion is joining the battlefield. Here comes the buff rate. Does a lot of damage. It also lets you do a lot of damage as well. How low can they get, Zara?
All right, there's that light scar flare. Big damage.
Wait, I'm
going
mogging
into
myself.
Gordon, but it looks like I do it, and this is something I expected with the composition that they have here. They are
Oh,
not
this
gonna
is-
get
oh, no, this is
particularly
MDI.
close to killing off that boss during this light scar flare. So the question.
Oh my God, I'm mogging me.
Fine. Will they be able to?
I did-
Everyone
make up
hopeful
some of the
was
disadvantage
lecturing
that
us about looking at
and their
overall on a
overall
damage meter.
slightly slower pathing through the
Okay,
dungeon have
you're
caused?
done.
They're missing
That is
the
crazy.
elemental shaman,
I did like not eat when I did
power
MDI.
fusion, for
I was
Who
like
look at overall or fucking
20 or 30
morons.
pounds lighter
Hang on,
than I
guys,
am
let me
now.
show you how broken Shadow
Holy shit,
Priest
wait,
is.
Hopeful was right about
They
that.
do have a lot of
Yeah.
damage still
People
across
look at
their specs
overall
here.
are fucking morons.
The
now.
rest of their
Okay,
first even
there's a
was,
difference when the difference is 40%
one
overall
of the
compared to
highest
5%
burst damage
overall.
healers currently in the game.
You guys are dumbasses. I'm over it.
Yep,
Okay,
that's
okay.
right, but
You
we're
keep
not
coping.
even in fight just yet, and I do it despite taking longer here is now on the back of this flare, going to be able to finish out a boss fight. Of course, a couple of extra seconds used. It comes back down to whether or not Almost Fine is able to one phase
camera back.
this boss. We'll need to see once it happens. In the meantime, I do it on their way to the middle of the dungeon. They can be happy, no further death.
Yeah, now I'm
We've seen
balding.
a lot of trouble come on in on this bridge segment. They still need
Okay,
to do the
JP, he
center
said,
part
"Yup,
of the
soon."
dungeon as
When I
well
asked
Yep,
as
soon.
the lingering image.
And you know what? If you ask him next week, he'll say,
grab as well to just get the overall
Yup,
count to
soon.
100
Yep, soon.
as they are finishing out the arcane power core. And on to the races they are, but right hand side Lothraxion should be spawning in now. Let's see if they can one face.
All right, here it goes. That light scar.
I love
flare.
Shaq. He's like
How
top
much
3
damage Are they
humans.
going to be able to do during this? The Zephyr comes out. That should facilitate.
He is an
even more
actual
healer DPS being
human-
possible right now.
like he's
But
the
even with
personification
every
of, like,
single
a
cooldown rolling
golden
into this
retriever.
Burn, it is still going to be.
He's my roommate the
19%
last
at
2
the end,
races.
with
He's
What about
great.
Fired Up?
basically going to be waiting.
He's
for that
like
second light scar
a
flare.
Fired Up
fucking
is like-
Labrador
yeah.
or something.
He's like a husky wearing a golden retriever skin.
10% or lower.
That guy is
It kind of doesn't matter whether the boss is at 15% or 30%.
Sketchy,
after that
that's
light
all I'll
scar flare,
say.
Because either way, it's going to die within a
Like
few
maybe he
seconds.
uses like auto
Hopeful's
hotkey.
like a
During that
chihuahua.
second light scar
yeah.
flare.
I'm a chihuahua in like an like a lion
That's right, and
costume.
that's exactly what is happening
A
here as
lion.
well for Almost Fine.
I try to
They
act
will
hard,
need
but I'm
to
just
spend
a
lot
little
of
guy
extra time
yapping.
here on this boss means they are pretty equal in terms of damage timing. However, I do it. All gas, no brakes. We're on to Lothraxion. We still have the lingering image. We still have a couple of flare bats. Hopefully, all
Dude,
of
what happened
this
to
are approached.
I do it last
We've seen
run?
a little
Those
bit
guys
of
were
a
doing
mishap earlier on for
so
one
much
of the
worse,
teams,
but now they're actually just
Yeah, they're
should
stomping.
be good.
I mean, it's
Bear
Beardrew.
Drew.
Beardrew is so
Dropping
broken.
Lower Bloodlust is also available.
Yeah,
to
maybe it's
be
Bear Drew.
pressed once cooldowns are available.
Told you
Or
this is just a
Red
better
Paladin.
comp.
So let's see if they can close it out and tie back in with a 1-1.
All right, Lothraxion already being in combat here for quite a bit of time for I Do It, although
This is
not a lot of offensive cooldowns used on
why
Pull, which makes sense.
Mistweaver
On Pull,
or
you know, you often have this other trash
Monk
that
in
you're
general,
fighting, and you're
I feel
often
like has a
waiting
tough
for the
time
end
being
of
meta
the
is because this
Divine
physical
Guile
damage
cast to
buff
know
is
that
just
you're
like
gonna have
so
the ability
fucking
to just
fake
press your
in every
cooldowns.
comp.
It is.
You have to have
worth it,
such a
yeah.
About it for a little while.
you have to have such a
Even that
specific
void
comp
meta
for it to be
being
good.
held here.
There's
So
so
we're
That's
little
why
classes that are
Rasmussen
only
is meta.
physical,
only gonna get
right?
to about 80% before this Divine
Yeah.
Guile cast
It's like
comes out.
Warrior,
That's
Feral.
why they try to buff it to
These
8%.
does not have
Oh,
But then it
Which
should
was
be
the-
bad.
which was the
Game
correct
design.
move, by the way.
No, no, no. How would it have been the correct move?
When there's a bunch stacked on top
Because
So if you're
that's
playing a
the
physical
only
class
way you
without a
get.
monk, where you fucked?
You don't tune around it is the thing. You don't balance
Okay,
the physical
well, see,
classes
no, okay,
around it.
now that part I agree with, but the problem is Blizzard tries really hard to balance the game perfectly, which is, in my opinion, a
Two of these
problem.
light rot casters in here are going to be pumping out a lot.
Because, you know,
of
like,
damage
obviously
and
people are going
debuffs
to just be
with
pulling
their
out the
holy
sims and
bulls
be
if
like,
they
oh,
are
but
not
Outlaw
kept under
Rogue is
control.
simming for
We see those debuffs starting to
140k,
go out
and the
now.
next best class is
No
simming for like
Spirit Link is available
120k, and
either,
then
so they won't have that
that's going to
huge
cause an
amount of
uproar,
AoE
and
card. Darkness also
suddenly
already
Outlaw
having a
Rogue's
bit
going to get nerfed.
Yeah,
oh,
they
look,
used
now
that
you're fucked
darkness
for playing
right
Outlaw
as they
Rogue.
were going into that pack. A little
They
bit
just
of
need
patience
to.
with the
What
beams
Blizzard
crossing
really needs to
right
do
over
is
that
they just need
darkness,
to.
not allowing
They
them
need to
utilize
dedicate
it to the full
one
extent.
expansion
They were able
to
finish
going
out
in
that
and
turn.
Not giving a
reworking
fuck.
The final percentages
everybody's
are
spells
the boss.
and
Divine
what
Guile
kind of
comes in
damage it
one more
deals.
time. Let's
Like
see how quickly
what
they can find the right
damage type
image here
the damage
for
is.
the team.
And they
But
just
what
need
about
to
class
reclassify.
But it's
I mean,
right
but that's
in
just
the
it. Who
front.
gives a
Yeah,
shit
I
what
love
kind of
those
damage your
ones.
spell
Those are
deals?
the best ones. Right at the front, you can
Yeah,
see
but
Or
think about how
rework-
fried it is
When we have a
if
death
you have an
coming out for
ability
almost
that's
time.
called, like,
Sort of like last map, though.
Sure, but
I
you
don't
could
know.
rework it into one of the
Fine, but
hybrid
it
damage types, like
wasn't gonna
radiant
happen.
damage or something.
They
Like make
were,
some of this
they were
holy
already
damage
toast
shit
here, unless
holy
I
and
do it,
physical
fumble
damage,
at the
or
finish line
you know,
here, but
frost
they've already
and
got a
physical.
100%
Like
count.
there's
They've already
Now
been
no
that's
reason.
warfare, sure, yeah.
There's no reason why
Hank
you
going
couldn't
down
take
for almost
something
5
like
minutes.
Ice
Stabilize
Lance
this pull.
and be like, this is
With a little bit of
frost
health left in his
and
enemies,
physical.
they should
There's
be
like
able
a
to at least
physical
survive.
element to an
But
ice
again,
lancing you.
23% on
And
Lothraxian
nobody's
and
gonna
falling
fucking
for I
think
Do It.
twice
Another
about
round of Void meta
if
and
the
wings
spell has a
being
physical
used here
element to it,
to deal those final
and
points of damage.
just do
It
that.
is
Just
going
make
to be
a concerted
clean
effort,
zero
one
death
expansion, to
run.
go in and
I Do
rework
It
all
are
these
gonna be able to
spells
equalize this
so that
series,
there's a
which means
much
we are
more
gonna
even
get to
split
go to a
of
decisive
physical and magic
game
damage,
3
and then
to
the monk
decide
buff
which
will
of these
suddenly be
teams will
useful.
survive to tomorrow,
I
and
have a
which
better
will be
solution to all
eliminated.
this. We just
Go ahead.
remove raid buffs from the game.
Oh, here we
Well,
go.
you could do that.
A
You could
big
do that.
series to go out on, and I do it is giving
Or
it,
give
giving
raid buffs
us
to every class, like
exactly
DK.
that. They have brought the scoreboard to
Grip is a-
1-1.
Yeah,
is
but
a
not
buff.
all
Grip
raid
is a
buffs are
raid
created
buff.
To
equal.
that map 3 here.
Like, there are
at
so
the
many
end of
worthless
the
raid
day.
buffs, like
Now,
Diva or
watching these two, I mean,
Atrophic
coming in
Poison,
again, it feels like we said at the
fucking
start,
Mystic
these two
Touch.
teams really
You know, the
have
list goes
a
on.
lot of strengths.
What if when
and I
you
think
gripped a
some
mob, it
weaknesses
took
that
5%
kind
more
of
damage
leave
for
them
the
on a
rest of
very
its life?
even place as they
That'd
come
be
into
horrible.
these matchups. But Mix, give us your overview
Some
of the one that we saw
someone
here
just
with
has to tag
That'd
him
be
on with
sick.
any type of
Fucking
damage. It
mass
takes
grip.
5% more.
I mean, I
Grips
think
5%
this is
on one
a
mob.
really
Dude, Bloody Kid would
run.
suddenly
I
become
don't
an
know, they
augmentation
had a
evoker.
good timer in this dungeon already. They had 2 deaths prior.
What?
This time around, a little bit of a different comp.
You just
The
fucking
deaths
mass grip
not
and you
coming
put
in,
eons in it
but
all the mobs.
Or
they
you
were
could
able
just
to
have
keep it clean.
Mark of the
That's
Wild do it
most
for the whole
important
time
part,
on every
able
mob,
to punch
forever.
This one out and tie back in with almost fine. However, that
What if
means
they made raid buffs
adds
like they did in
now on
Classic,
the
where you had to
plate
like
for
reapply
each
it
of
every
those
minute?
teams. And that just
That'd
causes
be good.
chaos.
I'd
We've
like
seen
that.
It time and time again. And
Maintenance
it's
buff.
very chaotic when teams are not able.
Maintenance
to
is some
have
of the
6
worst
of the main specs that they've been running
gameplays
prior,
in World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna be seeing how
fucking
it
hate
turns
maintaining
out in their
things.
last dungeon, which
I hate
is gonna be
maintaining my
Zara's
spinning
Cavern.
crane kick.
We are indeed, but as we continue,
Another Frost Mage
thinking
W
about
rework.
one that
You
we
had to
just
cast
saw here
Blizzard
and
every
how
6
we have
seconds, but
had
now
this
you only have to
back and
cast it every
forth of clean
14.
play from either
Also,
of the
you don't
teams
even
since
cast cast
What
Blizzard
were you
anymore, by
seeing
the
in
way.
there
But
back
like,
and
if
forth
you
over the
were to
course of this
cast
map?
it, they
You
did
guys
that
smell
change.
It smells like a reverse
No, what?
sweep.
What is Zyro talking about?
Listen,
good.
I am convinced Guardian Druid is the diff. It was the diff in map 1. It was the
Oh
diff
shit,
in
Zyro
map
saying
2.
Guardians OP.
But also,
Oh,
That's
no.
what I'm saying.
again, this trend of just whichever team has the least deaths.
Okay, JV, I got more lore
wins
on
the map.
the
I mean, I do it. Was able to put it
the
up.
M plus
And I had an
team.
inkling of a
Perfect.
suspicion that this is going to be the map that they
Apparently, it was
practice more
supposed to
because we
be
saw them
you
lose.
fired up Shaq,
They
Sang,
won
and
this map
Dorky.
against Cook is gone, but really they shouldn't have won it. They were behind the entire time.
But
That would be weird because Dorky's my
Kind
tank.
of just threw it
Oh,
at the
I
last
see.
moment. We had that bridge incident.
And then he said it's
Oh.
all in fired up for
Literally,
managing the
this is end
team.
of
Ask
dungeon.
him.
Oh, great.
I do it. Can't
Perfect.
have been happy with their performance in this key yesterday, and I feel like they would have spent a lot of their practice time in between the matches today working on this dungeon. in
Let's see what
particular.
Fired Up has
And
to
it looked
say.
like it, right? This is a really clean dungeon for them, and a zero death dungeon. That's what you need in the lower bracket to move on, and they pulled it off. Neither of the teams had a particularly good damage push. They both got the boss to 20%, but almost find had to use their bloodlust here, and they didn't get the boss below 20% in the first damage app.
Dorky, what's the high key comp right now?
Push for a comp that I feel like should have
Is it
had
Bear?
It's in flux.
Mistweaver?
It's in flux.
Could have been like a key
Well, nobody
moment
really
to catch up
truly
on
knows
the
DPS
yet, but yeah,
or
right now,
healer
it's-
tank.
dungeon, they were like 40 seconds
right now it's
behind
pretty much
us,
Bear,
shooting the boss down,
Mistweaver,
the damage
Okay.
up would have
DK.
been
I mean, there's
huge.
still a
Yeah.
lot of teams playing
Well,
Brewmaster Resto Druid.
I think that's just
But-
they're geared and they don't have.
Yeah,
For
it's,
now,
it's,
yeah, I mean-
it's impossible to know whether that's just inertia or whether they are still committed to it.
I think
less
Bear
than a
is too broken to not play it now. But I don't really know healers, but Mistweaver looks broken.
And only one of the teams has the Guardian Druid
Yeah, it's hard to
healing,
say between
right?
Mistweaver and Resto Shaman.
Like
but
Shaman has like a better buff. Yeah.
Seeming
Bans it out, but I feel like that would be a
like
massive mistake. I feel
Mistweaver
like
right now,
Guardian
but I don't
Druid
actually know.
is so
It could.
good.
I think because it also depends on like what you're looking for from the comp.
Okay.
I think
That's
the
big.
highest damage output comp you could build would
Okay,
probably
looking
be like
over it,
Guardian
what are we
Resto
seeing
Shaman
from the spec band Zyro? What do
to give
think?
you the
Either team
buff,
has
unless
offense.
you're specifically trying to
So
make a
now
physical
Mistweaver-
comp
Yeah.
Right,
around
they both played twice,
Mistweaver.
yeah.
Which is also awkward because I feel like
Stratos, what do you
a
think?
physical comp really wants a Feral Druid in it.
They're both losing that
And
Mistweaver
then you have
and
Guardian
Force
Feral,
Power
which is weird.
earlier on,
No,
so
you wouldn't. I think Feral's too
we'll
bad.
see how that goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like Feral's always one of
Yeah,
those.
so we
If
have
you're looking for a
Guardian Druid
spec
still
that
available
benefits
for
from
Outdo It.
Mystic
Physical
Touch,
mode, yeah.
Feral's
still
one of the
available
few
for
that's like almost
fine.
purely physical
How's
damage.
think I've
Resto
been
Shaman
on the Guardian
versus
Druid side of that
Mistweaver
myself
healing
as
wise? Like,
well,
can
but
Resto Shaman
I
heal
do
high
think it's
keys?
close. Devourer's
Yeah,
really
yeah,
quite
they've
strong
done
and, strong
22s.
defensive
So why wouldn't you
as
play
well
Resto
if you're
Shaman
trying to
over
make these big
Mistweaver?
pulls work.
This is
I
just
am
more
curious
Because-
how well packed
Well, so I
they
think
have
the
this
Mistweaver
dungeon
has a
without
different
that
healing
Ogre.
dynamic
these
than Resto.
speeds
Like
are often
Resto Shaman's a
deployed
very
is
good sort
play
of
Ogre Ogre
classical
maps 1
healer
and
in the
2,
sense that it
and then
just
if
Which
you
one
get
is
to 2 and
safer?
3,
and
Mistweaver's
well, that's the
probably
thing. Is
safer,
like
right?
you gotta figure something
on
out, but
Trash,
often it's something that you have a little
Mistweaver
bit
spinning
less,
is so brain
planned
dead,
out.
and it does so much HPS. And it
True,
probably
I mean,
enables you to
again,
do some
it's
like
always kind of a
relatively
toss-up
scary
whether or
pulls
not
in
you
a
think,
way
are we
that
gonna make
feels
it to
much
that
more
final map?
consistent.
And of course, that
But I
is
think
really,
Resto
really
Shaman
where
is
we
probably
start
the
to see
safer
these
boss
spec
healer
bands, I think, take
in
their
that
biggest toll.
if it doesn't
But
have
it's
like the
also
quote
where
unquote
teams, I think,
gimmick
have the chance
of
to
a
get the
bunch
most
of
creative
things
or
to
just
spin on,
pick out some
I think
niche thing
Shaman
that
is
they're
probably
like,
the
yeah, we can make
more
this work, or we're gonna run it. We'll see
consistent,
what we
just
can
like
pull off with this.
raw
And thankfully,
HPS.
both
You're not
teams are in the same
having to set up a
position,
pull
so they
to
all
enable
have
big
6
HPS. It can just
currently
do
off the
those
table,
things.
which I think kind of
And
evens
Shaman's
up
got
as well.
like
Now, we have a little reminder,
Ancestral
everybody, on
Vigor.
prediction. A lot of folks were leaning towards
It's got like
I Do
Spirit
It
Link
as
or
we
whatever
came
for if
into
there's
this
damage
series.
shit that's
Almost
scary.
fine pulling behind,
So,
there, almost with,
I think
less
it
than half the
it
support,
can make you
or
feel
roughly half the
safer
support.
on some of the
But
higher
seeing them play
HPS
now,
boss
I mean,
fights,
Zyra,
whereas Mistweaver can make some
are
of the
you
scarier
changing your
trash
mind,
pulls
or do you
feel
think you're sticking with your original
freer.
prediction?
Listen, I've hedged my bets, right? So I predicted that I do it would win 2-1, but I put channel points on almost fine. So whoever
is Shaman
wins,
actually-
I win. I also lose, but you know.
What about
Let's not
compared
talk
to
about
Resto
that.
Druid?
We could have a draw.
You don't trust
Um,
yourself?
I mean, like Shaman is healed
Hedging your
22
bets is smart.
seat.
It's not that I don't trust myself. It's just that I
And to
always
me,
want
that's like the
win.
ultimate. If you can heal 22 seat on a spec, I think you
Yeah,
can
this
heal
way-
anything. on a
It's
spec.
true, it's true. I was gonna
No,
say
they're
like,
drawing
draw-
right now.
They're
And
drawing on the
so
screen.
the
I do love the little
Wait, we have expert opinion here. Zorf has
animated,
manager
art
opinion.
Yeah,
time
okay. I wanna
lapses
tell
that we
you,
have this
Para
time around
is
for our team
broken.
rosters. But I mean, of course, it is going to
There's
come
too
down to
many
this last dungeon
dragons
because, no,
and
there is
undead
no
in the
draw
pool.
in a best of 3.
too good.
Whoever takes this one is.
So you think it's just
Yeah, I've
Mistweaver for
noticed that
the
too.
for the monk
Continue on to our
side of it?
It is
tomorrow.
very
And
annoying not having a
whoever is
para.
just not able to
Like,
land
yeah,
that
you go winner on a
clean
spy,
run, that back and forth
you're
that
like,
we've been seeing in between them,
Steward Pats
is
are like,
going to be a
you can
little bit
Ursol it, but it's
eliminated
weird.
from the competition
You go
today. I
Algathar,
mean,
you're like
Zyra
people like
said,
parrying
okay,
one of
I'm
the
making
casters
sure
at
that
the
I
end.
win
Like you can
either
play it
way,
without para, but
but
it's fine.
Dranos-
Like at the
Dranos,
end of
have you
Zenith, you're gonna have to
been
like
surprised at all
sleepwalk
by how this is
Light
played
Wardens
out
for
with
light
these two
routes.
teams?
This is
You don't wanna
exactly
play
how I
them.
expected it to go. I had the.
I think
I had
there's
this
too
all
many
planned
like
out,
paras. And the Pit of Sauron, you
I expect
can't
to be unsurprised by the
cover
Zyra
every the
as well.
route
Think you guys
from
will
the
be surprised
Gagos
by what happens
without
in
Tiger's
this.
Lust.
I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be pretty cool.
But also, I think
But some of that,
Future vision, we've been meaning
Go
to
ahead.
tell you all this.
some of that stuff is like,
We thought it would take away from the
I feel like a lot of
competition,
teams fall into
so,
a trap of
everybody just
seeing
forget what you heard, don't
a
worry
way
about
to
it,
do
but also
something
keep an eye out
and then
around
being like,
7
that's the way to
minutes.
do
We'll
it.
see what
And
happens.
then
I
you don't
still
want to
think
rebuild the
happens
comp
at
because it's
7
like,
minutes.
oh,
This
it's
is
so
gonna
easy to
get
do with para.
flipped and shit.
But
I
if you
know.
had
One
to,
and two
you
just
could
'cause
figure out other
Gragas
ways
likes
to
to
do
make
it, and it
stuff
wouldn't
up.
be that
It's
much
crazy.
slower.
We have to remember
But
that
nobody wants to do
Gragas
that
moved, right? So
because
he's like
you don't
14
want to have
hours
to
into the
think of
future
like
now, so that's
rethink
gonna
all
be
the
7
different
minutes
ways
what
that
happens.
you've done something with para
Oh, it's
in
all
a
making
different way.
sense now. Okay, you have the power to curse,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
also
that is
perhaps
true.
the power to see the future.
But
and
even
Because
then-
less
it's
by
not like you've had
ascension,
para
so
every season,
still
and
a
it's not
ton
like
of
there haven't
madness
been
to
other
have.
seasons
We'll
where
see
para
how
would have
swings
been
balance
Well,
incredibly
okay, so I
useful.
mean, like,
final map of the today.
are the
I drew
strengths
versus
of
almost
Resto
fine.
Shaman
All you
worth
Drados.
Another new spec to
all
check off the
these
list here. It's the Frost Death
potential
Knight for
problems you have to
I
deal
Do
with?
It. So
I
that's
mean,
pretty
also if
exciting
Mistweaver just
that we're
lets
getting
you
to see
pull
here. We
bigger
also have
because
the
it can just spin
Hunter
and heal
coming out for
compared to the rest
almost
of Shaman, that's
fine
also a time
alongside
save.
a prop where I actually really like
But I
like,
feel like
to me-
a lot of the para stuff
Not
is
sure if
fake.
that's
Like you'll just figure it out.
than the Guardian Druid,
Like
but it should be able to
it's same thing like
absolutely
grip. Like you'll
survive
just figure
these
out how to do
massive
it without
pulls
it, if that makes
just
sense.
as
And it's like
well.
little,
And there's a
like
couple of nice
slightly
spell
worse
reflects,
maybe.
not as many as in
but-
a dungeon like Seed of the
Like
Triumvirate,
Mistweaver
but
brings
there's a few still in
the
here.
element of like the same
That's
element
not
that
the
like
only
Ashen
cool thing
had,
that we're seeing, because
where
thus
except
far
it's like all the
we've
fucking
got
time, but
Bronze Shaman to be
the
Perma 1
same
special,
idea of
but
like
Hina
just
almost
pull a
has this
shitload right
ability
here
running
because
into
we're
the
safe. We're safe
Hans.
as
It's
fuck
not
right
an
now.
elemental
Like
on
we're
the right
like we
hand side,
can
so they're really
we can
going
pull everything we
up
want because
in
we're
my
gonna heal
heart
through
with
all
the
of it right
Devoured
now.
Demon Hunter still
And
melee.
so
they're
you can
going full
just
melee
pull
on the
infinite
right-hand
shit and you
side
don't have to
of
think
your
about
screen, really
like whether
playing
you
around
have the
that
cooldowns for
close-knit
it.
comp. But look at that.
You just
Yeah,
know that if
going
there's
out, you're
enough
maybe
mobs,
dropping
you're going to be
really low for
doing
just a
constantly
second.
like
Able to
300k
pop the
HPS,
loop
and
back up
as long as you don't
You
get
grow
like
your
one
beard like
shot or
Dranos?
get like some
I
nasty ass
don't
dot
know
on
if I
you,
like growing up my
you're
beard
fine.
because it's technically
And
slightly not a
it's
full
not that
beard,
Resto
it's a
Shaman
little
probably
patchy
can't
in the middle of
figure
it.
out how to heal through that shit,
Yeah, we've
but
seen a couple
it becomes I feel like a
of
lot
almost deaths, but no
less
actual deaths
consistent.
for either team. We didn't even
Because
see the AMS
spinning crank kick is just such
with the
a
death pact
it's
to
just like
keep
such a
Skilly DK alive
insane
there
healing
for I
button
Do It.
where it just does everything.
Meanwhile,
It
we
does
have the
a
healers
But then you're
ton of
having to figure out
HPS. It's
bosses
ticking
is
all the
another
time.
problem.
Yeah, and then it's
joining the rest of
can the
party
Mistweaver
here.
heal through the bosses?
Now, it looks like we actually have a little bit of a difference in
Left?
having here.
I don't think Trash
I Do
is
It are
too
heading
hard
over to the left-hand
for
side. This is, I
Shaman.
think,
No,
one
I mean,
of
it's
the ways
certainly
to do this
doable.
dungeon, just run
It's
left,
just
grab a bunch
if
of mobs, and you'll find
if you're
8
doing these
prisoners along
pulls
the way.
over and over and over
Almost
again,
Fine,
like
on the
farming
other hand, are
keys,
running over to the
do you
right-hand
have
side,
random
which,
deaths
this
on a
area
shaman
actually
that
does
a
contain- there's like a
Mistweaver
bowl of soup in one of the buildings
does a better
you can
job of
interact
just
with if you want.
those
Not
those
sure
random
it's worth
deaths
the
go
time,
away?
but there
I
are
think the
prisoners
Mistweaver
over
is
here
better
that
at tank
can be
healing.
freed. Looks like Norskin
From
is going to be
I think
surviving
it's the tank
using
healing more
the
than
avatar
anything
of the
else
shield
from
monster.
Well, it
Mistweaver.
is
No, he's not.
certainly, and that's the other thing is that
Slow
it can
down
dump
as the
so
healer
much
out of
fucking
range for a
HPS
little while.
into.
No, they're
All of us
wiping!
Shaman tank
are
healing
gonna
stuff.
be in a huge
Shaman tank
problem.
healing is just
Only a
spamming healing
minute
wave in the
and a
tank.
half, 2 minutes
which
I mean,
is, like,
everybody,
stop start.
everybody's tank healing sucks compared to Mistweaver. Like
that's
having
not
the ability to
what you
put
want
all
to
your
have happen.
fucking
Another death
spinning crane
here
kick
coming on
healing
in.
into
Should
the
they
tank.
cheat?
I mean, I feel like
Is,
Resto
That's
Druid
okay.
tank healing is really good. That's
Left
why
It is.
it goes so well with Brewmaster.
It is,
Rest
but you
of
have
has
to pick.
A
Bach.
little bit of
Yeah, that too.
dangerous moment.
Almost finds them
for
swiping,
them
by the
as
way.
well, but able to live on the back of that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Right
That was kind of
hand side,
crazy.
Almost fine, able to rein it back in from the looks of it.
I mean, I think the
Yes,
truth of it is,
the clock
I think all these
is
comps
going
are going to be very good,
tremendously. That
and
means you need to make
you're
up
going to have a
that
team
minute in your
that
overall
just
dungeon
has a lot of
timer,
success with one
which
of them
can
that
be
starts
not-
like convincing
is-
people to
is-
play a different
is
one.
not impossible.
How do you do first
It is
boss of
pretty
Seek
rare.
without a monk?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those cases where almost
I
fine,
mean, I think we were
it's
basically
gonna
doing
be
it.
It's-
very
it's not hard.
to make
Yeah,
up
you
the
can use
gaps.
anything, right?
press
As long as
buttons.
they're stacked.
And you have a
They need
druid, right? You
some
can
help
just like use
from
Typhoon
I Do
instead
It.
of
They
Rob.
need
You
I
could also
Do It
just
to have
Yeah,
Huge
but
Nova
you have to
them.
do like two.
But that is always something that can
When we
happen
were
with the
doing
invasion, being popped by
21
shit, they try and
seats
survive
with
there, followed
the
by a cloak of
old
shadows as
Metacomp,
well. The rare
we
cloak
were just
plus
holding Rob
evasion,
for the suck-in, and
basically
there were
full
plenty of
immunity
suck-ins,
out of
we
the
just
road,
never
although
used
there's
it. We
still
didn't
some
need
stuff
it.
that can kill you.
We
Meanwhile,
did
we
it
have
like
other
last night.
defenses being
There's so many
by
things you
We
can
didn't
do.
time the
I
key,
feel
but
like.
we did the
as
boss.
they gather
It's
a
fine.
huge set of enemies at the top of the
Probably one of
stairs
the
here.
least important
Now,
monkey
Frostworm's
abilities.
Fury gonna be going
What
out
is the
and then
limiting factor
returning
in high
in a
keys? Is
couple
it
of
timer or
seconds
like
here
living?
for Skilly.
I haven't done
Meanwhile,
like
we have another death
22s.
for almost fine, another almost death.
Anyone
for I
who's
Do It.
Timer.
done 22s here?
They are
Timer?
managing to avoid
I
I think the only
converting
person
almost
who's
deaths
dying
into
is
deaths
the org.
in a way that almost
You
fine
probably
are
do
not.
Resto
No.
Shaman then for more damage. damage.
Yeah, that's right.
I
Living
don't
up
know if
to
Rest of
the
Shaman's more
team name,
damage.
Unfortunately,
Really?
you
The mastery
do
buff
not
has to be
want
so much
see
better.
Well,
this
the Rest
here,
of Shaman's
but
like
at
20k
least
overall.
that
MC was
bull
like
is
like
still
40,
alive.
50.
At least there's still a
Yeah,
chance
but I
for
mean,
Traven.
some of
Have
like
a
so much of that is
lot
trash that's
pulls
like
for
fucking
feeling
fake
a
damage.
Isn't Missy the
I mean,
small
some
time pretty
trash
buff,
is real
like,
damage.
between 20 to 30?
Yeah, I
Almost
think
fine.
it's
You
about
can
20 to
always
30.
pray for an oopsie to happen to I do it.
Maybe.
We've seen that before in our tournament throughout today as teams come closer to the end of the dungeon. There's always a chance. There's always a chance that our
What
game
is
watchers
Shaman
get
weak at?
glimpse
Like,
of
is there
ray
anything
of
that they
hope
struggle with?
as I do
Any
it
encounters?
into boss battle with Margin and Necrax
You don't really
already.
like sustain heal that
Track
much.
on there.
You're kind of bursty.
When I played Shaman, I feel
underway
like
onto the
I
boss
feel like I'm
for
relying
I
on
Do It
procs more
is
than on any
definitely
other
one
healer.
of the scarier boss plus trash
Like, what would be the
combos
hardest encounter in the
this
game?
dungeon. A
Whether
lot
it's
of
the
those
glaive
defenses have already
dudes
been
or
committed. You
third
can see
boss
Chief Death
seats
as
or
well. Not gonna be available for
I
the
think
last boss
the
Tertiary.
Ember
For
Dawn.
I Do
Honestly,
It,
I think
so
Ember Dawn's actually
there is some
hard.
danger.
The Ember
You do have
Dawn,
that
really.
safety net of the battle res, the
Yeah,
reanimation as
I
well,
swear,
both
like,
available.
I
Almost
can't
fine. Also
really
getting into
heal
boss
the
combat
debuffs
here.
and then
Now,
the
The good news for Almost Fine is they put the boss only slightly behind I do.
Druid is actually really good. Like, that's one thing I've
Shoot it
realized
down!
about Druid compared to some of these other healers is Power of the Archdruid is so fucking good for some of these things where you just have a Swiftmend into a regrowth and it hits multiple people. And it makes something like Veximus, Mana Bombs, or the debuff on Ember Dawn, where people are like standing near each other and they get a dot and you can just Swiftmend into regrowth and they get the shit healed out of them. And you can do that every 15 seconds. And other healers don't necessarily have
Did you counter that one in, or?
No,
consistent like cleave healing like that.
Yet. It's coming.
Okay, alright.
I think Versus is good on things like Veximus because you can cover one of every 2 set of bombs with a raid cooldown. Dark Aims, Zephyr, Link.
Dungeon timer, not
Aims
adding the deaths in.
Right, because you didn't know that that's
And the other one's personal.
right?
Well, I just wanted it to be consistent, you know, real time.
What about
I
like
knew
Seed,
that
their
would happen
boss?
as well.
Right. Well, I do it is.
I find that boss to be
certainly
like the
unique.
hardest
If there
on
was
a lot of
something
healers.
cool that we saw there on the right-hand side by Almost Fine is the team
Yeah,
basically
that's hard
electing
too.
to sacrifice their healer. Healer steps into the trap, and the person with the arrow just steps behind them,
Nice.
allowing them. You'll see it here again to free cast to still do damage. Oop, Timmy did take a little bit of a jump there, but able to get back with the chain. And that's just really cool. Allows your DPSs to free cast. Mickey doesn't need to do much there anyway, despite being arrested.
People are saying Seed last boss is kind of AIDS too. It didn't seem that bad though.
And I do it, finishing
Yeah,
out
when I was
on
watching
your
Monk
boss
see the
right
Becky,
now, 5%
kind of
is
just
still
did
to
that
go, which is
effortlessly.
good.
Maybe not effortlessly,
Boss
but
gonna go down. They'll be mounting
like
up
one
and
shot.
heading towards the mini boss.
Like
Up
healing
next,
it?
down it goes.
I think it's kind of
Both
easy.
bosses simultaneously as well, so great even
Yeah.
cleave between.
It
the
feels
two
like a lot of
sides
damage, but
efficiency.
you
And look at that
only
tank
take damage
as well on
once
that
every
pull.
like
Almost
minute
doing
30
DPS
or
levels of
2 minutes if you
damage
delay.
is the Guardian
Yeah,
Druid.
after you're
Whereas
done with the
compared to
first
side of
debuff,
Almost
the
Fine,
fight is
their
not
actual
nothing's
total
happening.
DPS on this pull was a little bit higher than I do it, but they have now lost a DPS player, which is not good. And also their tank damage contribution was, of course, a little bit lower as they were missing that Guardian Druid. All right,
What happened to Timmy?
Heading over now to this mini boss pull.
he got.
It's Almost Fine.
Why is he
Oh, yeah,
offline?
what the fuck?
Offline.
I saw he got
rather than
fucking
dead
speared.
under
Coordinated
their
assault.
Yeah,
hunter,
that's
which is
not good.
not good at all.
It actually
They're
never
gonna
occurred to me
continue
that
with
the first
four,
boss.
Like, he is a
was a
15.
survival
That
hunter.
is always a really unfortunate thing if that happens to you during the competition, but Almost Fine doing a good job of just keeping the pull going, keeping their chances alive.
We get some love.
And look, he's
for
back.
Almost
All right,
Fine in
it's
the
changed from
chat.
offline
Yeah,
to
he's
dead.
back.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh my goodness. They just cannot catch a break in this Mazara's cavern. It's just tragedy after tragedy.
Is
Poor
Discord
Almost
breaking?
Fine. I don't know who they angered, but it must have been severe. I do it moving on forward through
Hello?
this as
Am
they
I
are
lagging?
dealing with that tormented Shade Guardian pack right now. And after that, we should be seeing them go pretty big here. Let's see how much they're actually electing to pull, as I assume we're going to be seeing them go all the way to
Is
the Cat
Discord
Defender,
breaking?
run out of the area as well as soon as that Guardian is looking to be dropping, and that's exactly it. Quasi is on the way already.
In the meantime, Almost Fine in basically the same spot in the dungeon, despite all the adversity that they've had to overcome. They really aren't far behind I Do It. There's a little bit of a problem with the death timers. We can deal with that one later, though. You have until the end of the dungeon to make up that time. So I Do It going to be taking this pull forward. A lot of Grim Skirmishers involved in this pull. And you
How
have
do
to
you
watch
change
out for as those
the
shields start breaking. Each one
Discord
will cause
server?
a huge raid-wide damage explosion here.
What if
That's
I
gonna be a
rejoin?
great opportunity for something like the Tranquility, something like those defensives being pressed on everybody. But if you pop all those shields at the same time,
Hello?
Tranquility's not going to save you. You
Hello?
are all going to die.
Hello.
My shit's
Hey.
back to being good now.
That's
4
right.
MS.
Yes, Sam.
Damn,
We're
4
back.
MS.
It
Where the
happens.
Oh,
fuck am I
God damn,
coming
you got the
from?
servers in your house.
For the rest of the team.
Five
All
minutes.
Dude, I was wondering
Thirty-four.
if
side as
these guys were
everything
having
just
Discord issues
unravels.
in their
Farming,
matches.
yes.
Imagine that. You're just like in the middle of
Right.
MDI.
I mean, Almost Fine
Nothing
just full wiped
happened at
again, by the way.
7-minute marker. Tragedy was still
They have
unbound.
9 death. This
Granos,
is over.
You cannot
Dude,
convince
this
me
has
that
to
you
be an
didn't have
Atlanta
anything
server.
to do
There's
with
no way
that.
I'm pinging
Yeah, that was
4
the
MS
thing.
anywhere
That
else.
was my the
I
7-minute
have
surprise
33 and
was
on
the-
East Coast.
The hit offline on the Survival Hunter.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Dorky,
sorry
what are
about
you
that.
pinging?
That is Atlanta.
I couldn't warn anybody.
I get 30 ping in
Another
League.
for Almost
When you
Fine.
actually
Servers are in
remember.
Atlanta.
The Dread Slash is going to take out their DH.
Yeah, this
And
has
actually,
to be.
we're
There's
gonna have
nowhere else
Reanimated
that would be
Warrior
5 MS for me.
reanimate.
It's exactly
That would have a
Atlanta.
server.
Okay, League
But
is
it is gonna
39
slow
ping.
things down
I just
even
got 39
further
ping
for
in
Almost
Discord.
Fine. The second battle res has become available for both teams, but Almost Fine are going to elect not to use it and instead just have their DH run back here. Meanwhile, I Do It have dealt with almost all of the trash here, and a timely Typhoon is going to remove those last couple of reanimating warriors. They head down to the next, what will almost certainly be quite large pull here. Grim Skirmishers getting single dispels on a few of them.
Might just be...
get rid of that shield right away. Handle that damage while they can. And Convoke is going to top everybody nice and easily here.
Might just be their last.
Aren't Chicago and Atlanta like similar? Or I'm doing a stupid thing?
So if they can go big here, where was Gilly going? If they can go big here, then
is it Atlanta? No, it's Atlanta, Georgia. Oh my God!
Kind of dragging, or their final pass.
I like to apologize, by the way. I thought Atlanta was in Chicago.
The boss fight here. Let's see.
Atlanta is in Georgia. Yeah.
All the way.
What the fuck does it?
LOL servers are in Chicago.
Shindig for sure going to be starting.
You thought Atlanta was in Chicago?
I thought it was. Yeah.
Moving closer and closer to it. Yeah, I think we take this into boss. I like it.
Yeah, good kick.
Let's just move past this real quick. I'm sorry.
You're really not helping that North American stereotype right now.
Dude,
I can't wait to go to Atlanta, Chicago.
Meanwhile, I Do It going to be grabbing this boss and starting.
Dude, okay, is it my fault for being stupid if NA Education made me this way?
No, it's not your fault at all.
But I Do It has done a great job of bringing that into the boss. Incapacitating Roar is going to come out to
I swear I was smart in school.
It's actually Europe's fault as our former colonizer.
True,
they set us on this path.
They might just let them
ran over.
Yep, they got him.
I think Skilly ran over.
Why can't we trace it back?
Try and deal with them. So
Blinding Sleep probably. Yeah.
Be fine that the sleep. Yeah, I mean, one was still alive, so it might be that the sleep didn't hit fully, and then he had to like.
They maybe do long division in second grade. It was messed up.
That's all that matters.
We used to do long division races on the chalkboard.
Yep, on the chalkboard.
I fucking dominated that shit.
Yep. Oh, I also loved minute math. I would fight with my teachers because like the answer was obvious. The number obviously was a 6. But like, is this really a 6 though? I'd fist fight the teachers over it.
Comes in to try and keep him alive. Norco is on top of it.
Why are both teams struggling so hard in this corridor?
I don't know.
Does come in no more.
I mean, one team is 10x the death of the other team, but
the remainder of the trash will need to be done by just 2 DPS. Is this the moment that Almost Fine has been waiting for?
Almost Fine hit a big 3-pointer.
Is this the moment Almost Fine has been waiting for? They have 30 deaths. One team is 3.
Actually, more things
what is good happening here?
So 2 dead with no B-res.
Almost Fine might not even time the key. Has that ever happened where both teams is wiped so much they don't time the key, but one team has to win?
And 2 DPS dead.
Back in Legion, this was common.
I remember,
especially with the fact that
there was, I think, a point. I don't think it was during a tournament, but I remember there was an MDI time trial. I remember I got so pissed off about this. There was an MDI time trials where China was its own region, and they had time trials teams that were qualifying for their cup that did not time the dungeons. Like, they had so few teams competing that they had teams whose best times were untimed like 15 or something. But you know, it was a 35-minute dungeon and they put up like 42-minute timers. But it was one of the top 8 teams, so they got qualified. And I was like, are we seriously devoting prize money to these teams?
What the fuck?
The call has been made. Quasi is running. Norco.
I think that was a 15-minute King's Rest.
Seeing them try to reset or Daza, but
yeah, I remember that one.
One more cast happening. As the boss.
Yeah, Reset is 28 down.
Finally, now.
Dude, is it possible for Almost Fine to come back from this? There's no way.
No, man. I Do It can literally go make dinner and come back and win.
Slow.
You sound like one of the casters now. Look, I know this game is completely over, but is there a chance
they're
Almost Fine
behind
could come
in
back?
the dungeon with 6 minutes on deaths?
So if we look
I
at
Do
the
It
total
could
death
wipe
timer
again.
differential
Almost
between
Fine
these
might
two
not time
teams,
the key.
It is still 5 minutes and 45 seconds.
Bro, it's
in
crazy.
favor
This
of
shit's
What's the
just
timer on this
50.
key? 30
If they were to
minutes?
wipe this
32?
boss again, then all of a sudden we'd be at a very, very close spot between the two teams. Almost Fine are going to be getting into boss combat as well. So the two teams in very
Dorky, where does the
similar
Neon Bear
positions. Small problem being again
go
those
on
5
your tier
minutes
list
and
of bear
also the
skins?
30% count that almost
I
finds
don't
something
have
to
it,
grab,
so
although some of
I'm
that
upset
they
about
do
that,
have on top
but-
of the boss
33?
right now, so they will be collecting.
I do want
No,
it.
no, both teams do not
I would
suck.
say it's pretty high.
100% George, if you were here, you would play worse.
I have a
Probably
couple
like-
of
We
neon bear
can't
ones.
flame the
A or
team when
S.
we ourselves would perform worse.
It's just
I will
insane. The
say
last series
the
of
Mage
day,
Tower
and this
Bear,
is
that
what
shit is
happens.
fucking F.
It's been a long day for the teams too, right?
That's
You
the
have
one
to
that's on
keep
two
in
legs?
mind
The
for the
bald,
European teams,
massive
it's 2
bear,
a.m. by
yeah.
now.
Yeah, that
It's
shit
There's
is
no
disgusting.
way. Here we go.
Yeah, that's
Saturday
disgusting. I don't know how
as
anyone
well,
plays that.
but this
When
is just
it came
Really
back,
be ashamed of being a bear.
when they had the like special edition Mage Tower where it came back and gave you the like neon green one or whatever the fuck.
That's
everyone's
why
I'm so
me,
happy
as
to
a
get this. I was
streamer,
like,
I
I'm
can
not,
flame
I'm not even
every
going to
single
earn
team in
this
this
because
event.
I know there's no chance I'll ever use this.
And I fully agree with your Dreadnoughts. I think as soon as
Yep.
you saw those 2 deaths, you should have immediately called it. Just
What do you
walk
mean?
out,
Even
reset,
pugs can
That shit is
can't
not a
do
bear
that.
tank.
try again.
What?
It's so much faster with those.
Dude, you know what game has
additional
banger
DPSs.
bears?
If
No, we don't
you
need to get this in
Really
the
too.
radar
That
IO.
bear is so sick.
Doing one more shield break.
It's just the classic armchair guy
play that? I feel like I
sport,
played
watching
that.
sports thing.
Played a
He do
little
the
bit of it,
sports
but
thing.
yeah, you didn't
Yeah,
really.
yeah, I think I remember.
We don't need that.
Oh yeah, yeah,
There's
yeah,
a
I
whole
remember.
convo in the chat.
Shifting in the bear.
Yeah.
That was a cool bear. You were fucking huge.
Yeah, you were massive. You were bitch slapping mobs. You were doing massive slams. You were like rampaging all over the place.
The boss does have a shield, which this boss
Felt like a bear.
does. Each time that applies that new shield, which is going to happen more and more as your DPS gets slower and slower, then
My
you start
favorite
getting to a
bear
point
skin
where it
is
just
the one
becomes
that looks
worth
like Ursa.
resetting instead. Either way, it was a close
The
decision.
artifact
Is it
skin that
15?
looks like
Ended up
Ursa.
being made for
That
them
one's
as the
insane.
third DPS
Oh.
did go down, but they are able to recover to take care of the boss, and it's
Wait,
a
what
lot
was Ursa
easier when
look
you don't
like?
have all that trash on top of it the second
The
time.
one with, like, all
Shroud
the-
concealment's going to come out for
It's like
Aizu, an
skeleton
option
shit
that
on
they
you.
have access to by virtue of
Oh,
having
the
that
ones with
rogue,
bones, I see.
which
Yeah.
Almost Fine will not have. Almost Fine do need more count, so maybe they'll be just doing a pull on the bridge.
No, they're not
Do actually
garbage.
be sneaking
Crappy,
past,
crap. We just went over
Zakian
this.
here on those ritual drums.
If
And
you did, they're playing way better than
Right,
you
another
ever
team
could.
skipping the drummer?
Right now, Rock Tool, if
We
just
can't
go
go through
far
this
enough
again.
away,
Are people gonna start doing this in
outrage,
live
right?
keys?
The sound
Like, it's a
waves, they
nice
get
little
I
time
feel
save.
like you
less than 10
died to
the
like
way
2
you go.
ticks from that guy, right?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you
just
don't
need to
do it,
live
you can
for
still
a
do
tiny
it
bit, right?
if that's
I think
what
you
you're
have to have like a
into.
CD
Do it.
rolling to
Certainly
live
seems
on the
to
run
be
past
of
it
the
because
opinion
he will
that
start
that is
ticking on you
reason
from the
that
bottom
once
of the
you're
stairs.
actually
Yeah.
going into that
And he
spirit
will
phase,
continue
it'll
ticking
go
on
back
you,
to
presumably
back
until you make it
to
to like the
wall
back of the
where
boss
that
room.
drummer sits,
There's no way
allowing
you
the
live that.
tank to
No,
actually
I think
really
it's when the
deal
gate comes
with
up.
that drummer. You might
When the,
even
yeah,
see
the
a
gate
Maybe,
stops
but
the
how fast
AoE
does the gate
damage.
come up?
It's like 10
onto
seconds in
it
combat.
as
I'm gonna
opposed
completely
to
make
Something
up.
like that, yeah.
near to each
If
other.
it's even if it's only like
That
5
will
seconds,
be
it's
the
just
final
you,
percentage
that is going to
that
eat your health
missing
bar
right
Does
multiple
it tick
now.
you as you're
times.
walking by?
Don't worry
Probably.
about that.
Yeah.
That is
Yes.
all
As soon as
No,
you
like
get
in the
fine.
intermission. Sorry.
And,
Oh,
when you're walking
no,
there from
no,
intermission.
That'd be cooked.
I don't think so.
I mean, we
Because you're
can
in a
see
different
you right
realm.
now, but
15s, I assume there's plenty of y'all in
Although I
chat
don't know because they
right
stepped
now.
out and they were hitting
There
it
might
right
be
during
30
the
deaths
intermission.
on that
they
timer,
walked
but
through
you're
the
still
boss
gonna
and then
time this
stepped back and
15.
started hitting it.
I
don't know if there's-
You can't
that
step back and
matters.
That's
start
all I'm
hitting
gonna
it.
say.
One of
Oh.
the bears was outside the gate.
The bear was
when he
definitely
hitting
hitting it outside the gate. Yeah, maybe he just didn't.
Yeah, I
enter
mean,
it.
if you stay outside, you can hit it, but you can't like.
They're actually just going to leave
go
it
in
up
and
I mean, it
stuff
makes
like
sense
that.
for the tank to solo it with a
Just gonna
damage
run
jump
back a little bit
because he
before
can live
getting
it.
stunned for that soul expulsion.
Well, if you have like some type
Yeah, we'll
of
see
two-target
if
fleet, so you can
Kazi
probably.
stays
Okay, let's
because,
see when
there's
the
a
drummer
healing
does
amp,
damage.
too, so you
Drummer,
can-
while the rest of
yeah.
the group just handling
It's kind of hard to tell
these,
because they're also taking.
souls.
back
No,
damage.
you can tell the drummer
Those are
damage
in a
between this
different
piss
phase, so
damage.
those aren't going to pull, nor are those hands going to hit them. And
The
I
rest
don't
of
think
your
they're
team
taking
too
drummer.
much.
They're taking drummer damage
Yeah,
now.
those drums a little bit.
think.
Yeah, okay, it is going to be the tank running behind to
Yeah,
deal with
maybe.
it because he can deal with that ticking damage.
Definitely
from
something
being
worth checking.
I mean, there's a
inside
healing buff,
the
so
death realm
I
over
guess
there,
just
whereas the rest of the
redo
group is
probably
going to
heals
avoid that and
most
just
of it.
focus
Yeah.
on Rack Tool here.
Can you imagine?
But also,
Almost Fine being on
yeah,
Rack
Oh,
the
they're
Tool
gonna
drummer
go back and
damage
finish
wouldn't
it after.
really
They
matter.
still haven't
Okay,
received
there
the
it hits
message
him.
that a team has ended. It must be insane, but
Oh my God, he
I
just
do
fell
it
over. What
has
the fuck?
done Lemonade just now.
Let's go,
killing him before
Shindig.
2-1 victory for
Oh,
Nash.
right,
there we
They're
go.
gonna be moving on. in their lower
Real
Shindig
nail
making it
biter.
to Global finals.
Congratulations to I Do
The
It,
drummer was
our
the percent
favorite
they needed.
frogs focused up, pulled through,
So
and
it's
they
Shindig
did it.
versus
They tried that
Jelly's
series
team
out of
tomorrow?
Almost Fine's hands and managed to land it 2-1. They will move
Yeah.
ahead tomorrow to
Shindig,
face
Jelly,
Spellbook in the lower semis,
mandatory
but
Polish
chat, show
Mountain.
some love to Almost Fine.
mandatory
Although they
Polish
were eliminated,
Mountain.
we
That
still
might
got
go
to see them
hard.
pull off
Ooh.
some great
We might see a
runs,
real
too.
route from
No,
Andrew
Name.
was
no.
his last run,
I
and
feel
he
like they
did
could
with,
just
like,
play
a
slow and
bang,
still win.
But just one that ended up
I mean,
killing a lot
Polish
of people on
Mountain
both
had
teams.
some
We saw some big pulls from
Oh,
Polish
good
No
Mountain.
runs.
doubt they would have wanted to end on a better
Yeah,
note. But
but
do you have any final
I
thoughts
don't think
on this
it's.
map?
the difference is that close. Or it's
Things
not
went
that
a little
close.
bit wrong for both teams. And
I could be
to
completely
know.
hitting on
they
Polish
were
Mountain,
able to
but
things going a
Like,
little bit
Polish
wrong
Mountain is
from
to
turning into
me,
things going a lot
if
wrong.
I was
Now, if they want to survive through
picking
the rest of the weekend,
teams
they probably need
at
to avoid
globals,
things even
Polish
going a
Mountain
little
is to
bit
me a
wrong,
team that
but it is
finishes
a
like
credit to their
5th
skill that
place.
They were able to
And
prevent,
I don't think you
things
get to
going
hold good
really,
routes
really
against a team
wrong
that finishes
in a way that
5th place at
unfortunately
globals.
Almost Fine were not able to do. The wheels really just fell off their run at the start there. And
Yeah, judging off of the runs they've already done,
You know, I honestly do have to give props. When
Polish
the teams just
Mountain
keep
had
pushing and they're
a
like, we're gonna keep at it. We're
20
gonna try to the very
seconds
end.
slower
It is
pit
so
of Sarah
impressive.
runs,
And you know what?
so
You make the best of any
can't really fuck
situation,
around
especially in a
there.
competitive scenario like this.
But
You're totally right,
they did
Travis.
have
And Zyro, now, of course, there was a lot that happened
almost
in this
a
one,
minute
but what were your
slower
kind of overview of what we saw
Magister's
in
Terrace.
this map.
Yeah, listen,
50
I don't want to
seconds
harp
roughly.
on anyone making mistakes. It's
Yeah,
been a
that's what I'm saying.
long day,
Mandatory's
over
not
7
doing a
hours
real
of
round, and they're still
competition. I
quicker,
think
is
the
my
teams have been
point.
playing- They probably practiced for a couple hours.
Yeah, but I
I
mean,
don't think anyone has the
that's
best
kind of
of
risky, you know.
runs
Like
in
if you have
9
one
hours
death, that
into
could very
game
well
play.
mean you lose.
That being said, it does help a lot to have a 4th DPS in the group.
Who
when you're
was
doing these mass AoE pulls at the start of the
doing
dungeon. We saw this
the
from
grip
Mandatory
tech
in
on
very
the
first
Magister's
matchup
Terrace last
of
bridge?
the weekend. We're seeing it again from I
All
Do
of
It
them
Here.
were.
That Guardian
Everybody was
is
doing that?
so
I believe.
disgustingly good.
Aside
Just
from
all
like
the
you
time,
know
but in
a
general,
handful of these
for all
teams.
of these pulls at the start of the dungeon, having Incarn available for some of these mass pulls, you do so much damage. I'll get one death clip in there. Timmy being too close to the crystal there and dying into a DC on this boss. That was just kind of mean from the boss. A little unfortunate being too close to the boss for that and getting knocked.
Damn, Timmy
Look at
with
his dead
the
body
20
there.
yard in the air
It's
death.
a little unfortunate to happen to him.
What
But
spell
yeah,
queue?
I actually never knew of that
400,
boss
but
a few years
specifically
ago
because
after
Frost
you
Mage
told
has
me.
weird spell
I thought it was
queue
like
finish
just
off
the
the
knock
dungeon. It
and
wasn't pretty.
you die of fall
It
damage
wasn't the
after,
best
but
run we've seen, but they qualified
he
through
actually
to
just
Sunday,
fucking
and now we
guns
find
you down.
ourselves in a position. 4 teams left on the
No,
weekend.
you would definitely live
4
fall
teams
damage from that
eliminated.
height. That's not really that
Only
far.
2 can make it through to the grand
Usually the
Well,
same on
plus the
melee.
knock.
I
Mandatory
mean,
and Polish Mountain, I feel like
I would just
from
play
the way
400 and
they
everything.
played this weekend are head and shoulders
MDI
above the rest.
is 15 to
But
17.
one of them is
depends on
going
the
to
dungeon.
make it through.
That's
and
actually.
qualify in that
I
first match
didn't
tomorrow.
really
One of them
realize
is
it
gonna
was a
join
chain, but that's
Sinspell,
crazy
but
aura
they're gonna do it in
actually.
the lower
Way to
brackets
kill somebody.
tomorrow. So
Shoot him up in the
I
air
feel
and
like
then
all 4 teams are still in
fucking
it.
scorpion
But
Mortal
we're gonna
Kombat
have
him
to
down.
see a lot cleaner play than that if I do it want to be one of those top 2 teams.
Yeah, we definitely will. I mean, especially when you look at that competition, like you were saying in the upper bracket, Mandatory and Polish Mountain. I mean, looking over it all here makes, what do you kind of feel at our top 4 teams? We got some really good.
What time did this end yesterday? Wasn't it like 4 something?
Yeah,
It was like
yeah,
5.
absolutely.
I mean, there's
Looking forward to
more
the
matches.
Mandatory
There's 2
Polish
more
Mountain
matches
matchup.
today, and then a lot of them
Kind
went
biased, I
3
think
games.
Mandatory
Like
looks
3 of them went 3
absolutely
games.
Yeah, we had a
insane,
forfeit
but
last
I
night,
am
too.
So curious
Yeah,
on
forfeit too.
what Polish Mountain will throw their way.
But I swear it
Even
took
if the
them
teams
long
that
enough to
this
get the
week
next game
will
started that
be
it might as well have
able to
not been
do
a forfeit.
something against Mandatory.
True.
I think it will be Polish Mountain for sure. And
But
of
it was
course,
it was
the
2
lower
zeros,
bracket's
only
gonna
4
be
matches,
real
and this
interesting.
one's
First, we get
6
Senspell
matches with
against
like 3 of them
I
2
Do It.
ones.
Both of these teams took 2
And a remake.
maps, or, well,
And a
3 maps
remake,
to
yep.
actually make
I
it
forgot
about
into
the
the
remake.
lower
I'd be so
bracket
pissed still if I was that
for
team.
So that should be an interesting one as well, and whoever wins goes up against a loser of Mandatory Polish Mountain.
Do they still do
And,
fearless
of course, we'll
draft
know
in League?
Yeah, but
who
say
teams
something
are
nice,
when we're
challenge. Be
moving on to
happy,
our season
challenge.
finals, which that is the big thing. That's
Hopefully you
what
know,
we're all
right?
here for. We want to
Really?
see
Say
the
it again?
teams that will go to BlizzCon.
Fearless
We
draft.
definitely do, and the teams want
Oh,
to
I
see
love
that
Fearless
as
Draft,
well.
yeah.
It's the big prize at the end of
This
this
is ain't
gauntlet,
shit.
but the teams are taking those first
As
steps
this?
to
No.
get there here and now in our first group.
Anything
weekend.
you play
Now, we've
can never
seen
be played
a
again.
lot of different specs played over the course of the weekend
Throughout the
against Dragons.
entire
With
Throughout the
everything
entire
we've had
series.
thus far
So
in
if they
competition,
played one
what's
comp,
the
you can't
range
play
looking
any
like,
of those
and what are you
specs
expecting for tomorrow?
for the next
Yeah, I mean,
series.
this has been pretty awesome as well. We've got
Holy.
the.
And you can't really do that in
Frosty
WoW
Games
because
getting
there's
added to this
100
as
and
well
what,
in that
70
last
champions
map.
in
So,
League. There's
we've seen a lot of
40
specs
specs in
already.
WoW,
I
50
think if
specs.
anybody has any comfort on one of these other specs as well, there are specs like Windwalker.
But it is similar.
specs
And I do like the.
Fury Warrior.
It makes
Death
way more
Block
sense in
as
League
well that can
than
be played in some of these
WoW,
dungeons,
though.
and it can
Yeah,
be
for sure.
a
But maybe
really
with how they're going going with class design, it makes sense in WoW too.
But you know, a lot of these are being played.
Makes way more sense here than TGP.
But a lot of them actually
Yeah,
have some
I
really
agree.
strong strengths that are being revealed because the spec variety.
But it's
will
also just
force
a gimmick
teams,
to make group
to
stages
broaden their
more
horizons a little bit. So I've been
watchable
really excited to see all of them.
for
in
normies.
particular, I've really liked watching like the Arms Warrior.
No, I think that's the last series of the day.
What you can do with those specs in the MDI in particular, when you can pull trash onto almost
A lot
every
rougher
boss,
for
is
the
actually
competitors,
really
though.
impressive, and I
Oh,
wouldn't
it's
be
also
surprised
what your
if we see
opponent
more
plays. You
teams
can't play
switching
either.
into those ones as the routes get more and more refined.
So like, say the
it's
other
been
team
really
plays
cool
Fire
to see
Mage,
just
you can't
how
play
these all
Fire
come
Mage
into
now.
play and how the teams have kind of structured those strats. I know I really enjoyed.
So if you're playing
watching
League,
some
how
of the
many
rogue
champions are
head-to-heads
you expected to
and other
play?
picks we've had pop out. So
In your
tomorrow
own
we'll have
role,
even
probably
more.
in a given
But
meta, like,
before we go,
I mean, up to
Mace, I
15
know
if you're
you're
actually
fluent in a
competing.
couple languages, and
Up
most
to
importantly, that
15.
you're fluent in
Holy.
Yeah,
chat.
it's like 10 to
So
15,
can
I'd
you
say.
tell chat
Like, you should
why
be
they
practice
watch your
on, and then, like,
finals tomorrow?
I mean, you should be ready to
Yeah,
play, like,
tomorrow,
at least 20 more in, like,
Potters.
niche
That's all you need
scenarios.
to know. We'll see you guys there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be
You
great.
got, like, Mage's bottom
Your
on top of the
mastery
normal
language
ADC,
is
stuff like
incredible
that.
to me. So chat,
But these are,
hopefully
like,
you got
the
that,
best
you
teams in the
understand
world.
it's
Like,
translated,
I only ever
but
played
the
a
match
couple
tomorrow
because
is
there's no
going
feelers
to be
back then, but also, like,
incredible, so don't miss it.
yeah.
And you know, here today we already had some amazing.
I mean, to be
That's
fair,
only
I
4
always
binds, that's
enjoy
all-
playing
biggest
all
new
of
prep
them,
ever.
Heroes
sending
or
4 of them
champions.
home and leaving
They're
the
still hard.
remaining 4 ready to fight
In
for
Dota, I
place
used to
in the
play
season 1 finals.
all random
With
all the time.
BlizzCon in their sights, every team
So
wants
I
to
pretty
go
much
the
knew how to play
distance.
every hero.
We have a
Yeah, I
great
mean,
champion
also
to crown
League players at this
tomorrow,
point
so be here at
have
10
played it,
a.m.
like,
PT,
some games with every
7
champion
p.m.
probably in the
CET
game.
on
And, like, I've
Warcraft
played
channel
against
for
them to know,
even
like, their
more
trading
fun
patterns
in
and
the
stuff.
Mythic Dungeon
It's like,
International.
like, Faker could pick up a champion he's never played before. I don't think there's a champion he hasn't played before. Like, a champion he does, like, no time on and play really well on it.
How much does the game change, though?
Not much. I mean, like, the fundamentals are still there. Like, there's still trading patterns. There's still CSing. There's still, like, skill
Well, it's more about, like, you
shots.
know, like, some... I would imagine in certain seasons, one champion is better at trading than the other one. And you need to know, like, how capable you are.
Yeah,
in your
damage
lane
values
matchup.
change, but it takes, like, one game to get used to the new trading values. Or, like, 1 minute in lane, you know?
It makes sense.
But that is true. Like, something like LeBlanc, Oriana, if you know League, like, LeBlanc used to just hard win level 2 trades all the time, but now Oriana is, like, higher base damage, so she can trade back a little bit.
I see.
I still in the League talk, but maybe that would be something fun. Like, they draft their comps for MDI and do a Fearless that way. Dork, you beat Keegan?
I'm down.
Wait, Dorky, are you in the Drogo raid tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not Keegan.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I only have time for one key, I just realized. I didn't realize the time. Holy shit.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, God damn, this thing went late because I was expecting to have some like time between the end of the watch party and
Yo, what the fuck?
before the raid, and then I looked and I'm like, God damn, I got a raid in like half hour.
Bro, it's cooked for the EU teams, too.
Yeah. Oh,
Like, what
yeah.
time is
well,
it over in the EU?
Yeah, you got an Australian dude sitting in chat, and you're saying like it's cooked for the EU guys. I
Okay,
remember
but
that.
I mean, like, which Australian teams are playing right now?
There used to be some like
There's
Ethical
a-
would put a team together pretty frequently, and those guys would
The
be practicing
Australian
from like
team is
4
playing
a.m.
next week.
Direwolves, right? It's just them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always felt bad for those dudes because they'd have to like fuck their sleep schedule up for like a couple weeks before the tournament.
Well, is
to
it
be-
fucked schedule or is it just normal schedule?
Usually
mean,
fuck schedule.
Even if you have a degenerate schedule, you have to fuck it up for those hours.
And when I was with them in the Shadowlands, we did normal schedule, like waking up at like, I don't know, like 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. or something like that. And then for the actual games, we just quickly changed our schedule, and I think it was kind of bad.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be better to just stay on DGen schedule.
Like, I'm not someone who's like good at changing.
Okay,
sleep
Chad,
schedule
I think-
quickly, and it was kind of fucked.
I think we might end it there. I mean, matches
I
ended.
think it's just
We're
a
going to
bad
do keys,
idea
but
in
Dorky
general.
has raid. So we're probably not doing keys. I think we might end it there. Let us look for someone to host. Who's on that you guys want to watch right now?
I think it was like 3 a.m. the game started.
That's crazy.
Aya's on. We could host Aya. I'm not saying you, Dantes.
And I wouldn't
Let's
really
host
care
Aya.
about
She
that
hosted us
now,
the other
but-
day. But thank you guys so much for watching. Really appreciate it. Good night, wherever you are in the world. Take this flower for the rest of your Mother's Day tomorrow. Mother's Day. make sure to tell your mothers Happy Mother's Day. Be a good son or daughter. And have a wonderful day. See you guys tomorrow for the next for finals.